Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Romonus Gremory. What does she ever see in that loser? That was the only thing Andrew thought as he read the light novel of high school DxD. Romonus Gremory, the main heroine, must have a screw loose if she fell in love with Issei of all people. Even after he read the entire series, he still felt that Issei was a weirdo, but a lucky weirdo. He tossed the novel onto his bed as he sat down in his gaming chair. It is an anime world, so the logic of anime, but still. He squinted his eyes as he pondered on the universe of DxD. As long as you were not a mob, it was a wonderful place where it was all but guaranteed you would score with baddies. If you were a mob, good luck getting any women to like you, as Issei was lucky to have Dragon Riz active. He got up from his chair and looked at himself in the mirror. He smiled proudly as he looked at his trained body. Bet if I were in his case, I'd score even more. Just look at me. He flexed his muscles, and at 17, he was 6 feet 3 inches. He wasn't in sports or anything, as he disliked them, but he worked out just for this reason. If I had powers, I'd bench a planet like Superman. Is that a fact? Huh. He knew damn well no one else was in the house, so hearing another voice freaked him out. Before he could even clench his fists to fight back, he was no longer in his room. Instead, he was sitting in front of a middle-aged man in a business suit. The man was reading a file on it before he looked up at him. Creepy enough, the man had yellow glowing eyes and a massive scar down the right side of his face. Welcome, young man. I am Rahvdall, the god of insanity. Andrew didn't know how to take that. You aren't going to drive me insane, are you? Rahvdall squinted his eyes and stared at Andrew. No. We lesser gods are many, and together we make these companies essentially where we reincarnate random people like you. Some get lucky when they say some keywords like you did. Andrew rubbed the back of his head as that sounded dumb. Really? That's it. Rahvdall nodded. That is it. Now then, looking over your file, you are quite an extraordinary young man. 6 feet 3 inches is above average, your muscle definition is extraordinary, and your intelligence is above average. You will do nicely. Now then, DxD. Sure. Do I get to pick the powers? Of course. You get one. What's the catch? Rahvdall smirked. Smart indeed. In exchange, when you get to your new world, make a mess of things. Change the destiny of that world as much as you can. The more changes you make, the better. That chaos caused by the breaking of fate is what a god like me feeds on. Fair. Andrew smiled. Oh, for sure. One wish. I got a request, not a wish, but I am sure you would get more chaos out of it. Rahvdall truly grinned. What is it? Make me the twin of Romonus Gremory. Just by being her twin, I am almost guaranteed to get her bloodline abilities. With that and me being in the Gremory clan, fate will begin to change. Causing that chaos, you feed on. Things sure are going to grow wild. Rahvdall's face turned almost Cheshire in nature as he liked the sound of that. Agreed. If anyone asks, this is my idea. Now then, what is your wish? You only get one. I want the gravity magic demon Lord Wilbert had from the better version of DxD, Testament of a Sister New Devil. Rahvdall's face began to distort, showing why he was a god of insanity. Andrew, do your worst. I am expecting great things from you, my boy. As am I. That was all he knew as he blacked out. By the time he opened his eyes, he was already being born. And it was terrible, as coming out while conscious felt like being crushed. He felt bad for Vinalana, but she was a devil, so she had magic to make things easier. That was a fact, as she had pain-numbing spells and healing to make this easier. When he was out, he was cleaned off with a wave of magic from the midwife, who was, of course, a pretty devil lady. It was hard to find an ugly female devil, as they all could change their appearance easily. The first of the twins is a boy, my lady. Vinalana looked up with a pained expression, but less than should be felt. Dear, hold him for now while I pass the second. Zeoticus nodded as he let go of her hand and took him into his hands. Meanwhile, Vinalana focused on birthing her second baby, which was Rias. Andrew meanwhile looked up at Zeoticus, who looked just like in the anime. Only clean-shaven, as it seemed he grew the beard out later. The heir to the Gremory clan has been born. Romonus Gremory is your name. Romonus, that sounds awesome. I am taking it. Vinalana pushed more as she birthed Rias, who was easier than Romonus. Once Rias was out, the same attendant used magic to cut the cord and clean off the blood. It was that easy as the birth, all things considered, had been effortless. Zeoticus passed Romonus back to his wife, who pressed him and Rheus against her breasts. Breastfeeding all over again. Both began to drink, which made Vanillana smile. Twins are a rare gift. Rheus has been born. They had both been allowed to name one, and Zeoticus had chosen to name his second son, of course. However, when he got a look at Romonus, he could see he had bright purple eyes like a Baal, and his hair was pitch black, just like Lord Baal's father. He was also Vanillana's father and he had engaged to him. It was mildly annoying that his son looked more like the Baal clan, but Rheus did have the crimson hair of the Gremory. That was to be expected when the Baal were the first devil clan created, meaning their genetics were purer. He was just happy to have twins, as devils seldom had twins. Birth rates were so low that they had not expected Vanillana to fall pregnant. I am over the moon, and Serzex will be just as pleased. He now has 2 siblings. Vanillana now brought up a good point. So Romonus is the heir? Zeoticus nodded. He is the second-born and male. If Rheus proves to be more talented or better at politics, she can be the heir, but until then, Romonus shall be our heir. Of course. He kinda looks like my father, doesn't he? Vanillana was quite pleased as she looked at her little son. Her Baal genes were strong in him, that was clear. But when she looked at her daughter Rheus, just like a girl version of Serzex, she loved them both already. After being born, Romonus, of course, was defenseless like any infant. He and Rheus were often breastfed by their mother, but when she couldn't attend to them, they would be breastfed by wet nurses. He was over the moon as all female devils were hotties with great bodies and breasts. By being a noble, he was fed and looked after by many. And he learned an interesting thing about devils: they had literal spells to induce lactation. That was hot as hell, and he was sure to use that in the future if and when he got his harem. Anyone who wanted to judge him probably had their own kinks, so they could shut up. Though, for now, he just enjoyed being a spoiled little brat, seeing and sucking more boobs than most men saw. And as weird as it was, the more he was breastfed, the more energetic he felt. Then again, devils were a magical race, so for all he knew, their breast milk made their babies stronger. But the best out of everyone was still Vanillana, who was a very powerful devil lady. And her boobs were huge, but while she may be his mother, he could still appreciate her breasts. Even as a devil, the first year of his life was a time of barely any activity, as even when he started walking at 7 months, he was still mostly useless. But by the time he became a year old, he began to get a feel for his demonic energy or power. He preferred to call it energy, but by simply being born a Gremory, he was born was much greater demonic energy than other devils on top of the Baal power of destruction. Those 2 abilities alone could allow him to become a second Serzex or greater, but he also had gravity magic to master. By being born a devil, he was already ageless up to a certain point, but he was not going to waste his formative years when one learned best. That was why he wanted to get a hold of his own magic early. Unlike him, Rheus was still a regular baby, so she was just sleeping in her crib. As for him, he had gotten out of his crib and walked his unbalanced baby body to the couch. Come on, stupid head, balance. Once he got to the couch, he dragged himself up and sat down. It had been a year since he was sent into this world, and things had been normal. He had been like any newborn, getting his diapers changed, getting breastfed, and being played with by his new family. It was nice, but now that he could hold coherent thoughts for longer than a few moments without headaches, he could begin training. He had 2 active abilities to master, and 1 passive to boost them. Power of destruction, and gravity. OP if done right, Rheus if done wrong. He snorted as he looked in the direction of the sleeping heroine of the anime. She turned over and kept sleeping, which made him think of something. What could he do to make sure she didn't stay weak to not rely on Issei? If she was his twin, her reputation could ruin his own, and she was cute later on. Rheus was a political card as she was female, and Zeoticus would want to hitch her to Riser. Instead of allowing Issei to take her as his boob power-ups, fate would change if he got in the middle. He grinned as he would cause the fate or canon of this world to change. For the better or worse, who could tell? For now, he crossed his legs and sat down like a cultivator. He placed his hands on his knees, and he focused. He got rid of any distracting thoughts, and he just focused on himself. He imagined his demonic energy flowing through his body and manifesting it outside. Demonic energy was reliant on an open mind and imagination, which was easy for him. He was always imaginative, and it seemed to be working. Slowly, a red aura began to manifest around his body as he got a feel for his demonic energy. Once it was manifested, he got an idea and imagined it flowing through his body. The demonic energy outside his body began to shrink as, instead of being pushed outside, it began to flow inside. When he did this, he felt his entire body begin to burn like a hard workout as his stagnant energy began to move. He did not know how long to keep this up, but like any work, pushing too hard would be detrimental. When he felt that burn become too bad, he released it and gasped. He was covered in sweat, and he was exhausted, but it was the good exhausted after his heavy workouts. I will be so hungry after this, but rest. He got down from the couch and walked toward his crib. As he did so, he could feel that he was using his body better than before. He was in the right direction, as by 4 years old, he wanted to get a hang of it, which seemed a good time frame. Chapter 2, Interest in Learning. Following Romonus unlocking his demonic energy, he made sure to keep it hidden for as long as possible. The way he could get away with it so easily was that this was a devil manor. The maids, butlers, and every servant used a form of magic every moment of the day. There were wards to prevent misuse or damage, but what Romonus was doing was the same as a household spell, so no special attention had been brought to him. At a year old, he was still being breastfed by wet nurses, but Vanillana had cut the tap off. Her duties as the wife of Lord Gremory aka Zeoticus often took up a large part of her day. She made as much time as she could for them, but more often than not it was maids who attended to their needs. As for Zeoticus, he rarely if ever spent more than a few minutes with them, as being the lord of a household took up his entire time. Or, he was off fucking his giant harem, as a large portion of the maids in this house were in his harem. Romonus had to say the men had good tastes, as all of them were big and busty. They looked radically different, but that was common. And he often got breastfed by a couple of them, which was fun. Romonus even got to see his older brother Cerzex and his wife Graphia Lucifuge, which was sad. He had hoped, like in some fanfics, she was not his wife, but that was not the case. Sad days ahead, but Romonus was not about to betray his new brother by fucking his girl. However, late at night, he continued his training, where he got a few on how to control his demonic energy. Rias would sleep through the night once fed, which let him do his work. In his time on Earth, he had read several stories, fanfics, and the like, which had different training methods to master mana, chi, chakra, prana, and even demon magic. So after a month of simply getting a feel for how to move it in his body, he began to work on his control of it outside it. Like usual, he snuck out of his crib and sat down on the couch. He got into his favorite cultivation pose with his hands on his legs. He didn't close his eyes this time, as he began to send out his demonic energy. He was trying to do the string method, which he learned in a Harry Potter fanfic. The way it worked was that you would try to form your mana, or in his case demonic energy, into a string. You had to send it out further and further away while keeping the energy like a string. Harder than it sounded, as then you had to control the flow of the first one when you made a second, or third, and so forth. Each consecutive stream would work your control and multitasking. Already he could send out his energy, but he was having trouble turning it into a string. Instead of a string, he looked like a big red cloud that was coming from his body. He squinted his eyes as he focused on the energy in the cloud. He pictured it condensing, solidifying, and forming a string shape, which started to work. The could began to fall into itself, but after several minutes the closer he got was a rope shape with cloudy parts of it. Thanks to being born of Vanillana and Zeoticus, two very powerful devils, he was born with massive reserves. Emptying them took a while, but when they recovered it was a little bigger than before. It took him over a week before he got the trick down and he got his demonic energy to form the string shape he wanted. But to keep it as a string he had to keep his energy flowing as he began to move it through the room. The room he and Rias shared was quite spacious, but the further he moved it the more energy it took. He still had more than enough to keep training. This is just one string, and controlling my energy perfectly is tricky. Though, this is good practice. As for Rias, she slept the night away, not aware of what he was doing. He squinted his purple eyes as his string of energy moved to the end of the room, where he wrapped it around a book on the shelf. He had read each one and they had only stories of devil kind and very little training information. The rest of it would be in the library, which he was not yet allowed in there. For now, he was stuck with this method, which he did not know if it was better or worse than what the Gremory clan had. This boring way was the way he spent the big part of his night for most of his nights. Night after night he would train in controlling his energy better, and it was working. Soon he graduated to 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6, until 7. The more he made the better he got at controlling their movements, which was a great way to train in his control. Another interesting thing was that the older he got, and by mixing that with his training method, the more his power grew. Just having that was helping him a lot, as by the time he was 3 years old he had managed to move up to 20. He could form them into shapes, and move them faster. If he had to say so, his reserves were massive. But that was enough for him to feel proud of his accomplishments. He kept it on the down low, as from what he saw from Rias, she was not expected to be doing anything yet. She was still a regular child who was coddled by their parents, brother, and servants. Even though he received the same care, since Rias was cuter she got more attention. He wasn't being ignored, as their father seemed to hold him in high regard. Since Cerzex became Lucifer, he could not become the heir of the household. Now that he had 2 children, one being male, his heir was secured. But, now that they were both 3, they had been assigned an instructor. They were taught kid stuff, how to read, write, do easy math, and some devil history. Nothing about wars, just how their race had been created and the history of the Gremory clan. That was interesting to Romonus, but Rias just wanted to goof off. It seemed even his existence was not changing her personality, but he didn't care what she was like. She may be his twin, but he was here to have fun, cause change, and do whatever the fuck he wanted. For that, he needed more power, which was why he never slacked off in his training. In his 3rd year of life, he began to add light physical exercise to his training, like running around the mansion until he was exhausted, doing small bits of calisthenics here and there, and more food. He was always hungry, as he was always using up his demonic energy and was always on the move. Now that he was up and about, he made his way to the library, where he began to read up on several subjects. Devil history, demonic energy control methods, rituals, magic beasts, and herbology. From what he knew, potions were a thing, but not as common as would be expected. If he could invent potions for his personal use, he could make big money to fund his future experiments. He had many, and if he wanted to cause big changes in this world, he would have to be as mighty as he could be. Currently, Zeoticus was in his office working on the paperwork of finances, political reports, and more stuff he'd rather not do. He much rather spend time with his harem, his wife, or his children, but work took priority. Just as he was working, the door to his office opened and one of his maids walked in. One of the fine ladies of his harem makes him feel a way to de-stress. "Marcina, glad to have you." She could tell what he wanted, but before that, she had to say why she was there. "Before that, I thought it is prudent to inform you about your son Romonus." That snapped him out of his mood. "Is he okay?" "He is fine, but he is in the library reading." "Reading what, if you know?" "Nursery rhymes, or picture books." Marcina shook her head. "No, he is reading ritual books, bestiaries, herbology books, and geographical maps." That took him for a loop. "Huh? Why? Is he even reading?" She nodded. "When I noticed him in the library, I asked myself that question. I walked over to ask him about his choice in reading, and he said he had to. I didn't press him and came to you instead." Zeoticus hummed as he touched his chin. "Should I get him an instructor if he wants to learn? I thought it'd be better to wait until he was 5. "Whatever you decide, sir." Zeoticus smiled. "In that case, come here." She smiled as she walked over while unbuttoning her maid outfit. Of course. While Zeoticus was involved with his maid, Romonus had read through a book on controlling demonic power, or energy as he called it. Pretty much, what he had been doing was the correct method, and there was no secret technique. If anything, every devil had their way to make it work, and his string method was working. It was not the only one he had, as there were several, but it was worth it. He placed the book on the pile and opened up a book on beasts of the underworld, which were numerous. Some were common, rare, extinct, or almost extinct for their unique parts. The same with magic herbs and magical metals. Every bit of information could be useful, but once he felt he read enough, he put the books back before leaving. No one bothered him about his reading for a while, but one day his father called him to his office. Wondering what he did wrong, Romonus walked into the office. "Yes." Zeoticus smiled as he kneeled. "Romonus, my boy, come. I wanted to ask you something." "Okay." He ran over into his father's arms, who picked him up. "You sure are growing heavy. Maybe you need to eat a little less." "No, I will get hungry." "All right, your food stays the same. Now, I wanted to ask about your reading. Do you like learning?" He nodded with a smile. "Ahoo. Fun. Well, would you like me to get you an instructor? They will teach you all the things you want to know." He instantly pictured someone like Gandalf, Dumbledore, or Merlin, so he nodded. "Cool magic." Boom. He exaggerated his actions, making Zeoticus laugh. "That too, of course. I should be able to get a good one, just give me a week or two." "Okay." He hugged his father before he ran out of the office. That made Zeoticus smile, as he was sure to get his child a good tutor. One to both teach him in magic and power. He could get the regulars or a new one. He would figure it out in time. As for Romonus, he did not return to the library and instead returned to his room. Rias was out with their mother, which would give him time to continue his training. He felt that very soon he would be able to begin to experiment with his abilities. He could not rush it, as they were destructive. Gravity magic and destruction both could turn lethal in the wrong hands. While he would be fine to experiment with both, it would destroy everything in his surroundings. Until he could throw black holes at people, or draw down meteors from space, he would not be satisfied. Chapter 3, Instruction and Power, edited. The next 2 weeks were the same as usual for Romonus. He spent a lot of his time training in control over his demonic energy, strengthening his body, and learning in the library. He had memories of a few useful rituals he would use later on, which would give him useful abilities. Of course, when he was older, he was far from skilled enough to use any of them. But at the 2-week mark, Zeoticus called him from the library to his office. Romonus closed the ritual book he had been reading after memorizing a few useful rituals. He put the books back before he ran to his father's office. When he opened the door, Zeoticus was talking with a beautiful woman. Romonus, remember when I said I would get you an instructor? I found you a good one. Her name is Petelia Dardanos. A reincarnated devil mage. Image here. Romonus gave a polite bow to her. Hello, I am Romonus. She smiled as she kneeled to be at his eye level. You are quite polite, Romonus. As your father said, I will be in charge of your education until you are 5 years old, and I will teach you all I know. Including how to use your powers. By the way, Lord Gremory, it seems his demonic power is active. How did she dash? He got his answer when he saw her eyes covered in a magic circle. She had scanned him and she had seen that his demonic energy was not stagnant. Zeoticus turned to him. Son, have you been using your powers? Yes. It was easy. He raised his hand as he pictured his demonic energy combusting into fire. In his hand, a large flame began to burn. Petelia analyzed his level of control and found it to be very good for his age. You are quite talented at that. Lord Gremory, does the boy have his bloodline abilities? He does. Both Bale and Gremory. We tested him at birth. Has he ever used his power of destruction then? No, we told him to not use it. It is dangerous for a boy like him to use it. Petelia hummed as he turned off the fire. I can work with this. I will teach him what I know and how to use his powers, including his bloodline abilities. Is this all right? Zeoticus looked at Romonus, who had made his eyes look as cute as he could. Please, Dad. Zeoticus smiled as he relented. All right. Romonus smiled as he ran to his father, who caught him in a hug. Zeoticus turned to Petelia, who already planning what to instruct Romonus and how to train him. Will you only instruct Romonus only, or Rias as well? She turned to Zeoticus with a polite smile. You only paid for Romonus. Zeoticus cleared his voice. In that case, I can pay the same for you to instruct her. In that case, yes, but if she is slower than Romonus, you need to understand that. Of course. Petelia then turned to Romonus. Are you ready for your first lesson in magic? Yes, ma'am. Follow me then. Romonus waved goodbye to his dad as he followed the magician lady. As they were walking, she kept quiet as she was going to see how he used his magic to plan out a training regiment. He was just happy to get a proper instructor now rather than guessing his way through. Romonus, I want to ask you, what kind of devil do you want to become? He thought about it as he always wanted to use a sword or some other weapon. A sword mage. He could use magic from up close, long range, or get in close and personal to hack and dice. I can teach you the magic aspect, but for swords, I would ask your brother's knight. Lord Surzex has the strongest peerage in the underworld after all. Cool. Petelia led him back to the library where she asked him to sit down. First, we will talk about human magic and then devil magic. For humans, we require calculations that are based on devil magic. But devils only require imagination and control over their energy. Of course, being unimaginative will weaken your magic, so get creative. Today we will just go over what you know. Romonus nodded as he sat down in his chair as he always did. In his cultivator pose with his hands on his legs. As he did so, from his body he began to release the energy which formed his strings again. By this point, he had 20, but the 21st was uneven. Petelia seemed quite surprised to see what he was doing, so she asked him about this. What is this? My training. I can see the merit. Each string is a line of your power, and to keep it steady takes up energy from you. You also train in multitasking and control. Who taught you this? He smiled proudly as he answered. Me. Now she looked surprised. Controlling 20 different lines of energy could not be easy, and he was making it seem effortless. When she considered his young age, it was amazing. You invented this method? He nodded with a smile. All me. She smiled as she realized her job would be easier than she expected. That makes things easier if you have your method. I have a few spells that could help with your multitasking or even your overall control. But from what I can see, you only have trained in control and not in using it. I will remedy that. Are you ready? Yes. Excellent. I will teach you one I used as a mage apprentice. Form a fire floating in front of you. He focused as his strings dissipated, but the energy in them gathered and formed a small fire. Once it was burning, she crossed her arms. Orbit it around your body. Romonus did as she instructed, which was a training method in another story. As she watched how easily he did it. Add more until you begin to have trouble. He created more balls of fire which kept orbiting around him. He eventually stopped at 16 as controlling any more was becoming increasingly tricky. Seeing how well he was making them spin impressed her. Incredible control. You can stop. He snuffed out the fires as she smiled. You will certainly be a terrifying devil in the future if this is how good you are as a 3-year-old. Here is to hope your sister is just as skillful. Doubtful. Seeing his weirded out expression, Petelia realized something. She doesn't even know how to use her power, does she? He nodded, causing her to sigh. This is going to be annoying, won't it? He nodded with a chuckle. Seeing how happy he was made her smile. Well then, we got time. This was how Romonus got introduced to proper magic and information. Rias ended up getting dragged along with him, but just as Petelia had said, she was a headache. She always wanted to run off and play, she would doze off, and she did not like her head hurting, which was going to happen when using her magic. But since she was getting paid, Petelia endured the spoiled nature of noble children like Rias. Often Romonus was the opposite. As he sat still in his lectures, he did not get off and he listened. Rias only lasted in her lessons for a month before she was excused out of lack of interest by her father. Zeoticus was disappointed, but since Rias was 3 it was to be expected. Romonus was just an outlier since he was not an actual child. But, just as Petelia had recommended, Romonus asked his older brother Cerzex if his knight Suji could train him in sword fighting. Petelia only was his instructor for 2 years before she was no longer needed, as Cerzex got someone better to teach him. His bishop, MacGregor Mathers, was considered one of if not the best mage in the underworld. Petelia did not mind as she still got paid and she felt she had gotten him ready on his path. He thanked her for her time and he never saw her again after that. Instead, his time was consumed by Suji, who trained him in the art of the sword, Mathers in magic, and Surtur II in physical combat. The 3 servants of his older brother were always open to mentoring him, as he was open to learning everything they had to teach. He had come a long way since the early days when he was working on getting a feel for his energy, as now he had it under control. He was a different beast than when he had been born, and it showed. Romonus flipped open his journal as he sat in a fancy chair in his room. He and Rias no longer shared a room, as he had asked to have his room 5 years ago. It had been granted and Rias rarely went into his room. His room had everything he could need, a shelf for books, and workout equipment constructed out of demonic energy. He also had a custom alchemy and chemistry set in one. He also had a weapon rack where he could place the swords that he created, like the one resting at his side. It was heavier than most long swords, but not quite a great sword. Suji had wanted him to use a katana, but he was much more partial to the heavy style of a heavier than normal long sword. He had made it himself out of magi steel, which he had forged from metal he had soaked in his blood, compressed with gravity, tempered in power of destruction, and forged in fire fueled by his demonic energy. Thanks to that, the sword could resist the power of destruction. Image here. Over the years, when Surtur II learned of his affinity for gravity magic, he had forced him to use it on himself, like in Dragon Ball. Or the knockoff version that existed in DxD, which he could not remember the name of. It had led him to have an incredible physique for one as young as him, which had been forged by Surtur and Suji. Just as he was reading through a few rituals he had been planning on undergoing, the door to his room opened. He glanced up and saw that it was a maid. He had not learned her name, as she was just another one of his father's girls. There were hundreds of them, and each one as forgettable as the last. What is it? She bowed politely toward him. Young master, today is your 11th birthday and the madam is asking you to present yourself to the guests when they arrive. He grunted as he reached out for his sword. She also asked you to not bring the sword and to dress in more formal attire. You are always in your battle attire and she feels you will look better in formal wear for your birthday. His outfit. He glanced up with a squint in his eyes which caused them to glow a deep purple. It was not a trick he had actively created, as it had started to happen when he got annoyed or angry. Mathers assumed it was because of the constant circulation and purity of his energy. At this point, by relying on his bloodline and extreme training, he had already entered the ultimate class. Being the son of Venelana Bale, Romonus Gremory, and his stronger soul thanks to being a reincarnator, he grew his power quickly. Of course, he was going through the same issue that Rias went through in Canon, as everyone said it was because of his clan, his brother, or his parents. He ignored such statements as they were just that. Statements. All right. You can go. This maid had just been added to the harem half a year ago for her great body, but it was worthless to him. Her power was less than even a low-class devil, as she was just a commoner devil who was lucky to be pretty. Of course. She ran out of the room in fear, as Romonus over the years had become very proud of his power. He disliked those who did not improve themselves and relied on others. Like the maid who ran out as she got some status by sucking off his father now and then. Honestly, Dad is a lucky guy. Hundreds of women are all for him and no one can tell him that is wrong. Then again, he is effectively a king as a clan lord. Can't be me though. If and when he got his harem, he did not want a bunch of weaklings. He wanted women to have some significance instead of dime a dozen maids like his father's. Sure, they were hot, but he was sure if he asked they would fuck him in a heartbeat. They were after status, not love. While he was after power. He had not forgotten why he was here. He was here to change the Canon and make a nuisance of himself. He had 7 more years until he was 18 when the Canon started. He felt he had prepared enough and it was time for him to begin to cause the chaos he had promised. He grabbed his sword and placed it into his spatial ring. He was going to not bring it this time around for his mother's sake. He waved his hands and instantly removed his outfit, which he placed onto a mannequin to hold it. He then placed a hand on his chest and dense demonic energy began to flow over his body, which he quickly formed into a fancy suit. Image here. He modeled it after John Wick's suit as it was a classic and one he quite liked. He quickly looked himself in the mirror and smiled as he had become a good-looking guy. Sure, he was only 11, but the next 4 years were changing him greatly. Chapter 4, Rias and Romonus Heart-to-Heart, edited. One of the best uses of demonic energy in his opinion was that they could change their appearances on whims. His mother, Vanillana, actively made herself look to be in her early 20s. His uncle Lord Bale kept his appearance to be in his middle ages. His grandfather for some reason made himself look old, while the only thing he used it for was to remove his childlike features, which made him look more mature than his actual age. He was not tall, but certainly tall for his age, as he was 5 feet 5 inches. Since today was his 11th birthday, he was certainly a tall kid. Here is to hoping we have a normal day. Romonus walked out of his room, which he locked with a key. He hated people going anyone in his room, which was why it was usually locked. The new maid didn't know this fact, but she had found him in a good mood. Regardless, he placed his hands at his side and began to walk toward the ballroom where everything was going to take place. As he walked through the halls of the manor, he sometimes passed servants, maids, butlers, and the like who would bow to him. They also gave him the room he desired. He was not known for his friendly demeanor, but he was respectful to them when they did speak to him. This was a subject of disagreement between Zeoticus and Vanillana. Zeoticus felt it was a great mentality for a future lord, while Vanillana didn't think being closed off like him was healthy. Rias, on the other hand, was a subject of scrutiny because of him. He showed off his talent quite openly, and several marriage proposals were sent his way because of his power. Even his uncle, Lord Bale, and grandfather Demonitus Bale placed their backing with him. For one, he took after their clan almost exclusively without a hint of Gremory crimson in his hair. His proud temperament was written off as the Bale blood running strong in his veins. As for Rias, she seldom if ever trained like him. That was the scrutiny, as he had never slacked off, which led to his power exceeding what a devil his age would have. Meanwhile, Rias was childish, so she was treated like most females. A bargaining chip, while he was seen as an extraordinary heir. Two twins who were as different as the sea and sky. Romonus eventually made his way into the massive ballroom which was being used for the birthday celebration. His parents had gone all out as he and Rias were entering their teenage years. They had invited as many of the pillars who were all going to be coming. This was also going to be used to assess Rias and his worth as a marriage candidate. He of course would crush any attempt to force him to marry, but Rias was another story. He of course planned to help, as she was his sister, and he wanted her when she got older. For 4 reasons. First of all, it would fuck with Riser. Second, it would fuck with Issei. Third, it would fuck up Canon. Fourth, she was going to be a hottie, and while she may be his sister, she wasn't his sibling in his mind. When he entered the ballroom, all eyes went to him as they were still getting ready. Today was the birthday and they were finishing things for when the guests arrived. Vanillana was organizing a few final details, but when she saw the way he was dressed, she got happy. Romonus, look at you, my handsome boy. She walked over to him and hugged him, causing his face to be pressed into her cleavage. Still great. Well, this is a ball, so I felt I should dress to impress. Still, is it too fancy? She shook her head as she let him go. No, it's perfect. It will stand out among the traditional clothes of devil nobility. Zeoticus, what do you think? Zeoticus looked his son over before he walked over. He smiled proudly as he placed a hand on Romonus' shoulder. You're growing into an incredible young man, son. Romonus smiled as he truly loved his parents. Thank you. Here is to another birthday. Zeoticus smiled with a curious smile. Yes. We have a surprise for you later, my son, but you will have to wait. Romonus was now curious, but he did not ask. All right. Zeoticus at moments like this thought back to when the knight, mage, and rook of Surzex agreed to train Romonus. He was overjoyed. It had honed Romonus into a powerful young man, but it came at a cost. He had become cold and distant, with a pride that burned hot. His mates had more than once come to him saying they were terrified of Romonus. Though he was a respectful young man when it came to his family. Enjoy yourself, son. Romonus bowed once before he turned around and walked off. He seldom spoke at these events, not because he was shy, but because most nobles had terrible personalities. He hated those slimy pricks, so he disliked events like this like the plague. If he had his way, his birthday would be spent with a big family-only feast. But when one was a noble, that luxury was lost on them. Instead, he sat down at a random table where he closed his eyes to pass the time. Despite being seated and seemingly doing nothing, he was in reality training. He was circulating his massive demonic energy reserve through his entire body. including his muscles, bones, circulatory system, and nervous system. Just by doing this, his body improved much faster and he at least hoped his bloodline became purer. He did not know if this was true, as while he was starting to focus on human science, it wasn't exactly easy to learn of an artificial race like devils. While he distracted himself, Rias was currently in her room bubbling away as several maids got her ready for a party. "I can't wait." One of the maids smiled as she worked on Rias' dress. "You will look breathtaking, my lady. If only your brother would let us near him to dress him up. He always dresses himself." Rias stopped smiling when she heard that. She was always being compared to her two brothers, Serzex and Romonus. It wasn't always good things said, as on their 10th birthday her grandfather, Demonitis, told her she was embarrassing the Baal clan with her open weakness. She had just been having a good time when he had told her that, ruining the night. When she told her motor later that night, Venelana had been angry but had not said anything to her father. Instead, Rias had been told that Demonitis was stuck in his ways and to ignore what he said. Rias' parents had worked hard to let her have a normal childhood. As normal as it could be as a noble lady of the Gremory clan. Only now that she was 11 was she beginning to understand what it meant to be a noble. Already, she was getting swarmed with marriage proposals. She had wanted nothing to do with them, as she had wanted to end up falling in love and marrying who she chose. Her brother Romonus told her that she was delusional if she thought that she had that right. It was a privilege that she would have to earn, and she could have if she trained with him. She had joined him on one of his training sessions on a much easier schedule and quit. She couldn't handle Suji, Surtur, and Mathers all pushing her the way they did. Being spoiled all her life, she could barely endure their heartless training. Even worse was when she saw Romonus training, which disheartened her. She could never catch up to him or her older brother Serzex. The day Romonus entered the ultimate class, the whole family celebrated. Even her brother Serzex said that Romonus was on his way to surpass him. Without realizing that, it put more pressure on Rias, who started to feel inadequate. She had pulled away instead of doing what she needed. She ran away into delusion. "Am I an embarrassment? Okay, your dress is ready." Her maid smiled as she looked Rias over. "You will make a lovely bride one day, my lady." Hearing those words filled her with a sense of dread. "Bride? What do you mean?" The maid tilted her head, confused. "You don't know. Today, your father will decide your groom to be. That is why all of the lords of the pillars will be in attendance. Today, it shall be known who you will marry. Isn't that wonderful?" Ria's face pulled back in horror, but the maid just walked to the door to open it. "Come along. Your family must be waiting." Rias did not talk as she was led to the ballroom. Her mind was still stuck on the news she had heard that she would be assigned a groom. She couldn't help but think back to her brother Romonus' words. "Marriage for nobles are all arranged, and if you don't want the same, you better be strong enough to enforce your will." He is right. When she entered the ballroom, she saw her mother and father smiling in her direction. She also saw Romonus sitting at a table with his eyes closed. He opened them as soon as Rias entered the room. He stood up and walked toward her. "Leave. I need to speak to my sister." The maids bowed at his words. "Of course, sir." The maids gave them distance and went to help with the final setups. Once they were alone, Romonus crossed his arms as he could see it in her face. She knew. The maids let it slip, didn't they? Rias gripped her dress as she looked at the ground. "You knew." He nodded. "It was going to happen. I tried to warn you many times, and I even tried to get you to get stronger to avoid this. You are lucky you won't be married until you turn 18, giving you 7 years. You have 7 years left from the start of your engagement to grow as strong as possible to get out of it." Rias looked up with hope in her eyes. "I get 7 years. Thanks to me and our brother. If it were up to the nobles, you would be married off in 4. Would you rather be married then? Because I can tell them to move it up." She shook her head with happiness in her eyes. "Brother, I won't slack off anymore. I won't cry. I will do anything you tell me. Help me get stronger." Romonus was not so sure about that. "Are you sure you are not going to quit? The last time I managed to get you to train, you were crying after 30 minutes, and by the hour you were done. And then again, your marriage is your fault after all." He looked up with crossed arms as he feigned being uninterested. Rias ran forward and grabbed his suit. She looked up at him with her blue eyes teary. "I promise I won't quit. I will do anything." He looked down at her and smiled before placing a hand on her head. "All right. Because I will be damned if I have to watch you be married off like that. You have too much talent to be allowed to just be married to some random noble cunt like that." Rias finally started to see the truth in what her brother had been telling her. She had just been too blind to notice. Romonus did not realize that this simple change in mentality in Rias had sent fate into a mad spiral, because she was the main heroine of the chosen one of the world. Such a simple thing already caused the fate of the world to change in such a way. Rahvdall was already starting to feed on the chaos. Romanus' boss was quite pleased as things were starting to pick up pace. Issei's destined one was already leaving him and the changes that would occur as a result would be all encompassing. And Romanus was all for it. Chapter 5, Birthday Gift, edited. Romanus is quite close with his Baal relatives. Romanus smiled as he had a soft spot for Rias, at least the one who was his sister. She was family and despite his less than pure love for her, he truly cared. Now that she was going to begin to train he could begin to grow their relationship past just siblings. However, it would have to wait as he walked Rias over to their parents. She was still holding his arm now as he would be the one to present her. Zeoticus and Venelana smiled when they saw both of their children. Rias looked especially adorable in her crimson dress while Romanus in his suit looked dashing. Rias let go of his arm as she rushed to hug their parents. Zeoticus reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Everything should be ready, now we just wait for our guest. Romanus nodded as he got ready to once again face the politics of his new life. Until then, he spent the time talking with Rias about how he was going to help her train. Of course, nice and easy because he was not lying to himself that she was weak-willed. About 45 minutes later, as he was leaning on a wall with Rias, was when their older brother Cerzex arrived. He had come with Graphia, but she had not come as his maid, but rather as his wife. With them, they had their son Milices who was 3 years old. Seeing his oldest son arrive, Zeoticus walked over with a smile. Cerzex, it is wonderful to see you. You are so busy with work these days. Cerzex chuckled as he shook his father's hand. Well, being the Devil King has its cons. I have been wanting to quit, you know. Graphia frowned as he often said this. Cerzex, please think of your status and what that would mean before you make any decisions like this. He laughed a bit more. Come on Graphia, I would have more time for Milices that way, and who could forget my siblings. Rias had already run from Romanus' side. Brother. She jumped into Cerzek's arms as he hugged her tightly. Rias. You are as adorable as always. Thank you. As Cerzex was spoiling Rias, Romanus grinned as he pulled his sword out of his spatial ring. His demonic energy surged through his body, especially his legs, as he charged forward. He used the technique taught to him by Suji, Godspeed. Of course, he was much slower than his teacher, but he was insanely quick. Cerzex though smiled as he tilted his head a little and dodged his swing. He let go of Rias as he turned to his younger brother. Romanus, I am hurt. Romanus smiled at his brother. Save it. You're a super devil, a little cut from a twig such as this would be fine. Now hold still. He charged back and began to slice and dice with his blade, which Venelana wanted to stop. Zeoticus raised a hand as this happened every time. Cerzex, without boosting his capabilities with demonic energy, avoided every swing with ease. Romanus squinted his eyes as he drew his gravity magic to reduce the effect of gravity on him. His speed practically doubled as he leapt in the air and swung down with both arms. Cerzex, without missing a beat, raised his hands and caught the blade with his hands, stopping Romanus in his tracks. Romanus grit his teeth as he pulled with all his might, but his sword would not budge. Damn it all. Cerzex laughed as he let go of the sword. You have grown stronger since the last time we sparred. Keep it up and the day will come when you will defeat me. Romanus smiled at the encouraging words. Count on it because your throne will be mine one day. I will be the next Lucifer. Romanus pulled his sword back and placed it back in his spatial ring. He had made it his goal to be able to defeat Cerzex as he was using him as a placeholder for Ryzavim. If he could beat his brother, Cerzex, he could beat the slimy prick of Ryzavim. Hearing his words made Cerzex smile. He placed a hand on his shoulder. You can do anything you put your mind to, Romanus. You have the drive and dedication to achieve your dreams. If you aim to grow strong enough to defeat me, I know you will achieve your dream. Of course, I won't make it easy for you. Romanus laughed as he hugged Cerzex. Thanks for the pep talk. Rhea smiled as she heard what Cerzex told Romanus. What about me? If I train hard, will I become strong enough? Cerzex began to think about it before he ruffled her hair. Of course. All you need to do is put your mind to it and work for it. Right, Graphia? Graphia nodded. I can see it happening considering you have begun to slack these days. How does it feel that an 11-year-old has more drive than you? Ouch, Graphia. Cutting a little deep there, don't you think? No. Hold Milices for me, won't you? She handed Milices over to her husband before she stepped over to Romanus. She reached out and pulled on his cheeks. With her Satan-class strength, it even hurt him despite his power. Ow. When she let go, she had a smirk on her face. That's what you get for attacking my husband. He rubbed his cheeks as he called her out on it. You do it all the time unprovoked. That's different. Different. Because you're old. With a frown, Graphia bonked him on the head, leaving his mind rattled. She walked off with a huff as he was left to rub his head. Brother, your wife is crazy. Serzex chuckled nervously as he could feel her glaring at him. You think so? I do. Romanus shrugged and walked off. Once Serzex arrived, the other guests began to arrive one after the other. The Gremory Manor was massive and the ballroom where the party was being held was just as big. Romanus began to observe as lords and ladies from the clans began to gather. He counted off the clans he saw as there were 32 that still existed out of the 72. They ranged from Lord Bale, his wife, and his son Madragon Bale. Serorg was still exiled and never brought to these gatherings. Lord Agiras, and his daughter Sikvera Agars. There were many more, but he only recognized a few from the story. He even saw that slimy prick Diodora who had his signature smile on his face. Just seeing it made Romanus interested in ripping his heart out. Using it as an ingredient in a ritual would be a good use of such a rotten thing. He was not using it. Hold on, let's think this carefully. Ajuka Beelzebub is his direct relative and anything I do can be tracked. I can at least get something to use against him. Time to play this cool. Romanus got off his wall and walked over to Diodora who was with his father and mother. Lord Astaroth turned to him and gave him a polite nod of the head. Romanus, happy birthday. Romanus smiled at the relative of Ajuka. Lord Astaroth. I hope you and your wife have a fun time. I bet it is dull to be at a birthday party. Lord Astaroth shook his head. Not at all. We are glad to be here. Romanus brought up his point. If you don't mind, I would like to speak to Diodora if you don't mind. Diodora kept his smile as he quickly agreed. Of course. Speaking with the next Gremory heir would be an excellent use of my time. Lord Astaroth smiled as he watched his son walk off with Romanus. He only needed a hair of Diodora to use as his teacher Mather had taught him many types of magic. Most of them were lethal, but he would need the aid of his teacher for this. As the both of them stopped, Romanus turned to Diodora. So, you like nuns? Diodora's eyes shot open. What? You like nuns? Your peerage consists of them, doesn't it? I know what you do. With squinted eyes, the young devil dismissed the fact. No. You must be mistaken. Is that so? Because I could swear that every single one of your peerage consists of excommunicated nuns and maidens. What would the church think? Are you threatening me? No. You have good taste. I just wanted to say that you should be more careful as the church might get wind of your plans. If that happened, the angels might get mad. So, keep that in mind. I will. If you will excuse me. As Diodora walked back to his parents, Romanus with some telekinesis ripped a hair from his head. Diodora barely noticed as he felt it was just an itch. Once he was back with his parents, he made up a lie about what they talked about. As for Romanus, his face did not change as he walked back to his wall. He stored Diodora's hair away, which he would use in a ritual to claim Diodora's heart. The ritual he wanted to use required the heart of a magical creature and a few other materials. The ritual was spoken in off by McGregor and how if used properly would purify a magician energy. In his case, he hoped to use the demonic energy held by a pure-blooded devil to increase the purity of his own. Plus, Mathers had already used it before and he said it had no downsides. Of course, he could not rush anything as Ajuka was a nightmare. He would need Max Gregor's help for his plan to work. For now, he began to look around as there were several hundred people there. Besides Serzex, the other Satans had also arrived. Falbium Asmodeus was straight up asleep in a corner. Seraphal was making a ruckus off in earshot, while Ajuka was keeping to himself. But with a glance, he was able to spot Riser, who was around 15 years old. All things considered, Riser was not all that bad compared to Diodora. Sure, the dude was a horned dog, but was that so wrong? He was a noble devil, so of course he wanted hot girls for his harem. And he had them from what the anime showed. The only thing he was doing wrong was gunning for Rias. Romanus took a deep breath as had other people to speak to. For one, he made his way to his uncle Lord Bale. When his uncle spotted him, a rare smile appeared on the man's face. Nephew, so good to see you. With a polite bow, Romanus returned the gesture. The same could be said about you, uncle. You seem to be in good health, a shame grandfather could not be here. My father was quite busy, but he did tell me to bring you a birthday gift from our treasury. Romanus had not expected that. Grandfather did. Lord Bale nodded as pulled something out of his spatial ring. When Romanus saw what he had in hand, his eyes almost fell out of their sockets how shocked he was. A demon sword. Lord Bale grinned when he saw the look of reverence on Romanus' face. Exactly. My father spoke to our ancestor Zekrom Bale, who had this blade stored away in our treasury. It was forged during the Great War and it has tasted much angel blood during that time. Its name is Blood Drinker, named as such because it was forged from the soul and body of a vampire noble who wronged the Bale clan. Now, it is time for this sword to have a new wielder. Despite being born of the Gremory, you exemplify all a Bale should be. Make us proud, my boy. I will, uncle. I shall not forget this. Image here. He held both hands out as Lord Bale placed the sword in his hands. Once he had it in hand, he pulled out the sword from the sheath and could swear the face crafted below the handle was screaming in pain. He could feel the demonic energy bubbling away and the sword hungering for blood. You shall get your due. He placed the sword in his spatial ring as well. He had to be careful overusing a demon sword could kill you. As he was thinking this, Venelana saw him speaking with her brother. She had seen what Romonus had been gifted to. She rushed over. Brother. Why did you give him a demon sword? It's his birthday gift. Our father spoke to the ancestor who agreed to pass it on Romonus. He has shown much talent in the art and demon swords should be wielded by pure blood after all. But the danger, it could kill him. That is a risk, but Romonus knows what he is doing. He isn't a child anymore. Romonus nodded. I know the risks, but also the reward. I shall not be led astray. Venelana was still worried, but at that moment Zeoticus spoke up with a spell to boost his volume. Welcome all to the birthday of my children Romonus and Rahvdall Gremory. This will also be an announcement as through the years I have received many marriage proposals for both my son and daughter. After a long discussion, I have found the best candidates both. Instantly all attention was drawn to Zeoticus who was about to announce the agreed-upon marriage proposals. Romonus had not expected to be included in such a thing, but depending on who it was he would agree or fight it to his last breath. Which one it was, would have to be seen. Chapter 6, New Fiancé. Before announcing it, Zeoticus wanted his children at his side. He turned to Rahvdall and Romonus to call them forward. Romonus, Rahvdall, come up. Romonus took a deep breath as he walked toward his father while Rahvdall did the same. If this had been before Romonus talked with her she would have caused a scene, but she was not scared. She had time to get ready to break her engagement. She looked toward Romonus who looked in her direction with a smile. It was a smile that said 1,000 words so she did not panic. It was time for her to take charge of her fate all because of her brother's encouraging words. When both of them were with their father, they instantly became the center of the room. With a glance, Romonus could see several lords who had their daughters, nieces, granddaughters, or even younger siblings whom they had suggested to Zeoticus. Marriage in Devil Society was all about forging connections and alliances. Whoever was accepted would be tied to the Gremory clan which held the rank of Duke. High up in the rankings of the remaining clans. It has been 11 years since the blessing that was the birth of my twins, Rahvdall and Romonus Gremory. During that time I have received many requests from many of the pillars to tie our clans together. Now, my wife and I have come to a decision. Thanks to Lord Beelzebub and my son Lord Lucifer's recommendation, it has been decided that the Astaroth and Gremory households shall be linked in blood. It is my pleasure to announce the engagement of Latia Astaroth and my son. Sirzek smiled as he gave a thumbs up to Ajuka. The green-haired man returned the gesture as he allowed a rare smile to appear on his face. Both of them were great friends, brothers even, and now they would be tied together. Instantly, a wave of applause was formed as Romonus and Latia looked at each other. Latia was from a branch family born of the union of the Astaroth and Ajira's clans. Romonus smiled in her direction, placed a hand over his heart and gave a light bow. She returned the gesture with a curtsy by holding the sides of her crimson dress. Romonus was for sure not going to fight the engagement as she was a wonderful person. She would make a wonderful bride and he would try to be the best husband he could. Thankfully, he would still be allowed to have his harem as noble devils always did. Though legally, Latia would be his legal wife which he had no complaints about. Once the applause settled down a little Zeoticus turned to Rahvdall. Now, my daughter Rahvdall has had many suitors all of which would link our clans together as well. It has been decided that my daughter Rahvdall Gremory shall be engaged to Riser Phoenix. May they both have happy marriages. Riser grinned as he winked in Rahvdall's direction. However, she snorted and looked away. She did it openly which made Riser snarl in displeasure. People started to look in his direction as Rahvdall seemed heavily uninterested in him. Zeoticus cleared his throat as he tried to clear the air. Enjoy the rest of the celebration. Rahvdall, Romonus, take this time to get to know your future spouses. Rahvdall and Romonus bowed to their father, but as they began to walk Romonus bent down to speak to Rahvdall. Don't let him touch you, don't let him rile you up, and keep deflecting. You have 7 years, I will make sure he can never lay a finger on you. All you have to do is trust me. Do you? Rahvdall nodded with a determined look on her face. I trust you. From there, they both split up as Romonus walked to Latia. At the moment she was the same age as him, but he was taller than she was by a few inches. When he reached her, he bowed once again. Lady Astaroth, I am Romonus. I wish to spend the rest of the evening by your side. Latia extended a hand to him. As do I, Lord Gremory, but if we are to be engaged, let's not refer to each other by honorifics. You can call me Latia and I shall call you Romonus. He smiled as he took her hand, which was extremely soft. As he did so, he looked at her nails, which were painted a light blue, and even the tips of her blonde hair were dyed blue as well. He smiled as he planted a polite kiss on the back of her hand. If that is what you want. Before we go any further, I wanted to ask what you feel about this engagement. It is expected for nobles such as us to be married off, and you seem to have the power to fight your engagement. Quite easily, may I add. Latia was no slouch, as Ajuka himself had been mentoring her as she was his niece since she was a small girl. As a result, her strength was many times higher than would be expected of her age. It exceeded many of the older nobles who never trained at that too. Not yet the ultimate class like him though. She smiled when she heard his words. I see you are perceptive. He smiled back. I was mentored by the best knight, rook, and bishop of the underworld. And you were mentored by Ajuka Beelzebub, so we are even. Latia explained why she was not fighting her engagement. I am not a fool, Romonus. I have heard many rumors about you, and for the past few years, my uncle began to bring up the idea of a marriage between us. He never forced the issue, but your brother Surzex and my uncle have been talking about being family for years. If my uncle was married and had a daughter, he would engage them to Mil-Icas. But he is uninterested in such a thing, so I, his niece, was chosen. Does that displease you? Romonus shook his head. I was planning on fighting my engagement with all my heart if it had been to someone else. As you know, devils are not commonly known to train themselves, and I have been training since I was 3. I have earned my power, and I did not wish to be engaged to a spoiled noble brat who relied on her status for everything. I think that is the exact reason we were chosen for each other, as you seem to have the same desire. I do. For many years my uncle has mentored me, so I desired a groom to at least match my drive. And I have found them, it seems. I am pleased to have passed your scrutiny. The dance will begin soon. Will you be joining me? She smiled as she stood next to him and held his arm. I shall. Until then, I have a simple question. What is your hobby? Because of my mentor McGregor Mathers, I have cultivated an interest in experimenting with new magic types, and I have recently begun to learn alchemy. It is my wish to one day be able to never before see elixirs, but it is still just a hobby. That sounds interesting. Maybe I can help you with your studies. As for me, because of my mixed heritage, I am close to my relative Sikvera Agars. Because of her, I have an interest in sci-fi. Anime. That seemed to have made her perk up a lot. You know of anime? He nodded. Of course. I am quite a fan of anime myself. I have developed a few spells from anime I have seen in the past. Do you have any mecha anime recommendations? I certainly do. I am quite glad you enjoy anime like I do. While Romonus and his new fiancée Latia got to know each other, Rias was with Riser. She had her arms crossed as she looked at the 15-year-old blonde. Romonus Gremory, word of you has most certainly spread. Your beauty shall only rise with age, as I am sure to see once we are wed. Don't count on it. Riser's eye twitched. Huh? Don't count on what? Me marrying you. I have made up my mind to challenge our marriage. A good day to you. With that, she walked off, leaving Riser slack-jawed. His father Lord Phoenix barely held back a chuckle. His wife elbowed him in the side as Riser was already starting to get mad. How dare she? His older brother Rahvdall broke the silence. I am happy for her. Being married to you would suck. Rahvdall. His mother tried to chastise him, but he did not relent. Am I wrong though? Riser is not known for his respectful attitude. And neither Surzex nor Romonus approve of him. Just look. Riser looked in Surzex's direction, who smiled in his direction with a kind, but teasing look. He then looked over at Romonus, who turned to him with a smirk. Seeing not just the Devil King, but the next Gremory heir disapprove left him pissed. When is the marriage? Lord Phoenix answered. When Rias reaches the age of 18. Riser grit his teeth and clenches his hands tightly. They are giving her time to break it off. Do they know who I am? Rahvdall nodded. Which is why they are doing this. They know exactly who you are. Now suck it up. As he had his crisis, Rias with a smile on her face walked over to her mother's side. Venelana reached down and held her hand, as she was happy her daughter had a chance to choose for herself. She had time to grow stronger, master herself, and had a chance to choose for herself. She thought back to her childhood, as she was the daughter of Demonidas Bale's mistress. Despite inheriting the clan power of destruction and being the strongest woman ever born of Clan Bale, she was still not able to become the next heir. With her power, she could have fought her engagement at any time, but when she learned she would be marrying Zeoticus, she did not. The Gremory clan were all kind, lovable people, and very quickly she had fallen in love with her husband. She had been lucky, but Rias did not have that luck with Riser. So she would have to fight for it. How are you feeling, Rias? I was scared before, but not anymore. Romonus promised to help me. Did he? Are you even going to be able to endure the training regiment? Rias blushed as it was true she had quite the last time. Let's not talk about last time. New time, new me. Venelana smiled as she looked at Romonus chatting away with Latia. From the smiles, laughs, and good interaction they were having she was truly happy for the both of them. I wish them a happy marriage. Meanwhile, Serzex and Ajuka were both watching their relatives in the distance. Serzex patted Ajuka on the shoulder. I am sure Romonus will make her happy. He better, she is the closest thing I have to a child of my own. Rahvdall chimed in with the most obvious. Then get married Jukakuin. Ajuka denied that. I am good. Falbium opened his eyes as he had been sleepwalking. Marriage means no more naps, so I don't blame you. Ajuka agreed with some of what Falbium said. That and I don't have the time. I have other things to do. My duties as Beelzebub and my hobbies take priority. A wife would take that from me. Rahvdall had to agree. True. We are busy as it is and being married would steal the little freedom I have. Serzex smiled. How about Romonus? Rahvdall laughed and waved him off. He is like a little brother to me. Besides, Rias and Sona are close friends, me getting involved with him would just be weird. Serzex shrugged. Just saying. The four of us are all reaching our 6th century in a few more decades. It would be nice to not be the only married Satan. Ajuka, Rahvdall, and Falbium all looked at each other before they all laughed. Ajuka patted Serzex on the shoulder with pity. Just seeing you married is enough to make me appreciate being single. You be the outlier for us. Rahvdall giggled as she gave him a thumbs up. Agreed. Good luck with that. Falbium closed his eyes and fell back asleep. Serzex frowned as he looked at Romonus and communicated telepathically. Yo, Romonus. I got a mission for you. Romonus turned to his brother. What is it? Marry Rahvdall. Huh. You heard me. Add her to your harem or whatever. Do it for your brother. Romonus got serious and gave his brother a thumbs up. Serzex returned the gesture with a smirk on his face. Graphia, who was watching the whole interaction, sighed as her husband was up to no good again. Either way, Romonus was fine with getting closer to Rahvdall. She was a hottie and fun to be around. Chaotic girls were fun, and since she was forever single she was a virgin. All the better. Chapter 7, A Dance to Remember. After Serzex essentially told him to seduce his friend, Romonus was in no way opposed. Rahvdall was a fan favorite of his because not only was she a goofball, she had the power to back it up. He had 3 criteria for the ladies that would form his harem one day. Of course, beauty was the first, second was drive to improve, third of all was fun, and the chaotic fourth option was to cause as much of a shitstorm to fate as possible. Rahvdall was single in the series and was only friendly to Issei. As for the fate of Issei himself, Romonus could simply murder him to take the boosted gear or handle him some other way. Issei was the main character of DxD, so killing would not be easy. Plot armor would activate or something of that nature. Instead, he planned to allow Rainier to nearly kill him and then come in at the final moment to deal the final blow. It was easily achievable as he could already end a large city at maximum power. Of course, Kua was important, but he would not spend his time in the town. He was brought out of his thoughts when Latia spoke to him. I wanted to ask you this, but I saw you talking with Diodora earlier. What did you say to him? Since he is the heir of the Astaroth family, I felt it prudent to get along with him since he is related to Ajuka, my brother's best friend. I suggested that we bring our clans closer. Turns out, it was unneeded as that is why we are being engaged. Latia understood as that was a perfect reason to talk to him. Were you uninformed of this decision? I was uninformed. I had assumed my father would engage Rias, but not me. Turns out he decided to go ahead with it, and it seems that we both won out in the end. Latia hugged his arm a bit tighter as since she was a child she had been told it was her duty to marry a fellow noble. Her uncle had told her that the best way for her to take ownership of her fate was to grow strong enough to be able to accept or deny it. In her case, Romonus just happened to be what she was looking for. We should speak to my uncle before he goes off into his lab. We won't be wed until we are both 18, which leaves us 7 years to nurture a relationship. Sad it will have to be long distance. Does it have to be? I can visit you as often as you desire and vice versa. I would like that, but we both are going to be busy in our time. Puberty is when we devils undergo the most growth, so my time will be spent in training. My uncle even has thought of passing along his method to me. Romonus understood her. I get it. I will also begin to train not just under my brother's peerage, but under him as well. Now, let's talk to them. I want to get a reaction out of Beelzebub. As they both began to walk toward the Satans, Latia turned to him. That will be hard. He rarely if ever smiles and keeps to himself. Only because I am the daughter of his brother did he ever give me that much attention. I have heard that about him. A shame that one of the super devils of our race has no interest in the opposite gender. Very true. When they finally reached the Satans, the four of them turned toward them. Serzex placed a hand on Romonus' shoulder. Congratulations, Romonus. I feel happy for you. Romonus genuinely smiled this time. Thank you, brother. You all should have informed me beforehand. Anyway, I wanted to talk to my uncle-in-law. Can I call you uncle? Ajuka nodded. Call me whatever you want. I wanted to inform you that you will be receiving your evil pieces in a month. After that, you will be free to begin to explore the human world all you want. Romonus had several locations in the world where he could find good candidates for his peerage. Thank you. I was getting cooped up being in the underworld because of the politics. It might be fun. Rahvdall began to laugh after hearing his words. In that case, are you sure you want to become the next Lucifer? It's full of paperwork and boring meetings. Can't I just use a computer to do all that for me? Don't tell me you actually do paperwork by hand. Instantly, Rahvdall and Serzex looked at each other. They had not thought about it before, which made Falbium shake his head. Why do you think I have so much time to sleep? My computer does most of my work for me. Ajuka shrugged. Same. Seeing how he had just dropped a bomb on his brother and Rahvdall, Romonus sighed. Honestly, brother, I thought you would know that. Serzex waved him off. I am almost 600 years old, lay off already. Rahvdall pointed at herself. Do I look like someone good with technology? Romonus looked down to look at her as she was short. He started to hold back a laugh as she was only 5 feet 2 inches. He was 11 and was already taller than she was. When she noticed, she frowned. You are making fun of me, aren't you? No, not at all. I don't believe you. Latia began to chuckle as her uncle and his friends were just a bunch of goofballs with enough power to rule their society. They were just good people who had no interest in world domination or something as dumb. Ajuka turned to Romonus with a smile. Make my niece happy. Romonus decided to try to play his family card here. Then can you teach me the Kankara formula? Ajuka did not straight up say no as he expected. How good are you at math? Romonus in his past life was a straight A student, but math was such a hard subject. Above average. Ajuka pondered on it. I will be teaching Latia here, so if you come along I can test to see how compatible you are with it. Consider it a gift for joining our families as one. Thank you. I will not forget to return the favor. Ajuka smiled and ruffled his hair. Just keep being the same and don't go wanting world domination. Romonus had no interest in that. Ruling the world is dumb. I much rather spend the time on my hobby. Just as Ajuka was going to ask what it was, Zeoticus spoke once more. Now that my children have had the chance to speak to their future spouses, I think it is time to wrap up this celebration with a dance. Romonus turned to Latia as it was a good chance to show off his dance skills. He had been taught dancing by his mother and he had taken a fancy to it, thanks aiding his footwork. Would you honor me with a dance? Of course. They were not the only young couple, as many nobles had been engaged much younger than them and already either close to their finances or growing closer to them. Some adults decided to dance like Lord Citri and his wife Lady Citri, but Lord Bale did not. His uncle was a cold and reserved man, so his wife instead stood by his side in silence. Regardless, he ignored all other distractions and instead focused on Latia. Are you familiar with tango? Of course. Romonus wrapped a hand around her waist while she placed her hands in his. From there, they both got rid of all distractions and began the dance of tango. This was the first time they had met, and a dance like this was a very intimate moment. The both of them started slow, but quickly they began to find their rhythm. Latia and Romonus quickly started to become the center of the room as their dance began to pick up pace. Latia's mother openly wept at her daughter's dance while her father looked over to Ajuka with a smile. Ajuka looked back at his brother and smiled back. They had done the right thing and found the perfect partners for Latia and Romonus. Just as no one expected their dance to become even better, their pace seemingly doubled. They began to move through the dance floor in a flurry of footsteps and dance moves. Rias, who was still with her mother, covered her mouth as she got a little teary-eyed. So beautiful. Venelana smiled as he hugged her daughter tight. Just then Zeoticus walked up to her and extended his hand. Love of my life, dance with me. Zeoticus, it's been so long. I still remember the way you dazzled when we met. Rias pushed her mother to go with her father, as this was why she wanted to find who she loved. Venelana had told her how her father stole her heart and she wanted to see it. With that push, Venelana took her husband's hand and joined him on the dance floor once again. Serzex then turned to Graphia, who was still holding Mil-Icas. Graphia, my dear. She smiled as she handed Mil-Icas to Rahvdall. Hold him. Ah, sure. Once they were dancing, 3 pairs of Gremory were locked in their dances. Rias was sad she had no one, but she would rather die than dance with Riser. She looked as Latia leapt into the air and Romonus carried her with grace. They continued their lightning pace, but to devils like them, it was a regular place. When the dance finally ended they both looked each other in the eyes. That simple gesture meant too much to them. When every dance ended Zeoticus turned to address the guests. Thank you for coming everyone. Let's all wish the new matchings prosperity. Following his statement, a cacophony of applause filled the ballroom. Romonus and Latia gently rested their head against each other as they enjoyed the other's company. This was the first time they had met and it had gone great. The celebration ended up lasting a few more hours and ended when all of the food and drink were done. Once the guests began to leave, Romonus and Latia exchanged contact information as phones were a thing in the underworld. Riser tried to do the same, but Rhea shot him down and refused to even talk to him. That angered the Phoenix heir, but his brother Rahvdall pulled him along with the rest of the family. But, once the mansion was truly empty, Romonus walked toward Rias. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. Wake up on time, okay? Rias nodded. I won't slack off anymore. Count on it. I do. With that goodbye, Romonus returned to his room and opened it with his key. Once he was inside, he brought out the hair of Diodora. As he looked at the blue hair of one of the Shitty's characters he thought about it. I better call my teacher, he will hear me out. McGregor Mathers was not a noble individual and was open to anything in exchange for magical research. He had learned many black magic spells from his teacher and this was one of his creations. He called it the Call of the Rahvdall and if it worked, the heart of Diodora would be in his hands. Of course, if it went wrong he could end up with his heart out of his chest so caution was advised. That was why he had to be cautious as rushing into rituals was dangerous. For now, he pulled out his phone and called up his teacher. The phone did not ring for long before it was picked up. Romonus. What do you need? Master, I wanted your aid in a less than noble experiment. Explain. Of course. I made a spell of my own as I want to use the ritual of purification. I have picked out a heart, but its owner still has it. Who is it? Diodora Astaroth. 4. It's a long story. I have time. He sighed. Fine. What do you know about the future? Not as much as I should. Can you see the future? Maybe. Stay in your room. I will be there and you better convince me of this yourself. Got it. Yes. Romonus backed away as the teleport circle of his magic teacher opened up. From it emerged McGregor Mathers, the best bishop of the underworld. Explain to me what you know. All right then. Buckle up. Chapter 8, Calling on the Rahvdall, edited. Samuel Liddell McGregor Mathers, one of the greatest human mages to have ever been born even before becoming a devil. It took Surzex both of his bishop pieces to reincarnate Mathers. When he was human he founded the magician organization the Golden Dawn which he was still in contact with. The man had lived for more than 150 years and had become even stronger throughout the time when time held no meaning for him as a devil. He wore a crimson robe with a distinguished design and a permanent aura of magical suppression radiated from him. With a wave of his hand, Romonus' room was covered in multiple wards so no one would hear their conversation. All right Romonus, explain why you want to kill Diodora. Even if you don't convince me your secret will be safe. Romonus sat down in his favorite chair as he explained. Master, it goes like this. I can't see the future, I receive glimpses of prophecy in my dreams. I have no control over them, but from what I have seen they can be changed. McGregor pondered on what he had been told. Interesting. Got some examples? Romonus nodded. Yes. Rias was involved in many events I keep picturing which all take place 7 years from now. I already knew of her engagement to Riser, but oddly enough the version of events I keep seeing don't involve me. Like I don't exist. If I did not exist Rias would continue to waste her time and end up having to challenge Riser to a rating game which she would be expected to lose. But my existence caused this to change. McGregor's closed his eyes as he pondered on the words he heard. Very curious. So, in these visions, you don't exist. McGregor extended his hand out and a grimoire appeared in his hands. He flipped through it at incredible speeds before he put it away. I get what you mean. So, Diodora causes trouble in the future. Yes. Diodora betrays Devil Society by joining a group called the Chaos Brigade led by Rizavim. Rizavim will manipulate Ophis the dragon god of infinity as you know she is rather simple. Shalba Beelzebub, Cruisery Asmodeus, and Kateria Leviathan will all join this group. McGregor sighed. And you didn't think it smart to say so beforehand? We can prevent this by leading an assault beforehand. Romonus shook his head. I plan to take the hearts of Shalba, Cruisery, and Kateria and if we move beforehand I will miss my chance. I wanted at least 5 more years of training before I was going to bring this up. I only told you because I know you well, Master. McGregor began to laugh. You greedy little guy, you want the bloodlines of the original Satans. This sounds fun and chaotic. But chaos is fun and so much can be learned. Your secret is safe with me. Let's kill his Diodora. Show me your spell. Romonus smiled as he pulled out a journal from his spatial ring and flipped it open to the page of the spell. He handed the journal over to his mentor who began to flip through the spell. Damn. You want to call on the Rahvdall of all things, wicked. As for the spell itself, it is a mix of voodoo, black magic, white magic, summoning magic, Norse, fairy, and demonic magic. You have done a good job with this, but let me just do this. You do not want to get caught by a Juka, but the Rahvdall is unique. Creepy fellow. From thin air McGregor brought out a pen and began to change up the ritual lines, added some of his expertise, and added in ways to hide who cast the spell. It took him all of a minute to be finished with the edits. Here you are. Now, you will be much safer and harder to track. Consider it a gift. When Romonus saw the improved ritual he smiled. Will I ever compare to you, Master? McGregor laughed as he ruffled Romonus' hair. If you give up the path of the knight and rook, and focus exclusively on magic of course. If you decide to keep on the current path you have of focusing on all three, then no. Romonus did not believe that. I have thousands of years, Master. I will become the first devil to ascend to godhood as even my brother has not achieved that. How can I allow myself to follow a single path when 3 are laid out in front of me? McGregor stared at Romonus for a few moments before he broke out laughing. He keeled over and held his stomach as he continued to laugh. Ha 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 ha. You certainly have a goal, kid. Fuck it, come on. Let's do some dark magic and get you a heart. Fresh of course. Romonus got up and looked over the ritual circle that his teacher edited for him. Once he memorized it, he pulled out his sword from his spatial ring. It was not his demon sword, but the one he had forged years ago as he did not want to use it yet. He pulled the sword from its sheath and cut open his wrist. McGregor simply watched as he turned his wrist over and began to spill his blood onto the ground. Romonus focused on his demonic energy as the blood spilling on the ground began to move into lines, symbols, and shapes of multiple magic systems. His teacher observed his work as he checked for mistakes, but Romonus had been learning under the mage for 6 years. He would not make a mistake like that as he knew the risks associated with magic. When he was finished, he felt he had lost over half of his blood, but in the ground, a large 6-foot by 6-foot blood ritual circle had been formed. It was the most intricate thing he had formed and he was already feeling lightheaded. He staggered over to his alchemy table and grabbed a red potion which he chugged down. McGregor did not offer him any hold and just watched as Romonus closed his eyes and began to circulate his demonic energy in his body. In a few moments, his pale face recovered its color and his lightheadedness went away. When he opened his eyes they were glowing bright purple as his potion flowed through his system. What was that? A blood potion. Made for speeding up the recovery of blood. I made it from blood shrooms, grasping devil vine flowers, and crimson moss. Does it have any downsides? He nodded. Drinking it when you don't need it will make you die of polycythemia vera. Blood thickening, but when needed it can be a lifesaver. Romonus opened up the cabinet on which his alchemy table was and pulled out a green potion which he drank. He once again focused on the potion and used the healing herbs to heal himself. Once he was done he continued to circulate his demonic energy to make sure nothing was wrong. This whole thing took him about 10 minutes, but his teacher did not rush him. When he felt he was ready, he stood up and walked over to the magic circle. Alright, what do you have to mark Diodora as the target? Romonus pulled out the blue hair he had taken from Diodora and showed it to his teacher. McGregor nodded as that would work excellently. We can begin. Give me a few moments. McGregor from his spatial ring pulled out 9 stones of pure refined souls. He placed them in each circle in the 9 corners. In the center, they placed Diodora's hair. He turned to Romonus with a serious expression. You do it. This is your spell, I just fixed it for you. Latin will work just fine, just remember, the Rahvdall can reject your offer so be careful. Romonus nodded as he placed his sword back in its sheath before he kneeled in front of the magic circle. He placed a hand in front of it before he began to send his demonic energy into the circle. He took a deep breath as he began to chant and the circle began to glow a bloody red as he began to chant in Latin. Invoco maledictionem Rahvdall. Ut pretium sanguinis salvo, Rahvdall voco pro cruento commercio. Ut invoco cruentum opus, metet cruentum premium pro reproborum cor. I call upon the harvester's curse. As I pay the price of blood, I call on the harvester for a bloody exchange. As I call on his bloody work he shall reap his bloody reward for the heart of the damned. He repeated the chant 9 times and each time each soul stone burst apart and flowed into the center surrounding the hair that belonged to Diodora. McGregor opened his journal and began to note down what he needed to improve, but nothing would go wrong with him here. With each repetition, the more demonic energy he was losing, but when he finished the 9th chant, a huge amount of soul and demonic energy surged around the blue air. Romonus backed away as the mana and demonic energy began to rise into the air as they consolidated into a figure. A gaunt hooded figure formed in the magic circle. The Rahvdall was a magical entity formed and summoned from the spirit realm, but some believed him to be the Grim Reaper. Romonus did not know if that was true or false, but McGregor knew more. He just wouldn't tell him. Image here. The Rahvdall looked down at Romonus, who kneeled with an extended open palm. The figure stared at Romonus for a few moments before he nodded, turned around, and vanished. McGregor grinned. He accepted. Romonus stood up and looked over to his teacher. You mean to tell me he could refuse? McGregor nodded. Yes. He is whimsical and it seems he took a liking to you. I once called on him and he rejected me. I wonder why he listened to you. Romonus was now slightly worried. He won't take years off my life, will he? No. Equivalent exchange, those 9 souls were the price we paid and it was enough to manifest him for a time. He will get your heart. We just have to wait for him to finish. I wouldn't wish the Rahvdall on my worst enemy. Oh wait, I tried. Ha 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 ha. Romonus sat down in his chair and waited for the Rahvdall to do his bloody work. Diodora was currently quite pissed after what Romonus told him. He had worked hard to keep his fetish secret, as if his family found out what he was doing they would punish him. If the church or heaven found out, they would hunt him down and start another war. Currently, he was venting his rage on his queen. He was in no way being gentle as the former holy maiden was forced onto the bed with a pained look on her face. Fucking bastard. Who does he think he is? Master, P-. Shut up. Diodora reached down and wrapped his arms around her throat. Who told you to talk? You don't talk. This mouth is to suck me off and nothing more. Got that? She did not say anything as her eyes began to roll back into her skull, but as Diodora was about to finish inside her, he felt a cold chill. What? His luxurious room went from his private abode to a cold, terrifying place. He got off his queen as he waved his hand to form clothes around himself. What is happening? He turned to his peerage, which he had been abusing since he got back. You. Wake up. Protect me. Sadly, they were out as he had knocked them out from the abuse. Just as Diodora raised his arm to punish them, he suddenly felt something new. He looked at where his hand would be and instead found a stump. A quickly rotting stump which made him panic. Ah! My hand. He fell to the ground as he rolled around in pain. When he looked up, he noticed the Rahvdall looking down on him. In his hands, he held a black scythe at the end of a chain, and on the floor was his rotting hand. You bastard. Diodora raised his remaining hand and formed a magic circle from which he was going to attack, but the Rahvdall swung again and cleaved his remaining hand. Ah! My hands. No. Stay away. He backed away before raising his rotting arms and forming a massive green barrier as he called upon his barrier magic. He began to madly laugh as he continued to bleed rotting blood. Even a ultimate class devil will take time to break through this. I am Diodora. Related to the great Beelzebub. You will die. Unimpressed, the Rahvdall floated toward the barrier before he lightly tapped it with a bony finger. Instantly, the green barrier collapsed under the surge of necrotic energy. What? The Rahvdall floated toward him and leaned in close. When Diodora looked into the hood, he saw his own rotting face. He gasped as a dark bony hand was shoved into his chest. He reached up with his stumps to grab the Rahvdall's arm, but he was undisturbed. Taking a sick joy in this, he slowly pulled out the still beating heart of Diodora. Unlike everything else, the organ did not rot in his hold. The Rahvdall looked at the heart in his hand before he burst into darkness. When his peerage would wake up, they would only find a pile of ash confirmed to be Diodora. In the morning, the whole Astaroth clan would be shocked at the death of their heir. A Juka would be informed, who would begin to search for answers. Ending Diodora early had a great domino effect on fate, which Romonus boss reveled in. Romonus kept his word to cause as much of a mess as he could, and he was delivering. Chapter 9, Purification Ritual and Rahvdall's Warning. As Romonus and McGregor waited, the mage began to go into another lecture on what Romonus needed to improve. He felt that his control over his demonic energy was excellent and he had Latin down. While his race allowed him to translate any language into English, it did not remove his ability to learn other languages. McGregor nodded as his student had been doing excellently since he began to teach him. You are an excellent student of the art of magic. Even if you were human, I am sure you would have gotten the art down. Romonus brought up what he had wanted for a while now. I have been wanting to ask my brother to train me personally, will he do it? McGregor sat down in a chair he conjured out of magic. Despite how busy he is, he will take time to train you. Unlike you, he was just born an extreme outlier. Who knows why, but he truly thinks that you will become the next super devil based on talent alone. I mean, you are 11 years old, and you are in the ultimate class already. If I am not wrong, the ritual you are going to undergo will push you even further into it. You have been learning under us, so that is the result, and you are talented as well. Romonus smiled as he truly had 3 legendary beings as his teachers. At that moment, in a puff of darkness, the Harvester returned. Romonus and McGregor turned toward the cloaked being who floated toward Romonus. He held out the bloody, still beating heart to Romonus, who held out a palm. The Harvester placed the heart into his hand, but instead of leaving, he floated around Romonus a few times. McGregor was confused as it should return to the spirit realm. Romonus was confused as from what his teacher told him the Harvester would only stay until his one request was complete. Do you need something? He stopped spinning around Romonus before he patted his head with a bony hand on Romonus' head 3 times. With that, he burst into smoke and vanished. Romonus placed a hand on his head, wondering what that was about. Master. He took a liking to you. If you call him again, I am sure he will answer. I will tell you more about the spirit realm when I get a chance. Romonus nodded as he took a look at the heart in his hands. McGregor walked toward him and took the heart from him. Several analytical spells moved around the heart for a few moments before McGregor nodded. Perfect. Diodora may have been a slimy prick, but he was still a pure-blooded noble. Just at this young age, he had quite a lot of demonic energy. Nowhere near you, but we are not adding his energy to your reserves. We are going to use it to refine and purify your own, which is already very pure because of your Gremory and Bale lineages. This is going to be good. When can we begin? Do I need to recover or something? McGregor thought about it before he sat back down in his chair. Take 30 minutes, and here. He tossed Romonus a magic stone which Romonus began to absorb. Demonic energy and mana were almost the same thing, with demonic energy being mana in an altered state to suit devils. It was why with a quick conversion, he could use mana like this to recover his reserves quickly. McGregor in the meantime walked over to the now burnt ritual circle on the floor. He waved his hand and any trace of the ritual was destroyed and the wood floor was back into a pristine state. He kneeled down and unlike Romonus he kept blood in standby. He pulled out a bottle of his own blood which he poured onto the ground. Considering he constantly experimented with magic and the user's blood worked best, he had plenty of it on standby. In a few moments, he had shaped the blood on the ground into another ritual circle. Along with it, he pulled out 10 magic stones of great purity. Soul stones were rarer and he was only allowed to make them out of criminals, so he had less than he would like. Though for a mage like him, he could make these stones with ease as he had his study where effectively mass-produced these. He also placed the heart of Diodora along with the stones which were still beating. Everything Diodora had been transferred into the heart, his energy, his soul, his life force. All of it was trapped in the beating organ. With a smirk, McGregor stood up. Should have been stronger. The stone he gave to Romonus crumbled into dust as he had drained it of energy. He only took another 10 minutes to settle down his energy before he opened his eyes. I am ready. McGregor motioned for him to walk forward. Come on, stand in the circle, and don't step on the ingredients. I will tell you that a Juka will know the Harvester was involved. Then again, moving against a thing like that will be tricky even for Beelzebub. Is there a risk of him finding us? McGregor smiled. We can only hope. Romonus stood in the middle of the circle, not so confident now. No chant. McGregor shook his head. Nah, this one is easy. I will activate it, you just focus on not exploding. Romonus closed his eyes and waited as McGregor activated the ritual circle. The blood ritual instantly took effect and the heart of Diodora burst apart into a bloody red mist. The 5 stones along with it exploded one after the other into blue mist which mixed with the demonic energy contained in Diodora's heart. The red and blue mist began to rise into the air before it entered Romonus' nostrils. He took a deep breath and he made sure to breathe all of it in. When he did so, he instantly felt the mana and demonic energy mixture move throughout his body. Instantly, he began to feel the demonic energy of a noble devil begin to be used up to purify his energy. Devils innately were an artificial race created by Lucifer from Lilith's body, so they had limitations. Devils like Ajuka, Surzex, and Rizavim were what they could become once those limitations were removed. And then again, he planned to go beyond what his brother had been able to achieve, so everything was fair game. Romonus raised his hands and clasped them together as he kept all the energy he had absorbed into his body. McGregor was curious about what he was playing at, but inside Romonus' body, the energy contained in Diodora's heart and the 5 stones continued to increase the purity of his energy. As this process began, he started to circulate through his body. He felt how it surged through his bones, circulatory system, nerves, and magic circuits. Every being who used magic had them in their body and he was no exception, but the surge of purer energy caused them to expand and grow. Romonus had always felt he had good circuits, but once his energy grew to this level he knew there was always more to improve. The process lasted for an hour before all the energy he absorbed was used up. He took a few moments to stabilize his condition, but when he opened his eyes his aura filled the room. Only the wards that McGregor had set up when he arrived kept everything contained. He grinned when he felt the aura of power that Romonus released. If there were levels in the ultimate class, I say you would be halfway to the middle of it. Though, your brother was born at this level so it's whatever. Romonus snorted as he sat down in his chair. Yes, my brother is effectively a god among our race. He was born great and he worked even harder to get where he is. Honestly, how lucky am I to be his brother? Seeing the proud look on his face, made McGregor walk over and ruffle his hair. At least you're not jealous of his power. He snorted again. You think I will fall to something like petty jealousy? My brother is almost 600 years old, I am 11 years old. He fought near the end of the Great War and the Devil Civil War. He has had centuries and real combat experience. I take pride in being the brother of Sirzex Lucifer. Don't forget it. McGregor smiled as he pulled out a grimoire from midair. Here, a gift from me. I wrote it by the way. When Romonus looked at the title he was shocked. Soul Arts. McGregor nodded. Souls are something barely understood even by mages like me. That grimoire has everything I have learned in my 150 years on this earth. Make use of it, Romonus. And ask your brother to train you himself. You both were born with the Gremory and Bale traits, only that he was born as an anomaly. If it were not for him, you would be one of the greatest talents of this generation. Oh right, now that you're in the ultimate class expect your training to match it. Suji and Surtur will be quite happy to push you more. Romonus smiled as his teacher teleported away, leaving him alone. He looked down at the grimoire and placed a hand on the hard leather cover. Honestly, these old dudes just keep laying the gifts on me. He shook his head as he placed the book into his spatial ring. He was in no position to begin training in it as he needed to focus on stabilizing his condition. He stood up and changed his clothes once again. It went from a fancy suit into some shorts and a tank top. Oh right. Before he forgot, he used his demonic energy to wash himself off and clean his teeth. As he lay in bed he looked at the ceiling as he thought of his new life. Honestly, it's fun. He now had a fiancée, was a ultimate class being, and his family was amazing. Still, he had a goal he had to achieve, as only by being a devil god or demon god could he hope to match the EXE gods. Remembering the latest volumes of DxD, he shook his head as he focused on sleeping. He scoffed at the notion that Issei could defeat beings who could kill Great Red with 12 chosen heavenly breasts. It sounded so damn stupid, but this was DxD where brains died after all. When he finally did fall asleep, he had expected to just sleep, but instead, he was back with Rahvdall. When he saw the god of insanity he smiled. Boss, it's been 11 years. How is it going? Rahvdall smiled his creepy smile once again. It's going wonderful. The fate of that world is starting to truly go out of control and I am all for it. I just wanted to bring you here to inform you that if you keep up the good work I just might throw in a bone or two for you. Romonus got the gist of it. Rewards? Rahvdall nodded. Yup. Good progress, by the way. You're going to need it. That's ominous. Rahvdall raised his hands. Tends to happen when fate is broken. Good luck. When Romonus came to, he was back in his bed as it was the morning now. Okay, just as I expected. Breaking the fate of a world won't go without consequences. For starters, I need to work on this. Throughout the night his energy reserves had been stabilizing themselves and he only needed a little bit of effort to get them under control. He knew his teachers would put him through the gauntlet and today Rias would begin training. He also had a new demon sword to master or it would begin to steal his lifespan. I got my work cut out for me, it seems. Oh well, I won't have it any other way. Chapter 10, Aura/Tuki. Quick question, looking for ideas, but the power rankings I normally use are low, mid, high, ultimate, Satan, heavenly dragon, dragon god, and EXE. But, what is a better name for the Satan rank? When Romonus woke up, he pulled out his phone, which was produced by a Juka. They were better than the most modern iPhones and could be charged with just a bit of demonic energy. When he checked the time he smiled as it was 6:30 a.m. He still had 30 minutes before he had to present himself for training. If he was lucky he would be able to see his brother, and if he was not too busy he could ask him for some pointers. But then again, arriving on time is late. He waved his hand, causing his suit to fall into place on his body. When he was dressed he pulled his boots into his hands, but before putting them on he shined and cleaned them with a simple spell. He put them on and got up to leave his room. As usual, he locked his room before he created a teleport circle under his feet. In a burst of light, he appeared in front of Ria's room as her room was quite far from his. Plus, rather than walk it was better to just teleport. Once he appeared in front of her room he opened the door and rushed in. Rias. Wake up. Wake up. Up and at M. Rias, who had been having a pleasant dream, was awoken suddenly, causing her to jump. With groggy eyes, she fell out of bed onto her face. Ow. He couldn't help but laugh at her, as she had not been woken up like that before. When Rias realized who it was, she rubbed her eyes as she tried to wake up. Brother. What are you doing? He walked toward her and grabbed her hand to pull her to her feet. She was barely awake and her bed hair looked hilarious. Even her nightgown was all frizzy and cute, making him shake his head. She was still 11 after all. He patted her cute head, causing her hair to straighten out. Training starts in half an hour. Of course, you can just refuse, but you know the consequences. Big Bad Riser will eat you. And by eat I mean force you onto his bed. Romonus stuck his tongue out and raised his hands over his head to freak her out. Her face instantly pulled back into fear as she shoved him back. No. I won't quit. I will train. Don't let him take me. She looked quite spooked, so he smiled and reassured her. I won't let him take you, Rias, but if Surzex and I do everything for you, what will you do in 500 years? You got to take charge of your own life at some point. Right. She thought about it before she nodded with a determined look on her face. You right, brother. When do we start? Soon. He raised his hand and formed a magic circle above her head, which turned her nightgown into some proper workout clothes. Once she was dressed, he stood next to her and grabbed her hand. Image here. Get ready. Just promise me you won't quit. I won't. Rias barely remembered the last time she had tried to train along Romonus. She was about 7 if her memory served her correctly. He had dragged her along with him, and Suji, Surtur, and McGregor all pushed her hard, which caused her to quit in an hour. At the time, being treated so harshly after living in luxury for her whole life was scary. Despite knowing they only had her best wishes in mind, her brothers Knight, Rook, and Bishop could all be scary people. And Romonus had been training with them since he was 5 years old. Now, she would take charge of herself and not run anymore. Romonus opened a teleport circle under their feet and teleported them to the devil capital of Lilith. Their brother Surzex ruled over the city alongside his 3 goofball friends. More specifically, he teleported in front of his brother's castle, where he conducted his official Satan duties. Rias instantly began to look around in wonder, as it had been 4 years since she came with him. We're back. Instantly both Rias and Romonus were enveloped in pillar-like arms. Ha 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 ha, the kids are back. Romonus instantly knew who it was, so he turned his neck to look at one of his teachers. Second, sir, good to see you. Surtur Second was without question the strongest rook of the underworld. He was called the ultimate rook, and his name Second was because the Norse gods tried to clone the original, making him the second. But when they couldn't control him and he went berserk, they abandoned him as he was too difficult to kill or lock up. Until Surzex found him and helped him bring his power under control. Once he calmed down, he accepted Surzex's offer to join his peerage, and under a mutation rook piece, he was turned into a devil. Romonus and Rias as well. Today is a grand day. He hugged them even tighter, which made Rias gasp for air. She began to pat his arms to not be crushed, but Romonus tried to force his way out of the hug. Second, you're going to kill them. Ah, my bad. Second, let go of them, which made Rias gasp for air. Romonus took a few deep breaths to steady his breathing, as Second was a fire giant with a mutation rook piece, making him monstrously strong. Once he got his breath, he turned to his sword teacher Suji Okita, the best knight of the underworld. In life, he had been the Shizengumi captain. Despite being a knight, he was skilled at magic rituals, which he had tried to use to cure his tuberculosis, which was fatal at the time. In a last-ditch effort to survive, he summoned a devil, which just so happened to be Surzex, who saved him by turning him into a devil. It took both his brother's knight pieces, but it was worth it in the end. However, from the look of it, McGregor wasn't here. Romonus gave a polite bow, as these 2 men deserved the greatest respect. Hello again, master. Will Mathers not be here today? Suji shook his head as he sat on a rock. No. He said he will be busy with his studies, so he told us to spend more time training you. I heard your uncle gifted you a demon sword. I wonder how he knew you could wield demon swords. Romonus did wonder about that. Maybe he tested my talent beforehand, or he just assumed I would. Suji pondered on it before he shook his head. Regardless, you can wield them. On another note, I see you got stronger again. Expect your training to match it. Romonus was now feeling excited to learn higher stuff. I wouldn't have it any other way. Where do I begin? Surtur and Suji looked at each other before the knight pulled out a coin from his pocket. He flipped the coin and called the side he wanted. Heads. Second crossed his arms with a grin. Tails. When the coin fell into his hand, he flipped it onto the back of his hand. When they both looked at the coin, Second began to laugh as it landed on tails. Suji groaned as he tossed the coin to Surtur. All right then, guess I will be helping Rias. Don't worry, I won't make you swing a sword. Instead, I will have you use your power of destruction in more refined ways along with being able to use it on the move. Ready? Rias nodded with a determined look on her face. Yes, sir. As for Surtur, he turned to Romonus before he tossed off his trench coat revealing his muscular body. He was over 2 meters tall with copper-toned skin and a body fitting of a Jotun. He jumped back the distance of a football field and raised his arms with open palms. Let's go. Romonus smiled as with a wave of his hand the upper part of his outfit fell off. He stored it in his ring to not leave it on the ground. Thanks to Surtur's training regiment, despite his age, he had cultivated an exceptional physique. It couldn't compare to his teacher, but it was a work in progress. Thanks to these brawls and the insane training he underwent under the Jotun, he was close. He could feel it was just a matter of time before he tapped into his Tuki or aura. He raised his hands into fists and got ready for the beating he was sure to receive. Both he and Surtur did not move until the bell sounded off, which was Rias attacking Suji with a blast of destruction. Instantly, Surtur charged toward Romonus, who turned into a blur as he charged against his master. He pulled his arm back and smashed his fist against Surtur's liver, but he didn't even dent the muscle. Ha 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 ha. More power. Surtur spread his arms wide as Romonus began to throw a flurry of punches against the fire giant without effect. Damn it. It's Itadori versus Mahito. Each time he landed a punch it did not sound like he was hitting flesh. It was like he was hitting pure metal, but Surtur kept his grin before he gazed down at him with burning eyes. Romonus couldn't even react before Surtur's giant palm smashed into his face, launching him into the distance. Surtur charged after him as Romonus flipped midair to land on the ground. His feet dug trenches in the ground as he charged toward Surtur. He jumped in the air as he tried to land an uppercut against the giant, but the mad Jotun used his chin to smash against his fist. The power Surtur held caused Romonus to be forced into a crater in the ground. Surtur snarled as he shoved his arm into the ground and pulled Romonus out like a carrot. Romonus was bruised, but he was not out. He spun around like a honey badger and twisted Surtur's wrist to get loose. He leapt off Surtur's arm and landed a massive kick to the head of Surtur, but he just used his head to lock Romonus' leg against his shoulder. Nice. With his free hand, he grabbed Romonus' face and leaped high into the air. Just when they reached a truly staggering height, he turned to Romonus, who now was feeling very afraid. He kept punching at Surtur's hand as it was covering his whole face. Good luck. He pulled back and tossed Romonus straight down like a meteor. Romonus screamed as he tried to fix his fall, but Surtur put so much force into his throw. Surzek sighed as he did his boring paperwork as a Satan. Grafia wouldn't let him slack off, and he was not even in his fancy chamber, but in this dingy office. Just as he was going to continue, he heard a familiar scream. Huh. He looked out the window and saw Romonus falling to the ground. He got up and looked out the window to see Surtur in the sky and Suji with Rias. His eyes lit up as he was about to join them in training his siblings, but he paused. Grafia was going to be here soon, and if she saw he was slacking, she would tie him to his chair until he was done. But his adorable siblings were right there. He could skip just one day, right? When he imagined his wife and her angry face, he smartly sat back down. Good luck, Romonus. As for Romonus, he did not use his wings as this was the training. Only hands and no energy. He only had a few moments before he hit the ground, which would hurt like hell. He stopped panicking and instead closed his eyes. He crossed his arms around his chest and stuck his legs together. He did not use his demonic energy or anything of the sort, but just before he hit the ground a white aura began to form around his body. He had finally reached his life force, more commonly called Tuki. Surtur began to grin wildly as he saw that. He finally got it. Romonus opened his eyes the instant his feet touched the ground. He leapt back into the air with a double jump. Surtur snarled as he leapt down with his fist pulled back. Around his body, a fiery red Tuji formed as he too had his unlocked. Come on. Show me your power, Romonus. Yes, sir. Romonus pulled his fist back and punched against Surtur's giant fist. When two Tuki users clashed, the one with the stronger life force would win. And no matter how talented he was, Romonus was not going to defeat Surtur, who had been using his for nearly 300 years. His own was forced back into his body and he was thrown down to the ground in a crater. It was a miracle he was not unconscious as Surtur leapt down. Ah, you good. Romonus raised a shaky thumb. Peachy. He went limp as Surtur helped him up. That was fun, wasn't it? Romonus nodded. It was, but painful. Ha 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 ha. Pain just shows how we live. Now, recover. Suji's up next. They both looked toward Rias, who was forming large orbs of destruction much like their brother's signature move. Suji dodged and sliced them, but was impressive that she got it down so quickly. Romonus smiled as Rias was super talented naturally. She just needed someone or something to motivate her, and he was that motivator. She truly is the best. Chapter 11, The End and Threads of Destruction. Alright, I have taken everything that I have seen and commented on and gone back to edit the previous chapters. Some had minor fixes, while others got some rewrites. Thank you for the commentary, your criticism helps me improve. Rias was starting to tire out as Suji was relentless. Every time she launched an attack, he would weave, dodge, or cleave through them. Sometimes her attacks were just waves of destruction which were easy to dodge or tear apart for him. He would then tell her that the intensity of her power of destruction was lacking in control or weight. Romonus and Surzex both were monsters when it came to pod, power of destruction. Surzex in his true form was essentially pod in a human form. When he used it his power was so immense even gods feared it. Suji was unsure how strong he was, but Surzex was many times stronger than the original Lucifer. As for Romonus, he had yet to reach this level of mastery, but he had already found his path. He would form his pod into thin string-like strands which allowed him to dismantle, cleave, and annihilate with hundreds if not thousands of threads of pure destruction. This was further increased by his gravity magic which crushed everything in a general area, inverted gravity, or turned into solid constructs of gravitational energy with interesting effects. Romonus also was a skilled sword fighter as well, but he would often destroy his swords. Only by infusing his demonic energy and blood into the metal could he prevent this. At the moment, Romonus and Surtur were watching and waiting for Rias' large reserves to run out. They watched as her face turned into a frown as Suji still had his eyes closed. She looked over to Romonus who raised his hands and pushed them together. Seeing the clue, she smiled as she did as he said. She placed her hands together and began to force her pod into shape. This made the knight open his eyes as he watched her launch a small orb of destruction at him. He smiled as she learned quickly, just like her brothers. Even if one of them gave her the clue. Good job. He raised his katana and sliced it down with a single hand. From his blade, a massive blade of demonic energy cleaved her attack which exploded with a massive explosion. Rias raised her arms to protect her eyes from the wind, but when she opened her eyes she saw a huge 10-meter crater of destruction. Rias was curious now. Was that me or you? Suji pointed at her. That was you. Awesome. She jumped for joy as she learned something. She ran over to Romonus who had already put his upper clothes back on. Did you see that, brother? I did what you told me. He smiled as he ruffled her hair a little. Sure did. Surzex taught me that one. Rias, you need to find your way to use power of destruction. Each one of us should have a way we use it while I have my own. I never did show you right. Rias shook her head. No. Romonus smiled as he walked over to the open field. All right then, stand back. Surtur grabbed Rias and jumped away as when Romonus got destructive it was not pretty. Surzex at this point began to use his demonic energy to speed up his movements as he worked through his paperwork at lightning speed. He would have to talk to Ajuka to get his computer set up already as this was hell. Luckily, he got finished soon enough and walked over to the window. Without his wings, he jumped down and landed quite next to Surtur, Suji, and Rias. Romonus smirked when he saw his older brother. Finish your homework, brother. Should I tell Grafia you're slacking? Rias looked next to her as she was still being carried in one of Surtur's arms. Hi, brother. Surzex waved at Rias with a smile. Good to see you again so soon, Rias. If you must know, Romonus, I am done with my work. Now, let's see your technique. Suji here tells me it is so amazing. Romonus looked back at the open field as his demonic energy which was massive from birth was released. Thanks to his noble heritage he was born with gigantic reserves and training had only elevated them to new heights. The spell of purification he underwent the night before also increased the power behind his energy. He could do more with less and he was going to be using it. From his entire body waves of pod were released which quickly became a massive mass of crimson-black destruction. At first, he seemed to just be releasing it wildly, but that quickly changed when he focused on his energy. Instantly the massive amounts of pod he was releasing spun apart into hundreds of thin strands spinning around him tearing up the field around him. The number of them continued to grow as he continued to create more of them. His reserves were enormous so he could keep this up for a long time. He crossed his arms and with just his mind began to control the truly massive amount of giant threads. With perfect control, the threads of destruction began to rapidly cleave the area around and in front of him. Romonus acted as if there was a foe in front of him and uncrossed his arms to use his hands to direct his energy. With a move of the hand, huge number of threads cleaved through a large area of the field. He then came back with more to reduce everything in a general location to small cubes which then vanished into nothingness. He raised his other hand and began to weave threads together into massive pillars which he repeatedly into the same location causing the field to shake. Romonus raised his hands into the air and collected all the pod threads into an orb that fit into his hand. He placed both of his hands around the orb while adding more pod and using powerful gravitational energy to force it into shape. Surzex focused and felt that this move was going to be good. He started to rub his hands together as Romonus felt it was enough. Since you call your move Ruin the Extinction, I will just call this move the end. Surzek smiled as Romonus tossed the orb in his hands into the sky. Rias, Surtr, Suji, and Surzek looked up wondering what it was going to do. It continued to rise higher until Romonus felt it reached the perfect height. He smiled as he snapped his fingers and instantly his orb burst apart. Instantly a massive orb of gravitational energy and pod formed in the air. The end was a move meant to destroy everything, and already everyone in the city of Lilith could see it. The gravity of Romonus' move began to pull everything toward it in the air. Loose items, anything not nailed down, began to fly into the sky. Surzek was about to intervene before things got dangerous, but Romonus raised his hand and dispersed it into energy. He wiped his forehead as that move was draining. But he could cast another 3 before he was out of energy. He then turned to his brother with a smile. What do you think? Surzek thought about it before he smirked. Both of your moves are impressive. Combining gravity and the power of destruction is smart. Can you do that on a smaller scale? Of course. That was just an end-all move meant as a fuck you to everything in a general area. Imagine if I had launched that in the city. Surzek raised his hands. Please don't do that. And I know what would happen. I can do the same and more. Romonus thought he was seeing things, but he could swear his brother's nose was growing longer. Surzek looked to the sky and bragged about his greatness. Your move was strong, but I can do it bigger, stronger, faster, and easier. If I so wanted to, I could destroy the whole underworld if I released the great power contained in my body. Yes, your older brother is amazing. Ha 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 ha. Rias turned to look at Surzek with a deadpan expression. He is off the rocker again. Second, still carrying Rias began to tiptoe away while Suji just vanished. Romonus sneaked away while Surzek continued to laugh. But, if you so asked, I will graciously train you on how to use your power just like me. Don't be shy, I do not mind. When he looked down, the only thing he was left with was the empty field. The wind blew through the field as he looked around. Where did everyone go? Just then he heard what he did not want to hear. Surzek. When he turned around, he saw Grafia glaring at him. She looked at the destroyed field and then at her husband. He raised his hands as he tried to defend himself. Wait, it wasn't me. It was Romonus, he did this. Grafia crossed her arms, not believing him. Oh really? Then where is he? I heard a giant orb of power of destruction formed in the sky. I am getting reports of the chaos, and now the field is a mess too. He left. Suji, Surtr, and Rias were here training like always. They just ran off, leaving me with the mess. I swear. Grafia looked behind him and shook her head. If that is true, then they should clean the mess. You're lucky your paperwork is finished. Surzek nodded. Exactly, I got my work done. And my new computer will be ready soon. Grafia smiled at her husband as when he was not slacking off, he was a wonderful husband. All right then, let's find them and make them clean this. Surzek grinned as he would enjoy this game of cat and mouse. You bet. Meanwhile, Surtr ran with Rias on his shoulder with a laugh. We are home free. Rias smiled as she looked at the giant man. Ice cream. He nodded with a big grin. Excellent idea. The best ice cream store in the underworld is here in Lilith. Let's go. He raised his fist into the air as he began to walk. Surzek and Grafia teleported in front of them. Surtr freaked out as he backed away. Ah, fancy seeing you here. What do I owe the pleasure? Grafia walked forward with a serious expression. You forgot to clean the mess. Surtr cleared his voice as he raised his arms. Mess? What mess? I have been with Rias the whole time. Right. She nodded. Yeah, we are going for ice cream. Grafia smiled as she pinched Rias' nose. Ow. 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 My nose. You little liar. You are going back and you're going to clean your mess. Surzek, you take them. I got Romonus and Suji to find. Right. As Surzek teleported them back to the castle, Grafia teleported to her next target. As for Romonus, he began to walk toward Rahvdall's castle. He wanted to see if she was still doing paperwork by hand or got a computer. He also wanted to see if she knew about his and McGregor's summoning of the Rahvdall. The story his teacher told him was that spirits of the spirit realm could be summoned for single favors or contracted permanently. The Rahvdall was a spirit of death of considerable power. No one had contracted him and only asked favors of him. Ajuka would be searching for answers and hopefully, he did not find them. He decided to pray to God, his God. Oh, Rahvdall, God of insanity, please look after me, amen. No pain of course, but just as he was walking, Grafia appeared in front of him. Romonus looked up at the white-haired devil lady. Hi, Auntie, nice to see you again. We saw each other yesterday, right? Grafia crossed her arms and smirked. Where are you going? I was going to visit Rahvdall, then Falbium, and then Ajuka. Why? You left a mess behind. He smiled. Really? My brother's got it handled, but if why dash? Suddenly he ran off. Ha ha ha. Too slow. Just as he was running at blinding speeds, he felt a firm hand grab his shoulder and lift him off the ground. The shockwave of stopping so suddenly made him look behind him to see Grafia. Auntie, you're faster than you look. Save it. Now to find Suji. Suji, instead of being caught, just gave up and walked out from the shadow of a tree. Fine, here I am. Grafia smiled as this was fun now and then. She put down Romonus before lightly bonking him on the head. Did you cause the black hole? He nodded. I call it the end. It is powerful. Just don't cast it in city limits. Yes, Auntie. Grafia smiled softly. My sister would have loved you. You two were the same. He knew her family was a sore subject as they were all dead except her brother. And he was a wanted criminal. Suji bowed and excused himself as he was only here to train Romonus. And he missed his chance for the day because of Rias. I will be back tomorrow for sword training. Thank you, Master. I will look forward to it. Suji walked off and vanished as if the wind. Once he was gone, Grafii ruffled his hair. Go visit Rahvdall, she is quite lonely despite how bubbly she is. Thanks, Auntie Gray. He ran off, but Grafia stopped smiling when she heard what he called her. Hey. Ha 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 ha. She let him run off as that was why she liked him. He treated her just like a fun aunt. She shook her head and teleported back to Surzex. As for Romonus, he had a date with a Satan. Hopefully. Chapter 12, Miria, Romonus, and Rahvdall. FYI, Akino was taken into the Gremory household a year and a half after her 10th birthday. So, 6 more months until arrives in Kuo. Also, Romonus and Rias' birthday is on April 9th. As Romonus walked through the capital city of Lilith, he passed the residents of the city who all looked shaken. He would be too if he saw a giant black hole of power of destruction appear above their home. Though, he did not talk to any of them as he moved east. The 4 castles of the Satans were separated north, east, west, and south, with the castle of his brother being north. Rahvdall's castle was in the east section of the city, so that is how he began to move. As he did, he began to think about how he could in any way woo Rahvdall. He did not want to do it just because his brother told him. He genuinely liked her for a few reasons. It took considerable willpower, self-respect, and loneliness to stay a virgin for almost 600 years. Even he as a human had slept with over 15 girls and women by age 17. Meanwhile, Rahvdall was a devil known for sin and was a virgin for many times his life. She had also never had a boyfriend or girlfriend, so he would be that. If she accepted him. He smiled as he walked through the city, which was high-tech thanks to Ajuka. Cars and fancy carriages moved through the streets depending on taste. The lights in the city ran on ambient mana and needed no outside input. The devils who called the capital home were happy and living their lives. Though at the current moment, a lot of the residents were shaken up, they were starting to relax and go back to their regular activities. As he walked, he remembered that he had something important to do. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and called his fiancée. He put it up to his ear as he heard it ring a few times. She quickly picked up his call as she had his ringtone set to something unique. Romonus, calling me already? She seemed happy to hear from him, which made him happy. Well, I would be a terrible fiancé to ignore you for a long time. We were engaged just yesterday out of the blue, so I wanted to ask you on a date. We skipped the dating stage to the engaged because of our status, but we can still take out time before our marriage. Latia thought about it as she was currently messing around in a mech she was assembling. As she was working, her phone floated near her so she could talk in simultaneously. That sounds nice actually. Tomorrow seems good as I have no training scheduled. We can get to know each other more and I can show you the results of my hobby and you can show me yours. You did say you were getting into alchemy, right? Sounds good. I also should get this out of the way, Latia, how would you feel for me to have a harem? Latia went silent, which made Romonus feel on edge. He even stopped walking as he waited for her answer. Instead of saying how she felt, she asked him a question. Romonus, how many women do you think my father has in his harem? Ajuka's brother is her dad, so more than likely very few. If he is anything like his older brother, he will be reserved. 10. Latia instantly lost her composure at his lowball answer. PFFFFF. She barely kept a straight face as she broke out laughing. No, not even close. He has 80 women in his harem and I have no issue with it. Last week we were informed one of them fell pregnant, which is rare. Romonus did not expect the little brother of Ajuka to be such a man. When his older brother was a straight-up virgin, he had 80 ladies to himself. What a man. Congratulations on the sibling, I am glad with your answer. In that case, when I get a harem, would you manage it for me? My mother manages my father's harem as he has more than your father. But you can count that I won't have nearly that many. Latia felt that was fair as the head wife in the future. Sounds good. How many would you think would be an okay number, Romonus? I don't know, numbers aren't what I am after. I would want women like you, with personality, goals, ambitions, drive, and attractive enough to dazzle the world. His words made Latia smile. He was good with words at least. Despite being 11, as devils they were far more mature than human children of similar ages. Anything higher than simple flirting was off the table for another 4 or 5 years though. You flirt. See you tomorrow. I am almost done with my mech suit. Show me a picture when it's done. I will do you one better and let you wear it. Sounds awesome. I will let you sample some of my elixirs. They hung up the call, which made him smile. Latia was the best and she was going to turn into a hottie in a few short years. He could hardly wait to marry her. Out of how happy he was, his wings emerged from his back. He only had 2, but they were very different from normal devil wings. His wings were larger, more muscular, and covered in runic tattoos he made himself. Instead of the thin stick wings of devils, his wings truly looked demonic. A perk of working under pure insanity, aka his boss. As for the runes, they pulsed a deep crimson which he modeled after bloodthirster runes of hatred. They protected his wings from attack, and magic, increased their strength. His unique wings were his pride and joy, so they deserved the best. Image here. With a powerful flap of his wings, he blasted into the sky as he flew east. He was not the only one flying, but he was certainly the fastest. A few devils were flying after his student, but a few were brave enough to risk it. Those could barely see him as he was that fast. He left after images and made it across the city in a minute. When he reached Rahvdall's castle, he retracted his wings and began to spin midair. He tucked his legs and landed in front with a heavy impact. He grinned and made a double peace sign. Crushed it. In front of the castle, 2 female devil guards turned to look at him. One of them looked to be about 30 and from the look of it already was used to his antics. She rolled her eyes as she leaned on her great sword. She had long purple hair in a large braid with a mature voluptuous body. She looked quite a bit like Minamoto no Reiku from Fate in his opinion. Image here. Her fellow guard looked to be about 16 with short blonde hair with a much slimmer body. Not like any Fate character despite what one would expect. The blonde did not recognize him, so she got her spear. Halt. This is Dash. Before she got done with her statement, the older guard bonked her on the head. Cut it out, I know the kid. Romonus, back to bother me again. He grinned as he hopped over before falling to one knee and pulling out a regular rose. He waved his hand and turned it purple just like her hair. Of course, how could I forget to come to visit the most beautiful lady of the underworld? You dazzle in the fake sun, Miria. Marry me. I swear to make you the happiest in the world. Miria rolled her eyes as he often came over to flirt with her. Since he was 9 of all things. Ha, 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 sure. Why are you here, kid? Romonus placed the rose in her hand and stood back up. She did not throw it away and kept it. I am here to see the short queen. Rahvdall. The younger guard covered her mouth to contain her laugh. Miria stomped on her foot to keep her focused. It caused the new blonde's eyes to begin to water. Her superior did not hold back in her stomp. She could swear her foot was broken. Miria cleared her voice as she stepped aside. Go on. Rahvdall doesn't have many friends and I rather you not flirt me to death, so go flirt with her instead. He placed a hand over his heart. Wow, Miria. That is how low you think of me. And here I thought I was getting past your icy exterior. She snorted with a pout on her face. I am not icy, you're just not my type. Grow a little older and bigger. Then we will see what happens. Take it or leave it. That just made him smirk as she was only 2 inches taller than him. Miria, I am 11. Give me 4 years and I will tower over you. As for muscles, I got that in spades. He flexed hard, causing the fancy suit he was still wearing from the ball to stretch. Surtur knew how to train a body, but Miria did not look. Her face got a little red as he was quickly starting to look like Saror did in the anime. Just get going. He just smiled in her direction. You know you like it, love. As he walked past Miria, he told her about something she was insecure about. A bit of an inside joke among them. As he was behind her, he looked at her ass and made a joke she hated. Oh right, your butt is starting to sag. Her eyes went wide as she spun around to kick him, but he was long gone. You asshole. Her ass was perfect and sexy, but she just felt embarrassed about being 875 and not married, nothing to be ashamed about as his mother was about to turn 934 in 4 months. As Miria cursed up a storm, the blonde guard looked over at her as wondering if it was true. It didn't look to be sagging at all. Just then she heard the voice of the devil. Literally. What are you looking at? When she looked up, Miria looked red in the face out of shame and anger. She quickly made a lie on the spot. Ah, there is a rip in your pants. Miria's big purple eyes seemed about to cry with rage and shame. Lies. For that, you're going to have triple drills. No. Rahvdall had a big smile on her face as she messed around with her new computer. It made everything so easy. She just scrolled, read, accepted, or denied with the click of a button. With how fast a devil like her could process information along with the aid of the tech of a juka, it freed up so much time. A job that would take hours of non-stop paperwork could be finished many times faster. She smiled as she remembered when a juka brought this over a few hours ago. He already had them made and was just waiting until they asked. She straight away asked him for one and he delivered. Though she wondered why he seemed distracted. Though, he is always distracted. Just as she finished this set of papers, the door to her office opened. She looked at who it was and saw Romonus. For the past year, he had been visiting her every week. Birthday boy. She got up from her chair and ran over to hug him. He hugged her back as well, but her strength still exceeded his by a fair bit despite being more of a mage. Despite him being in the ultimate class, she was at the middle point of the next rank, which Romonus was commonly called the Satan class by some devils. A better term for it would be god rank, split between weak gods, middle-class gods, high-class gods, and peak gods. Super devils, heavenly dragons, and beings on that level were hard to classify though. Rahvdall, I see you got your computer. She let go of him with a smile. Yeah, check it out. I can even play games, or video call my Sona. Want to play a game? Sure. When we get done with that, I was wondering if you would go on a date with me. Rahvdall titled her head. Ah. Me. With you. He nodded with a smile. Sure. I mean, you act more like someone my age than I do, so it fits. Rahvdall frowned at the hidden insult. You just called me childish. How rude, now I won't go on a date with you. He smiled as he pinched her cute cheeks. No, I called you adorable. Quit it. She rubbed her cheeks when he let go. Did Zex put you up to this? That jerk. He shook his head. No. He sure asked, but I am doing it for me. I think you are cute and a pretty woman. It can be a simple outing as friends if you want. I got no rush. She began to chuckle as Romonus knew what he wanted and he went for it. I will bite, I got my work done thanks to this computer. Where do you have in mind? He knew several places someone like Rahvdall would enjoy. How about we go to this nice all-you-can-eat restaurant? The food is cheap and to die for. My treat. She thought about it carefully before relenting. Fine. He grinned in happiness. You won't regret it, Rahvdall. I never say it, but I love saying your name. It's cool. She smiled as she liked her name too. Thank you. That is so thoughtful of you. He chuckled as it seemed he was the older one of the two. The only difference was she had large breasts to go along with her short height. Come on then, before you get more work. Right. Let's go. When he and Rahvdall walked out, he winked at Miria, who grit her teeth like a feral lioness. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That little brat will pay for playing with my heart. He will pay when I get my hands on him. Romonus would soon learn to not tempt older, single, lonely, ladies like Miria. Chapter 13, A Date with a Satan and Zekrom Baal's Cruelty. After leaving her castle, Romonus and Rahvdall did not have to teleport or fly to reach the restaurant in question. It was a 5-minute walk from her castle, which she rarely got to do before she got her computer. The bureaucracy of the Devil Council and Great King faction was to keep the Satans occupied instead of at their throats. Because if Surzex, Ajuka, Rahvdall, and Falbium decided to not play nice, they would in theory take full control over devils. At least those that survived the Second Civil War, which was why they played along. They did not care about a ruling or anything of the sort, they just wanted to be with their loved ones and keep to their hobbies. In her case, dress up like a magical girl, which Romonus brought up. When did you get into your magical girl fascination? The 80s. She rubbed the back of her head with a smile. 90s, I was in Japan at the time meeting with the Shinto gods because we wanted to have territory in Japan. Amaterasu agreed to let us take partial ownership over Kuo, as long as we followed some ground rules. No mass killing, keeping things down low, and not drawing attention to ourselves. During the meetings, I saw the first magical girl Milky Spiral anime and I was enthralled. Is that weird? He shook his head as they had already reached the restaurant. No. I like anime too, but I just prefer fantasy anime rather than that. Rahvdall smiled. Cool. Want to watch it with me someday? Sure, I can give it a shot. Mind showing me how you transform? He might as well have told her to show him her life, which caused her face to beam with a smile so dazzling his heart skipped a beat. Rahvdall began to spin around and with glittery magical girl effects changed her outfit into her magical girl Milky Spiral 7 cosplay with the staff and everything. She winked at him and spun around. Sparkles shine, your command is mine. His eyes were drawn to her bouncing boobs before he looked away as if he was not say. He was not going to ogle her to death, though he did remember it. He started to clap with a smile on his face. You are the cutest Satan. Rahvdall frowned as she leaned on him, pressing her soft back against his body. That's not a contest, Romonus. Falbium is old and bald, Ajuka is a big frowny boy, and your brother Surzex is a big sibling con. He always brags about you and Rhea, saying how proud he is to be your big brother. He carries pictures of you two around and brags about you two to the old Devil Council. Even those old fools who have been alive since devils were created have lost patience with him. Come on, don't get another compliment for me. Maybe something hotter. He got bold as he knew a girl like Rahvdall probably heard all this before. He reached down and wrapped his arms around her bare waist before pulling her in. Her face began to heat up as he hugged her tight. You are without question the cutest, most fun devil, Rahvdall Leviathan. She smiled as she looked up at his handsome face. You're quite bold, Romonus. Do you want me for your harem? You just got engaged and you're after my pure maiden heart too. What will Latia say? He leaned down and rested his chin on the top of her hat. I asked her before trying my luck, she is okay with it. And you know what I told her? If I want someone for my harem, it is because they pass the criteria. She reached up behind her and ran a hand down his cheek. Are you 11? You're making my heart skip a beat. He smiled as he released her. Come on then, we can talk more over a meal. As for my maturity, when you're a noble, you're forced to mature quickly to deal with all the schemes. She smiled sadly as they walked into the restaurant. That is true, just know that you got good points for all your words. Keep that up and you just might win my heart over. Count on it, my lady. When they entered the restaurant, they paid for two for the buffet option. The girl at the register almost passed out when she saw not just the famous Gremory heir, but Rahvdall Leviathan on a date. At their restaurant, which was not fancy for nobles. It was more in use for reincarnated devils, as this was more of a human term, so most nobles would be caught dead before they entered here. As for Romonus, he did not care about nobility and Rahvdall was open to try anything. So once they were given a table, they both got to pick out the foods they wanted, which was a mix of Chinese, Mexican, and Italian in a good mix. Once they were seated and they started eating, Romonus looked across from him as Rahvdall ate. Each time she tried a new dish, her face beamed in a happy smile. How did you find out about this place and why have I never heard of it? He stuck a fork in a crab cake and brought it up to his mouth. I have been training at my brother's castle since I was 5 years old, when his peerage began to train me. Sir II would take me out to have ice cream or eat at new restaurants opening up. This one opened up 5 years ago and the food is excellent. As for how you never heard of it, do you have time to explore the city? Rahvdall sighed. True. Before I got my computer, I would spend hours with more and more paperwork. Now, I get my work done leagues faster than before. It freed up a big chunk of my day. I am glad it did, because then I can see more of your pretty face when you eat. She reached up and held her cheeks. Aw, you're so sweet. Am I really that cute? What do you like about me? Your long raven hair, your sparkling pink eyes, your bubbly face, and your personality too. You also are a powerhouse with authority to your name. When other pantheons think of the name Leviathan, who do they imagine? She leaned forward and rested her chin on her palms. Me. He nodded. Lady Rahvdall Leviathan, stronger than the original Leviathan on the merit of her efforts. Just having that makes you an outlier among our race. That is most important to me, a drive to improve. Rahvdall looked at her plate before looking up at him. You know, for that, I will give you a shot. I have had many suitors who were after my looks, my authority, my body, or my status, but to you, they are just something that defines me. I like that. He reached out across the table and held her hands. How does it feel that an 11-year-old is better than any of your previous suitors? She smiled playfully as she squeezed his hands gently. Better. Maybe. Haha, let's enjoy our meal, as I am sure you will have more work soon. She nodded as they went back to enjoying their meal. However, Romonus realized he was being followed. He looked up from his food and looked out the window of the restaurant. In the window of the restaurant, Miria was glaring right at him. Rahvdall was going to look at what he did, but he raised a hand and blocked her view. Ah, it's nothing. Just a window cleaner. Oh. By that point, Miria was gone, making Romonus gulp. He may now have a stalker, which he did not expect. Did I go too far? Nah. When they finished eating, Rahvdall returned to her castle while Romonus teleported back to the Gremory household. He was quite happy that Rahvdall Leviathan was open to his advances as he really liked her. Despite her age, she acted more like a child than he did, which was saying a lot. When he returned to the mansion, he appeared directly in his room. Once he was here, he waved his hands and his suit flew off his body before falling into place over a mannequin. His battle suit flowed over his body once more as he now wanted to test something. He walked over to his door and locked it before sitting down on his bed. Romonus looked over at his right hand where he had his spatial ring. He brought out the demonic sword Blood Drinker. Even while in its sheath he could feel the spirit of the sword hungering for blood. He slowly drew it out of its sheath and looked at the master-crafted demon sword. It was many times larger than regular longswords as it was bordering on becoming a greatsword while remaining a longsword. He placed the sword on his lap and began to circulate his demonic energy through the blade. He closed his eyes as his Tuki of life force hummed to life at the same time as he reached out to the blade. The story his uncle told him was that the vampire who had their soul and body rendered down to create this had wronged the Baal clan. What that meant he did not know, which was bad enough that the Baal clan went after a vampire noble. They must have been a powerful noble because the aura this sword was giving off was off the charts. As he did this, he began to feel Blood Drinker call out to him. The spirit of the blade knew he was a worthy wielder, feeling the power he drew. But now that he had Tuki unlocked, he could feel life force in the blade. Either from the process it was made, all the blood it fed on, or the vampire was still alive. He did not know, but as he continued to reach the spirit of the sword he fell into the trance. He appeared in a realm of pure darkness which he assumed to be the soul of the sword. He looked across from him and saw a female in chains. Each chain ended in a spike that stabbed into her body in brutal ways with devil runes of binding covering each one. As for the vampire herself, she looked young, 20s, with soft features. Image here. Blood constantly leaked from her wounds, so he walked forward until he was in front of her. She looked down at him with heterochromatic eyes. One was blood red and the other a familiar purple, though she also had a pair of wings and horns. You are not pure blood, you're a vampire-devil hybrid. She slacked in the chains before launching out, trying to bite his throat out. Instead, he grabbed her chin with one hand and leaned in to look her in the eyes with his own. Here is how it will work. You will make a contract with me. In exchange for me feeding you the blood of my enemies, you will not drain my lifespan or plot against my well-being. If you refuse this contract, I will simply render you down for scrap metal. Your choice, love. She snarled before yelling out at the world. Damn you, Zekrom Baal. You and all of your descendants live to make me suffer. Fine. I agree. Using his devil powers he formed the contract as she had been starved of blood for centuries. Her suffering was eternal, and unless she was fed blood, often the pain these demonic chains and runes inflicted on her was maddening. But they also protected her mind from breaking, making it a never-ending hell. Tears began to spill from her eyes as she looked at the ground. Please, free me. I don't want to suffer anymore. At that moment the runes began to glow before he fired pure demonic energy through her body, which was her soul. Her screams filled the realm, but Romonus simply crossed his arms as she squirmed in pain. When the torture ended she fell slack, feeling dead, but she was healed by the same things that tormented her. What did you do to piss off the Baal clan anyway, and what is your name? She looked up into his eyes, showing the pain and madness in her eyes. I am Vespera Carmilla Baal, and I killed my father, Zekrom Baal's grandson, for the rape of my mother. As punishment, Zekrom Baal himself hunted me down and had me turned into this damned sword. And you? I am Romonus Gremory, your distant relative. If what you say is true, your suffering might come to an end. If you are truthful to me, that is. Until then, I will get you the blood you need, Vespera. She fell slack once again and he returned to his body. She didn't lie. Nothing she said was a lie, as their souls had been in contact. He felt the pain and the truth of her words. He raised Blood Drinker and looked into the screaming face on the crossguard. He leaned forward and rested his forehead against the blade. Don't worry, Vespera, I promise the day you walk free again will come. Just give me time. The blade did not respond, but he could swear that the presence seemed to calm. For now, he pulled a vial of his blood from his ring. He poured it along the blade and watched as his blood was drawn into the metal. Instantly, through the contract he made with Vespera, he could sense her pain lessen. He would need to supply her with constant blood until he could free her, because she did not deserve such a fate. He may not be a good guy, but this was beyond him. Zekrom Baal is a true devil to do this to his great-granddaughter, but he is the first devil made, so he must be the closet to a demon. With a shake of the head, Romonus placed Blood Drinker back in its sheath and kept it at his side. Chapter 14, Future Plans and Domain Expansion, edited. Knowing that the vampire noble, who had been turned into Blood Drinker, was his relative, his thoughts on the matter changed greatly. By being in touch with her soul he could feel her agony. She had only sought vengeance on her father for raping her mother, and the punishment was being tortured for centuries on end without being able even to go insane. That is dark. Even for me. He placed the sword onto his bed as the day was still early. He had plenty of time until tomorrow when he would have to present himself for sword training with Suji and then his date with Latia. After I get my evil pieces, I should get a kino for my bishop as she does not use the traits of the Knight of Rook well. Someone better for that would be someone like Tiamat, the strongest dragon king. Too bad I am not crazy enough to challenge her yet. Asia is an okay option, but she can't fight at all. Better to have her as a lovable healer rather than a fighter. He kept thinking of options as he had one picked out for his knight already. Tobio accused because of his Longinus Canis Lyacon. Issei at the start of the canon is 17 and Tobio is 22. And Tobio was 17 years old in the prequel novel /dog, so 5 years before canon. Which to me is in 7 years, so I have 2 years to find him and convince him to join my peerage. Once he got his pieces he would search for Tobio as Azazel met him already. Depending if he played his cards right he could befriend Vale and Azazel, who were important characters in the novel. So complicated, but so simple. Regardless, he pulled his phone out and called up his teacher McGregor again. The British mage picked up quickly as he always had his phone near him. Romonus, Surtur told me you unlocked your Tuki. Quite an impressive feat. I learned this from Suji, but try to extend it into your blades which will allow you to cut through defenses easier. I will train in the method. The reason I was calling was because I had questions on the spirit realm. You said we could make permanent contracts with the spirits and I was wondering why no one had ever contracted the Rahvdall. It has to do with power and pride. The stronger beings of the spirit realm are prideful and mighty, so they don't like to form contracts with us. The Harvester in particular can be summoned easily, but it is up to his whim to accept or not. If you are thinking of forming a contract with him to keep him by you at all times, good luck. If you succeed, I will teach you how everything I know about the spirit realm. Until then, start reading the grimoire if you have time. McGregor hung up, so Romonus sat down on his bed and pulled out the grimoire on souls. He placed a hand on the cover before flipping it over to the first page. He first read the first thing McGregor had written. The soul is the most important, vulnerable, and strongest thing we all share. From the weakest of bugs to the mightiest of dragons and gods. By itself, the soul is just energy like mana, demonic power, ki, prana, or any number of energies. But once one can tap into their soulscape, one can begin to use and grow their soul. Anchoring the soul to its mortal shell. Instantly, Romonus became entranced as his soul was stronger than others. That was because, according to McGregor, the soul of an individual grew as they lived. It was a small growth, but he had lived 17 years as a human before this life. When he was reborn, his soul had been touched by Rahvdall, the god of insanity. During his gestation, his soul had changed to match his new species. The touch of demonic energy, an offshoot of mana, and all his training had sped the growth of his soul to a level it should not have at this point yet. Even someone like Surzex had yet to touch upon their souls. As usual, only evil dragons, liches, dark mages, or divines had access to the soul. Ajuka was a maybe, which was why finding a mage like McGregor who was paving this path was such a blessing. He had several ideas and inspirations like Mahito Idol Transfiguration, Dark Souls Magic, and Lucius Sobrati's Soul Magic. He reached out and placed Blood Drinker onto his lap as he read the grimoire. Maybe, if he understood the soul better, he might be able to help Vespera or speed up the reincarnation of killed dragons. He also had to ensure that Valerie Teeps did not fall into the hands of Rizavim Lucifer. With her, he could remove his weakness to holy magic, silver, holy water, and holy swords. With her, he could resurrect long-dead monsters, heroes, or villains for his service. Regardless, he got rid of all his thoughts and dived into reading the grimoire. Despite McGregor making it as simple as possible, reading this was both reading and esoteric because of the different magic circles he was looking at. As the more he read, the more he felt information enter his mind as he learned things he hadn't thought about before. But after reading only a couple pages in 3 hours, he suddenly felt a splitting headache. He closed the grimoire and rubbed his forehead. Damn. From what he understood of the grimoire, reading it was using soul energy to comprehend, and yet he was out. Just like mana or demonic energy, it would recover after resting. That was exactly what he did as, still holding Blood Drinker, he fell asleep. He still had more training to do, but that could wait until later. He was far too exhausted from running out of soul energy to do anything, so he slept. While he did so, his demonic energy, which was flowing through his entire body, began to be converted into soul energy by his soul slowly. Sleeping was the best method to recover from a long day of training, both spiritual and physical. Plus, now having unlocked his Tuki, his recovery was faster than usual. Another trump card in his arsenal for the future for sure. He ended up waking up 4 hours later, and when he did so, he rubbed his head. He grabbed his sword and got up from the bed. Damn, reading this grimoire is going to suck. With a quick circulation of his demonic energy, he woke himself up and also cleaned himself off. He would shower later, as now it was time to get back to his training, which never ended up for him. Without a sacred gear, he could only rely on himself, which was fine by him. All his power was because of him, not because of God. He took a deep breath as he opened a teleport circle under his feet. Because he was a noble, he knew of ways onto the earth without needing to take the transport trains. With a flash, he vanished from his room and appeared on Earth, more specifically Antarctica, where no humans lived aside from researchers. It was one of his favorite places to train, as he could go all out without being bothered. The only things that lived here were penguins, seals, whales, and birds. Though, from the look of it, he was alone at his usual spot. Once he was here, he sat down and began to think about one magic that was used by every faction. Barriers, isolated fields, or bounded fields keep the supernatural hidden from the non-magical. Bounded fields are underutilized. If I can use a bounded field to form a domain expansion, I could in theory use Malevolent Shrine or my original domain. One that completely defines me. Might as well give it a shot. He got up to his feet and waved his hand to open a bounded field. Thanks to the teaching he had undergone as both a noble and McGregor's apprentice, his use of field was excellent. He separated a space of 2.5 miles in his bounded field, creating a separate space. Okay, here we go. From his back, his large demon wings with their glowing runic tattoos emerged. He tensed them and blasted off into the sky, where he positioned himself in the middle of his field. He took a deep breath as he raised his hands and formed a hand sign that called to him. One Sukuna would recognized, but if he could steal others' bodies, he could steal his sign. With his field as the core, he filled it with his techniques, aka power of destruction and gravity as the attack. This was a place where he was king. Getting a foe in a bounded field normally just meant they could fight until 1-1. But if he got this right, his bounded field would evolve into a domain expansion. Drawing on all the knowledge he had gained, his years of mentoring and training. He remembered his boss, the presence Rahvdall had. When he opened his eyes, they began to glow a deep purple. Within this canvas, imbue your techniques into this barrier. Dye it in your colors and create an expression of yourself. This is me. Romonus Gremory, heir of the Gremory clan. Destruction made manifest. Domain expansion, catastrophic singularity. His massive bounded field was instantly warped by the expression of his technique. From a simple barrier to keep something trapped, it became the end of the ones trapped. The barrier tore apart as thousands of streams of demonic energy and threads of power of destruction began to weave together. The runic tattoos engraved onto his wings glowed deeper as they became amplifiers for his technique. Potent gravitational fields began to force it all together, causing his energy reserves to drain rapidly. It was not an issue though. Thanks to his Gremory clan trait, his reserves were innately higher than other devils. Unlike Sukuna, who created a shrine, he created the embodiment of all destruction. Much like his movie The End, his domain expansion turned the entirety of his bounded field into a giant black hole of energy of destruction, just bigger. Instantly, the embodiment of pure destruction enveloped his domain, which both shocked and overjoyed him. However, in his honest opinion, using his domain like this was tricky because he turned a massive area into a giant power of destruction black hole. With his energy dangerously low, his domain burst apart, and with it the contract. Once it was gone, he took a deep breath as forming that domain took a lot of his energy. Okay, that one needs more work. He flapped his wings and landed on the ground before retracting them. The End was a powerful move he could use more than once, but his domain made a giant one by converting a bounded field into the core of one. However, fueling a giant one was hard as his energy began to drain rapidly just maintaining it. I better practice to get it down like Gojo and Sukuna. As long as I can use infinitely close to no energy, I will never run out. Though this move wouldn't even be a big deal in Warhammer 40k. It was a good thing that even if he did get sent to Warhammer 40k or Fantasy for any reason, Rahvdall would protect him. The god of insanity would not risk losing a talent like Romonus to a mere chaos god, as those were not even gods. They were just entities formed of human emotion, so they did not deserve to be called gods. Just alien entities from another dimension. As for Romonus, he felt a lot better about finding a better use of bounded fields. Though if he could think of it, couldn't someone else do the same? This needed further consideration. Regardless, he sat down and from his spatial ring he pulled out a pure mana stone. His master gave him several for his use if he ever needed to recover his energy faster. He drained and converted the mana inside into demonic energy to recover his reserves. Once he had recovered his energy, he continued the rest of his training, mainly training in using Blood Drinker, which was immune to the power of destruction because of Vespera. Considering it was used by the Baal clan during the Great War, that made sense. Was that the reason they turned her into this thing, or was it truly just a sick punishment? Only Zekrom Baal will know, so why did he give it to me? He reached out to her through their contract, which allowed him to communicate with her without having to enter the blade. How do you feel? How do you think? Thanks for the blood, I will need more. I know. I did promise to get you out eventually. I have waited centuries, waiting a decade or two will just be part of my hell. He raised Blood Drinker and channeled his recovered demonic energy into the blade. Instantly it was covered in the power of destruction. Time to get this down. He began to spar against what he felt his sword master Suji would do. Chapter 15, Vespera's Confusion and Ria's Worry. Finally fixed the image of Vespera. It gets past the filters now. Image here. Also, I have decided on the name of the domain expansion, Catastrophic Singularity. It was a good thing he had Vespera on his side, as she was a truly powerful being. As the great-granddaughter of Zekrom and the child of a noble vampire of the Carmilla faction, she was innately powerful. It was for that reason that Zekrom, his ancestor, had to intervene personally to kill her. He gripped the handle of Blood Drinker the sword and thought about it. He had yet to meet the men, but he had only heard positive things. His uncle, grandfather, and even Surzex told him good things about the men. Feeling his doubt, Vespera reached out to him through their link. Whose side will you pick? Depends. He pulled out another vial of his blood and poured it over the blade. He watched as it was drawn inside before thinking. Who was your mother? Vespera went silent but answered. I don't know. Romonus raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the sword. You don't know? No. I was told my mother died at childbirth and I was raised by my relatives. Raised is pushing it though. He remembered how vampires hated mixed blood even more than devils. He did not know what they would think of a girl like Vespera born of the rape of one of their kind, or was it? And you killed your father because you knew what he did or thought you did. I was told all my life by the vampires around me that he forced himself on my mother. I felt it right for me to take vengeance, and in the end, Zekrom himself hunted me down, and ordered me forged into this thing. She said the last part with both venom and pain. He looked at the sky while holding the large sword in his right hand. What would you say if you found out you were wrong? I wouldn't know what to do with myself. It has been so long since the day he defeated me. I still remember the day I was forged, you know. Having my body ripped apart for material, having my soul forged into this metal, having it chained into place. Then sealed away to never be seen again. This sword has had 4 wielders before you, all of the Bale clan, and none ever communicated with me. In the end, I drained their lives to nothing. After that, I was locked away in the vaults of the Bale clan, never to be touched again until you came along. So, the chances you were tricked into killing your father. I'd rather not be the case. Try to hang in there until I can get you out or lessen your pain. The blood helps, take that as you will. With that, she went dormant again because the chains on her soul tormented her constantly. Blood could only dull her pain, never end it. He sighed as he returned Blood Drinker to the sheath on his hip. It was getting late and his family might be wondering about him. He opened another teleport circle under his feet and through the paths he knew returned to his room in a flash of light. He sighed when he was back in his room as Vespera's existence messed with him. He sighed as he waved his hand and changed his battle suit back to his fancy suit. Once his suit was back on, he walked out of his room. When he opened the door, he saw Rias about to open his door. Rias and Romonus locked eyes as she pulled her hand away. She looked like she was caught with a hand in the cookie jar. Ah, Mom said to check up on you. He snorted as he ruffled her crimson hair. Really? Because it looked like you wanted to go in my room. She pushed his hand away and turned away from him. You went into mine. He walked past her with his head raised high. That was your fault because you never wake up. Anyway, I usually train with Suji McGregor and Surtur every weekend, sometimes more if they have free time. Tomorrow I will be seeing Suji for sword training, so wake up at 6:30, okay? She nodded. Okay. I need to get stronger. More than you know. She tilted her head. What do you mean? He smiled with a mysterious smile as he walked away. She chased after him, trying to get an answer from him. Come on, brother, what did you mean? You said, more than you know. Why? Is Riser super strong or something? Who knows? I certainly don't. She reached out and pulled on his arm. Brother, you always tell me everything. Why won't you? I'll do anything. He looked down at her and smiled. Anything? Are you sure? She nodded. Yes. He turned around and leaned down. I will do it for a kiss on the cheek. She blushed a little before planting a peck on his cheek. Is that good? He smiled at how cute she was becoming. In a few short years, she would go from an innocent girl to a seductive bombshell. It was almost sad. You need to be stronger so you can protect yourself and everyone you care about. She looked confused. But you and Surzex don't need me to protect you. You two are strong. We might not always be around Rias. If that happens, it will be up to you. He was thinking of Trihexa because Surzex, Seraphal, Falbium, Azazel, and many other leaders of Pantheon sealed themselves away to defeat the beast. Even then it would take centuries with all of them to seal it, and he might have to go with them if he could not stop rise of him. Feeling how serious he got, Rias reached out and held his arm. You and Zex aren't going anywhere, right? No. Not if we can help it. She hugged him tight, worried. Why? Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me alone. He held her tight as he tried to appease her. I won't. I am not going anywhere, you know how fast I am growing stronger. Give me another 5 years and very few beings will even be a challenge. I told you right. I will become the first devil to become a god. Can a god of devils allow himself to be defeated? She shook her head. You better not. She let go of him and ran off somewhere. Seeing how worried she got for him made him smile before his face turned cold. Kateria Leviathan, Shalba Beelzebub, Cruzari Asmodeus, and Rizavim Lucifer. The 4 bloodlines of the Satans will be mine, I just need to push my bloodline into the super devil level and then ascend to godhood. Seeing how strong Serzex was as still a mortal, how strong would he be as a super devil turned god? Regardless, that was a goal for the distant future, so for now he went to meet with his parents. They were not worried for him as it was not uncommon for him to vanish for days in his training. He had been doing so since he was 7, so he just checked on how they were doing. His mother Vanillana as usual was either managing her husband's large harem or dealing with the business owned on Earth by the Gremory clan. This time, he found her engaged in 20 different calls simultaneously as she dealt with different business decisions. She just gave him a smile which let him know she was busy, so he left her be. His father was in his office as well, working on stacks of paperwork as the Astaroth and Phoenix clans were giving more business deals now that they were going to be married together. However, the Phoenix clan was less happy than the Astaroth as Rias hated Riser. Or at the least disliked him to the point of curing his name openly. After a quick checkup, his father also didn't have much time to talk, which he was fine with. He left his parents alone and instead went back to his room where he had a few things to do. His training for the day was over, so he began to mess around with his hobby, alchemy. As the heir to the clan, his connections were wide, so he had endless resources to use and experiment with. This was both a hobby and a skill worth having, which was why he spent so much time on it. Too bad he was working blind, as alchemy in this verse was limited in use. Unless he could go to China and meet with the gods who were more versed in this than anyone else. He shook his head as he spent the next few hours brewing different potions or poison in some cases. He would note down the different results when different herbs, monster body parts, poisons and venoms had when they reacted together. In the end, he brewed a few more blood resurgence potions, and some simple healing potions. He even created a new poison which he found some use for, so he noted down the recipe. Once he finished his brewing, he cleaned up his alchemy set and walked to his personal bathroom. Much like everything in Devil Society, it was massive as it was made with the fact that he was expected to have a harem in the future. Fertility was a common issue among devils, so they made up for it with many female lovers to have a chance to produce a child. For him, it was empty as his fiancée Latia was still a new relationship. No matter how powerful or mature he was still 11. Damn you, number 11. Turn into 18 already and show me my greatness. He sighed as he showered under the magical water. It nourished his skin and hair along with the body wash and shampoo made for nobles like him. Once all the stress of the day was gone, he got dressed and returned to bed. Though instead of sleeping, he began to train in his Tuki control and his internal demonic energy circulation. Using both at the same time would allow him to increase his physical abilities to new extremes. He did this for the next hour until he felt that it was too late. When he checked his phone, he saw that it was already 3:30 a.m. It was very late and he only had 3 hours to sleep. That was fine as he did not need much sleep, so he set his alarm and finally fell asleep. As he slept, he healed from the stress of the day and for those 3 hours HEW as at peace. But as he was used to, just 3 hours later he was awoken at the time of training, 6:30 a.m. He sighed as he only woke up this early on weekends. Yesterday was Friday, which meant that his teachers had time to train him on a day they all had off. Today was Saturday, but he only had to train with Suji in the art of the sword today as McGregor was off doing who knows what he did in his free time. Mages were kinda scary when they were focused on their research, and McGregor Mathers was no exception. Regardless, he got himself dressed and went to wake up Rias, who was actually awake without him waking her up. She was already dressed in training clothes and he teleported back to the capital Lilith. To avoid pissing off Graphia, he would use a bounded field to not damage the field again. When they arrived, Suji was already waiting. He smiled when he saw Rias. Rias, glad of you to join us again. I will teach you after I teach Romonus. In the meantime, work on your control or watch us and draw inspiration. She nodded. Yes, sir. Suji then turned to Romonus with a calm smile. He began to draw his katana as Romonus drew Blood Drinker. Show me what you have learned. Right. I am not one to ask, but if it is not too much trouble, a review would help a lot. Also, any recommendations for the harem? I have a few already chosen, but suggestions might give me ideas. Chapter 16, Sword Duel and Latia's Workshop. Suji was never physically mighty as Romonus could outperform him in strength many times over. He never specialized in strength or put the most power behind his sword. Instead, he had focused on being the fastest. As a human, his sword style favored quick-paced moves and control, which became his signature skill as a knight, Godspeed. He was both the fastest and most skilled knight of all devils. He had done his best through the years to improve, and he had grown a mastery of his knight pieces no other had before. Ever since he began to train Romonus in the art of the sword, he saw how Romonus took his teachings and changed them to suit his style. Thanks to Surtur's insane training, he had unlocked Tukey, a rare skill among devils, and McGregor taught him to use his sword as a magic focus. Now, he was going to show him that one didn't need to be skilled in magic or physically powerful to win a sword match. Romonus gripped the handle of Blood Drinker with both hands as he pointed it toward Suji. Suji held his katana with both hands as both of them stood still. Time began to slow down as both of them let go of everything and focused on their swords. Rias clenched her hands together as she waited for the moment they moved. When she blinked, they had already vanished, reminding her that her brother had many years more training than she did. Romonus had taken the teaching of Suji and his Godspeed training for himself. Of course, he was not yet as fast as his teacher, but he was getting there thanks to his much stronger body. A thin layer of Tukey shimmered around his body while the demonic energy inside his body increased his physical ability. Both abilities together allowed him to blitz forward as he swung his sword down toward his master. Suji, though, released a hand from his sword and swung upwards against Blood Drinker. Using pure skill, he raised his hand and made Romonus swing against the ground. Don't think so. Romonus gripped the handle of his blade, spread his feet out, and swung back up mid-swing. Vespera, as the core of the demon sword, channeled her own demonic energy, which was massive, into the swing which Suji felt. The knight kicked off the ground and leapt out of the way as an energy wave of demonic energy and Tukey cut through where he was standing. He grinned as he formed a platform of demonic energy and kicked off it to jump down. We're picking up the pace. Speed trumps power. Suji vanished as he swung his blade toward Romonus' neck, who reacted on pure instinct. Tukey allowed one to react to threats against their life, so he swung Blood Drinker down and clashed against Suji's katana. Suji was stopped in his tracks thanks to Romonus' raw power, but he knew Suji was holding back. In the light novel at full power, Suji cleaved a leg off the Jabberwocky, a 200-meter-tall monster created by Annihilation Maker, with ease. If he had wanted to, he could have taken his neck at that moment. He still took it as an achievement that he caught the swing. Suji himself was impressed as he moved faster than he usually did in their training matches. You managed to catch my blade. Impressive. Romonus smiled and sighed. If you wanted, you could have cut through Blood Drinker and my head in one go. Suji pulled his sword back. Of course, but I have had over a century to perfect my sword skills. You have not, and still you caught my blade. Not just anyone can do that, and besides, you are not a swordman. You're a spell sword. You fight best with your power of destruction, gravity, and spells. If we went all out, you would do much better. Romonus smiled, as he did have the best teachers. All right, then Romonus, now time to help you improve. Following the testing spar, Suji spent another hour and a half instructing him on the art of the sword and the technique of Godspeed. Romonus' use of it was weaker because while he was insanely fast, he never specialized in speed. Suji wanted him to rectify that in self-training, as he was just an instructor. It was up to Romonus to change it for his use. As for Rias, Suji gave her minimal instruction and left that up for Romonus. Suji turned to Rias and patted her head with a smile. You know, instead of having you just throw power of destruction at me, throw it at your brother. He is immune to its effects and he is an actual user. Rias smiled and nodded. Yes, Uncle Suji. Suji smiled in Romonus' direction, who merely waved him off. Suji vanished after that, leaving Romonus and Rias behind. He sighed and turned to Rias, who was looking much happier than before. What will you teach me first? The string method, or the end? He snorted. Neither. Those are mine. You have to think of your own use of power of destruction. Aw, come on. He raised his head high, crossed his arms and turned around. Nope. All mine. It took me years to get control over power of destruction, to form it into thin threads. You don't have that time, so find a different skill. Plus, the end needs gravity magic, which you don't have. Rias looked down disappointed as she thought both those moves were cool. Fine then, Big Meanie, what else can I do? He turned around and walked over to her side. Okay, then time to teach you. The first thing is that power of destruction does not want to listen. Surzex has trained for centuries in the art of having perfect control over it, while I have trained in shaping it into shape. Watch. Romonus released oceans of pod before rapidly turning them into hundreds of threads with ease. He did not use his hands this time and merely used his mind to begin to control them. They spun around him rapidly, waiting for his command. Here is the thing, Rias, this method came about because of my method to control demonic energy. I already knew how to shape my energy into threads. This was just a step in that direction. You won't be able to do this because you have no control over your demonic energy. Rias tilted her head. Huh. Romonus waved his hand and dispelled his threads. You just launch waves of demonic energy at what you want to attack. Power of destruction is formed of demonic energy, control the former and you control the latter. Get me? Rias now wanted to ask a question she always wondered. Brother, why do you call demonic power, demonic energy? You're the only one who calls it that. He sighed. That's what you think about it. I call it that way because it's energy. Why else? Regardless, to improve in using your pod, you need to get your demonic power under your control. He said power with air quotes because it was annoying. His way of calling it was better than anyone else. Rhea snorted as she began to laugh at him. Okay, how do I control my demonic energy? She returned the air quotes, making him smile. I will teach you my old instructor's method, the fire method. Make a small fire of demonic energy in front of you. No hands to direct it. Rias looked in front of her and did as he said, doing it rather easily. Okay, now make it orbit around you. When she added a second one, she kept making them spin. Now keep adding more, make them take different orbits, change the colors, do what you think needs to be done. Every devil is different and your path won't be mine. She smiled. Thank you. He smiled as he dispelled the bounded field around them. It's fine. Anyway, I better get moving. I got a date with my fiancé today. You know how to teleport home? She rolled her eyes. Duh, I am not a baby. He looked up at the sky hearing that. Sometimes I wonder. Rias frowned, causing her fireballs to burst apart. Hey. He just laughed and teleported away, leaving her to her self-study. When she got her demonic energy under control, then he could help her better. Rias sighed before she sat down and got to work on the technique her brother taught her. I will show him, when I make my method it will be better. As for Romonus, he teleported to the Astaroth clan's main mansion. While Latia was not from the main family, she was treated just as important as the main branch because of her uncle Ajuka Beelzebub. Now that Diodora was dead, the heir position of the Astaroth clan was open. In the light novel, Latia becomes the next heir following the death of the slimy prick. His rotten heart had been put to better use rather than being killed by Shalba. It still made him smirk when he felt the sheer purity and power of his energy after that ritual. The use of Diodora had been the right, but now there was no heir. Considering Latia was now engaged to him, the Gremory heir meant two things could happen. One, where she married him and took his last name, or when they ruled both clans with her as the Astaroth clan head and him the Gremory head. Two heads marrying each other was unheard of, but he was not one to play by the rules. When he arrived at the mansion, he did so in front of the main manor as each one was heavily warded and guarded. If he had tried to teleport in, the defenses would have torn him apart, or maybe they would not. He didn't want to risk it, so when he arrived he did so in front of several guards. They turned to look at him as he used a Gremory circle. The head guard, a giant devil in full armor, spoke up. Are you Romonus Gremory? Yes, that is me. The guard stepped aside and opened the door for him. Enter. The young lady has been expecting you. You, lead him to her workshop. He pointed to a random devil soldier who saluted. Yes, sir. Come with me, my lord. Romonus followed the guard, who began to walk him through the mansion. While they were walking, the guard turned to speak to him. I feel like you should know, the clan is in mourning right now, so security is higher than usual. He tilted his head, acting surprised. Why? The guard kept walking, but he explained. The heir, Diodora, is deceased. Assassinated. Romonus turned full circle to gaze at the guard in faked shock. How? It's been just 2 days since I spoke to him. He was fine then. We don't know. Lord Beelzebub has been here to see what happened, and all they found was a pile of ashes belonging to the heir. We have kept it quiet, as this is serious and we have no perpetrator. Some whisper it was Grim Reapers, others a death mage. But the smart no Reapers only obey Hades, and he has no love or care for devils. I even heard stories of a elder lich, but the few liches remaining keep to themselves. Your fiancée Lady Latia was not close to him, but still. I would not bring it up. Noted, and I grieve with your clan. I should see Lord Astaroth and Lady Astaeath to offer my condolences. Please do. The lady has not left her room since it was discovered, but here we are. He led Romonus to 2 heavy double doors made of enchanted metal. They hummed with many formations that Romonus asked about. Is she trying to keep us out? The guard chuckled. No, keep her explosions in. Be careful, she is always making a new weapon, armor, machine, or whatever else comes to mind. Romonus pulled out his phone and first called her. Inside her workshop, Latia was wearing a heavy protective equipment, as from her fingernails a bright blue fire welded some metal plates together. She had turned the mech she was working on into a set of power armor as she got inspired by some more anime and video games she watched. However, when she phone rang with her special ringtone, she smiled and used telekinesis to bring it near her head. Romonus, are you here? I am outside your workshop. She perked up hearing that. Come in then. I have been waiting to show you what I have been working on. Outside, Romonus looked over at the guard who smiled at him. Those doors weigh 5 tons each, they are opened with some pistons. Just let me dash. No need. Huh. Under the gaze of the shocked guard, Romonus with ease pushed open the doors with just his raw strength. Latia turned when she saw the door opening on their own. Though when she saw it was Romonus she smiled in admiration. I can't wait to see him in this. She had someone to give this suit, but she now found the guy. Chapter 17, The Baptism and Power Armor. Thank you all for the positive reviews. A future arc will define Telly see Romonus visiting the Chinese pantheon to learn under the most hated people around. Cultivators. Specifically alchemy masters. And maybe see a jade beauty or two. Latia turned to the shocked guard and waved him off. You can leave. The armored guard gave her a deep bow and began to leave. Of course. Romonus waved the guard off as he entered Latia's workshop. It was massive, much bigger than was expected, and all manner of items were spread all around. On the walls, she had many weapons she had created, many of sci-fi. He didn't recognize most of them for a while. Latia watched as Romonus looked around at the many items she had on display with a wondrous expression. Seeing him take an interest in her hobbies made her happy. Does anything catch your eye? He stopped walking in shock and childlike wonder as he rushed to a display. He put his hands on the magical glass as he saw something that he loved in his past life and this one. He did not expect to see it here in any shape or form, but he did. Is that a Warhammer 40k power sword? Looks Black Templars if I have to say so. Image here. Latia's face began to perk up that someone knew of her favorite fictional universes. Not an anime, but truly fun verse. Yes, I modeled it after those swords, is that weird? He cleared his voice as he looked a little embarrassed at this. Not weirder than this. He turned around and from his back released his 2 large wings. Seeing his wings, Latia had many questions because they did not look like the usual of their race, and second because of the runic tattoos. She rushed over and began to run her hands down the glowing symbols on his wings. Really? You put cornite tattoos on your wings? Why? He chuckled with a sheepish grin. Because they are cool and I can remove them if needed, but they give my wings a few extra protections. Latia had to agree that they did look cool. If you ever get the chance, can you do the same for my wings? He nodded with a smile. Of course, my hobby helped me in this as I made magical tattoo ink to place these runic tattoos. They increase the strength of my wings, defend them from magic, projectiles, and they increase the flow of demonic energy through them. Latia pulled out a scanner from the spatial storage device she had on her neck. She began to run it up and down his wings a few times as she wanted to see what effects they had. When she looked at the device, she noticed that compared to regular devils, his wings were humming with 250% more energy than was expected. Because their race could not fly on the muscle of their wings alone, as they used pure magic to fly. Romonus, on the other hand, could rely on the pure strength of his wings. His wings compared to a regular devil were massive, muscular, and demonic even. Very odd, but maybe he underwent a mutation or the like to cause his unique wings. Okay, I have so many questions as to why your wings look like this, but this idea of placing runic tattoos on them is smart. I wonder why no one else thought of it. He retracted his wings as he had a theory. Tradition. You and I seem to not be held back by the traditions of our race. This gives me an idea which I will need your help on. She raised an eyebrow. My help? He pulled out a set of schematics he had made a year ago. It was a theory he had based on a fantasy novel in his past life he read. Yes. First, I want to ask you a question. What is demonic power, or as I call it, energy? She answered with ease. Mana warped by Lucifer and Lilith to suit our race. Exactly. When a devil like us absorbs mana from the atmosphere, it is converted into demonic energy. This is where the device I wanted to build would come to mind. Mana, when it is compressed or in high enough concentrations, will become fluid. She knew that much. Yes, it is used in human enchantments or formations. Even here at the clan use it to fuel our massive defensive formations, but you know better than to touch it. In its pure state, mana becomes destructive. Exactly, I need that destruction. Here. He passed off the schematics over to her as she read through them. At first, it seemed like something that needed alchemy and spellcraft only, but then she saw why it would need tech as well. Still, this was a monstrous idea that only a madman would undergo. Romonus, this baptism as you call it could kill you. Pure condensed liquid mana will tear the body apart. Even a devil like you will be torn apart by the power. He nodded with grim determination. Yes, which is why I plan to add a constant array of healing devices. I plan to use the high concentration of mana and the constant damage and healing to push my body and hopefully bloodline to a new level. A tempering of the body if the Chinese cultivators are to be believed. And, if my theory is to be believed, Lucifer and DxD both placed limitations on our race. Surzex and Ajuka are what I believe happens when our race gets past those limitations. That is not enough for me, I want to go past both of them. For that, I need your help. She walked off as she began to look through them, as it did look to be possible. The body grew under stress and constantly destroyed the body, only to heal it back with these potions, and healing arrays would in theory grant a much stronger body. Plus, this would affect not just the outside, but every part of the body. As she read through the schematics he had planned, she agreed. Fine, I will do it, but you have to prove to me you can even survive something like this. I'd rather not become a widow before we are wed. He smiled as he was truly thankful. He walked toward her and gently held her hands. Hey, if it works you can use it too. She recoiled in horror. I'd rather not. He let go of her hands and shrugged. Your loss. She handed him the schematics, which he placed back in his spatial ring. Once that idea was out, he pointed at the power sword. Does it work as intended? Of course, thanks to my uncle teaching me, I can make something like this with ease. She walked over to the glass case and with a wave of her demonic energy opened it up. She tossed the large sword to Romonus, who caught it with one hand. He channeled his demonic energy into the blade and watched as the shimmering power field hummed to life around it. Did you forge this blade? Because it is well made. Yes, it is just part of my hobby, as I sometimes need to make my own to make some sci-fi weapons when I get the inspiration. He turned off the power field as he pulled something from his spatial ring. It was his old sword, which he had made to resist the power of destruction. He no longer needed it because of Blood Drinker and its immunity to destruction. Still, he still considered himself a good blacksmith. I also used to forge my weapons and armor. This suit I am wearing is just made of my demonic energy, but I do have a suit I tailored out of beast leather. This actually gives me an idea. If the two of us work together, we could in theory make weapons and or artifacts to rival sacred gears. Latia was not that confident in herself. She looked at the power sword in his hand, not convinced. You think so? He nodded. I do. Just because people in the past created powerful weapons that everyone wants doesn't mean we can't either. Look at this. From his spatial ring, he pulled out one of his original swords. It was smaller than Blood Drinker a little, but the size didn't matter. This was made out of the cheapest, most common magical metal, Magi steel. I could have bought more fancy metals, but these were practice swords really. Here. When he passed her the sword, she almost dropped it because of the sheer weight. He had made it out of a big chunk of metal he compressed down with pure gravity. It allowed him to pack more metal into a smaller body to increase the durability. It did make it rigid, but because it was magical metal, he could reinforce it with demonic energy and power of destruction. This is heavy. She was forced to place it down as she was not very physically strong. She ran her hand down the metal and began to use her methods to analyze it. This is weird. It doesn't seem like Magi steel anymore. How did you make it? He sat down as he explained the process. I will show you. Just don't freak out. From his spatial ring he pulled out a large see-through barrel. The barrel was 6 feet tall and inside was a bunch of his blood. Floating in the blood was a massive chunk of Magi steel. Magi steel, as it was named, was just metal that had been saturated in thick mana for centuries. The barrel had been enchanted with a time formation to allow the metal to soak up his blood's properties. Thanks to my alchemy, I have created a potion that allows me to recover my blood faster. This is the only way I could create a metal resistant to the power of destruction. Once it is ready, I will compress it with gravity magic, as I have several more chunks of metal aging like this. Once I have enough, I then begin forging it in demonic energy-fueled flames and temper it in power of destruction. That is how I created my swords. She walked over and looked into the vessel, not disgusted or anything. How fast is the time in there? 50 times faster than out here. I had to commission that from the Ajira's clan because while I am skilled at magic, time magic is still a tricky subject. I can teach you. Thanks to my mixed heritage, I have both Astroth and Ajira's clan traits like you have the Gremory and Bale traits. I will appreciate that, but first let's see this power armor. She snapped out of her daydream as she walked him over to the massive suit of metal. She began to explain what she made it out of and why. To be frank, I also made this out of Magi steel because of how cheap it is. I can buy tons of the stuff to use and no one will bat an eye. If I did the same with mithril, adamantium, orichalcum, cold iron, deep steel, dark steel, or even metallic, or the price would exceed what my clan would be willing to pay. Assholes. She let the last bit slip as they refused to allow her to buy those more expensive metals in bulk. Was a ton of orichalcum so bad? It really was, as it was even prized by gods with how rare it was. As for adamantium, it was mined and forged by the Norse dwarves. They sold it, but at sky-high rates. He patted her back as he had the same issue. Can you believe my parents refused to allow me to buy 500 pounds of mithril? I wanted to forge an armor set from it, but they said that I didn't need it. It's not fair, I could have made a legendary suit by this time if I had that. She smiled that someone understood the struggle. You know what, let's tell our uncle and brother. If we say we need them for our research, we can totally make some new items. I can help you make your suit with some tech, and you can help me improve my power armor. He nodded with a child-look smile. Agreed. Since we got the time, let's bring in Sikvera. With her help we might even make a titan. Latia began to giggle at the sheer joy she would have if she could make even a single warhound titan. We have to. Even a single one would make me happy for life. For now, want to try on the suit? He nodded as she pressed on the chest plate, causing the entire thing to shrink down into a handheld device. Just place it on your chest and hold still. He did as instructed and put it over his suit. Much like liquid metal, the entire suit began to grow over his entire body. Once it was on, his senses linked up to the suit systems, allowing him to see even if his head was not in the helmet. He raised a hand and clenched his hand. He pointed at Latia and gave a exaggerated line. Foul Xenos scum. She raised her hands in faked fear. Oh no, the Emperor's angels of death are here. Anyways, what do you think? He began to move in the suit and found that it was a well-crafted suit. It did not snag on his clothes or skin and it did not feel heavy. I like it. How long has you been working on this? Not long, it's not the first I made, just the best I made. I plan to show my uncle to ask his permission to let me buy some rarer metals to make my own suit. I will need them as well. Seems we will need the help of my brother and your uncle. Latia and him were sick of cheap magi steel as they wanted stronger and rarer metals. They would need them anyway if they wanted to match the stronger weapons in the world. He didn't know what Blood Drinker was made of, but maybe with Vespera's help he could add some rarer metals. If that happened, maybe his demon sword would grow even stronger than it already was. He would have to speak with her on the matter though. Chapter 18, Miria's Number and Evil Pieces. Romonus spent the next hours with Latia as they shared their experience working on their creations. He even showed her his blood resurgence potions which he made because of how often he needed blood. She took a few off his hands, but in exchange she let him keep the Black Templar power sword she made. According to her, while it could be used in battle, the blade would not hold up against the kind of stress he could output. Instead, she wanted to work with him directly with much higher quality material to create a better sword and armor for him. It was a good idea, and Romonus certainly wanted to craft a set of armor he could in theory link to his soul like a sacred gear. If Azazel could create artificial sacred gears, he wanted to do the same, as he much rather rely on something he made with his bare hands, instead of borrowing power from God. Still, he could spend hours talking with Latia, but after spending over 8 hours with her it was time for him to head home. He still had more self-training as it was only 4 p.m. Romonus removed the power armor which he hadn't removed and handed it back to her. Here. I think it is time I head home. She seemed a little disappointed, but they had spent the better part of the day together. So soon. I was enjoying your company, but I understand. He smiled and held her hands again. They were so soft despite her using her hands in her crafting. I agree. We have known each other a few days, but I have loved every interaction. She gripped his hands back and returned the gesture. I agree. We should do this more often. She let go of his hands as he opened a magic circle under him to teleport home. Once he was in his room, he walked over to his bed before falling on it. He began to smile that his fiancée was such a wonderful girl. She was better in every way than the flings he had in his past life. Her hobby in a way was both a hobby and a power of its own. Imagining the day they would build a Psi Titan or something of the like got him excited. There was so much to do in this wonderful world when you were powerful. He sat up and looked over at Blood Drinker. He reached out for the sword and placed it on his lap. He reached out to Vespera, who answered him as usual. What is it? I wanted to ask if you have any idea what your sword is made of. Iron drawn out from the bodies of thousands of humans, angels, fallen angels, and devils. Really? No. He rolled his eyes. Lame. Vespera snorted. It is made of mostly adamantium, with trace amounts of orichalcum. If my memories are to be believed. Why? I wanted to ask if you could absorb more magical metals. I am not sure, try it if you want. His face became a bit softer as he gazed at the sword. I rather not cause you pain. She stayed silent for a while before answering. I am always in pain, you have just made it hurt less. Just know, I appreciate what you do. When the link was cut, he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out one of his barrels of blood. He opened it up and turned off the time enchantment. With a wave of his hand, the large chunk of magi steel was pulled out and returned to his ring for later use. He dropped Blood Drinker into the blood as it was the only thing that could ease her pain. When not in use, he could afford to let her rest in a vat of blood, but he would soon have to find enemies to slaughter for her. Maybe even humans from prisons who deserved death. Regardless, in a month he would get his evil pieces, allowing him to reincarnate others into his peerage. Until then, he had time, so he pulled out the soul Grimory his teacher gave him. It was back to self-study and self-improvement as usual. Romonus rarely stopped training for as long as while he could rely on his mere bloodline for everything and still reach the ultimate rank. Going past it would be impossible. It was why he was so incredibly strong. Without question the strongest devil of his generation, because he was a training madman. The next 7 years were the most important years of his life, as puberty was a magical thing. His growth would rise exponentially as long as he pushed himself accordingly. Over the following month, he continued his physical training under Surtur, who pushed him even harder now. Surtur also trained him in the art of Tuki control, as his use of it was still new. Suji increased the intensity of his sword spars, and McGregor began to teach him darker and more advanced forms of magic. He also had to train in his abilities of power of destruction, gravity, and his alchemy hobby. He was being pulled in so many directions, but instead of buckling under the pressure, he grew under it. Thanks to the grimoire on souls, he was beginning to reach closer and closer to unlocking his soulscape. Thankfully, he didn't just train, as he would spend time with his family and the ladies in his life. He would often hang out with Latia in her workshop and even on a few dates. He didn't forget to keep in contact with Rahvdall and ended up watching her favorite anime with her once. It was pretty good actually, and he even made sure to visit Miria, his favorite guard. She was less mad at him now, but she was still pissed that he made fun of her. Speaking of Miria, today was the day he was getting his evil pieces from Ajuka, so here he was. Before going to Ajuka's castle to get his pieces, he stopped by at Rahvdall's. Outside, Miria was still leaning against her giant greatsword, but when she saw him, her face recoiled in irritation. The blonde guard was still there, but she avoided looking anywhere but forward. Romonus walked toward the purple-haired beauty, who gripped the handle of her sword tighter. When he arrived in front of her, her purple eyes were squinted in both vexation and anger. "What do you want?" Romonus cleared his voice before he looked her in the eyes. "I'm sorry." She looked away with a pout on her face. "For?" He smiled internally that she didn't hate him. "For making a joke at your expense." She looked at him and asked him the truth. "Did you mean it?" "No. You're too young to be worried about something like that." Her face turned bright red, so she avoided looking him in the eye. "In that case, I guess I can forgive you if you do one thing for me." He raised an eyebrow. "And what is that?" She reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. "Your phone number." He smiled as she handed him her phone so he could put his phone number. When he did so, he handed her phone back. She seemed quite happy, so he didn't try to ruin the moment. "You are gorgeous when you smile, you know." Miria let go of her sword and held her face with a rather adorable expression, if he had to say so. "Really? I don't look old." He shook his head. "No, of course you don't. Who told you that? Every time I tried to get a boyfriend, they all said I was too old." "Am I old?" Romonus thought about it, as she was 875, which meant she saw the end of the Great War and fought in the Civil War. Plus, as a powerful ultimate class devil, her age was not all that great. She still had an impressive level of power, but he did wonder why she worked as a guard. "No, not at all. If it makes you feel better, I like that maturity. Some might say dash." She covered his mouth with her hands. "Don't say it." He smiled and did not call her a MILF despite what he wanted to. "All right, call me all right. Are you free today?" No. Tomorrow is my day off." He smiled as he leaned forward. "In that case, want to go on a date with me?" Miria held her face in embarrassment, but she did seem happy about it. "Okay. If you want to go with this old lady, I guess I can go." He snorted and gently cooped her face. "Don't call yourself old, age is just a number for our kind." He let go of her face and teleported away toward Ajuka's castle. Miria placed her hands over her chest, feeling her heartbeat. The last time she had gone on a date had been 75 years ago, and the guy called things off because he thought she was unfeminine. She then proceeded to throw him through 5 walls, breaking every bone in his body, but he survived. What a little brat. Wonder what he will look like in 4 years. As for Romonus, he teleported in front of Ajuka's castle, which was located south of the city. Unlike Rahvdall's castle, which only had 2 guards stationed outside, Ajuka's castle had none. At least stationed outside, because Ajuka was an inventor, so he relied on his inventions for his security. Outside, 2 giant golems of metal turned to gaze at Romonus. One of them aimed a giant naginata at him before speaking in a distorted robotic voice. "State your identity." "I am Romonus Gremory, and I am here to receive my evil pieces." Both golems scanned him a few times before they moved aside. "Identity confirmed. Enter." Both golems together pushed open the giant enchanted doors behind them and allowed him to walk in. When he walked in, he saw a woman sitting at a desk. He walked toward her and saw she had the green hair of the Astaroth clan. She smiled professionally when she saw him. Lord Gremory. Romonus is fine, but yes. She looked into her computer file before nodding. Okay, Lord Beelzebub is waiting. Just stand in the teleport circle here. He stepped into the teleport circle that was near the desk. When he did so, she explained how this worked. Evil pieces were created by Lord Beelzebub, but they are not kept here in Lilith. He keeps the monoliths in a separate space no one knows the exact location to. That way they are safe from sabotage. Are you ready? Yes. She pressed a key on her keyboard causing the circle to surge with mana. In a flash of light Romonus was teleported away to the site of the evil piece, King Monoliths. It was here where every high-class and noble devil received their pieces. When he arrived Ajuka was already waiting for him. The Devil King gave a rare smile to his nephew-in-law. Romonus, I have heard only good things from Latia about you. She seems to be falling for you quite fast, may I add. Whatever you are doing, keep doing it. Yes, uncle. It is also wonderful to see you. On another note, I am sorry for your loss. Ajuka sighed. Thank you. I was not close to Diodora and never spoke to him personally, but his death was so odd. Turns out he was not as kind as we believed. His peerage were all abused and terrified of him. Though they couldn't tell us what happened when he died. Romonus pushed for information, wondering what Ajuka knew. What have you found out, if you don't mind me asking? Ajuka then dropped a bombshell which worried Romonus. I know what killed him, I just kept it to myself. The Harvester did it. Please tell me the Reaper guy is okay. You mean the greater spirit of death of the Spirit Realm? Ajuka nodded. Yes. He was summoned here to do the dead. Who knows who Diodora offended so much that they summoned that thing? Your teacher spoke of him. Yes. McGregor said the Harvester has never been contracted and I planned on trying. If you succeed, ask him why he did it. I tried to summon him myself and he refused my summons. Regardless, we aren't here to talk about that. You're here for your evil pieces. Romonus saw that there were 5 total monoliths. Why are there 5? Each one has different levels, as not every devil is equal. Evil pieces are formed of both the user's demonic power and crystals from the Agrias Island. Very few devils reach the ultimate class or further, so most use the first 2 or maybe the 3rd. The 4th is for the more exceptional ones while the 5th is for the elites. You can use the 5th one. The 5th monolith was larger than the rest and made of higher quality crystals. He walked toward the monolith and when he was in front of it he turned to Ajuka. Do I just channel my energy into it? Ajuka nodded. That one will take a lot, so be careful. No problem. Romonus placed a hand on the crystal monolith before he began to surge power into it. In moments the monolith began to glow brighter and brighter as Romonus kept feeding it his demonic energy. His reserves were massive and the sheer purity of his energy was causing even Ajuka surprise. His energy was almost as pure as Surzek's despite him not being a super devil. Will he take the leap as well? Romonus did not stop feeding the monolith his energy until he was running on empty. He had overfed the monolith, which was a hard feat to achieve, but it was worth it. The monolith gathered all the demonic energy he sent into it and began to form his 15 pieces. Thanks to how much energy went into forming them and the purity, they were much stronger than the prices of other devils. He would need fewer pieces to reincarnate stronger people, but that was not the thing that shocked Ajuka. 3 mutation pieces. You are either insanely lucky or blessed. Romonus had lucked out and gotten a mutation queen, rook, and pawn, which was insanely lucky. How rare is mutation pieces, uncle? Only 1 in 10 devils have even a single one. You having 3 is 1 in 1,000 chance. I also need to inform you of a little-known trait I added to the evil piece system. Your pieces are linked to you, so unused pieces will grow accordingly. Even after they are used, as long as you and your servant grow stronger, they can mutate to match that new power. I fully expect you to form a peerage of monsters. Romonus smiled before he waved. He dismissed his pieces, which vanished into thin air. He already knew his first peerage member would come to him. Aquino Heimjima would make his first bishop, as the queen piece was not useful for her. All in all, today had proven to be a wonderful day. Chapter 19, Venelana's Displeasure and Teasing. After Romonus collected his evil pieces, he did not delay long, as he did not have much reason to stay longer. He had nothing against Ajuka, as the man was technically his new uncle, but he did kill his relative, so he did not want to stick around. Though he didn't just leave, he had to be polite. Uncle, it has been nice talking to you. Any time you can give me a lesson to improve. Ajuka gave a small smile. Next time I give Latia a lecture, come along. I might as well show I am the better teacher. It was still incredibly lucky of you to receive 3 mutation pieces. I can't wait to see what you will do with them. Romonus did not consider it luck, as he got those because of the power he had earned. He was 11 years old and his power was growing by the day thanks to the great mentoring he received. A big part still took raw talent which he had in spades. Combine that with hard work, which made him into a little monster. See you, uncle. With practiced ease, he created a teleport circle and returned to his mansion. As usual, he always chose his room, but he noticed something. The memories of his original coordinates were messed with. It did not seem that Ajuka did it himself, but rather the whole separate space had such an effect. Clever, that way no one can know where the core of the evil piece system is. Heaven had God, Gregory has Azazel, and we have Ajuka. Seems fair. Regardless, now that he had his evil pieces he could begin to travel the world. He still wanted to get Akino before doing anything, as her lineage as a cadre was beyond valuable. He knew more than she did about herself, as he was not going to allow her to wallow in her trauma. It might be cruel, but he could and would not allow her to waste her holy lighting. He needed it to train his resistance to holy energies, and she would be an asset when he invaded the vampire realm for Valerie and Gasper. I should hold my horses, as long as I get Tobio, and Akino vampires will be the least of my worries. That isn't even counting me. He shook his head as he walked out of his room. He decided to go tell his mother, as he knew she would have far more free time than his father. If his father was not involved in the duties as the Lord of House Gremory, he was off fucking his dime a dozen maids. While Romonus could respect the idea of such a large harem, each one was cheap. They were copies of each other with only different faces and hair colors with the same bodies. He shook his head at the idea of collecting a harem only for their looks. Regardless, he eventually arrived at his mother's office. It was where she often went to deal with the business calls or simply kept to herself. Mom, I got good news. When he opened the door and walked in, he saw his mother sitting with her head on the desk. When she heard him, she tilted her head a little to gaze at him with her purple eye. Romonus was quite surprised as his mother looked depressed. Her hair was disheveled, she looked exhausted and like she had not slept in days. That changed when she saw him, causing her to perk up. She rubbed her eyes a little as she tried to play it off. Romonus. Sorry, you had to see me like that. Did you get your pieces? Romonus did not answer as he walked over to her side. He reached out for her disheveled hair and with a bit of magic straightened it out for her. Mom, you look terrible. What happened? She sighed as she rested her chin on her arms. That obvious? He nodded with worry in his eyes. Yes. I have never seen you like this in my life. What can I do? She sat up and waved her hand to close the door to her office. She locked and warded everything so nothing got out. She clenched her hands as her face began to pull back into an expression of pure loathing. Do you remember Marcina? Romonus nodded with squinted eyes. The black-haired bimbo. The one who is always in father's office sucking him off or fucking him. Venelana began to chuckle at the accurate description. The very same. I thought I was the only one who disliked her. He shook his head. I despise her kind the most. What did she do? Venelin took a deep breath as she broke the news. Your father in his infinite wisdom got the slut pregnant. I just found out from him myself last night. Romonus's face quickly warped into an expression of barely concealed wrath. His mother had explained to him that she and Zeoticus had one rule for him to have a harem. He could not get them pregnant, and that one rule had been broken. What was he thinking? He wasn't, as we can now see. Marcina knew that was the rule, and either she, Zeoticus, or both had to use magic to prevent pregnancy. But that did not happen, as now she was with a child. Seeing his angered expression made her feel glad he was on her side. Everyone in their society or social circle would congratulate and applaud him for his seemingly increased fertility. Her expense, because it was the most important condition for him to have a harem. It was not respected, and now here they were. If the child happened to be male, it would be lucky to be born of House Gremory. It still made her smirk that she knew for a fact that the child would not have her clan trait. It was what made Surzex, Romonus, and Rias deadly. Without the power of destruction, the child sired by a commoner devil like Marcina would probably not even have the Gremory trait. She almost felt bad, but not enough. That is what I am saying, I am livid beyond imagination. We had one simple condition: I manage and gather women for his harem and he ensures they do not fall pregnant. But it seems that was not enough. Though, I should have kept it to myself. He shook his head. No. This is wrong and he knows it. Venelana leaned back, which caused her large breasts to push against her gown. For once, Romonus did not have an interest in enjoying the sight. Venelana covered her eyes as she remembered the birthday ball. Love of my life, dance with me. Fucking asshole. He will probably announce it soon to the family anyway. It's been just a month since your birthday and he springs this news on me now. After saying that to me. And I feel for it hook, line and sinker. Romonus waved his hand and formed a chair next to her. He sat down and leaned over to rest his head on her shoulder. She appreciated the gesture that her son was here to comfort her. Don't blame yourself, Mom. I always wondered how you felt about father's harem. I guess you weren't on board. Venelana's purple eyes began to grow wet as she wrapped her arms around him. He returned the embrace as she vented to him. I just grew used to it. When I married him he didn't have a harem. But 150 years into our marriage he asked me permission to have a harem. I did not agree to it at first, but I relented after he kept asking for the next 10 years. I allowed him to have 5 at first, but then it became 10. Now the number is almost 200. I have grown overwhelmed and sick with him as it seems he has less and less time for me. I know you don't care, but the last time we were intimate was 12 years ago. That was how you were born. For a time I was beginning to question our love, but the dance we had seemed to awaken old feelings. I thought he remembered our vows and I felt like the young women he married. Turns out, I am just a fool. He held her tighter as he finally heard her true thoughts. How long have you felt this way, Mom? You should have said something sooner. Venelana smiled in the firm, but gentle hold of her second-born. It had been long since she had received even this from her husband. For the last 400 years. I held solace that I was the only woman he had children with, but now even that is lost to me. Marcina, that whore. My one fucking condition and they fucking broke it. Waves of power of destruction surged from her, destroying everything it touched. She held him even tighter, but as Baal descendant, he was immune to the effect. The chairs they were sitting on were safe, but everything else began to crumble. I didn't know you felt this way. I will be on your side, always. Thank you. He just held her tighter as she wanted to reduce her office to ashes. However, Venelana calmed herself as she didn't want to affect his view of his father. Don't hate your father because of me. This is my burden as a female devil, we suffer in silence. Romonus, I know you want a harem. When you do decide to get it harem, don't follow the same route as your father. Appreciate every single one and don't neglect their hearts like he has mine. He nodded. I promise. She leaned over and rested her head against his. As they shared this moment he asked her a question he had. What will you do, Mom? She sighed. What can I do? I am not Hera. He chuckled as that was true. His mom was far better than the goddess of marriage who gets cheated more than anyone else. True. Should I put some pressure on father? Despite his status, he is quite weak. Maybe place an impotence curse on him for a decade. Venelana giggled as that sounded fun. Teach me the ritual, but don't bother. I could fold him like a twig with a finger if I wanted. Don't forget, young man, I am and have always been the strongest woman born to Clan Baal. Your talent came from me, your father just provided the Gremory trait to you. Venelana leaned in and kissed his cheek. Come on, teach me that spell. He will learn not to piss me off. He smiled as he pulled out his journal and flipped the page to a very mean curse to the male kind. The impotence curse was made by a witch when her husband cheated on her. She did not remove this curse for the rest of his life and the poor wizard was driven mad. When he showed Venelana the curse, her face pulled back into a very happy smile. Did McGregor teach you? He nodded. He taught me many spells, even ones you would not think would come in handy. This one is apparently a good prank one as it can be broken by the caster whenever. She spat on the idea. I won't release him until 20 years have passed. I will show him. This would not hurt his father other than his pride, so he happily taught his mother the curse. As she learned it he could not help but notice how beautiful his mother was. The way her pretty face looked when she focused on the book, the way her dress pulled attention to her enormous breasts that bounced with her movements. He was forced to look away as she was far too sexy for her own good. How could his father not please her first was beyond him. He just hoped she didn't notice the way he looked at her from time to time. But as if to inform him that she did, she let one of her breasts press against his arm. Romonus did not let it slip, he liked that, but she looked quite happy to tease him. Incest was very common among their race and these taboo relationships between relatives became more common with age. One became more open to things like this, especially when devils got older. In just a few short decades she would be 1,000 years old, so why not be open to a few more things? She had time to spare and her son would be growing into such a handsome young man. She could afford to let things slip in this direction, right? For now, this light teasing was as far as it got. Yes, Romonus has a big incest fetish. As for Venelana, well, she is unsatisfied and her husband just broke her one rule. Chapter 20, Marcina's Reason and Marcina's Past. In the next few days I might be getting sick with COVID. My sister caught it and we are all getting sick. Once Romonus taught his mother the impotence curse, she thanked him and kissed him again on the cheek. Something she could pass off as a motherly act, but Romonus was no child. He had been a 17-year-old playboy in his past life, meaning he was technically 28. Nice. He smiled and kissed her back before leaving her alone. Good luck, Mom. She smiled and waved him goodbye. Thank you. Take care. When he closed the door his smile dropped into an expression of pure wrath. Veins were popping all over his face. Marcina. He took a deep breath before from his body he released his mana sense. He searched the entire mansion and quickly found both his father and Marcina. His father was in his office alone for once, while the maid in question was far from him this time. Romonus released his fists and began to move rapidly through the mansion. As he did, he would pass some maids and servants who instantly got out of his way. It was very rare that he would get mad, but when he did it was better to stay the fuck out of his way. He even passed the ladies of his father's harem who all recoiled at the sight of him. Some of them had been part of the harem for only a few years while some had been here decades if not centuries. Marcina had been telling all of them about her pregnancy which most knew was not going to end well for her. The child would be fine as Vanillana was not a monster, but she was not safe. Apparently, Romonus was going to get at her first. Some of them who were close to her for a few seconds considered speaking up for her, but they chose wiser than that. When he finally reached Marcina, the black-haired maid was tidying up a room with a big smile on her face. She was humming a happy tune as she sometimes rubbed her belly because she only had her looks and body. She had no wealth, status, bloodline, or clan, so being the mistress of a lord was the highest honor she could have. However, at that moment Romonus slammed the door open causing Marcina to jump up. She turned around and was met with one of the most terrifying sights, Romonus Gremory in his enraged state. His eyes were glowing a deep purple and the sheer pressure of having an ultimate class being glaring down on her was like death was in front of her. What the fuck were you thinking? Marcina dropped her broom and backed away to the very back of the room. When she touched the wall she recoiled in horror as even if Zeoticus was here he could not compare to his son in strength. Zeoticus was only a high-class devil thanks to his noble lineage as he had rarely trained. Romonus was a whole class ahead of his father and his entire focus was on her. Young master, what do you mean? I dash. Romonus waved his hand and shut the door behind him. He walked toward her and placed his hands behind her head making her look into his glowing eyes. I know about the baby. Marcina got a terrifying premonition. Wait, this is Dash. Romonus cut her off. You knew the rules. You can join the harem and you ensure you do not get pregnant. It was the only condition and you broke it. Whose idea was it? Yours. My father. Who? Marcina held her hands over her belly in fear. It was mine. Don't blame your father, I talked him into it. He punched the wall behind her, shattering it. She closed her eyes in terror as she looked at the floor. If devils had a god she would have been praying. Was what? What were you expecting? To gain more status? Control of the clan? Authority? You were trying to create a competitor for my tile as heir. Was that it? Marcina shook her head in horror at the last part. Many heirs would do anything to secure their positions. If Romonus felt challenged by her child he could rip it out of her right now and no one could stop him. No. I couldn't dream of that. Then what was it? Marcina fell to her knees as she tried to calm him down. I wanted nothing, I just wanted to be a mother. Please don't take my baby, I beg you, young master. I took care of you as an infant. I just wanted to have a child of my own. If it pleases you, I can leave, disappear from your sight, and raise it alone, just don't take it from me. She hugged his legs as she kept crying. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked up into his unrelenting purple eyes. He snarled as he looked up. God damn it. Instantly he was hit with a head-splitting headache which he endured with pure will. Marcina though recoiled as she held her head with both hands. He snarled, this was making me feel a certain way and it was not good. Now he felt like a monster as it was true that she had breastfed him as a kid. It was only in the last 5 years that he and mother began to think negatively of her because of how often she took Zeoticus's time. I am not going to hurt your child, that is still my siblings. I am just mad you hurt my mother's feelings. You are lucky we are not monsters or that would have been the first thing we would have done. And I do remember you always looking after me specifically, so consider yourself forgiven. By me, you still have to get my mother's forgiveness. You will give birth to the child and then you and every member of the harem will receive an anti-pregnancy rune from me. Do I make myself clear? She nodded with a thankful expression on her terrified face. She hugged his legs again. Yes. Anything, thank you, young master. Okay, let go of me. When she let go, Romonus snorted and grabbed her arm to lift her. If you thought I was mad, my mother will make your life hell after the birth. So you better raise the kid with all the love you can. I will, young master. Romonus took a deep breath as he walked off. When he was gone, Marcina fell to her knees and cooped her belly. Her face was covered in tears as she promised herself to avoid incurring the wrath of Vanillana even more. She stood up to beg for forgiveness so her baby could have the best life. Because if her child chooses to challenge Romonus for the position as heir, it will die. Romonus was the strongest devil of his generation by far and it was suspected that in a few short years, he would become a second Cerzex or beyond. Venelana, now that she had the punishment for her negligent husband, was much happier. She was going to be using this in the coming days, but her good mood was ruined when Marcina herself entered her office. She wondered what she could have wanted, but her falling on her hands and knees was not what she expected. Marcina begged for forgiveness and tried to appease the lady of the house. She explained that after she turned 250 years old, the time she spent with Romonus and Rias had made her desire for motherhood grow. She had convinced Zeoticus to forego protection, and by some luck, the red-haired devil now had a fourth child on the way. Venelana was not happy to see her, but she did forgive her. As Romonus said, they were not monsters, just very angry. Venelana made it clear that she was to take it easy until the birth, but then she would be worked like a dog as her assistant. She did need someone to help her out in managing all the Gremory business. Marcina was over the moon that she would not be fired and got to keep her child. In the end, this was a learning moment for everyone, except Zeoticus, who would soon be left with a harem he could not touch. The next day Romonus did not wake up early like he usually did. He slept in for a little longer and woke up around 8:30 a.m. It was a good thing someone like him did not need to go to school if they did not want to. His learning under McGregor was considering enough teaching, so he was fine to do as he pleased. When he woke up, he jumped out of bed and with magic he removed his clothes and rapidly got dressed into his John Wick suit. It was drippy, and considering he made it from his demonic energy, quite durable. He still wanted to get one professionally made from expensive materials, but for now, this was fine. He waved his hand through his hair and fixed it up a little. He played with his tie as he had a date today with Miria, who finally agreed to go with him. He did not blame her for waiting this long, as he was 11, but at this point, he was at the point of rapid growth. A few years were quite fast at her age, so she was willing to wait for him to grow up. She had refused his advances for the past 2 years after all. Once he felt he was well dressed, he pulled out his phone and gave her a call. Miria was currently having a panic attack as she was pulling every outfit from her wardrobe from her past. She had a secret that only Rahvdall and a few people knew. She was the very last living member of Clan Amdusias. She came from the line of the first-generation Amdusias, but now she was all that remained. All the wealth of her clan was hers, but she rarely touched it. Still, now that she was going on an actual date, she kept pulling out outfit after outfit, with none of them being good enough. Too fancy. Too simple. Gross, too revealing. No. Too concealing. What am I going to wear? Wait, why am I taking this so seriously? He is a kid, I bet I can throw on anything and he will like it. That line of thought lasted a few seconds before she remembered that Romonus was no brat. He was mature beyond his years and looked nothing like a young boy. Thanks to devils' innate control over themselves, his face looked quite mature. Who am I kidding? Romonus isn't a child. He will care. She cooped her face in horror, but that became even worse when she heard her phone go off. She looked around and saw it on her bed. She jumped over, and when she saw it was Romonus calling, she shrieked. No. She grabbed it and answered as fast as she could. Hello, Romonus, calling already. Romonus on the other end chuckled. Well, I wanted to see where you wanted to go. I have a few ideas. We can go to the capital or we can go somewhere else. The Gremory estate is in the middle of a very large town, so we could spend the time down here. There are a few nice places I can think of. Miria's brain froze for a few seconds before she agreed. Sounds good. Great, see you at 4. When he hung up, Miria dropped her phone before panicking even more. I agreed to go to his territory. What will his mother say? She imagined Lady Venelana thinking she was a fox who devoured young boys. However, it was Romonus who was the wolf devouring the fox. Miria suddenly smiled as she remembered something. Wait, why am I scared of Venelana? I fought in the Great War, damn it. Which she did as well. Oh well, if we fought I bet I'd win. In all honesty, she was not so sure herself, because Clan Amdusia's trait was considered one of the greatest at raw destruction. Demonic lightning was the opposite of Barakil holy lightning. Amdusias in the Ars Goetia is the Lord of Thunder, so demonic lightning. Chapter 21, Soul Mutation and a Promise. Once Romonus hung up the call with Miria, he realized that he had another 7 hours before they had to meet up. Instead of doing anything too time-consuming, he sat himself down on his bed and pulled out the Soul Grimoire. He was getting extremely close to truly unlocking his soulscape, and that would unlock many new paths to power. Power was not the goal, it was a means to an end that he enjoyed. He enjoyed the feeling of growing stronger day by day, and now that he had his evil pieces, his travels through the world could begin. Canon started in 7 years while the prequel/Dogs started in 2. Just those big events would change the world, and he was going to intervene. In 2 years his biggest challenger would be Satnal, who will steal Erendite from Azazel. Satnal, just like the other cadre of Gregory, were ancient beyond imagination. They were created ages ago by God, meaning each one had uncountable years of experience. Even the fool Kokabeel was a massive threat, which once again made him remember someone. Vasco Strata was a regular human who not only defeated but forced Kokobile to flee for his life during WW2. While he did wield Durandal, it still meant that Vasco had gotten stronger than Kokobile in a few decades. Despite the ages of time Kokobile had to grow stronger and his innate racial advantages, he had been beaten by a regular human. Damn loser. Romonus cut all thoughts from his mind and began to study the grimoire once more. His mind fell into a trance once more as the knowledge of the grimoire and words was sent into his mind. The more he read, the more he understood about souls and how to reach his soul. This understanding caused time to begin to flow as his entire focus went into comprehending the information entering his mind. He did not know how long went on, but something eventually clicked. The magical feeling of connecting to his soulscape was a profound experience. When he gazed at his soul, he saw an interesting sight. His soul, as he expected, was about as large as he was, at least in the soulscape. What intrigued him the most was the color of his soul. Half was red and the other half was a bright blue. As he gazed at his soul, he realized why this was. His soul was half devil, half human. Going from a human body into a devil body had caused this split in his soul. Interesting, my soul has both sides of myself. My past as the human Andrew and this one as the devil Romonus. Both are me in the end, but it seems my soul was undecided which I was. Well, I am both. He had always known that, but now that he was this close to his soul, it was the push he needed. Under his gaze, the two sides and colors of his soul began to merge before him. I see. Before this, my human soul had been the core of my existence as my devil side grew against it. Not anymore. The blue and red sides of his soul merged and became purple, the same as his eyes. This merge seemed to have been massive as the power radiating off his soul seemed to double. His soul even grew in size rapidly as the fusion had just given him a unique soul. Not even half-devils had souls like him because they had always been half-devils. He, on the other hand, was a human with an established soul placed into a devil body during gestation. Now, he could truly claim to have the soul of a true hybrid, a cambion. The increased power and size of his unique soul instantly forced him back into his body. His body was instantly flooded by the increased soul energy coming from his soul. Romonus closed his grimoire and focused on this magical experience of having the energy of the soul in his body. He began to circulate his demonic energy through his body to make sure his soul energy reached every part of his body. This process took half an hour, but eventually, all the energy in his body settled down and fused into his tissues. When he eventually opened his eyes, his purple eyes were glowing a deep purple as his body and soul had been attuned beyond other beings. Instantly he felt every single one of his senses double in power, his sense of hearing, his sight, his smell, touch, and even his spiritual senses. He could sense his surroundings better than ever, and he felt this was more to this than even he understood. Romonus did not realize it himself, but when his devil and human sides he had removed several limiters put in place by Lucifer in his creation. Devils were artificially created from the body of Lilith. They were created to be weapons, and allowing them to grow too powerful would challenge his control. So limits were put in place to prevent them from becoming too powerful. But his death and gods had weakened those restrictions, leading to the births of Ajuka and Surzex. Romonus had not been born a super devil, but he could not be compared to a regular devil either. He was effectively the half-step between the devil race and super devils. Now, with any restrictions placed on his soul gone, his power began to grow rapidly. Romonus sat up from his bed and took a deep breath as he felt his power grow as a result of his cambion soul. He did not consider it a large jump, but he had reached the high point of the ultimate class. He exhaled once his power stopped growing and a smirk rose on his face. He had once again made a massive leap in a short amount of time. He wanted to spend time training, but instead, he pulled out his phone. When he checked the time, he saw that it was 1 now. Damn, that took a while. Romonus set an alarm for 3:30 p.m. and sat down on his bed cross-legged as he began to try to get his power under control. The next 2 hours were with him carefully settling down his soul and writing demonic energy which needed to be stabilized. His greatest asset was his control over his demonic energy, so he spent the time carefully bringing it under control. Luckily, by the time his alarm went off, he had managed to achieve his goal. This time he grabbed his phone and called Miria. When she answered, she had finally managed to find an outfit she liked and felt he would like too. She looked at herself in the mirror once more before she nodded to herself. It was a more casual outfit, as while this was a date she didn't want to come off as desperate. It wouldn't be good for her esteem if even an 11-year-old rejected her. Image here. She picked up the phone to not risk the call getting cut. I am ready. Romonus was worried she was going to take longer like most women when they were getting ready. Seemed that 7 hours was enough time for her to get ready. Great, can't wait to see you. Just wondering if you want me to pick you up or if you come to me. Or we can meet halfway. Miria thought about it before making up her mind. I have never been to the Gremory estate, so mind picking me up. He smiled as he in no way minded picking up a beautiful woman like her. Then again, teleportation made everything so damn simple. mind sending me your location? I will be there soon. She smiled as she sent him the location of her home. Thanks to the wealth of her extinct clan, she was living well and did not need to work at all. She only worked as a guard for Rahvdall's castle because it was easy and she could keep herself busy. Being a devil meant one had a lot of free time, so unless she wanted to spend decades at a time asleep, this was the best choice. As for Romonus, once he got the location of her home in the city of Lilith, he teleported there directly. He did not know what to expect when he arrived, but teleporting outside a quite large mansion was not it. Then again, Miria is an ultimate class devil, so she must have a way to acquire money. He cleared his voice as he walked toward the door. He pulled out his phone and called Miria, who answered. I'm here. She perked up, and with a burst of purple demonic lightning she rushed through her house to the entrance. When she opened the door, there were still purple sparks crackling from her body. However, he was in no way focused on the lightning and only on her. He smiled as he reached out and took one of her hands. You look stunning. She blushed as she stepped out of her home. Thank you, and I have to say this suit of yours is nice. You ever think of getting one professionally made? He nodded as she closed her door behind her. I have. It is merely formed of demonic energy, but having one professionally made would make it better and more durable, but this is not about my suit. This is about you, ready to go. She smiled as she held his arm, which caused her large breasts to push into his arm. He grinned as every devil had a sin they were closer to. In his opinion, if he had a sin he was closest to was pride. I am. Romonus opened a teleport circle under their feet, and in a flash of light, both of them appeared in the middle of the Gremory town. When they arrived, Miria instantly began to look around in curiosity. Wow, so this is the capital of the Gremory estate? He nodded. Effectively, because it was built around the main estate. While the Gremory territory is massive, the previous heads of the clan wanted nature to be preserved, so large environmental destruction was avoided. On another note, the town is quite a popular tourist attraction as it has several restaurants, hotels, bars, and many famous street vendors. Got anything in mind? Miria thought about it a little before she turned to him. Let's save the restaurant for last. How about we just explore and talk? You have been all flirty for the past 2 years. I bet you want to know more about me, right? He nodded. I do. Hard to believe a lady as strong as you is a regular guard. And I have been meaning to ask about your sword. It's a great sword, but it looks like a giant katana. Then there was the purple lightning, all very intriguing, my lady. Mira smiled as she answered. I guess I can tell you. My name is Miria Mdushias of the extinct clan Mdushias. My clan fought through the entire Great War on the front lines. When my clan was created, our ancestor led 29 legions of devils, but millennia of conflict reduced us to nothing. My father was effectively the last Lord Mdushias until he died in the Civil War. He fought on the side of the current Satans, but he lost his life to Demedosus Auricula's Modius before Rahvdall arrived, leaving me the sole heir of the clan. However, with his death, and no legions, there was no clan. The line of Mdushias will die with me unless I can have a child. But, you saw my luck with dating. Now that he thought about it, why was her luck so bad? Why are you single? I would think you would be swarmed with suitors. Miria began to twirl a lock of her purple hair as she said her embarrassing secret. I get set off very easily and have a habit of throwing them through walls. They spread a rumor that it was my way to test suitors. Romonus tried to keep a straight face, but he started to chuckle at her funny reason. That is so dumb, but I am glad those fools were dumb because I would have lost my chance with a beauty like you. I want to get to know you better, Miria, and if you want to wait until I am 18, that is fine by me. Miria looked into his purple eyes and leaned over to rest her head on his shoulder. You just know what to say, you little brat, but there is no need. Don't bother waiting until you turn 18, just keep doing a good job. Suddenly he had an idea. Miria, would you be willing to join my peerage in time? Someone like you would be a great rook, and I bet you could even surpass the original with some more guidance. She thought about it before she smiled. Let's say I will consider it, you just got to convince me. You can bet on it, my lady. I would love to have you as a wife. She blushed. Not a mistress. I know about your engagement. She knows about my desire for a harem, but unlike most devil nobles who want mistresses. I don't, I want ladies I can call wives, but why speak of the future when it still isn't here? Miria liked the sound of that. Consider yourself having some extra points. So far, who have you sunk your claws into? You, and Rahvdall besides Latia. She couldn't help but smile as they went on their way through the town. She truly was having a good time, as despite his age, Romonus felt more like a young man than a kid. That was thanks to having 28 years of life experience after all. But he truly liked talking to her. She was fun. Rook 1 found. Chapter 22, A promised next time and plot moves closer. I just realized I could have Romonus have heterochromia. 1 blue 1 purple. Maybe I still can. Romonus since his past life had a thing for mature women rather than girls his age. He did not know if their maturity or motherly attitudes made him desire them, but Miria checked all his boxes. She was powerful without a doubt, had a great loving personality once one got to know her, was fun to be around, and was drop-dead gorgeous. He gripped her arm a little firmer, which she noticed. She honestly stated the obvious. I have wanted to ask this, but did you get taller? It's a noticeable change. He smiled as this was a benefit to having so much demonic energy on top of his elevated life force thanks to his Tuki. His growth was rapid as he could endure the elevated growth rate. I did. It's either a result of all my training, but my body is being forced to grow to tolerate the pressure. Then there is puberty, so yes. She reached out and ran her hand through his face. Ever thought of growing a beard? I'd make you look more mature. He thought about it as his uncle and grandfather both had impressive beards. Sirzex kept himself clean-shaven while his father had barely a goatee. I would not mind having a thick beard. I bet it would make me look even manlier. She nodded with a dreamy expression. It certainly would, it'd draw out the pressure of those purple eyes of yours. He leaned in to look her in the eyes which matched his own eyes. Something we share. Any reason for that? She blushed as she made a fun fact known. My grandmother was from the Baal clan branch family. She was married off because she did not get the power of destruction, and neither did her child, my father. Even I didn't get it either. He stayed silent for a while and she thought he was going to say something else. Instead, he opened his big mouth. So you're saying we are related? Hot. She blushed as she lightly bonked him on the head. She tried to do it lightly, but it was still a serious blow for a weaker man. He was used to it because of Graphia, who often bonked him on the head for any number of reasons. Pervert. He just smiled as they walked through the town. While he did not come down here often, he was still famous as he was the next heir of Gremory. He was easy to spot because of his standout features, black hair and purple eyes, among the crimson and blue-eyed Gremory. Some of the commoners were pointing and whispering about his date. He and Miria noticed them pulling out their phones. Phones were a new invention to the underworld, but they were easily accessible to the common people. Even to the devils who preferred medieval architecture rather than modern buildings. Instead of allowing them to do what they wanted, he waved his fingers as thin threads of power of destruction snatched people's phones away. They all could only watch as their phones were held away from them. They looked back to him who had squinted eyes. This is your first warning, mind your business. Miria whistled at the microcontrol he had over his power of destruction. Wow, I heard it is tricky to control. It's just because no one has tried. Come on, I know several sights to see. Lead the way, mister. He chuckled as he began to walk her around the town's many tourist attractions. Before they left, he returned the phones to the nosy people who would learn to not bother him again. As for Romonus and his date, the first place he took her to was the statue of Romonus Gremory. It was a large statue of Romonus in full war attire of her during the Great War. Though, the statue made her look like a full-grown woman rather than her true teenager-like look. When Miria saw the statue, she sighed. Your progenitor? He nodded. The progenitor of House Gremory, she is dead. Miria shook her head. Such a tragedy, 72 first-generation devils, and most of them are dead. I know House Baal's ancestor Zekrom is alive, but the other surviving clans are not very revealing. He shook his head. They are either so injured that they cannot heal, dead, or kept in suspended animation to prolong their lives. I do not think though. Come on, we got better places to be. Miria followed him as he led her to a very famous tourist site at the Gremory town. A petting zoo for many different breeds of camel from the underworld and the human world. When they arrived, Miria beamed a little as she liked animals. House Gremory is associated with camels only because my ancestor thought they were cute. Miria ran her hand down the face of a camel called the giant camel, named such because it was the size of a house. She wasn't wrong. While she petted that one, he walked over to a pair of camels which were isolated from the rest. The reason was because these two were predatory camels named the Flash Terror Camel. They were huge, around the size of an elephant. These two belonged to him personally as they were gifted to him when he was 8. They were much more muscular than other camels and their humps were tiny. Unlike normal camels, these did not go long periods without feeding thanks to their meat eating. It allowed them to spend less energy on a hump and more on prey drive. They were bright red and black with large fangs in their mouths. He jumped into their pen with them and instantly they walked over. When they reached him, they lowered their heads for him to pet them. Miria noticed and called out to him. What are those called? Flesh Terror camels. They are mine. He hugged their big heads and watched as they closed their big heads in joy. Miria walked over to watch him. What are their names? The male is named Jackal and the female is named River. Miria was interested in the names. Any reason for the names? He shook his head as he turned around. Nope, just what came to mind. While he was talking, an employee noticed him in the pen and instantly walked over. The man was pot-bellied and balding, which showed just how little this devil looked after himself. "Ah, young master, here to see your animals." He nodded. "How have they been?" The man rubbed his head a little as he explained. "They are ravenous as usual, they are quite tame all things considered, but I think they miss you at times." Romonus turned to look at them and noticed them nod sadly. He smiled as he scratched their chins a little. "I see. In that case, I think I will ask my parents to build a pen for them near the mansion. It will mean I can see them more often." Instantly Jackal and River began to bellow in joy, but it caused every other camel to bellow as well. Romonus smiled as he jumped out of the large pen. "Behave okay." Both camels nodded as they were intelligent, scarily so. He walked over to Miria, who took his arm again. The portly devil walked off. Romonus, as usual, was not very social. Instead, he focused all his attention on Miria. She seemed to be having a good time. "So, anything else you want to see?" She thought about it before she looked toward him. "Is there anything more?" He smiled as he brought up an idea. "I know of a bar with great drinks. Considering we are Devil's Dash." She thought about it but shook her head. She got violent when she got drunk, and at her level of strength only Romonus would be safe. "Ah, for the safety of everyone, it's best if I don't touch alcohol." She chuckled as she looked ashamed. "Don't worry about it, it's not for everyone. Instead, want to have a meal before you return home." She smiled and leaned over to rest her head on his shoulder. "Let me enjoy this, in a few months we won't be the same height anymore. Let me enjoy still being taller than you." He leaned over as well and rested his head against hers. "When's your next day off?" "I get 2 every week. Tuesday and Wednesday. Want to go again next week?" She nodded as they started to walk again. "Of course. If you will have this, old lady." "Any day, my lady." From there Miria and Romonus decided to end the day at a fancy restaurant. They spent 2 hours both trying different dishes and simply talking. It was funny that after knowing her for 2 years he still knew very little about her and vice versa. Regardless, he enjoyed every second he spent with her. When the date finally came to an end, he teleported her back to her home. Romonus turned to face her as she seemed to be beaming with joy. "You smiling ear to ear? Was it that fun?" She nodded as she grabbed her face. "It's the first time I didn't throw a date through a wall." He began to laugh as it was such a funny thing to hear. She pouted as he tried to stop laughing. "I am sorry, it's such a funny reason. I loved our time together and can't wait to do it again." Just as he was about to leave, Miria beat him to it. She reached out and grabbed his suit jacket to pull him in. She landed a quick kiss on his lips before she looked away. "Consider that a promise." His face beamed into a grin as she knew how to feed his pride. "Consider your promise returned." He wrapped his arms behind her back and one behind her head to turn her to face him. He leaned in and returned her kiss. He smiled as he released her and opened a circle under his feet. "Keep in touch." When he teleported back home, Miria could not stop smiling. "I won't die alone. I have a chance to keep my line alive. In a few years, of course." She entered her house giggling the whole way. Following the date he had with Miria, Romonus now had the numbers of 3 women: Latia, Rahvdall, and Mira. He also had Ria's phone, but since he saw her every day she didn't count. Thanks to the fact that school was not eating up hours of his day, he had a lot of free time to spend how he pleased. Most nobles would spend that time wasting their time on their hobbies, duties, or any number of things. He spent a big chunk in training and now paying attention to the women he was involved in. So far, still manageable, which meant the smaller harem was much better than his father's catch-them-all harem. He could give them the time they wanted and he had time for himself. A win-win situation, which was how he spent the next 5 months. Most of that time was spent in pure training under his mentors or his self-study. Another part was spent on him going out with his fiancée and 2 girlfriends, as he called them. He always was open about who he was with, so they already knew about each other. Latia was fine with them, but she did wonder why he was going after old devils rather than girls his age. She just wrote it off as a kink as he filled her kink muscles with brains. Regardless, Romonus was living his best life until he was called into his father's office. When Romonus entered the office, it was noticeable he had grown over the past 5 months. As he said, it had slowed a bit, but he still grew another 2.5 inches in that time. He even was starting to fill out on more muscle thanks to puberty. "Father." When he looked at his father, the red-haired devil looked a bit stressed out now that his member did not work. Romonus felt a bit bad, but his mother was not relenting, so this was the punishment. His father was not alone though, as next to him was his Bishop Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. The man was a 16th-century German philosopher, physician, jurist, theologian, and occult writer until he was reincarnated as a devil. More interesting was that he was the vice chief engineer of the Demonic Power Research Institute organized by his brother Sirzex. Romanus turned to the men and asked. Sir Heinrich, you don't normally visit. Something wrong? He ran a hand through his floor reaching his beard. More interesting than anything. You see, your father has a contract with a young man in Kuo. He was possessed by a spirit, but before we could help him he was helped by a young girl. Black hair, violet eyes, with the aura of a fallen. We see she has hidden herself in an abandoned temple. Zeoticus turned to Romanus, who was growing into a terrifying young man. Son, we brought you here to ask if you were interested in adding her to your peerage. Aquino is here. He nodded. I am. Zeoticus nodded. All right then. Heinrich here is willing to go with you in case anything goes amiss. Romanus nodded as he placed a hand on Blood Drinker. Let's go then. Heinrich walked over to Romanus and he teleported them to Kuo, to the temple in question. This was a side story of the light novel in volume 15 where Rias saved Aquino. Instead, Romanus will be the one. Chapter 23, Reverse Gravity and Change of Plans. Okay, I shall remain purple, as the more I think about it the more I like them purple. Also, a gender-bent Valley is always good, but should I gender-bent Issei or just kill him? Haven't decided yet. When Romanus and Heinrich teleported into Kuo, Romanus took a deep breath as he was reminded that this was the home of Issei Huidu, and while he had no issue with the boy, he had a mission to accomplish. His boss had made one request in exchange for this amazing life he was living: cause as much chaos as he could. What would cause more chaos than ridding the world of its chosen one? Just as he was distracted, Heinrich spoke up. Young master. Are you all right? Romanus turned to face the men and nodded. I am fine. Let us not delay and find the girl before something gets to her. At once. In Kuo there was an abandoned church because Christianity had long since spread here, but Shinto was still more common. There was also one abandoned Shinto temple, which was where Aquino had hidden herself in Canon. Rias, for whatever reason in the novel version, had either not noticed that Aquino snuck away or let her go. Thankfully he was not Rias, and his senses were far greater than Rias was at age 11 in the novel. Regardless, Romanus and Heinrich quickly arrived at the site of the temple. When they arrived at the temple, Romanus began to channel his soul energy into his eyes. It was one of the soul techniques he had created since he unlocked his unique soul. It caused his eyes to glow a deep purple, as this technique he called Eyes of the Soul. He called it as such because when he used it he could see the souls of people. And right in the temple, he saw a unique non-human soul. Here you are. Aquino was 11 at this time, as she was the same age as him and Rias. Only that thanks to his power, unique soul, and Tuki, he grew faster than his sister. Romanus opened his mouth. We don't mean you any harm. I can promise you that, but I cannot say the same for the hunters on the way here. They seem to be coming here. At his words, he could feel the fluctuations in Aquino's soul as she knew who they were. Just like with Rias, he could see how she tried to sneak out of the temple from a side entrance, but he just smirked. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot and vanished as he used his master Suji's technique, Godspeed, and appeared right behind Aquino without her noticing. He reached down and placed a hand on her shoulder. Oh. He let go and watched as she fell to the ground in fear. She looked up at him with terror as she looked into his dark glowing purple eyes. Ah, seems I scared you. He turned off his Eyes of the Soul and kneeled. He took her hand and helped her back to her feet. Don't be afraid, if I wanted to harm you I could have done from the start. Aquino took his hand as he helped her to sit up. She did not seem to trust him, but he would not either, as she was raised with devils being the enemy. You're not. Romanus shook his head. No. My name is Romonus Gremory, heir to the Gremory clan. You see, you helped a man who had a contract with my father. Aquino looked to the ground and asked something. Did I do something wrong? You did the right thing in helping someone in need. That does not deserve to be punished, but to be rewarded. If you will give me a chance to explain myself, I am sure you will be interested. First, what is your name? Aquino answered in a whisper. Aquino Haimjima. He of course knew all this and more than her. Ah, from the Haimjima clan, yes. Are you being hunted for being a fallen angel? Aquino's eyes instantly shot open as he knew what she was. If he wanted to he could kill her, and suddenly trusting who was called the enemy this whole time was not easy. No, I am human. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Relax, I don't hate fallen angels. I have no reason to, as I respect them just as I would any other person. Can you stand? She nodded. I can. He stood up and lifted her off the ground. You look gaunt, exhausted, and in pain. How long have you been this way? Aquino was about to answer when from the forest near the temple a familiar sound echoed. The sound of rings ringing together followed by a light slam. Romanus knew these were the hunters who not only killed Aquino's mother but also Aquino's granduncle. Heinrich quickly took his place next to Romonus, but it was unneeded as Romonus was stronger. He picked up Akino with one hand, causing her to look over to him in his large powerful arms. He gave her a confident smile and reassured her. Just relax, I am the strongest. As the sound came closer, a voice echoed from the forest. There you are, the cursed daughter was born from our bloodline. A shame we must expunge. Another voice echoed with it. The girl born of Barakil and Shuri. From the forest, several exorcists of the Heimjima clan exited in their Miko attire, and one with the staff. Each one wore woven hats. From the look of it there were quite a few of them. He squinted his eyes at the sight. Not even a challenge. The man with the staff looks up and smiles. It has been a while, Akino. Akino began to quiver in his arms as the men seemed to not be looking at him at all. The man took off his woven hat and looked at Akino in Romonus's arms with sad eyes. Romonus snorted. You know I'm right here, right? Heimjima turned to face him with a calm expression. I did see you, I just didn't think you were worth notice, devil. Even if I must get rid of you, I will rid the Heimjima clan of its shame today. You understand me, right? Romonus snorted. What can a bunch of humans possibly do? With a thought around Romonus, 15 purple glowing spears began to form. Su recoiled in horror. Stay your hand. Harm us and our gods shall descend upon Y. Before he could finish speaking, the 15 spears lodged themselves in each hunter's gut. However, they did not feel any pain as those were spears of pure gravity. Instead, each hunter suddenly felt themselves feeling very light. Romonus smiled and waved them goodbye. Be careful coming down. It's very tricky to not go splat. Heinrich and Akino watched as the 15 hunters began to rapidly rise into the air. They screamed and launched fireballs down, but Romonus merely sidestepped. He waved his hand and caused a powerful gust of wind to blow them far away. That should keep them floating for about 20 minutes. Heinrich did not get what just happened. How did you do that? Inverted gravity spears. They make what they have so little gravity they just fly away. And when it starts to weaken they will fall with little threat to their lives. I saved Akino and took care of the Himajima clan and they will live another day. War averted, yes. Heinrich rubbed his beard and smiled. I see. I will leave the rest to you, young master. Romonus did not need guarding as he was a legendary existence because of his young age. Day by day he neared the power of the old Satans and even the new ones. He teleported away leaving Romonus and Akino alone. Now that she was safe, Romonus put her down. He patted her head before he turned to the forest with his eyes of the soul activated once more. Azazel, you can come out now. A small chuckle came from the forest as Azazel walked out of the forest dressed in his usual red open-chest coat. Man, you certainly live up to your reputation, kid, but if you mind me asking, are you actually 11? Romonus smiled. I am just growing fast, possible mutation like my brother. Azazel nodded. Cool, anyways you called me out here for something. I was going to keep to myself now that I saw that Akino was alive. Romonus looked down at Akino. Why did her father not come? Akino recoiled at the words that Azazel pointed to. That is why. He wanted to and would have, but I did not let him. He and Akino are hurt right now and neither can face the other. He is shamed and hurt by the death of his wife and Akino blames him. Not a good combination. Akino kept silent as Azazel was the leader of her father's organization. Romonus placed a hand on Akino's head and put her to sleep. He caught her into his arms and picked her up as he walked over to Azazel. It's a good thing one of you was keeping an eye on her, no way she would have survived in the least alone. Now that I have you here, I have some things to talk to you about. Azazel was now curious. You want to talk to me? Romonus nodded. I respect you, Azazel, and I see quite a bit of benefit to cooperation between us. For one, you got a phone. Azazel pulled out a fancy phone he made himself. Here you are. Do you want my number? How forward? Romonus snorted as he and Romonus exchanged phone numbers. Pass me the phone number of Barakil so I can send him updates on Akino's well-being. Plus, I will need his advice on how to train her. Azazel sighed. You going to add her to your peerage? Romonus nodded. I am. The moment I turn her she will be a triple hybrid of devil, fallen angel, and human. She will need careful mentoring to be stronger. She has been suppressing her bloodline for too long and I will not have that. Plus, I will need her holy lightning for my training. Azazel could guess what Romonus intended to do. Ouch, you plan for her to zap you over and over until you become resistant to holy energies, don't you? Your funeral, but if you want my help in your training I recommend taking baths with diluted holy water while you keep healing yourself through the pain. Increase the concentration until you are bathing in pure holy water. Do that along with the cultivation tribulation as I will call it which you want to undergo and the day when you are so resistant to holy energies will come. Romanus took all this information to heart. Thanks, Azazel. Also, how is the White Dragon Emperor? Azazel did not expect that. How did you know about her? Her. Romonus played it off a bit. I heard a rumor that the White Dragon Emperor was in your employ. I just wanted to ask how one of the two heavenly dragon hosts was doing. Azazel was less than happy to answer, but he gave a basic answer. Good, all things considered. If we are to be in contact like this, I might as well tell you that she is descended from the original Lucifer. Romanus scoffed. Damn, that is a strong brat. Azazel nodded. More than you know. Well then, I should get going. I will text you Barakiel's number, so keep in touch. You are young and already this powerful, and you don't hate fallen angels. How do you feel about angels themselves? Just blonde fallen angels. Azazel barely held a snort, as that was the least and most accurate description of things. We are going to get along well, Romanus. Who knows, I might even throw in a piece of advice here or there. Romanus waved him goodbye. Take care, Azazel, keep in touch. I will. With that, Azazel teleported away, leaving Romanus with a sleeping Aquino. First, I got to check up on Issei. I got to make sure that he didn't get gender-bent into a pervy girl like Aika or something. Then I got to check up on Marcina to make sure she wasn't giving birth to another reincarnator. I will not allow a competitor to exist. From his back, his massive demonic wings emerged as he took off into the sky toward Kuo. Chapter 24, The Demon's Word. Okay, the votes are in and we go for red and white empresses. Even the image for Valina has been voted on. Enjoy a longer chapter than normal. Once he was high above Kuo, Romanus released his spiritual sense as he searched the entire town for Issei or his parents. Aquino was still in his arms, calmly snoozing away from the sleep spell as he used his superior processing power to search the entire town. After a quick search, Romanus was quick to not only find the house in question but also Mickey and Guru Huidu. Found you. Romanus flapped his wings down and he landed outside the house. When Romanus searched the house with his spiritual sense, he found what he was looking for. He of course saw the two parents of Issei and someone else. Okay, what the hell is going on? Instead of a young boy like what he expected, he instead saw a small brown-haired girl that looked a little tomboyish. She wore a pair of shorts and a red hoodie. Romanus for a few seconds did not know how to take this information. Okay, this world is one of those worlds. A female valley and Issei like in some fanfics I read. Why though? Is my existence enough to change everything so strongly? I mean, change something in the fate of a world, and stuff is bound to vary. Just as he was thinking about broken fate and its effects, the small girl sat up and walked into the kitchen. He focused on the conversation that started. Mom, Dad, can I go out? Goro looked up from his paper and nodded. Of course, just be careful of any strange boys out there, you hear? Mickey lightly smacked him on the head. Please Goro, don't scare her. Go on, Itsuki. The small girl hugged her parents both before she ran outside. Romanus by that time stepped off the ground and appeared on top of the house as she ran off into the town. As he watched us go, Romanus squinted his eyes as he wondered what would affect fate more. He kills her regardless of her not being Issei, turning her into his servant, or leaving her as a free agent. For now, though, he looked at Aquino in his arms and opened a teleport circle in front of him. He placed Aquino down into it and teleported her into his room. The spell he placed on her would keep her asleep for a few hours, so he had time. Now that she was safe, he activated Godspeed once more and appeared in front of Itsuki. She of course did not expect him to appear in front of her, causing her to run straight into him. Since she was so small and weak, she of course felt like she ran into a steel wall. Ow. She rubbed her nose a little as she looked up to look at him. At first, she did not know what to think as he was dressed in his Bloodborne Hunter outfit and Blood Drinker was on his left side. Her eyes quickly filled with fear as he was not a cosplayer. He activated his eyes of the soul, causing them to glow their dark purple as he looked at her soul. He was looking for one thing and he saw it. Two souls, one stronger than the other. This is the host of Draig. Girl, what is your name? She backed away a little as she answered. Itsuki Huidu. Romanus kept walking, so her backing away was not helping. I see, how old are you? She stood up and turned around to run away as her parents had told her. If you are stopped by strange people, don't wait and run away. Romanus smiled as he extended his hand and with telekinesis caused her to float back to him. While there, don't run just yet. She started to kick and flap her arms in fear as she was in the air. I am flying. He nodded as he started to walk with her floating by his left shoulder. In fear, she reached down and grabbed onto his shoulder. Neat, right? Magic, I mean. She nodded, now a little curious. Magic is real. He nodded as his wings emerged from his back. Hold on. Before she could process what he meant, he tensed his wings and took off into the air. Instantly she started screaming in fear for her life as he rose high above Kua once again. Once they were up here, she had grabbed onto his hair and head. "Don't let me fall." He smirked as he snapped his fingers and released the telekinesis. She instantly fell slack with the only thing holding her up was the hold she had on his face. Too bad it was not enough and she slipped. "Ah!" He cackled as he flew down and caught her hand holding her firmly as she dangled in the air. "All right, we got a lot to talk about and plenty of time. Are you ready to be honest?" She nodded with terror. "Yes, please don't drop me, demon man. I promised I will pray to Satan and give you a goat, just don't drop me." He chuckled as her brown eyes were quickly welling up with tears. "Okay, Itsuki, answer my questions and I will bring you back safely. First question, before meeting me did you know about magic?" "No, sir. My granny would speak of yokai and gods though." Romonus nodded as that stayed the same. "Have you ever met an old man with a fancy glass monocle and a long beard? He always talks about perverted stuff." She thought about it before she remembered. "Oh. Grandpa OD, he sometimes would be in the street yelling about boobs and stuff. He even gave out these books about boobs in the park, why?" Romonus left. I began to twitch as Odin as always was a mega pervert. He sighed as he lifted Itsuki a little and looked her in the eyes. "Want to learn some magic then?" Itsuki like any kid wanted to learn magic. Sometimes she would go out into the woods to try to learn the magic of the forest. It never worked through so she was starting to give up. "Can I learn magic?" He smiled and nodded. "Of course, anyone can learn magic." As he started to talk he began to fly down so he began to try to shoot his shot. She would make a good pawn just like the original. He knew she would take several, but not nearly as many as Rias needed. He was much stronger than Rias and his evil pieces were many times stronger than hers. "While we are here in the sky, focus on your left arm. I will help you a little, imagine all your magic is held there." As she closed her eyes to focus, Romonus placed a hand on her hand and began to channel his demonic energy into the location of Draig's soul. Just like devils could convert mana into demonic energy, humans could in theory do the opposite. Just as he expected on Itsuki's left arm the boosted gear gauntlet appeared on her arm. When that happened they had already landed on the ground. "See, you already had magic in you." When she looked at the gauntlet she did seem excited. "Cool. Thanks, Demon Man." Romonus chuckled as he kneeled in front of her. "My name is Romonus Gremory, and I am 11. She went silent as she looked him up and down. "You're lying. You look old and Mom said lying is bad." He rolled his eyes. "I am 11, it is just that I am being forced to grow fast." "Well, more like I am forcing my body to grow. Anyways, want to know more about that gauntlet?" Itsuki looked at it and poked it at it. "Okay, can I tell Mom and Dad?" He thought about it as he started to walk in the direction of her home. "Maybe. Tell me, how are your parents' lives?" Itsuki looked down a little as she said the truth. "Dad is always working and Mom stays home. I wish they would have more time for each other." He quickly patted her hair and messed it up. "In that case, you should know that I am rich beyond measure and I have magic. I could easily give your parents enough money so they never have to work in their lives again. I could buy them houses in Hawaii, or anywhere they want. Of course not for free." She looked up at him with innocent eyes. "What do you want then?" "I will give anything." He looked down at her with a worried look on his face. "Okay, you have no danger sense at all. I was just dangling you in the air and now you are saying you will give anything. Pretty suspect if you ask me. Are you a spy?" She shook her head and walked in front of him. She placed the boosted gear in front of her heart. "No, I am brave. I am not scared anymore. I will give anything so they are happy. Kids. Okay then. Let's talk to your parents as I am sure they will want to know about this. You are lucky I am a nice guy because there are others in this world who will not be." She tilted her head as she walked by his side. "Why?" He looked down at her and explained it. "Because this world has two sides. The normal mostly civilized side and my side. The side of the supernatural. Here, all that matters is power. If you do not have it you're trash and if you have a power others want you are a competitor. And competition is snuffed out by the strong." Itsuki while young did understand what he meant. "Am I in danger?" He nodded as he pointed at the boosted gear. "More than you realize." By that point, they had arrived at her house. Itsuki walked to the door and opened it. "Mom. Dad. Someone wants to talk to you." When Romonus walked in after her Mickey and Goro both looked shocked at the sight of him. He rapidly activated the magic taught to every devil to trick the minds of humans. He only used it a little to lower their fear and to make them more trusting of him. Goro cleared his voice once his fear was magically weakened. It was not gone though, but he did feel a strange impulse to trust Romonus. Romonus knew how to use this magic best, as the more they talked the more he was going to increase the effect. Itsuki, who is this young man? Itsuki instantly told the truth. He is a demon named Romonus. I bumped into him while running and he showed me this. Look. She raised her left hand and showed off the gauntlet. Mickey walked over and began to touch her arm all over, trying to see if she could remove it. However, it could not be removed as it was her hand. What is this? She turned to gaze at Romonus, who placed a hand on his heart and bowed. I am Romonus Gremory, a noble aristocrat of the underworld of the Gremory clan. We own Kuo, something not known by the people here. A pleasure. By this point, he had already increased their trust in him to a higher degree, but still, they did not know it. Goru looked Romonus over at his hunter outfit and blood drinker at his side. You're an aristocrat. Rich. Romonus nodded as he waved a hand and pulled a chair over to sit in. The use of magic instantly caused both of Itsuki's parents to stare in astonishment. Of course, he was still in control, as instead of fear they felt admiration. Goru even said as such. Incredible. Magic is real. He nodded. Exactly, which is why I needed to talk about your daughter Itsuki. She is in danger and she is a danger to you. Well, the red gauntlet is. Romonus instantly noticed how Mickey and Goru's fear began to rise. Mickey hugged her daughter and questioned about it. How? He pointed at the boosted gear. If I am a demon, that stands to reason that angels are real, which means God is real as well. He still felt the sting, but not strong enough to stop him. Ow. God long ago, to protect humans from the creatures in the dark, created something. As part of his miracles on Earth, he gifted mankind with his sacred gears. Each one has different magical abilities and they give their users powers. Your daughter has one such gift. Have you too read the Bible? Goru nodded. I have. My mother is a practitioner of Shinto, but I converted to Christianity. Romonus was glad that was easier. That makes my job easier. Saint Longinus, when he stabbed Jesus with his spear, created a weapon of legend. The holiest object in existence, while at the same time having the power to slay gods. The true Longinus. God created another 12 to go along with it, and your daughter Itsuki just so happens to have been born with one. The fifth Longinus, the boosted gear. The prison of the heavenly dragon Drake. Goru looked at his young daughter in fear. A prison. Yes, for one of the strongest creatures to have ever walked this earth before or since. A being that at the peak of his power could have destroyed this world if he was not slayed by a great alliance of heaven, hell, and Gregory. Following his death, God sealed him away in the boosted gear, which your daughter is now the wielder. That is why I am here. The sacred gear holders never have good lives as they are drawn into my world. The supernatural, and if left alone they will draw attention to themselves. Kuo is managed by my clan, the Great Gremory clan, and I felt the presence of a sacred gear while checking up on this, which led to me Itsuki and therefore you. Any inquiries? Mickey instantly asked the dreaded question. Can it be removed? Romonus gave her the truthful answer. Yes. She instantly perked up. Can you do it? Spare her from this side of the world. Itsuki tried to speak up as she didn't want to give up her gauntlet. She just got it. Wait, I don't dash. Her father quieted her down. Shush now. You're too young for this. Romonus nodded. I can remove it here and now, but I will let you come up with the answer. Each sacred gear is also called equipment of the soul, meaning it is linked to the soul. If I remove it, it will cause severe soul damage, if not straight up destruction. I can still do it if you want. Your choice. Instantly Goru and Mickey recoiled in horror and hugged their daughter tight. They refused that instantly. Goru, as the father, spoke up. What do we do? Here is the thing, Drake the dragon of the gauntlet will wake up soon. Once she unlocked it, her future was set in stone. When he wakes up, she will begin to grow in power, which will draw supernatural foes toward her. I felt it because of the power I have, but once Drake is awake, hiding won't be an option. Instead, you can leave her in my mentorship. I can teach her to use her powers and how to survive in this world. In exchange, I can give you a comfortable, stress-free life wherever you choose. Your daughter will grow to be someone of legend who will stand above others. Someone who will know no pain. He once again slightly increased their positive feelings for him, but they still had the final choice slightly. Just as both of them were about to answer, Itsuki answered for them. Cool. I want to be strong. Mickey and Goru looked from their daughter to Romonus. Goru stood up and began to ask different questions. Why are you doing this? Romonus stood up as well and explained. My people, demons or devils, whichever you prefer, desire to gather the strong for our peerages, also known as our teams. I desire to mentor your daughter in hopes that she will join my team, so to speak. Of course, she can say no and I will still teach her if you choose. Mickey and Goru looked down at their daughter's hopeful eyes. Since they were under his spell as totally normal humans, they were not as cautious as they would be otherwise. They turned to him and agreed to his request. Goro walked toward him and lowered his head. Please, just make sure she is safe. If her fate is set in stone, then at least her being able to protect herself will make us happy. Romonus placed a hand on the man's shoulder and made him look up. Of course. Any father wants the best for his child. I will give you my word that your daughter shall face no harm. I will need to take her with me to get her mastery of her powers, as they can be dangerous. It should be no longer than 2 weeks. Will you believe in me? Goro nodded. I will trust you. If you wanted to harm us, you could have. Mickey hugged Itsuki tightly. Be careful and listen to him, okay? Romonus decided to calm them down. Relax, I won't be taking her with me forever. In just 2 weeks. I will even send you updates daily. I will send a servant of my clan to speak to you about your new living arrangements. Itsuki, gather your things. Consider this a 2-week vacation to the underworld. Cool. She ran off to collect some clothes as she thought of this as a field trip. In that time he would convince her to join his peerage as a pawn. Thankfully he knew that he would need fewer pieces than Rias did, as he used higher quality pieces than her. Akino for the bishop and Itsuki a pawn. Now I just need Tobio the knight and we are golden. Then, I will need to rescue Valerie and Gasper. With them, my future raiding games will be smooth sailing until the king pieces are revealed. Tobio and Gasper will not be gender-bent. Chapter 25, Pawn and Bishop. Disclaimer, Itsuki will not be a pervert. Instead, I will make her an outgoing fun person. Kaneko will be his first rook and either Kuroka or Lavinia for his second bishop. Romonus did not have to wait long for Itsuki to come out of her room with a small suitcase. He did wonder why she was not afraid as he dangled her in the air. In her mind, now that she was on the ground, it was more fun than scary. She even wondered if she too could get some wings like Romonus one day. Flying, after all, was one of the dreams most children thought about. When she came out of her room, she looked rather excited to travel. Plus, she would be getting out of school, so that was a win in her opinion. I am ready. Once she had ready, her parents, who were still affected by just a slight amount of his spell, focused on her. Goro patted her head and wished her luck. Make sure to listen to Romonus, okay? Itsuki nodded with a smile. Yes, Dad. Mickey hugged her tight and kissed her cheek. Even if it is only 2 weeks, take care and make sure to behave. Watching the sight made him smile. Magic could be used for good or evil, and if he was honest, Rias in the anime had brainwashed them way worse than he did, and Issei did not care. At least he only affected them a tiny bit to make them listen to him without freaking out. I am not a bad person. Keep telling myself that long enough and I will start believing it. Once they said their goodbyes, Romonus stood up and walked over to the girl. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Ready to go? She looked up at him and nodded. Yes, sir. He opened a teleport circle under them and turned to Goro and Mickey. As I said, you will get daily reports on her progress, and in 2 weeks she will be returned to you. While she is training with me, a servant of my clan shall talk to you to rehome you or renovate your home. Goro nodded. I will trust you, take care of my daughter. Mickey hugged her husband's arm in sadness. Yes, stay strong, Itsuki. Itsuki waved them goodbye as Romonus teleported back to his room. When they arrived, Itsuki instantly started to look in every direction. Wow. Your room is 10 times bigger than mine. It's almost as big as my house. He smiled as he ruffled her hair a little. I am rich and an aristocrat. If this surprises you, just wait until you see the bathroom. Give me a second. He walked over to the bed where Akino had landed perfectly on the pillow. She was exhausted from her 1.5 years on the run, so even if he did put her to sleep, she was recovering nicely. He placed a hand on her head and removed his spell, allowing her to wake up. Itsuki was curious about her and set down her suitcase to walk over. Your sister? He shook his head. No. She is someone like you. Except she is half-fallen angel. I talked about them a little with your parents. Itsuki started to think back to his lecture while Akino opened her eyes. Still a little groggy, she grabbed his arm. Father. He smiled as he ran a hand down her silky black hair. No, it's me, Romonus. You're safe now, where no one will hunt you and no one will hurt you ever again. Akino sat up and rubbed her eyes. Really? I am safe. He sat down next to her and held her hand. He gave her hand a firm but gentle hold. Yes, I know you may have been raised with fear for devils, but I hold no hate for your people. Fallens, devils, and angels are all part of the same pantheon. We all deserve to live happy lives regardless of who we are. Akino nodded as she finished waking up. She lowered her head a little to him in thanks. Thank you for saving me, I would be dead without you. He stood up and started to talk to her about her situation. Of course. While I have you here, I need to tell you this. Azazel spoke to me when you passed out. He told me that your father this whole time was protecting you from the shadows. He is the reason you survived this long on your own. Aquino froze on the spot as she mumbled a few words. He did. Romonus wrapped her in a hug which made her think back to the time before her mother's death. Her father had strong and kind arms just like this. He loves you, Aquino. I know you feel he is to blame for your mother's passing, but there is so much more than you realize. You do not need to forgive him now or ever, but as long as you hold hatred for him you will never know peace. Aquino barely knew him, but already she felt he truly cared. She hugged him back as this was the first kindness she had felt since her mother died. Thank you, Romonus. I am in your debt. He held her a little longer before he let go of her. He smiled as he gave her a piece of advice. You have a long time to understand that. For now, I want to introduce you to someone. Itsuki. The small brown-haired girl walked over to Aquino and leaned in to look at her face. Your hair is so pretty like a Japanese girl. Your eyes are like stars, different than the demon men. He snorted as she kept calling him that. I already said my name is Romonus and I am not a man. I am 11. Aquino looked up at him in shock. Really? You are the same age as me. Romonus sighed as his rapid growth came with downsides when it came to those his age. Yes, I am. All my training has caused my bloodline to grow and with it, I grew quicker. And we demons, as you keep calling me, can change our appearance slightly. See. With a slight infusion of demonic energy, he made his mature face begin to take more kid-like features. It was not easy anymore as he had kept this look for a while. Still, both Itsuki and Aquino watched in surprise as his grown-up face began to look more kid-like. Itsuki reached out and began to touch his face a little. Wow, it's real. Aquino began to do the same and she even pulled on his cheeks a little. How does it work? Kids. He gently removed their hands from his face and returned his face to his perfect mature features. This way people took him more seriously than if he kept his face at what it should look like. Most devils always choose to look younger as his mother made herself look to be in her early 20s. Miria kept her look to be in her late 20s while Rahvdall kept herself looking like a teenage short stack. He loved all three as neither made a wrong choice in his opinion. Regardless, once they stopped pulling at his face tried to explain it a bit. It is a racial ability of devils. We can alter our appearances somewhat. Anyway, while you two are focused, time for a slight history lesson of House Gremory. It is one of the highest standing devil clans of the remaining 32 clans at the rank of Duke. I am the next heir and I am gathering a peerage of mighty individuals. I want you two to join it, which means the next Lord of House Gremory will be your backer. Ask any questions you have. Aquino asked something. My father spoke of peerages. He said that devils can turn others into devils, but I am part fallen. How will that work? He began to explain the power of the evil peace system to them. Reincarnated devils keep all their original race's powers. This means you would gain devil powers and keep your original fallen angel ones. I am sorry to say that even if you reincarnate into a devil you will always be a fallen angel. And suppressing that side of yourself will make your power stagnate and hurt you. As for you, Itsuki, joining my peerage will fix some of your weaknesses as a human. For one, you will be stronger, faster, and more resilient and you will never die old. It will also make you able to control the boosted gear better with more energy. You can decide now or in 2 weeks. Aquino, you have longer as you will be in my care. Yes. Aquino thought about it for a few moments before she asked the question. Will you turn me now? Romonus could see merit in turning her now or later. If he waited he could let her gain more purity in her fallen angel bloodline or turn her into reincarnated devil to train both sides of her. Depends on what you want. Also, you need a bath, food, and rest. Itsuki, you need better control over your sacred gear and we have 2 weeks for it. You can choose to not join, or join now. Whatever you decide. Romonus knew asking Itsuki, a 9-year-old, was manipulation. Kids were easy to manipulate even if he had her best intentions at heart. They were simple like that as all he told her were good things. The bad thing was the weakness of holy water, light, and crosses. But he had a training method to remove that weakness from them until he had Valerie at his side. I want to join now. I want to be stronger for my parents. Romonus smiled as he stood up and brought out his 8 pawn pieces. Already thanks to his Cambion soul they had a slight purple glow mixed in with the red. He wondered what unique effects they had now that they were warped by his soul. He knew the moment she joined his peerage her fate would be tied to him and so would her soul. He would always be her master, but he was not going to treat his peerage as slaves. He was still a Gremory even though he was a slight outsider than his family. He just had one worry. Please tell me it won't take that many. Okay then. Let's try with 1. He moved 1 toward her, but it failed. He watched as it spun around her making her follow it with her eyes. Did it work? No, it needs more. He added another which still did not work. He added one more, but he still felt resistance. It was only when he added the fourth one that all 4 evil pieces entered her chest and activated the transformation. Instantly her mana began to be converted into demonic energy, and from her back emerged 2 sets of dragonified demon wings. A little like his own. Seeing that made him extremely proud of himself as he reincarnated the Red Dragon Empress with just 4 pieces, unlike Rias. Yes. 4 is a perfect price for the Red Dragon Empress. Isn't that what Sona used for Saji? Shows just how powerful I am, of course. When the transformation was over, Itsuki turned around and looked at her wings. Cool. Can I fly now? He nodded as her wings were retracted into her back. You can, but not inside. We have 2 weeks to get you to have control over your powers. Including your wings. Seeing how Itsuki was fine and did not change, Akino raised her hand. I will do it. I will join your peerage. I want to be strong to never lose anyone like Mother again. To give her more hope, he gave her something extra like a motivator. Alright, just so you know, while your mother's body died, her soul is alive. She either went to heaven or Yomi. With enough power, you can rescue her to bring her to life. Instantly she became much more determined. I will join your peerage, Mr. Romonus. I want to save my mom. He returned his 3 regular pawns and mutation pawn to his soul, where they were still being warped by his purple Cambion soul. He pulled out his 2 bishops, which were also glowing a slight purple. Alright, Akino, here goes. He sent one of them toward her, and thankfully that was all it took. Instantly her transformation began. Just like Itsuki, her mana was warped into demonic energy, but when her wings emerged she kept one fallen angel wing and the other became demonic just like him. When her soul and magic settled down and she looked at her wings, she felt disgusted. Noticing her feelings, he extinguished them before they became a trauma. It would weaken her or form a heart devil, as the cultivators called it. Do not feel disgusted. This is a gift, Akino. You are a very rare Nephilim now. Gifted with the powers of a fallen angel and a devil. As long as you use both, you will be one with the dark and light. As long as you put your trust in me, you will be among the strongest. Will you put your trust in me? She retracted her wings and nodded as she took his extended hand. I will. Good. I am already seeing great things in your future. As I said before we start anything, Akino, you should get some food and some rest. I will get the servants to prepare some rooms for you. This mansion is massive and so many rooms are just sitting empty. The rooms next to mine or in front of mine will be yours. First, you should meet my family since you are now in my peerage. Romonus opened the door of his room and walked to where he knew his mother was. These days she was either in her office or taking it easy. As for Rias, she continued her training, and compared to when she started she was growing incredibly. As they walked he began to give a slight explanation. This is the main mansion of the Gremory clan. Home to my family and several hundreds of servants. Itsuki, you can think of this as a second home away from home, and Akino, this will be your new home. Itsuki frowned at hearing that. A little disappointed. Oh, I thought I could stay. He chuckled as he patted her head. Your parents will worry about you, silly girl. Though you will be coming here very often for training. I will begin to teach you what we devils do in the human world. Long ago we used to deal in human souls, but that rarely happens anymore. Itsuki tilted her head. Why? Simply put, devils used to be more evil before Lucifer died. Akino knew that as her father told her, but Itsuki as a regular human before this did not. He is dead. He nodded. Yup, my brother Surzex took over after his death. You are going to hear a lot of truths by being around me this whole time. Any more things you want to know? Itsuki thought about it and asked something. You said the boosted gear is the 5th Longinus. What's the 6th? He grinned as he turned to face her. The divine dividing the prison of the White Dragon Emperor Albion. Your fated rival. Itsuki froze in her steps as she looked at her left hand. Huh? A rival. He nodded. Draig and Albion are rivals of legend. Every time their hosts like you appear they are compelled to fight for supremacy, keeping the rivalry going. And Azazel told me that the girl is the descendant of the first Lucifer, meaning if you do not train hard she will defeat and possibly kill you. Itsuki now did not feel so excited. Oh. Akino patted her back with sympathy. What can we do, Romonus? Simply put, train. Who is to say they are evil? They might be a nice person. Ready to face your new lives. Both girls nodded firmly as he planned to turn these two into legends. Of course, weaker than him, so he would have to keep pushing himself to surpass even Draig and Albion. As he walked he smiled. I will not allow myself to be weaker than my own peerage, sacred gears or not. After all, I am going to surpass a super devil and become a devil god. The Heavenly Demon. Chapter 26, Marriage Counseling and Rare Materials. Found the perfect character to represent Itsuki. In we from Dress Up Darling. Once Romonus got his ambition into control, he of course first visited his mother, who was not in her office today. Instead, she was spending her free time in a large room she converted to be her relaxation room. She had a TV, an enchanted bed to remove stress, and several fancy liqueurs to pass the time. His mother, despite her noble heritage, did not like to wallow in luxury, but he sometimes felt she was too selfless. He shook his head as they arrived at her relaxation room. When he knocked on the door, he did not have to wait long until his mother in a cozy pajama set opened the door. She perked up when she saw him, as these days it seemed he was the only one who paid attention to her. A part of her felt guilty that she even thought of using her son to remove her loneliness, so she had given her husband a long chance. Even after the impotence curse, he still did not pay attention to her. Now all he was doing was working and leaving her alone, just like always. If Zeoticus did not step up, she might do something she could not take back. Venelana pulled back, as now they were the same height. She was about to speak more to him, but when she saw Akino and Itsuki with him, she was confused. And who are these girls? You are not one to kidnap people. Romonus crossed his arms. I didn't kidnap anyone. Anyways, this is Akino Haimjima, a half-fallen angel who I turned into my bishop. And this is Itsuki Haidu, who I turned into my pawn. The Red Dragon Empress. Venelana's mind went blank for several seconds as she looked at the small Itsuki. The girl waved her hand a little as Venelana's face went blank. Is she okay? Romonus nodded. Give her a minute. Venelana did need that minute, as when she shook off the shock, she needed to know. Where did you find these girls? They are not just found anywhere. Itsuki was from Kuo and had been living there this whole time. As for Akino, we were informed of her existence by a man in a contract with my father. I had to save her as she was being hunted by some Haimjima exorcists. Venelana shook her head in shock. How did no one notice a Longinus user in Kuo this whole time? Romonus just pointed at Itsuki, who was staring up at Venelana with a smile. She is super weak right now. Took me 4 pawn pieces to turn her, but she has never had any supernatural encounters before. Except for meeting Odin. He takes time to go to Kuo to preach about breasts and give out nudie mags to people in the park. Venelana did not believe him at all. Are you seriously telling me Odin, king of the north? The chief god of the Norse pantheon, goes to Japan just to preach about breasts and hand out pornos? You can see why I don't believe you. Itsuki frowned, as it was all true. It's true. He is a little old man with a fancy monocle thing with a big white beard. He always has this cane, and he will give the kids at the park those books. Venelana covered her face with her hand, as while Odin was known as a big pervert, he could not be that much of a pervert. Surely even he knew better than to give those to children. Okay, let's say I believe you, but why does he go to Kuo? Itsuki crossed her arms and shrugged. I don't know. He goes there every 2 weeks. The kids in the neighborhood find him funny, so we all go see him. We promise not to tell, though. Akino looked up at Romonus. What's she talking about? Romonus did not know if she was that sheltered or not, but he explained it. An old god who shows kids things he should not be. Odin, the god king of the Norse gods. Itsuki, please tell me when he shows up. The brown-haired girl thought about it before she remembered. Every second Wednesday of the month. He goes there for a few hours. Romonus felt this was a great way to meet the king of the Norse gods. Once he got Valerie, he would need her to bring back either Cuchulainn or Scathatch. Preferably Scathatch, and if all mythologies were real, Celtic was as well. If he could find the skull of the Caruid which Gael Balg was made from, he could create his legendary weapon. Alright then, I will be going with you to see what Odin has been up to. You're quite lucky that Odin is now an old man, as in his youth he was much more violent. Itsuki started to sweat a little as she thanked her stars Grandpa Od was nice now. Regardless, Romonus turned to his mother. Mom, I hate to spring this on you, but can you send a servant to speak to Itsuki's parents in Kuo? They let me take her with me for a 2-week introduction to the supernatural world once they heard about the fate of sacred gear users. I also would like you to get some servants to set up some rooms for Akino and Itsuki. Venelana smiled as she did not mind. It's fine, I was bored anyway. Let me list this first: send a servant to Itsuki's parents' home, and set rooms up and food for Akino, I presume. He nodded. Yes. Thank you, mother. In the meantime I need to speak to father. That killed Venelana's smile as her marriage was crumbling year by year. She should have said something centuries ago, but it was too late now. Alright then, if you got time, Marcina wants to talk to you about the baby. Your father has kept it under wraps, but it is impossible now and some people are asking questions. Romonus nodded. Got it. Be back soon. He started to walk toward his father's office as he needed better materials. Meanwhile, Venelana smiled as she hugged both girls tight, as she loved cute girls. You two are so adorable. Come on, let's get you set up. You two can consider me a second mother. If you want, think of me as a friendly big sister. Akino and Itsuki looked at each other, feeling that Romonus' mother was a nice person. Meanwhile, Romonus lightly stepped on the ground, and with a quick use of Godspeed, he appeared in front of his father's office. Before he entered, he smiled as he loved the movement technique Godspeed, as it was so versatile. He knocked on the door before speaking. "Father, it's me, Romonus." "Oh, come in." He reached down and opened the door to enter. When he walked in, his father had black bags under his eyes and his hair was disheveled. His beard was turning patchy and he seemed very irritated as he worked through the paperwork. "Dad, something wrong?" Zeoticus mentally screamed at the world, wanting to air out all his grievances, but he did not. "No, nothing at all. I just have been overwhelmed with work." "I see, take it easy, father." "I wish I could." Zeoticus shook his head as he turned to face his second-born. A source of great pride, because he was quickly rising in power and in a short time he would reach the level of the original Satans. If not more, because of his insane training drive, he was ever improving. "Tell me, son, what do you need?" Romonus walked over to his father's desk and he pulled out of his spatial ring a paper. "I need these materials. You have been denying my requests for years and I think I have proven myself to deserve them. Here." Romonus handed his father a paper where he listed a series of materials he wanted and in high concentrations. When Zeoticus picked up the paper, he was instantly shocked at the concentration of metals and other materials. "Son, this is too much. A ton of mithril already is a massive expense, not to mention the 350 pounds of adamantium you want from the dwarves. A ton of dark steel, and worse of all, you even want 500 grams of orichalcum. Even in all my territory, we have one mine where even small quantities of orichalcum can be found, and you want 250 grams of the stuff. That is not even talking about the other materials you want. Dragon's blood, dragon scales, and Minokawa feathers. All this, even for the clan, will be a great expense. What do you want all this for?" Romonus explained his idea. "Simply put, I am planning to create a personal set of armor which I will be binding to my soul. Thanks to McGregor's tutoring and my training, I have unlocked my soulscape and with it new abilities. Once I create and bind this set of armor, I will be able to grow it with me. It will always be at my side and will be a pillar I can rely on and evolve with me. I understand that this is a great expense, but the Gremory clan is not in dire straits and we have had thousands of years of successful business. Even this much will not dent the coffers of the clan. When have I ever failed or wasted anything?" Zeoticus looked at the list as Romonus was right. The Gremory clan was not one of the highest-ranking clans of the 32 pillars without reason. They had business in the human and underworld, which brought in billions of human dollars and even more gold in the underworld. When Zeoticus looked at his son's determined face, he sighed. "All right, I will get your materials. The Minokawa feathers are going to take a while, as I will have to speak to the Philippine supernatural community. Minokawa are creatures on the level of dragons and not to be trifled with. The other materials are much more doable, as in the Gremory trace sure we have dragon blood and scales from metal dragons hunted long ago. I won't even have to buy the orichalcum, as we have been collecting all weekend for centuries. We even own a mine of mithril in our territory, just give me some time." Romonus smiled and nodded. "Thank you, father, you won't regret this." Zeoticus smiled. "Don't worry about it, son." Seeing the fatherly smile suddenly made Romonus feel guilty on a profound level. He had made a big deal about respecting his brother's wife Graphia, but he was planning to not do the same to his father. Damn it, what kind of hypocrite am I? I can't not try at least. "Dad, I want to ask you something." Zeoticus was confused. "What is it?" "You and Mom are fighting, right? She told me you have been neglecting her for years and you look stressed. What happened?" Zeoticus cleared his voice, not willing to say the true reason he was stressed, but he did acknowledge the issue. "Ah, yes. Marcina has been in my harem for centuries and I didn't think your mother would mind so much. I was wrong and she is unrelenting in her fury." Romonus decided to try to mend things between his parents before he did anything he would regret. "Have you tried apologizing or finding the root of the issue?" Zeoticus' face turned bitter, as he damn well knew what the issue was. He neglected his wife for too many years, and his getting his mistress pregnant was the last straw. This curse she put on him was unrelenting, and she was much stronger than him, so he couldn't remove it himself. "I haven't, but why should I? You understand me, don't you, son? We are devils. We collect harems to reproduce, so why is she so mad?" Romonus sighed. "I know what you mean about the harem, but you choose to collect a giant harem. Even you can't manage that many women without neglecting them. When was the last time you even spoke to some of them? Or slept with them? Even Mother is mad at you because you don't pay attention to her. No woman, devil or not, will endure that kind of neglect forever. I know about your troubles because she told me when she did it. If you want to remove the curse, you better get back on her good side." Zeoticus covered his face in shame, as his cursed fate was the result of his actions. Can't you talk to her? Romanus pointed at his father. No, I am talking to you. You are the man, so man up and apologize. Or are you too prideful to do that, father? Because I am torn between you two. I love both of you as my parents, but I am not blind to see who is at fault. You are, and mind me being disrespectful, but you need to change if you want mother to love you again. Zeoticus began to chuckle as he knew everything his son said was all truths. Was he ready to give up his pride and admit that he was wrong? I will need to think about it. What is there to think about, father? Do as you will, you're the Lord of House Gremory after all. Romanus turned around and left his father's office. Once Zeoticus was alone, he opened his drawer and pulled out an old picture. It was black and white and showed when he got married to Vanillana in a grand ceremony. When he looked at his wife's beaming smile in this picture from centuries ago, he realized something. He had never seen his wife this happy since. His getting Marcina pregnant was just the straw that broke the camel's back. I fucked up badly. What can I do to fix things? Chapter 27, Vanillana's True Feelings Plus. If you are put off by mother-son incest, this is not the chapter for you. Enjoy. Now that Romanus was going to get the materials for his armor and he even gave his parents a chance for reconciliation, he felt better. If in the end, they could not forgive each other, then he would have no moral dilemma about getting with Vanillana. Oh well, it's up to him now. Now then, what did Marcina want? Romanus released his spiritual sense through the mansion as he began to search for the maid. Ever since her pregnancy got this far along, she had been relieved of her duties for the time to prevent harm to the child. She was currently staying in a large room where she would be giving birth. Romanus once again used his movement technique and traveled through the mansion until he was in front of the room. He did not knock as he knew she was not doing anything right now. When he stepped inside, he saw Marcina sitting in a chair while holding her growing belly. When she saw him, she smiled and stood up to give him a bow. Young master, I am happy you could come. Romanus raised a hand to stop her from bowing. Don't bow right now, you are not in a state where you should be doing that. Marcina nodded and sat back down. She stayed quiet for a few moments before she looked back up to him. Young master, I wanted to ask you to name my child. I know I have wronged Lady Vanillana, and even if she forgave me, I feel guilty. Would you do me that honor, young master? Romanus did not expect her to ask him to name her child. Why me? She stood up and walked over to him. She held her hand out for him, which he gave her. She placed his hand on her belly and smiled at him. While it was my fault this child came to be, you were the reason I wanted motherhood in the first place. When you and your sister were born, I always volunteered to be the one to look after you too. Eventually, I became your caretaker until you outgrew me. I don't mean to say this was your fault, of course. He smiled as he shook his head. I forgave you and my mother forgave you. In that case, do not mind if I shall name my brother. I shall name him Asterion. Asterion Gremory. Marcina smiled as that was a worthy name. I swear to ensure that your brother shall never challenge you for your position as heir. No one is more worthy to lead the clan than you. Romanus pulled his hand away gently and nodded. Once he is born and he grows a little, I shall take him under my wing. If he has the clan trait or not. That was a subject of worry, as if her child did not have the Gremory clan trait, he would always be shunned among their society as a waste. A noble not born with their clan trait would always be looked down upon as weak. Even if he doesn't have it, he still has me as a brother. Romanus did not delay much longer and he left Marcina alone. When he was gone, she sat down and placed a hand on her belly. Asterion, please be strong. You will need to be if you wish to measure up to your big siblings. Once he left her room, Romanus pulled up his phone. As he walked back to his mother's side, he called up Azazel. He put his phone up to his ear and waited until he answered. Romanus, how is she settling down? Well. Aquino has taken to the bishop piece well, and my mother is making sure she eats and has a bath. Azazel stayed quite a few moments before he sighed. Oh well, it's for the best. Anyway, when are you going to start training her? Tomorrow. She needs at least a day to recover, and then I will be putting her to the ringer like me. Oh, and what is the name of the White Dragon Empress? Azazel was less happy saying this, but he said it anyway. Viviana Lucifer. Why? Romanus let his secret slip early. Because I got the Red Dragon Empress on my peerage now. Both heavenly dragon hosts are now devils and female. Azazel went silent for a few seconds before he began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, for real. That is some luck, Romanus. Want help training her up? No thanks, I got it handled. If anything, I need help with Aquino, nodded Suki. Though we can help each other train our little dragon empresses instead. When the time is right for them to fight, let's see who will win. Azazel asked the important question. A friendly fight, right? Of course, I rather not kill either of them as they have such long lives now. Instead of making them fight to the death, better to just make them have a rivalry. Azazel felt that was a great idea. Thankfully you aren't a supremacist. I can work with you knowing you are more open-minded. I will text you Barakiel's number so you can talk to him. As for Aquino, I recommend having her circulate her holy lightning through her body to increase the concentration of holy energy in her blood. This will increase the power and purity of her fallen angel side to offset her devil weakness. Though, don't let her give her devil powers up either. Got it. Thanks, Azazel. Oh, and remember this well, Azazel. 1 year and 6 months from now we are going to have to work together. Azazel smiled behind the phone as he swirled a shot of whiskey. That a future prediction? Yes. Take that as you will. Be seeing you. Romonus ended the call after that and returned his phone to his spatial ring. As for Azazel, hearing that made him smile as he downed his drink. He turned next to him on the couch where a small girl dressed in rock-style clothing was sitting with her arms crossed. You hear that, Viviana? She snorted as she turned around and rested her back against him. Yeah, I will win. Azazel was not so sure now because the short conversation he had with Romonus made him feel a bit on edge. Romonus was so young and already making him second-guess a fight. He still would win in his mind, but he was not going to be worth it. You positive, kid? Viviana turned to regard him with a snort. Are you doubting me? Me. He raised his hands to calm her down. I am not, I am just saying that Romonus is a powerful guy. With this Itsuki girl being in his peerage, she will be getting top-level training and she is probably around your age. Viviana was about to disregard his words until the dragon-shaped jewel on her necklace began to glow. Albion's voice emerged to speak with her. Do not look down on the red one, partner. This girl will likely put you on your toes if her master is anything to go off. So, be careful. She reached down to grip the necklace with squinted eyes. Even the red dragon emperor will fall. Until I can murder my grandfather, nothing matters. Azazel sighed as this girl was still traumatized from her foul treatment at the hands of her own father. He luckily was not depraved enough to force himself on her, but he often would beat her severely just because she was born with the divine dividing. All instructed by his father Rizavim Lucifer, someone Romonus was training to kill. Azazel just hoped that Viviana would not come to get hurt on this quest for revenge. He cared for her the same way he would a daughter. He reached his hand out and ruffled her hair a little. You will get him in time, just be patient. She looked down with a small smile. I know, thanks Azazel. No problem. At least she had a good father figure after all she went through. She closed her eyes and let herself fall asleep near the man who was more of a father than anyone else in her life. After hanging up, Romonus returned to his mother's side. By that point, she had already gotten several servants to start getting rooms ready for Itsuki and Aquino. Just as he had said, they were given rooms directly in front of his. Romonus watched as the servants with magic and numbers got those empty rooms ready to be livable. He turned to his mother, who seemed to be happy not to be moping around. He turned to his mother and spoke to her telepathically. I talked to Dad about your relationship. I think he wants to work on things now. She turned to regard him with squinted eyes. Somehow he could feel she was not happy. Pissed even. You didn't have to. But I did. I am not a kid, mother. What we are becoming will change our relationship in a way that can never be undone. There will be no going back. She looked away from him a little sad and angry. Mostly angry. I don't want to go back, Romonus. I felt you understood me more than he ever will. Is that so wrong, Romonus? To want a man who appreciates you and doesn't ignore you for years at a time. Even if he is your son, because I know what I want and it is not him. Even if he changes his act now, what will be the point? Just because he wants his cock to work again he will change. Pathetic. For now long. A decade, 2, 3, 4, or even a century. Eventually, things will return to normal as people do not change that fast. She looked down at the ground and the last things he said made his heart clench. I just thought you knew me more than that, Romonus. Guess I was wrong. She turned around to avoid looking at him, which made her feel awful. Meanwhile, the servants quickly got the rooms furnished and ready, so the head butler gave a bow. Lady Venelana, young Master Romonus, the rooms are ready. Venelin gave a fake smile as she often did to the older butler. Thank you, Jonathan. That is all we needed. Of course, my lady. Once the rooms were ready, the servants, all now dismissed, began to leave as they were not needed anymore. Venelana's good mood was gone and Romonus was the cause. Before he could fix this, he turned to face the two girls. Why don't you go and make yourselves at home? I need to talk to my mother alone. Venelin did not turn around even when he said that. Though Aquino looked up at his smiling face. Can we? He nodded as he smiled at the young girl. These rooms are all yours. Do as you like. Itsuki did not wait and rushed into her room to check it out. Aquino did not take long to follow her example to see her room. That left Romonus and Vanillana alone. She kept her arms crossed and did not turn to look back at him. She is pissed at me. Seeing his mother's state made him realize that she had already fallen out of love with Zeoticus long ago. Her marriage had been falling apart for centuries and now it was broken. The last straw was Marcina's pregnancy, as it showed Zeoticus did not respect her at all. Now, Romonus coming along wanting to fix things only helped his father, not her. He tried to do the right thing, but it seemed nothing was the right thing. His father would be shamed for his wife to leave him and his mother would be left in a loveless marriage. Fuck it. Once he made sure they were fully alone with no one to see them, he walked over to his mother. He placed a firm hand on her back, making her shiver. Huh. He then moved his arm below her knees and swept her off her feet into his large arms. Vanillana's purple eyes went wide as he did not delay and moved her into his room. He closed the door behind her and quickly pinned her against the door. He leaned in to look at her pretty face, which was flushed with a smile. Since you were so direct with your feelings, let me be just as direct, mother. He leaned in and took her lips into a deep kiss. Once he kissed her, she moved her arms around his neck and returned the kiss. She wrapped her legs around his back as she enjoyed the first action with him. The first action she had had in 12 years, such a long time for her. Romonus stuck his tongue out and began to wrap it around her tongue. He played with her tongue and enjoyed the taste of her saliva. She was delicious. She gripped his hunter jacket tight before she pulled back with a smile. So forward. I am your mother, Romonus, you naughty boy. She rubbed her face against him and took him the feeling of being in his giant arms. Does your dick even work at this age? He leaned into her ear and whispered into it. It does work, but who says I will be giving it to you now? Her legs squirmed at the neglect play. Why? She whined a little as she reached up and pulled down her blouse to expose her enormous breasts to him. She always went braless and he now could see them again. Don't tell me you don't want my body. Because it wants you. He shoved his face into her bosom and took one of her nipples into his mouth before sucking on it. She tossed her head back and rested it against the door as he ravaged her tits. So rough, He pulled away from her left breast before he dived in to suck the right nipple. He suckled, licked, and nibbled on it gently before pulling away. Because I feel like a child. Give me 4 years. She gripped him tight with her legs, which had a grip so strong even he felt it. 4. You're going to leave my body in need for 4 years after turning on my switch. You're a devil, Romonus. A real devil to leave your mother in pain. He smiled as he kept her lifted with a single hand. With his free hand, he dragged it up her smooth leg up to her lacy purple panties. Who said I will leave you in pain? You just won't be getting this cock yet. Her eyes began to glow much like his as she did not like the neglect play. You're a mean boy, you know that, fine. I will give you your 4 years, on the condition you play with me sometimes. I have needs that have gone unsatisfied for too long. Your father lost his chance with me long ago, and when I divorce him, keep this secret from him to spare his heart the shame. Deal. Deal. She smiled as she pushed him off her a little. Now let me see what I am working with. He put her down on the ground and watched as she went to her knees. He was glad that his room had long since been soundproof and warded against spying magic. He watched as Vanillana undid his leather belt and unbuttoned his belt before pulling out his erect cock. When she got a look at it, she was almost shocked, but he was a large guy. 7 inches already. You're going to be huge in 4 years, maybe I should wait. Before he could say anything, she opened her mouth and took the head of his cock into her hot mouth. She first just gently sucked on it before she slowly began to rock her head back and forth. She tightened her suction and began to swirl her tongue all over it. He snarled as he dug his nails into his door, as only one woman had ever sucked him this good before. His old neighbor and his mother's best friend. A 35-year-old black widow with the oral technique of a goddess. He got into her pants when he was 13, as his mother had left him with her while she went on a date. A bad idea, as she took his virginity that day. He ignored those memories and focused on Vanillana, who took his cock into her throat. Being an ultimate class devil of considerable power, she had perfect control over her body. Even her gag reflex, so each time she moved her head up and down she took him to the base every single time. She squinted her eyes as he was still hanging in there. She pulled his cock out of her mouth before jacking him off a little with her hands. Have you done this before? He grinned. No, I am just that awesome. Is that so? She opened her mouth and coated it in power of destruction. Watch this. His eyes went wide as she once again took him to the base while wrapping his member in power of destruction. He grit his teeth hard as he could feel it gently wrapping around his cock in a firm but warm grip. Fuck. Who would think to use it like this? Two can play at that game. Suddenly Vanillin's arms, legs, and body were wrapped up with threads of power of destruction. She squinted her eyes as he had good use of it. Despite being tied up, she went in for the kiss and sucked him off with all her experience with Zeoticus, her only partner in her life. Romonus, for all his experience with women, could not resist, and he blew his load into his mother's mouth. She deactivated the power of destruction and merely enjoyed her son's semen. Once he stopped coming, she gave him a clean-up blow job, not leaving a drop. She pulled her head back and looked up at him with a smile. "You came in your mother's mouth, you pervert. Want to do some more?" "Sure." He removed the threads binding her and gently pushed her to the bed. While they would not be having penetrative sex, this was hot enough for both of them. Chapter 28, Shame and 6-month Time Frame. Turns out Satan class is still the best rank I can think of. I am not happy with any other, so it's coming back. Romonus and Vanillana could barely keep their hands off each other for over an hour. She wanted more, as she had been left wanting by her soon-to-be ex-husband, but she had to rely on her son. Saying it like that did make her feel a little ashamed, but not enough to stop. And while she had more needs to be met, she understood Romonus' position. He still loved his father, and what he was doing with her felt wrong. Still, since she made it clear she was not planning on staying married, he seemed to respect that more. However, when they finally stopped messing around with each other, Vanillana cuddled up with him fully naked. She wrapped her arm around his chest as she could not stop smiling. "You certainly are dominating, these muscles are cut like stone." She looked up at his face and did not see him with a smile or content. She saw he was frowning and looked conflicted. She sighed as she sat up and pressed her breasts against his chest to look him in the eye. "What's wrong? You don't look happy." He brought a hand up and rubbed his forehead. "I don't like having effectively cucked my father. I feel like an asshole more than you realize." Vanillana sighed as she wrapped her arms around him and gently kissed him. "How do you think I felt? While a harem is not getting cucked, I had to go to bed knowing he was getting down with tens of women without me. I tried to join a few times, but I was always unwanted in those times. I couldn't do it, and the intercourse I had with your father to give birth to you and Rias was pure luck. After that, he once again started to ignore me. Would you rather me get with one of the butlers or servants?" He wrapped his arms around her and shook his head. "No, I guess keeping it in the family was for the best." She smiled as she rubbed her large breasts against his chest. "Oh, it sure was. 4 years will be like such a long time, but I won't be married to your father for that time. Tomorrow, I will get the divorce started and I will return his ability to use his dick. He can marry Marcina if he wants a wife." Romonus asked the important question. "What will grandfather say?" Vanillana sighed when she thought of her father, who was the one who chose her husband. Romonus raised a hand and gently stroked his mother's face. "Whatever makes you happy, mother." She smiled and held his hand. "This does make me happy, more than you know." She stood up fully naked except for her white thigh-high stockings. She extended her hand and pulled her panties into her hand. She winked at him and placed one of her sexy legs on the bed. This way her vagina was visible to him as she slowly pulled her lacy purple thong back into place. When he looked back up to her face, he could see how she liked the way he looked at her. She licked her lips as she picked up her dress and pulled it on. She used a little magic to smooth it out, and after she put on her high heels she was once again dressed. She smiled as she looked at herself in his person-wide mirror. She moved her hands under her breasts and lifted them a few times. "Do you find me sexy?" He sat up from bed and with a wave of his hand dragged his hunter outfit back on. Once he was dressed with magic, he rid the room of the smell of sex and walked over to his mother. He wrapped his arms around her and rested his head on her shoulder. Right now they were the same height at 5 feet 8 inches, but she felt way smaller than him because of his sheer bulk. "I do. You have no idea how hard it was for me to keep my hands off you. You know about Rahvdall and Miria, right?" Vanillana nodded. "A short stack and a MILF, and now your mother. Don't forget I am not blind and know how you look at Rias. You want her, don't you? That obvious?" "No, you hit it well, just know that inbreeding is normal even among the Baal clan. My mother Palestra Baal is your grandfather Demonitas' niece. Since she was not born with the power of destruction, instead of being married off she became his mistress. Don't tell anyone, but I think he loves her more than his wife. If he spends a night with his wife he spends 6 with her. I can see why, as my mom is a total hottie. Where do you think I got my looks?" He tightened his hold over her and kissed her neck a little. "Is my grandfather inbred?" Vanillana nodded. "Yes, your great-grandfather and great-grandmother are half-siblings. No one in the Baal clan will bat an eye at a little incest. Even if you got me pregnant." She reached behind and started to rub his crotch over his pants. "Wouldn't you like that? To inseminate me with your baby? Lady, if that is what you want, then fine." She turned around and kissed him one last time. "Don't leave me waiting." She winked at him and walked out of his room. By that time Aquino and Itsuki were long since asleep, as today was just a day for them to get settled in. Once his mother was gone, he shook his head with a small smile. "Damn, isn't she perfect? He held his hand out and dragged Blood Drinker to his side. Once he held his sword, he sat down on his bed and placed it on his lap. He closed his eyes as he began to channel his soul energy into his blade along with his Tuki and demonic energy. Before long he once again found himself back in the core of Blood Drinker in Vespera's prison. When she noticed his presence, she looked up at him with a small smile. "You have no idea how much your blood baths help." He looked up and noticed how the chains that kept her in pain were dormant. "I got a question. You think if I remove your soul from this sword will it break?" "I don't know. My soul has been the core of Blood Drinker for so long that I am not sure anything else can substitute it. It might break, but this is still blood mithril and orichalcum, so it's still a powerful sword. Thinking of freeing me early?" "Sadly no, I am not confident at all to be able to keep your soul safe from removing it from this prison. But that is still the end goal because I got an idea for you." She raised an eyebrow as she leaned forward. "Oh yeah, what is it?" "Interested in joining my peerage as a queen? You are a third-generation devil and noble vampire hybrid with both species abilities, I presume. Just from the power of your soul, I can feel that it is bordering on the Satan class." Vespera sighed. "Trust me, you do not want the political hot potato that is my soul. Zekrom hated me enough to render me down into this sword, and he is still alive, isn't he? Pick someone else." He just grinned as he asked her a few questions. "Tell me, can you fight up close?" "Duh, vampires are built tough." He walked closer and asked the next. "Your speed?" Vespera grinned back, showing off her fangs. "Faster than light." He leaned in to look at her face directly. "And, your magic abilities?" She pulled herself and whispered it. "Legendary." "Then you can make use of the queen piece the best. I need someone who can use the bishop, rook, and knight traits, not just one of them. But if you don't want to, I still got Tiamat to ask." Vespera went slack again as she waved him off. "Probably for the best. Instead of making me your queen piece, just make me your familiar when I come back." "If I come back, that is." Romonus nodded as he left the core of Blood Drinker. At his level of power, sleep was becoming a want, not a need. His body could subsist on his energy alone for long periods. For now, he pulled up his phone and looked at the time. 9:58. Not bad. He scrolled through his contacts and called Latia before bringing his phone up to his ear. He did not have to wait long until his fiancée picked up. She was currently in the bath, but since her phone was waterproof, she was fine. "Romonus, I am glad to hear from you." He smiled as he spoke to her. "I am too. Every time I hear your voice I get happy. I want to see you again." She smiled as her two maids in swimsuits cleaned her hair while she talked. "I am free in 3 days." "That sounds perfect. I wanted to tell you that my father has finally agreed to let me use higher quality materials. This brings me back to my original plan. I want to undergo the baptism on my birthday." "You want it on your birthday?" "It's October right now, so in 6 months. That have any special meaning?" "Not really, I just felt it was the perfect amount of time to build the device and get things ready." Latia waved her hand to stop her two maids for a moment. They bowed and waited patiently for her to speak to him. "I spoke to my uncle about your plan and he feels that is beyond risky, but that the benefits will be substantial. If you want, we can get his help to build the device." "That's perfect. All that matters is that I undergo the baptism, because while my power is still growing day by day, I feel my body needs an evolution. If destroying it with liquid mana over and over will grant me a stronger body, then so be it. Can't you just keep training? The body will adapt naturally and you won't have to feel any pain for it." He could understand that was logical, but now that his soul was unique, his body had to follow. If it worked as he intended, his entire body would be destroyed, but as it healed, it would fuse liquid mana with his body, granting him a body to match his powerful soul and another trump card against the foes he would be facing. "I need to do this, just training will only make me so strong. This baptism will directly make my body leagues stronger than any other. Plus, I still will be able to continue my training with my new body, so there is no downside." She did say the one downside. "Except for the massive pain." He chuckled. "Exactly, but 6 months is a long time, and by then I will have steeled myself enough. Just trust me." Latia sighed as she nodded to her maids to continue her bath. As they did that, she smiled. "I think you are too smart for having such a muscular body." He did like being praised by her and the women in his life. "Thank you. If you want to help me build my armor, I am all for the help. It won't be easy as I plan to bind it to my soul. I have reached the point of unlocking my own soulscape. The armor and gear I want to build won't be easy to make, but your help will be welcome. Consider me on board." "When can we start the build?" "As soon as my father gets my materials. He will even get me some foreign materials for me which you will want to see." "I can't wait. Oh, and before giving Rahvdall a call, she wants to go on another date." He smiled as he was happy the girls were getting along. He gave their numbers to each other just to be open to them. Rahvdall and Miria were already friends and Latia was friendly to them as she did give him permission to get a harem. Alright, she has been busy these days. See you soon, Latia. Of course. Take care, Romonus. Once they hung up, Romonus decided to call Rahvdall to see how they were doing. While he spent a lot of time with both of them, Rahvdall got the short end of the stick by being a Satan. When she picked up, she was sitting in her chair while she rapidly moved through her work through her computer. However, when her phone rang with her favorite ringtone, she floated the phone to her ear. Romo. Latia told you. Yes, she did. You know you could have called me yourself, right, girl? She just stuck her tongue out. I could have, but I wanted you to call. The girl likes to be chased. I can see that you short stack. Hey. I am the short stack. He chuckled as he asked her. In that case, want to go on a date in Tokyo? I am always free after all, but I got a date with Latia in 3 days and one with Miria next week on Friday. That sounds fun. We can check out all the anime stuff. I am free in 5 days. Bet then. See you then, babe. When he hung up, she got a naughty idea. When she got off the clock, she was going to be sending him some photos of herself. He deserved them after all, since he had been nothing but a good boyfriend this whole time. Chapter 29, Raw Material and Past Recollections. A bit of Romonus' backstory will be revealed in this chapter. Part of it slipped into the last chapter. Once Romonus got off the call with Rahvdall, he put his phone in his pocket and got up. Since Itsuki and Akina were sleeping already and his mother had already left, he was left with plenty of free time. This was the issue when sleep became unnecessary, as you were left with plenty of free time. Suddenly he remembered a material he would need for when he created his armor. He pulled his phone out again and called up McGregor. The mage as usual picked up instantly, as Romonus never called to waste time. Yes. This was why Romonus liked his teacher. He never spoke in riddles and got to the point. Anything was fair game as long as it progressed his understanding of magic. I will be frank then, master. I wanted to ask about soul stones. What do you need to make more? McGregor leaned back in his chair as he asked the questions. I need living beings with souls, of course. I could make them from animals, but those are trash. Humans or sentient beings are better. Tell me, do you need human souls, devil souls, or something else? Romonus thought about it as if they were going to be material to fuse soul energy into his gear. He had been thinking of adding human souls, but since his soul was neither devil nor human, he might need both. I will be needing both types. I am not even sure how many I will need. As for what I want them for, I plan to craft a legendary set of armor, as my father is getting me my materials. But I wanted to add soul stones as materials to fuse soul energy to the mix. McGregor pondered on this for a while, as he had been impressed with Romonus' progress on souls. He already had some soul techniques which he was still working on. An advantage that Romonus' Combian soul granted him. Let me guess, you plan to bind it to your soul. You are wondering if human souls or devil souls are the preferred material. I am master. While this may be total bullshit, I want to make sure of both to even out the type of soul energy fused into the gear. Devil and human if at all possible, as this will be the first time this has been attempted. McGregor could barely keep a smile on his face. I have a working theory, tell me if this is true. This gear you want to create, rather than making a sacred gear, you want a profane gear or whatever you will call it. Romonus liked the sound of it. I like it, a profane gear. Will you help me? McGregor agreed. Kid, this is quality information. I will get you a deal, get me around 100 criminals and I will refine them into pure soul stones. As for devil souls, I already got a supply, so don't worry about them. Romonus grinned. I will deliver. You pick them up, or do I drop them off? McGregor went back to his grimoire as the call went on. I will pick them up. Just collect them from a human prison, and take them to an isolated place. Send me the location and then I will do the rest. All right then, see you soon. Once the call was finished, and he was dressed already, Romonus created a teleport circle under his feet and in a flash of light he was gone. Specifically, he appeared in the United States at the site of the only Supermax prison in the country. It housed serial killers, drug lords, terrorists, and gang leaders, essentially less than human garbage. Once he arrived at the location of the prison, he did not delay a second and instantly created a bounded field over the whole prison. The guards who were outside barely had time to react before the night sky became shimmering purple and red. They had even less time, as Romonus instantly clasped his hands together and caused every being in the prison to begin to pass out unconscious. At his level of power, he could knock out the entire population of a city without fail. Unless one of the guards or inmates had magic or a sacred gear, which he might as well check while he was here. That deals with the humans. Once the population of the prison was dealt with, he had free rein to pick out his materials. In the end, he chooses 100 inmates with severe crimes including serial killers, murders, gangsters, terrorists, and even a few drug dealers for the heck of it. Once he had his 100 inmates, he bound them in threads of pod to ensure they did not struggle even if they woke up. He waved his hand and piled them high in front of him and a nod. That takes care of them, now then. Romonus closed his eyes as he held his hands together as he began to release another one of his soul techniques. By using soul energy along with his spiritual sense, he could see more than without it. The population of the Suparmax was quite small, only 300 including the ones he was taking. However, none of the inmates or the guards had any sacred gears, which was expected. They would not be kept locked up in a mundane prison that had no wards. No luck. He released his technique, bounded field included, and teleported away to the top of Mount Elbert in Colorado. He looked behind him, seeing that the 100 inmates were all still intact. Just when he pulled out his phone, he saw he had a few texts from Rahvdall. What did she send me now? He checked them out and instantly he was smiling. She had sent him a few photos of her scantily dressed. Image here. Jackpot. He cleared his voice and exited out of the text as there was a time and place for that. Damn, I love that woman. He instantly texted McGregor the location. Peak of Mount Elbert, I got the 100. McGregor did not even bother to text back as he teleported to Romonus' location. When he appeared, he was still dressed in his fancy mage robe and seemed to be taking this easy. You work quick. I take you did not delay. Romonus turned to face his teacher as this was the expected outcome. Of course not. I open a bounded field to knock everyone out and I got to collect at my leisure. Why would I take the unneeded risk when this was so much easier? McGregor nodded as he looked at the mixed batch of inmates. Good work. What did you get me? Romonus explained what he chose. A mix of serial killers, terrorists, murderers, gangsters, and psychopaths. McGregor walked over and poked one big tattooed guy with his leg. They will do. Shouldn't take me long to render them down since I already have the process to do it. You want pure souls or something? Romonus thought about it. Yes, as pure as possible. Devil souls and human souls are quite different and each piece of gear will need a few of each. Since a full set of armor has 14 different parts, one guess each one will need 7 of each to work. McGregor rubbed his beardless chin. You're asking a lot of me these days, my student. What will you offer me? Romonus rolled his eyes at this British mage. He knew this was just a farce as he was just curious and a curious mage would do anything to sate it. Let you help me in the creation of the gear. I am getting my fiancée Latia to help me out, but someone like you would make things easier. You have no forging experience from my knowledge, but your experience in magic is legendary. I'd ask a Juka, but you know that I much rather work with someone I trust. McGregor raised an eyebrow. You don't trust your uncle-in-law? Romonus shook his head. Not really, he knows the Rahvdall was used to kill Diodora and I rather not be involved with him much. I have no idea what he will do if he knows we did it, and even worse, I have no clue what my brother will do. Will he choose me, his brother, or the friend he considers a brother? He has known me for 11 years, he has known a Juka for nearly 600. Pretty easy to see who he should pick, no? McGregor shook his head with a sigh. Kid, don't be so cynical. I get your position, but he is still your big brother. Surzex will go to war for you and Rias against anyone. Did something happen for you to start doubting him? Romonus opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. No, he hasn't. McGregor smiled. In that case, trust him. I haven't told him what we did, but maybe we should. Let's hold off on anything like that for a time, Master. McGregor did not push the issue. Fine then, this is our crime, but your idea, so you should pick when it gets revealed. You also seem to be dealing with some shit, but that is your can of worms to go through. I am just a mad mage who teaches you stuff I probably shouldn't be. Romonus snorted. Hasn't it created me into a powerful being? McGregor gave him that. And you proved me wrong. I thought focusing on the path of the mage, fighter, and swordman was wrong, but you have not crumbled under the pressure. You have grown under it and become someone of renown. You already have a nickname in the noble circle, you know. If your mother won her youth and was called the flaxen-haired Madam of Ruin, you are being called the Knight of Ruin. Romonus tilted his head. Why? I am more than just a knight. McGregor pointed at his side at Blood Drinker. You are the one always carrying a sword around, kid. The nickname is just sticking, and even Rias has her nickname now that she is growing stronger. Not as fast as you did, but fast. Though she is just training under me and Suji, as she has no interest in getting up close like you. Romonus felt that was a shame. If you focused on just one of the paths to power, you would be defeated by an all-rounder. Well, that is her choice, I guess. I should check up on her training one of these days. McGregor felt that was a good idea, and before he forgot he remembered something. Hey, you interested in learning under an old friend of mine? Well, more of my old mentor, but he is a friend. Romonus frowned. You have friends? McGregor snorted. More than you, that is for sure. He is a lich, as in life he had been a power death mage who discarded his humanity. He mentored me when I was young and helped me start the Golden Dawn. When I told him about you, he was interested in mentoring you. So, want to learn under a lich? Romonus had nothing against learning under one. Sure, what's his name? Dormuteth. Long ago they called him the Abyss King. He is ancient, and on top of his death magic, he is skilled in more magic types than me. Including spirit magic, as he was human during the time of the Persian Empire. Romonus was impressed, as that was over 2,000 years ago. And he mentored you, why? Why didn't he just turn you into an undead slave? McGregor scoffed. You are cynical. Just because he is a lich doesn't mean he is evil or desires to have a world of undead. He just didn't want to die, and he saw potential within me. We at the Golden Dawn do not shame any magic except if it affects the order or gets too dark. Now that I think about it, I really should take you over to learn from my fellow mages one day. Romonus nodded. It would be my honor. McGregor walked over to Romonus and patted him on the shoulder. You're going to be taller than me any day now. I remember when you were barely at my knees, and you are almost 6 feet at age 11. I wonder what is causing it. Romonus wondered if this was caused by his stronger soul, because he had been 6 feet 3 inches in his past life. Maybe the fact that his human side had been older that was causing it. Thinking back to those days was tricky. He remembered all of it, but they were not all good memories. He had no father in his life, as his mother got pregnant from a one-night stand in college. According to her words, it was a football player forcing her to drop out because her parents disowned her. Throughout his childhood, he always saw her with a newman to the house nearly every week. Some of them were worse than others, but one of the better memories was of his aunt. When she took his virginity, he felt it was a great day. That might have been why he was interested in older women, but then when his aunt told his mother, instead of getting mad, she decided to give him a test run. When she found out how gifted he was at sex, she used him when she was left unsatisfied by her boyfriends. He shook his head, thinking back to those times, as they were a sore subject with him. I guess all my training. McGregor did not believe that was true, as Sirzex trained just as much as him, and he is only 5 feet 11 inches. Whatever you say. I will be going. Good luck, kid. McGregor waved his hand and weaved a giant teleport circle under the inmates. With a burst of light, he and the prisoners were gone. Now alone, Romonus sat down on a rock as he thought back to his mother. Not Venelana, but his mother Carla. While she was not the best mother, she really was a good sex friend, which probably was why he was so warped in the head. That made him wonder if he was already insane to begin with. Was that why the god of insanity chose me? Because I was insane? Maybe this whole second life is just a mad delusion. I seriously hope not. He shook his head and teleported back to his room. Tomorrow was not going to be a fun day for his father, as divorce in devil terms was simple. She would challenge him to a fight and she would be free to leave him if she won. It was almost funny, as his father was only a high-class devil because of his noble heritage, while Venelana was an ultimate-class devil. He stood no chance. It's not a delusion. Chapter 30, A Chowlang and Heart to Heart. When Romonus returned to his room, he still had plenty of time to use up, so he walked over to his weight rack to get a few sets in. He discarded his upper clothes before he got his weight ready. 1.5 tons seems good. Once he got the weights ready, he laid down and activated his gravity magic on himself. 20 times normal gravity seems good. Instantly the gravity around him became 20 times greater, meaning he was now lifting 30 tons. Not to mention that he now weighed 3,600 pounds, making this even harder. He grit his teeth as his Tuki shimmers around him. It was still a light white, but mixed in was a purple glow, as his entire being was being transformed by his unique soul. Either way, this was the best way to train his control, was to train with it as much as he could. Until he could perfectly circulate his life force at all times, he would not cease. Until I can lift that planet, this won't end. For the hours of the night, Romonus spent part of training his body and a small part in his magical studies. Thanks to all his abilities, sleep was slowly being turned into a want, not a need. He and Falbium were very different, as he saw sleep as a waste of time, while Falbium saw it as the greatest activity. He saw it as more time to be used to train and grow stronger. When the morning came, Venelana smiled to herself as she got out of bed. For years now she had been sleeping in her own room, and today was the day she would cease to be Romonus Gremory. Centuries ago, she could have fought her engagement, but she was doing it now. She walked over to her mirror and looked herself over. She asked herself what the hell was wrong with Zeoticus. She had been faithful to him for centuries, managed his harem, gathered the finest women for it, and all she got was being ignored. Now she was not the most prideful of people, but even then she knew she was hotter than any woman in his harem. If her son's reaction to her body was to go by, she was certainly not ugly. Was there just something wrong with him? Maybe he got off on feeling like he was cucking me. Is that it? Realizing that thinking about her failed marriage would not change anything, she instead thought of how to dress for this day. While this was going to be a duel, Zeoticus was not her match at all. He had never been a powerful fighter, as he was still only a high-class devil after all his centuries alive. Romonus had been stronger than him at age 6 and Cerzex had been stronger than him at birth. Honestly, the only thing he passed on to those boys was his clan trait and his hair in Cerzex's case. In Romonus he looks more like my father than he does Zeoticus. Thinking of her younger son, she remembered the Victorian suit he sometimes wore. He called it the hunter's suit, right? She smiled as she removed her nightgown and tossed it onto the bed. From her body, dense demonic power began to surge all over her body like liquid. From her feet, a suit similar to Romonus's began to form. Rather quickly she had formed a female version of her son's favorite outfit. She spun around, checking herself out before touching her breasts a bit. She still could not think of why Zeoticus ignored her so much. Romonus certainly loved her breasts. Image here. Wonder what he will think. Now that she had time to think it over and what she did with her son last night, she still did not care. As long as he did not find an issue with it, she didn't either. Right then, let's get this over with. By this time Romonus was already up and about, as he had not slept at all. Divorces in devil culture were beyond rare, as it was usually a source of shame to be divorced. Instead of drawing out the process, the spouse who wanted a divorce would challenge their spouse to a duel. Being the challenger meant they were unhappy and would cause the challenged party shame in the case they lost. Even if they win, the shame of their spouse hating them enough to challenge them for a divorce would last centuries. Zeoticus and Venelana outwardly shared a loving marriage to the outside, but that was beyond true. Maybe that was the case long ago, but that certainly was not the case today. Romonus sighed as he got out of his walk-in shower and bath. He evaporated the water on his skin with demonic energy and quickly got dressed in his hunter outfit. He drew Blood Drinker to his side and as usual strapped it to his side. When he walked out of his room, he ran into his mother, who took this route on purpose. She smiled in his direction as she saw his eyes run through her body. "So, what do you think?" She spun around a bit before leaning forward to look him in the eyes. Her posture caused her breasts to push on her suit. "It looks good on you, mother." Of course, nothing bears the original. She smiled at his joke and praise. "Oh, of course, my lord, how could this lowly one think of surpassing you? Joking aside, I did wear it because I thought you might like it." "I can see you do." Romonus sighed as he asked the question he wanted to ask. "So, you off to challenge him to a duel?" She nodded. "I am. I already know I will win, even if I am a bit rusty, and so is he. He hasn't fought in centuries and neither have I, but my edge is still there. While I do this, console Rias for me. She won't understand." Before anything else happened, he needed to know. Was this my fault? She could see he was conflicted, so she walked toward him and placed her hand on his chest to feel his heart. She could feel it slightly elevated, as he did not want to be why his family broke apart. "No. This was not your fault, and never blame yourself for this. This was going to happen this century, or maybe the next. You just gave me the courage I needed. I do wonder how long we will keep this secret. What will my father say when he realizes what we will become? What will Cerzex think?" She snorted. "Let me handle Cerzex, you handle Zeoticus. Just know he is still your father, so go easy on him." "I will." Romonus released his senses to make sure no servants were around. He lifted his mother's chin with his fingers. He leaned in and gave her a small kiss. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss. "Good luck then." She smiled and returned the kiss, but went deeper with her tongue to wrap it around his. She enjoyed the immoral nature of this relationship, which seemed to turn her on because of her devil side. Devils love to sin, and this was a terrible sin. She pulled back and winked at him. "I love you." "I love you too, mother." She let go of him and walked off with a bit of a hop in his step. As she did that, he took in the gaze of her ass in the leather pants. She is perfect. Hotter, kinder, more caring than her. He shook his head, thinking back to Carla. They were nothing alike, but he had no hatred for her. She just gave him some fetishes that were accepted by him, being a devil. "Thank you, boss, once again." He focused back on the situation and saw that Aquino and Itsuki were still snoozing. He would need to wake them up soon, but first, he had something to do. He did not delay and teleported directly into Ria's room. The burst of light from the teleportation woke her up instantly. She shot up in bed about and launched a giant, almost lightning bolt of pod at him. He reached out and caught the attack with his gloved hand with ease. Rias was stuck staring as he dissipated her attack instantly. When Romonus turned to look at Rias, he was almost shocked. She was naked and uncovered, but she did not look embarrassed to be seen like that. She didn't cover herself at all, but since she was 11 there was barely anything to see. Though due to her being a devil she was filling out faster than normal human girls. She rubbed her eyes a bit as wondered what he wanted. "Brother, what is it?" Romanus's face palmed a little as he remembered that Rias in the anime never cared to undress in front of Issei or even Kiba. She even said she could only sleep if she was naked. He thought that was not going to happen, but it seemed it started when she went through puberty. Why are you naked? You always slept in a nightgown before this, so I thought you would be dressed. Rias reached down and began to pull on her clothes, starting with her panties. My body is hurting and it's more comfy this way. You normally knock, what is it? Romanus waved his hand and pulled a nightgown onto his sister's uncovered body. She was far too young to get his interest yet, and he was no pedophile. He knew what that did to a person. One just had to look at him. Rias, sit down as I got news to tell you. She sat down on her bed as he sat next to her. He had to move his sword onto his lap first to get it out of the way. Once they were seated, he reached out and wrapped an arm around her to pull her into a hug. She reached up with a hand to pat his arm, a little confused. Brother, what happened? He looked down at her and hugged her tight. Mother just went to challenge father into a duel for the right to divorce him. Instantly Rias' blue eyes became wide like saucers. What? She tried to struggle out of his hold, but she was far too weak to fight him in strength. He did not let her out of it as this was serious. Brother. We have to stop her. She can't, she just can't. She reached up and tried to pry his arm off of her. He did not let go. I know it's not ideal, but do you think Mom is happy being married to father? Rias looked up to look at him with tears starting to stream down her eyes. She told me she was. She always said so. She said their love was beautiful. Rias. She was lying to you for your sake. She wanted you to find happiness instead of being married off like she was. Do you want to hear the full story? She nodded. Yes, I want to know. Simply put, our father's harem. I know harems are normal for our people, but he went about it the wrong way. He neglected our mother for years at a time. The last time they were together was when you and I were conceived. Due to our low birth rates, they did not expect us, but we happened. Mom is nearly 1,000 years old and she has been married to father since she was 25. She has been venting to me about her marriage. For the first 100 to 200 years they had a happy marriage. Then father began to get his harem and he just kept growing it. She tried to manage it for him, but that was hard when there were over 200 women in it. Even for a devil, keeping that many women without neglecting them is impossible. Mother is just the one who was forgotten. Rias clenched her hands in anger as she looked up at him. I didn't know. He smiled at her and laid down on the bed with Rias in his arms. She was 5 feet 3 inches right now, and in the anime, she got to be around 5 feet 8 inches, his current height. Neither did I until she told me 5 months ago. Seems the pregnancy of Marcina was the final straw for her. It was the one rule she had for his harem. She just told me to come tell you the news. He let go of Rias and saw her sit up in bed. She turned around to face him while wiping her tears. Are all men the same? Do they even love us? He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He sat up and crossed his legs under him. He pointed at himself. Do you think I am like father? Rias thought about it a bit before she looked at him with a distrustful look. You are getting a harem. I know about you with big sis Rahvdall and that Miria lady. He saw her pout a little, so he raised his hands to explain. Just so you know, I asked Latia permission and my girlfriends all know about each other. I also go on dates with each one often since I started dating them. I don't neglect them like father does, as he just has sex with them and nothing more. I don't want a harem of mistress, as I want a big family of wives. Different thing. And when was the last time father took mom out on a date? Rias was going to speak, but she realized she had nothing to say. Never. Big brother Surzex gives all his time to big sis Grafia. And I guess what you do is okay too. She crossed her arms and looked away from him. He smiled as he leaned forward to rest on his stomach to look at Rias. Are you jealous, little girl, that you have no one? She stuck her tongue out at him. Who is jealous? I am not. He crawled forward and flipped around to rest his head on her lap as he looked up at her. Really? Because Riser is still open. Rias pulled on his cheeks hard. Jerk. All men suck. Riser included. He let her do as she wanted, as this was not hurting. In that case, guess you will be single all your life. You will be like a human grandma with 100 cats, then while I will have a big family with plenty of children. She looked down at him with a smile. That sounds nice. He nodded. Yeah. You know, if you don't find anyone, you can have me. Rias looked down at him as he was on her lap. Really? He nodded. I learned something from Mom. Our great-grandparents are half-siblings of House Bale. And Mother is the child of our grandfather and his niece. Rias reached down and began to stroke his hair. I guess that won't be too bad then. I already know everything about you, so I don't mind. He smiled as he poked her on her nose. My heart will always be open to you, Rias. Just grow up a little, you little brat. You're barely taller than Rahvdall and so immature. I can't think that you and Latia are the same age as she acts like a refined noble lady. She reached down and pulled on his cheeks again. Jerk. Don't compare me to Latia. As for Rahvdall, I am getting taller and growing my boobs. She put all her points into her breaths. You can't pick and choose, Rias. Watch me. He chuckled as he and Rias were always close. He decided to discard his thoughts of this world just being an anime world. It was real and he would live his life to the fullest to make up for his past one. He could gather a large family, and more friends, and reach the level of his boss. He wanted to repay Rahvdall for this life he had been given. He was just glad that his family lasted together this long. He did wonder how it was going for his father. Zeoticus, when he woke up, did not expect the day to change much. He took a shower without his maids for once, as he still had this curse on him. He got dressed and left for his office, where he spent most of his time these days. Just when he was about to get his work started, Vanillana walked into his office. When she walked in, he perked up as he thought that she had come to talk. Vanillana, my love. I am glad you have come to see me. I have to say that outfit looks lovely on you. Did Romonus inspire it? Vanillana kept a cordial smile as she reached up and removed her wedding ring. She placed it on his desk and pushed it forward. He did, but that is not why I am here. I am here to challenge you to a duel for the right to divorce you. I am sorry. Zeoticus felt his entire world come crumbling down. A divorce after all the years they had gone through together. He stood up and reached out for her hand. What? What brought this about? I know I broke our agreement with the baby, but a divorce. Vanillana shook her head. That is just a part of the issue, Zeoticus. When we married, I felt we had a marriage to be envied. You gave me your love and I gave you mine, but when you brought your harem I thought it would stay small. Now, you have over 200 women to satisfy all your needs and your attention. Before we conceived Romonus and Rias, we were intimate 9 times in a century. That was not normal, and I was loyal to you that whole time while you were off enjoying yourself. Marcina's pregnancy was just the final nail. Now, Zeoticus, I Vanillana Bale officially challenge you to a duel. We can fight here or in the arena. Your pick. Oh, and win or lose, I will be returning your ability to use your cock in 6 months. Marry Marcina or any of your ladies, because I am through. Zeoticus looked down at his table before he stood up. He looked up both heartbroken and angry because this was his fault. He should have known this would happen, he just thought it wouldn't. If that is what you want. He brought up his right hand where his wedding ring was placed. He activated the gem placed on it and teleported them down below the mansion to an ancient arena that was used long ago for gladiator battles. Once they arrived, Zeoticus looked across the field at his soon-to-be ex-wife. He could barely accept that fact, but he would fight with everything for even a chance to show how much he cared. Vanillana took a deep breath before her body a massive aura of power of destruction formed around her. Her hair began to float as she looked across at Zeoticus. I loved you, Zeoticus. You killed that love, now fight me. Zeoticus' face went rigid as he released his demonic power at all his power. He would show everything just to show he did not want their marriage to end. Sadly, it was over already. Chapter 31, Vanillana Bale once more and Bale scheme. I went back and changed the domain expansion as it did feel unoriginal and out of left field. Chapters 14 and 15 were edited. Zeoticus knew he stood no chance, but he needed to show he was willing to change. However, to Vanillana his willingness to change was just too late. He should have thought of that before forgetting her for a bunch of maids. Zeoticus' wings emerged from his back as he took to the sky. Around him, hundreds of magic circles opened, showing his almost forgotten expertise in magic. His potent demonic power activated the circles as he launched giant searing blasts of fire, lightning, and lava at Vanillana. She glanced up at the attacks coming at her and smiled sadly at him. I'm sorry. Before he knew what hit him, his entire sight was covered with an enormous orb of power of destruction. He watched as his magic attacks, which would have ended any other high-class devil, were not even a bother to her. He was hit by the full force of her attack, and only because she held back did he not die. She held her hand out and blasted him into the back wall. She released her attack and watched as he fell limp to the ground. Zeoticus was barely awake as his enchanted robes were nearly dust. Vanillana shook her head as she walked toward him. I hate to see you like this. It could have been avoided if you didn't forget about me. When she was standing over his limp form, she pulled out a vial of phoenix tears from her spatial ring. She opened it and dropped them onto his body, healing him from the damage she caused him. Zeoticus forced himself up and looked up at his now ex-wife's eyes. They were filled with disappointment in him. He looked down at the ground and gripped it. I'm so sorry, Vanillana. I don't know why this happened. I don't care what I must do, give me another chance. I can be better, I will undo my harem. I don't need them. Vanillana frowned and kneeled in front of him. She grabbed his face and stared into his eyes. This is why I am leaving you. You don't even know what you did wrong. What is the point of leaving your harem when they are all you care about? I am no longer Lady Gremory, just Vanillana Bale. The children will still be Gremory, but my clan might try to pull Romonus over to them. They do call him the Bale born of the Gremory for a reason. She helped Zeoticus to his feet and gave him a small hug. I did truly love you, Zeoticus, but that was centuries ago. Be happy. Zeoticus lowered his head and hugged her back. Will you ever give me a chance? She shook her head. Zeoticus, this is for the best. She released him and walked away from him. I hope you find happiness with Marcina as your wife. She teleported away, leaving Zeoticus to his misery. The next 3 days were rough for Zeoticus as Vanillana returned to House Bale and informed her family of her divorce. This spread to the rest of the noble circle along with the pregnancy of Marcina. That revealed the existence of the not-yet-born Asterion, which started a whole set of discussions. Since the child was male and Romonus was already the heir, it caused the noble circle to discuss who to engage the child with. This was considered the only worth a bastard had. Especially since he was conceived by a rather weak lord like Zeoticus and a commoner, so not much hope was placed on the child. This caused a meeting to form among the 32 current clan lords because events like this were not common. In the 3 days leading up to the meeting, Romonus began to teach Akino and Itsuki, who were making great progress. He needed Itsuki to get a good grasp over her power because she was going to be important to his forging. Akino needed better use of her holy lightning because he fully planned to do what Azazel suggested to him. However, he had to stop on the 3rd day to go on his date with Latia, leaving them at home. At the same time, Zeoticus was seated at the massive circular table of the 32 lords of the pillars. Lord Bale was here, but he was not alone, as his father Demonidas Bale was here along with Zekrom Bale and Vanillana as well. She was still dressed in the hunter attire copied from Romonus, as it made her look more serious and imposing. Just in case, for the past 3 days since her divorce, she had returned to her old training to remove the rust if she needed it. At the same time, Graphia, Surzex, Falbium, Ajuka, and Seraphol were here as well, as this was considered a big event that rarely happened. No one was speaking as Surzex had a frown on his face as his parents had split up. It came out of left field for him, and he hadn't even gotten a chance to speak to his mother to find out why. He sighed as Zekrom stood up to start the meeting. Zekrom looked to be a middle-aged man with dark black hair and peaceful violet eyes. If Surzex had to say so, Romonus looked much like their ancestor. Only Romonus' eyes were dark purple rather than violet. As for Zekrom, he and Romonus both liked to dress sharply, with the former being dressed in an ancient nobleman attire with a dark beard covering his face. He was also an imposing figure carrying a heavy aura for being a non-super devil. Welcome, Devil Lords, to a rare event in our society. A divorce among us is a rarity, and along with it a new child of Zeoticus Gremory is to be born. It is quite rare for a devil to sire so many children, and 3 of your children came from your marriage to my descendant here. I heard events from Vanillana herself of the reason for the divorce, but let us hear events from your side. Why did your marriage end? Zeoticus grit his teeth, but he kept his noble appearance for now. It was a long series of events started by my harem. Things were handled wrong, resulting in the end of my marriage. That is all I will say. Murmurs began among the gathered lords, as that was not a true explanation. Surzex stood up and came to his father's aid to keep his honor. Let us all give him his privacy. Relationships are complicated and stuff happens. Zekrom looked across the table to gaze at Surzex with a calm look on his face. You are right, he deserves that much respect. On another note, let us discuss why we all gathered. The child. He is to be named Asterion, yes? Zeoticus nodded. Yes. My son Romonus was the one to name him. The instant that his second-born son was named, more whispers and murmurs were started. Romonus was an anomaly among their race because of his pure dedication to training. It was rare that a noble lowered themselves to training, but because of that Romonus was the strongest devil of his generation by far. No other devil born around his age, noble or not, could compare to him. His true power was not truly understood, but rumors were stated near the original Satans. Zekrom turned to Vanillana, who glanced up at her ancestor with a proud smile. He was her source of pride and her secret lover now. No one knew that second part, but Zekrom looked away before speaking. I have not had the pleasure, but I hear he has made great use of his birthday gift. The demonic sword Blood Drinker killed all its previous wielders, and he has tamed the blade. You are blessed to have him as your heir. My blood runs strong in him. Zeoticus clenched his fists, as this was what he was dreading. Already Clan Bale was plotting to bring Romonus over to their side. They did not consider him a Gremory, but a Bale because of his personality and appearance. Zeoticus spoke up to move attention somewhere else. The traits of House Gremory and Bale do work together perfectly. It granted my son Surzex power, and it is doing the same for my son Romonus. When Demanitas stood, everyone quieted down as he was the father of Venelana and Lord Baal. His might was legendary as during the Great War he slayed 3 cadre of heaven and the fallen angel of Gregory Spheres. He even wounded Rahvdall severely in a duel. Demanitas looked to be about 80 with a long braided beard reaching his belly. He dressed just as sharply as his son Lord Baal and his ancestor Zekrom. Despite his aged appearance, his back was straight as an arrow and he was a towering figure. 6 feet 4 inches and covered in dense muscles showing he was no long-range fighter. Zeoticus. No one is denying that House Gremory's trait acts as an amplifier for the mighty power of destruction. However, Romonus would not be nearly as powerful if he was not born of House Baal, and since you caused the divorce I think you should compensate my daughter. When I engaged her to you I thought you would treasure her, but that did not happen. Zeoticus turned to his former father-in-law who was in no way mad at Venelana. If anything he saw her choice as the right one. You are no longer my father-in-law, but we were family, Demanitas. In your words, how should I offer compensation? Demanitas revealed his plot with a small smile. Since Rias was born of your union with Venelana, she should instead be the new heir. This child, Asterion, can be a replacement for your and Venelana's marriage. However, as he is a bastard of commoner blood, the best we can offer is a member of the branch family. As for Romonus, I say you should return him to his family. His true family, House Baal. Serzex was about to rise to his feet, but Grafia reached out and held his hand. Ajuka grabbed his arm as he could not act the way he wanted. Serzex grit his teeth and waited for his father to speak. You are asking me to give up my heir. For 11 years I have mentored him to take over House Gremory, and his name is Romonus Gremory because Venelana was married to me during his birth. I would have to disown him from House Gremory, and that is a shame I won't place on him. Demanitas smiled behind his beard. But when he introduces himself he calls himself Romonus B. Gremory. He did not have to do this, but he chose Baal as his middle name to show his care for his family. Magdarin is the current heir, but he has no interest in the title. As for my other grandson Serorg, he was born with no demonic power or power of destruction. From what I heard he is quite a formidable brawler, but neither of them are good fit for the next Lord Baal. Romonus fits all the criteria. Instead of reigning over the Gremory clan which is ranked duke, he will rule House Baal as a great king. Wouldn't that be the best future for him? Think of what is best for Romonus and devilkind in general. Zeoticus sent a pleading gaze at Venelana, who decided to speak up. Father, wouldn't it be better to speak to Romonus himself? What will also happen to his engagement with Latia Astaroth? Demanitas nodded as this was true. His daughter had the right to choose because of her power. He engaged her to Zeoticus because her mother persuaded him to choose a good groom for her. Their engagement of course will remain intact. I would not break them up, but since this was started when he is still the heir, House Gremory and Astaroth shall remain binded. I won't remove a long thought-out agreement. Rahvdall cleared her voice and brought attention to herself. I normally wouldn't be exposing my business like this, but Romonus and I are close. Intimate even as despite his young age, he is mature beyond his years. What will that mean for our relationship if he is to become the next Lord Baal if he agrees at all? Instantly all eyes were on Rahvdall as they remembered that Romonus was 11. Some had never seen what he looked like and imagined him to look like a small boy. They were giving Rahvdall weird looks which she ignored. Serzex did not really expect Romonus to actually follow through. He smiled at his little brother because he was that good. Guess I won't be the only married Satan now. 1 down, 2 to go. Who should I set up a Juka with? The green-haired Satan shivered as he didn't want marriage. As for Rahvdall and Romonus, he was more mature than she was by far. Though Roygun Belphegor, Lord of House Belphegor, blushed and touched her face. Oh my, she also likes younger men. I wonder if I should see this Romonus. Demanitas knew about her relationship already as she did nothing to hide it. Yes. I heard you and my grandson have been seen going on dates in the capital. If you marry him will you give up your title as Leviathan and take the name Baal? Rahvdall shook her head. I don't need to, Demanitas. I already gave up my name as Citri to become Leviathan. If I marry Romonus we keep our names as they are. However, the decision is up to him and not anyone else. Zekrom placed a hand on Demanitas' shoulder. Demanitas nodded and sat back down. Now that he was talking again, Zekrom agreed with that. Of course, where is he at the moment? We need to hear the answer from his mouth. Zeoticus, Zurab. Any of you know? Zurab was the name of the current Lord Astaroth, which very few would call a lord on a first-name basis. Zekrom was one of those. Zurab though knew better than to call him out, as Zekrom was effectively a king of their race. He went on a date with Latia, his fiancée. Zekrom hummed. Where? Zurab as he tried to remember. Kruger National Park in South Africa. Latia and Romonus wanted to do something special, so they went over to sightsee. Zekrom felt that was a nice idea. I would hate to interrupt them, but this is important. I will send a servant to call them to this meeting. This is a serious matter after all. Roygun spoke up. No need to send a servant, I am more than happy to go. Zekrom raised an eyebrow. You. Why? Roygun just smiled as she rested her chin on her hands. Since this is such an important thing, I think it best for a lord to go, no. Get someone trusted to deliver. Rahvdall frowned as she knew what Roygun was planning. Hey. Hands off. He is taken. Roygun glanced at Rahvdall and smiled. Why can you keep the boy to yourself? I hear he has a thing for women older than him and I qualify, don't I? I also like young men younger than me, so we are a match, right? He won't be up to your tastes, he is too grown for you. How grown can an 11-year-old be? He is still ripe uneaten fruit after all. Rahvdall smirked as Romonus was no little boy. All right then, go see him then. I bet you will lose all interest the moment you see him. Roygun smirked. Now I want to see him more. Zekrom cleared his voice as he could see something going on between the two devil ladies. Women were quite a tricky thing among devils, especially when they were strong. If you want to go, then be my guest. We have more to discuss after all. Roygun stood up and teleported away to South Africa to get Romonus and Latia as well. Though she was more interested in seeing him for herself. What she was picturing was very different from the real Romonus after all. Chapter 32, Karn the Honey Badger and Romonus' Choice. Here is a long chapter. As Xander had said, when he and Latia had met up early in the morning, they had both begun to suggest different locations to go to. They had the underworld and the human world, so locations for sightseeing were nearly infinite. In the end, though, they both decided to just spend some time in South Africa at Kruger National Park. They had foregone the guides as they were more than capable of taking care of themselves, as mundane animals were harmless. Since they had arrived, they had been traveling through the park, coming close to each animal. Currently, Latia was on the back of a big white rhino with Romonus walking by the animal's side. The big bull did not seem to mind them riding on his back, as Romonus had bribed him with some bale apples. The bale apples were a highly sought-after fruit grown in the bale territory. Each one looked like a regular apple except that they had purple skin and grew with magic, meaning each one contained mana inside. Latia watched as Romonus pulled another apple for the rhino, which seemed to be delighted at the snacks. It opened its mouth and took the apple from his hand to begin eating. Is that a good idea? Bale apples have mana inside of them, and this is a regular animal. Romonus scratched the big creature on the back. It's fine. If this big guy gets smarter or stronger, it will serve the species more in the long run. How are you enjoying the ride, my lady? I also love your outfit. Latia loved to dress expensive, but he had suggested she try out his Bloodborne hunter suit. Just as he expected, she pulled it off really well. She smiled as they were dressed in a similar style. We should get some professionally made. These are just made of demonic energy, as you keep calling it, rather than real leather. Might be more durable. He had been wanting to do something like that, but he had one issue. I would like to, but I would need to keep getting it sized up. It seems I am growing 2.5 inches every 6 months. Latia understood the reason. That is because you are a Bale. The men of House Bale are all extremely tall. I can see why everyone in the noble circle who knows you calls you the Bale-born of the Gremory. Rias and Surzex are both Gremory without a doubt, but people don't think so about you. He knew that all this time. I know. Despite the Gremory crimson hair being a dominant trait, my Bale genes run strong. It is what gives me my proud temperament. She quite liked his temperament, as he was proud, not arrogant. With how much he trained, he had the right to be proud. However, Latia did not expect what was about to cross their path. As Romonus continued to walk by Rhino, his favorite animal crossed their path. From the tall grass, a small black and white creature emerged. Latia squinted her eyes at the sight, as it was already starting to hiss at them. The rhino she was riding backed away a little, as no creature wanted to lose their nuts, and this animal went for the nuts. Isn't that a honey badger? Suddenly Romonus ran forward and leaped forward, landing on the weasel. He gripped its nape and picked up the thrashing and hissing honey badger. He turned to Latia and picked up his ill-gotten prisoner. Look. It's honey badger, my favorite animal. His face looked really happy, but just as Latia was going to check it out, her nose began to pick up on a foul odor. She recoiled, as thanks to being a devil her senses were much more sensitive than a human's. She started to retch and covered her mouth. Romonus coughed at the odor because, like their relative the skunk, honey badgers could spray too. Romonus waved his hand to collect and incinerate the foul odor. He walked back to Latia and the rhino while holding up the thrashing weasel. Latia was curious about honey badgers now. You are holding him quite tight. Is he okay? He nodded. Oh, he is fine. Honey badgers have really loose, thick skin. It's thicker than buffalo skin and they can take serious wounds without a care. They can turn around and bite their foes and these claws are no joke. No animal unless desperate tries to find trouble with these crazy things. Latia could already see the gears turning in his head. You want to keep him? He made the dumbest face he could as he looked up at her. Can I? Pretty please, babe. She rolled her eyes at him before quickly snapping a picture of him. Keeping that one for the photo album and do whatever you want. No one is going to care. He chuckled as he looked at the badger who looked ready to tear his face off. Sweet. Now what to name you? He thought about it for a few seconds before he had one. Karn. That is your name. Romonus was going to keep him as his pet and see if he couldn't strengthen him with magic. This is a fun day. Just as Latia and Romonus were having a good time, Roygun arrived at the park. She just appeared at the random location which just so happened to be surrounded by a pride of lions. She looked around her and merely waved a smile. Pardon the intrusion, kiddies. I will get out of your hair. She flew into the sky and since she was currently using her king piece she was brimming with power. She closed her eyes and spread her senses throughout the park searching for a signature of demonic power. That was easy as Romonus might as well have been a son in her senses. She whistled as Romonus was leagues stronger than her without the use of the king piece. Without it, she was only a high-class devil, but with it, she could fight at the Satan rank. She did wonder what would happen if someone like Romonus got a hold of a king piece. She shuddered to imagine it because he was nearing the Satan rank on his efforts alone. She was already excited to see what this Romonus looked like. When she teleported to his and Latia's location, what he saw was not what she was expecting. Romonus with a bit of demonic energy had calmed down Karn enough and even managed to form a familiar contract with him. After promises of food, power, and more foes to fight, the badger truly chilled out. He crawled up Romonus' shoulder, but he hissed at Latia when she tried to pet him. Latia pulled her hand back with a frown. I don't like him. He is adorable, don't you think? He was talking to the rhino who snorted at him. He pulled out another bale apple and fed it to him without any hesitation. Already he was seeing as mana was beginning to circulate through the rhino. He placed a hand on his side and placed a tracker as he wanted to see what he would become. Just as he did that, he and Latia gazed in front of them at the teleport circle forming. From his studies, Romonus recognized it as the circle of House Belphegor. Who could it be? When the circle activated, Roygun appeared in its place. She instantly looked at Romonus with a smile that shrunk a little. She looked him up and down and the first she noticed was his size. He was overflowing with muscles, and he was tall. His face, while youthful, was very mature and quite handsome. Oh my. Seraphal Leviathan, why have you kept this king to yourself? Are you Romonus? He nodded with crossed arms. I am. I don't think we have met before, Lady Roygun. Latia glanced over at the horned pink-haired woman. The second-place champion of raiding games. Is there something we can help you with? Also, how did you know where we were? Roygun smiled as she looked at Latia. She looked a bit more like her age as she was a girl and did not train her body nearly as much as Romonus. Regardless, she was already starting to become a beautiful young lady. I didn't mean to interrupt your date, but this is important. Are you aware that the divorce of Zeoticus and Venelana has the noble circle in a spat? They want Romonus and you as well to present yourselves. Romonus glanced over at Latia and helped her dismount from the rhino. Before he let the animal, he pulled out another apple and handed it over. Here, for the troubles. Rhino licked his face before taking the apple and walking off. Roygun now turned to the big and very angry Karn. He hissed at her and lunged to bite her. She smiled as she released a bit of her aura intending to intimidate him. A bad idea, as honey badgers don't care about anything. It snarled at her even more, which left her speechless. Is he broken? Romonus shook his head with a smirk. No, he is just a honey badger. They fear nothing. This is Karn. Now then, let's be off. Roygun nodded as she looked over at Romonus. Let's. When this boring meeting is over, I will let you get back to your date. Roygun didn't need to, but she walked over and grabbed his arm. He glanced down at her as she was a bit shorter than he was. Though her horns did give her a bit of height. You're forward, Lady Roygun. She leaned forward a bit and hugged his arm tighter. Oh, should I let go? He squinted his eyes before smirking at her. No. I like the attention of a gorgeous woman like you. And I'd like a handsome man like you. Why not me? Latia was not one to get jealous, but she did clear her voice. Lady Roygun, that is my fiancé you are flirting with. If you want to join his harem, you need to pass the criteria. Roygun smiled at Latia. Oh, and what is it? Latia was about to list them off, but she stopped. Oh wait, she passes every single one. Beautiful, powerful, talented, a mature body, and she is friendly. Never mind, you pass, but do remember despite his dashing good looks he is still 11. Roygun did not want to believe this hunk of a man was 11 years old and simply hugged his arm tighter. I want to believe you, but fine. Want to exchange numbers after the meeting. He of course would give her his number. She was cheating a bit because of the king piece, but whatever. She could become strong without it as she uses her clan trait crack on Typhon, a member of the top 10 world's strongest. Of course, but let's not delay. Roygun nodded and teleported the four of them, Karn included, back to the meeting room. When they arrived, Rahvdall squinted her eyes when she saw Roygun holding her boyfriend's arm. Roygun looked over at her and smiled at her. He likes me, Rahvdall. Latia said I passed his criteria. Rahvdall sighed as she knew that would have been the case. Whatever, you do need a husband anyway. If Latia is fine with it, so am I. I just got to inform Miria, his other girlfriend. Please do, I might as well meet you all. This whole conversation happened in moments, so Roygun let go of his arm and stepped back. Romonus Gremory and Latia Astaroth are here now. Instantly all attention was placed on the two of them as Romonus and Latia had been engaged at his party. The Zeoticus and Venelana had invited all of the pillars, but not all had been able to go. Sometimes Romonus skipped or never tried to stand out, so this was the first time a few were seeing him. They had to say they knew what Zekrom meant when his blood ran strong in him. Despite his father being a Gremory, he did not get their crimson hair or blue eyes. His eyes were a deep dark purple and his hair was pitch black. Not to mention with Zekrom, Demonitas, and Lord Bale he looked like he fit in among them. Venelana though gave him a wave which he returned with a smile. Seeing how he was here, Zekrom stood up once more. I am glad you could make it, Romonus. I am sorry we had to interrupt your time with your lovely fiancé. Romonus dismissed it. It is quite all right. Though, it is an honor to meet you, ancestor. Zekrom smiled. The feeling is mutual, I see my gift has been treating you well. Romonus placed a hand on the handle of Blood Drinker as through the link he shared with Vespera he felt her terror. She was deeply afraid of Zekrom and he would too if he had been forced to endure what she had. Relax, I am here for you. Her voice, barely a whisper, entered his mind and it hurt him. Don't let him take me again. I promise I won't. While he consoled Vespera he spoke to Zekrom. Yes, the sword is magnificent. Cuts through flesh like butter and is immune to the power of destruction. That was why I sent it your way. I won't delay, come and sit with us. We have much to discuss. Ajuka sent a look down at Latia. You can sit with me. She nodded at her uncle before looking in Romonus' direction. Before he started to walk, Zeoticus spoke up first. Zekrom, with all due respect, he is my heir and son. As the next Lord Gremory he should sit with me at this meeting. Zekrom smiled in his direction. Zeoticus, the boy is going to sit with his mother. Nothing wrong with that. Romonus sent a look at his father before walking to sit next to his mother. She smiled in his direction before she reached out and held his hand. Zeoticus sighed as he knew his son was closer to his wife than him. She looked at Karn, who seemed itching for a fight. Is that a honey badger? Romonus nodded. Yes, I decided to take him along with me. Demonitas looked at Karn, who hissed in his direction. Mean little shits, ain't they? Romonus held his right hand out and shook his grandfather's hand. They certainly are. That is exactly why I choose one as a pet. Demonitas looked forward after that. Make sure you train it properly. The difference in how Demonitas treated Romonus from Rias and Surzex was that they were always associated with House Gremory. Their crimson hair was a constant reminder they were Gremorys. As for Romonus, his appearance was perfectly Bale. Though he was better than his uncle, who outright hated Surzex. He saw Rias as nothing but a spoiled rich girl, as he had not heard of how hard she had been training for the past 5 months under Romonus. His uncle was more accepting of Romonus because of how much he seemed to be one of House Bale. Black hair, purple eyes, power of destruction, proud temperament, and potent demonic power. Everything one needed to rule House Bale. Zekrom cleared his voice as Roygun sat down. Now that Romonus himself is here, we will continue with the delegation. Romonus, you were born from the now broken marriage of Venelana Bale and Zeoticus Gremory. With the divorce happening, you are now in a unique position. I, progenitor of House Bale, ask if you would become the next heir of House Bale following the end of your uncle Aslan's end of term. Romonus certainly did not expect to ever be considered for the position. He knew that Serord would be soon coming to challenge Magdragon for the title, but he would get in the way if that happened. Romonus glanced over at his mother, who gripped his hand a bit. This is your choice. His grandfather Demonitas also agreed. Think about this carefully, Romonus. An opportunity like this comes once. Rule House Gremory as Duke, or rule House Bale as a great king. Even his uncle said something to him. My term as Lord Bale will end with the end of this century, until then you can mentor under me. I will teach you the ropes of being a proper Lord of House Bale. Zekrom had no fancy words and merely waited for his answer. Romanus looked at his brother Cerzex first. Brother, I think I should take this offer. With you as Lucifer, I will be able to make more progress for devils. We both can together. Cerzex thought it out and felt that would be a good idea. If you choose this, it could be what we need to get out of this stagnation. However, if you step down as heir, will Rias be the next heir? Most likely. I do not think Asterion will be considered because of his commoner blood. And she is getting stronger from all the training I am putting her through. Not as fast as me, but she will be ultimate class by the time she is 14 by my estimations. More than enough to defeat Riser. She hasn't even talked to him since. Cerzex nodded with a chuckle. If you do choose to do this, I will support you. Rahvdall and Ajuka will support you as well. Maybe we can end the split factions of Great King and Satan, but what about Father? Mother left him and he will feel you left him as well. Mother did what she had to do. He is still my father, so I will talk to him. On another note, thank you brother for supporting me. Cerzex smiled at him with a proud look. Hey, you got Rahvdall to fall in love with you. You did what I told you, so do what you think is right. Venelana let go of his hand as Romonus stood up and boosted his voice with a bit of demonic energy. I will accept the offer to become the next heir. Zeoticus felt his world come tumbling down. For the first 11 years of his twins' lives, he felt he was ruling the world, but 5 months ago everything changed. Just impregnating Marcina had caused so much chaos. His wife cursed him to not be able to have sex, she then divorced him, and now his son had been drawn to House Baal. Everything is going wrong. Romonus glanced at his father and communicated with him. Dad, this is for the best. Not just for me, but for devils as a species. I can make more changes along with Cerzex. Make Rias the next heir, and in a few years you will see this was the right choice. Zeoticus looked at his son, barely holding it together. I understand. No matter what, you are still my father. I won't be cutting contact, and I will help Rias out once she becomes the next lord. Just keep a head up. I can't wait to see the wedding with you and Marcina. You think I should marry her? You don't have a lot of options. He cut communication as Zekrom addressed all devils. I, Zekrom Baal, progenitor of House Baal, nominate Romonus G. Baal the next heir of House Baal. In 6 months there shall be a celebration at House Baal and all clans are invited. Since Latia Astaroth is joining House Gremory and House Astaroth together, you need another engagement for your new position. Romonus had some things to say. My standards are quite high and no regular noble lady will suffice. If she meets my criteria, then fine. Zekrom through spies knew about his relationships except with Venelana. His relationship with Rias was still budding as well, and he just met Roygun as well. Lady Leviathan, an ultimate class devil of an extinct house, and the niece of a Satan. Very high standards, but I am sure we can match them. Is there anything else anyone wants to bring up? No one said a word, so the meeting was dismissed. Zekrom turned to Romonus personally. When do you think will you be moving to the main Baal castle? By the end of the month. And I have to say that I might not be available on my 12th birthday. I have plans that day, but we can talk about them later. Zekrom nodded. We will talk more once you move. One by one the many lords began to teleport in mass. Demonitas patted his back firmly before he also left. His uncle didn't say anything and left as well, leaving him and Venelana. I respect your choice, son. I told my mom about us. He did not know how to take that. And how did she take it? She didn't mind and said I was a naughty girl. As for my father, he just said he didn't want to know what we do. I had to remind him of the fact his parents are half-siblings, which shut him up. You have to tell me that story. Zeoticus, seeing how Venelana and Romonus got along, was thinking something very different from the truth. I should have spent more time with them. He teleported home to see Marcina, who might be the last person who could comfort him now. Venelana now looked at her oldest son Cerzex, who was looking a bit confused. You go on, I need to talk to him. Romonus nodded as Roygun and Rahvdall walked over to him. Latia also came over as they wanted to talk about a few more things. Roygun was a new addition, but he was just going to get her number, so nothing was set in stone. Though, he did have to say he liked the pink hair. Chapter 33, A Scheme of Madness. When Venelana reached Cerzex's side, he simply sighed and hugged her. Venelana smiled happily and returned the hug. Are you mad at me, son? Cerzex pulled away and shook his head. No, I am sure you had your reasons. I just wanted to ask you if you need help. Are the Baals forcing you to do stuff against your will? If they are, I don't care what I need to do, I will be there for you, mother. Venelana shook her head. Force me? They sure can try, but don't worry. My father, mother, and grandparents are on my side. I will also have Romonus by my side. Cerzex looked up and saw how Romonus was with Rahvdall, Latia, and Roygun. He smiled as his younger brother was a source of pride for him. If he had more time he would have trained him personally, but he knew Romonus was in good hands. Suji, Surtur, and McGregor only had good things to say about him. He picked up whatever they taught him quickly. Seeing the look Surzek sent Romonus, she did hope he would take the news in a few years well. Lucifer knows he will need to when the news breaks. Surzek held his hand out for Grafia, who took his arm. I better be off, I have work to do and the computer only reduces the workload. Grafia nodded. That is true, instead of taking 16 hours on something you only need 8. Maybe you should get an assistant. Surzek was going to be looking as he was sick of spending so much time as Lucifer. He wanted Romonus to take his title, but little did he know Romonus had no intention of being an office worker. With a flash of light Surzek and Grafia left the meeting. Ajuka glanced over at his niece for a bit before he too left. Falbium was long since gone, leaving Serafal the only Satan to remain. Venelana walked over to Romonus' side, specifically over to Latia. Latia darling, you look dashing in that. Did my son get you into the style? Latia smiled that the mother of her fiancé liked her. He suggested it and I felt it was a good fit. It covers up quite well as well, but I think you look great too. Venelana smiled as this was why they had chosen Latia for their son. You're a sweetheart and you're right about this suit. I went from looking like a pretty face to someone people took seriously. Romonus chuckled at his mother's words. Mom, who wouldn't take you seriously? If you had been more interested in status you would have been a perfect ruler of House Bale. She giggled and waved him off. I will leave the ruling to you. This reminds me, except for Miria, your lovers are all here. Oh, my mistake, didn't see you there, Roygun. She said the last part with sarcasm which made Roygun smile. Lady Venelana, can I just call you Venelana? You know, your son was very interested in exchanging numbers with me. I felt I should greet you now, mother-in-law. Venelana glanced at her son before pointing at Roygun. Her? Out of everyone you choose her? I think I heard rumors of her being a pedophile, so maybe you can disregard her. Perhaps we team up now and send her to prison for crimes against young boys. Tick marks appeared on Roygun's face. I am a virgin, thank you very much, and what is wrong with liking young-looking men? Nothing, thank you, and I have never touched any young boys. Latia challenged her on that. What about Romonus? He is young. Roygun with both hands motioned to Romonus. This is not a boy, this is a man. It doesn't count. Latia shrugged. Whatever you say. Venelana also had something to say. He is still 11 though. I am one to talk. She glanced at Romonus, who glanced back at her with a teasing glint in his eye. Roygun didn't notice this, but she brought up another point. You didn't say anything about Miria or Serafal, and they are old. Miria is near your age while I am just 225. I am a young woman when compared to this oldie. She said that while pointing at Serafal, whose face went red with rage. Who are you calling old? Romonus reached out and patted Serafal on the shoulder. Old. Serafal is the most youthful girl I know. Don't take her words to heart, babe. Serafal leaned up on him and grinned as she looked up at Roygun. Hear that? I have a boyfriend who appreciates me. Roygun chuckled as she brought out her phone. Here, I got things to do, but I think we will get along. Romonus brought out his own and with a quick exchange, they got each other's numbers. Roygun smiled in his direction as she prepared to leave. Let's get to know each other, Romonus, I can't wait to see you in the raiding game. Romonus nodded. Good luck. Romonus planned to take her king piece for himself. It was a crutch that was limiting her, as it was the only reason she was strong. However, if someone like him or Surzek used it, things would get very different. If he and Roygun became a thing, she of course would become stronger without the piece. Without it, she could grow, while to him he only wanted a life-saving treasure. It would be a good trump card to have when faced with a life or death situation. Once he had his armor he would be much more confident, but even then 10 to 100 times more power was hard to pass up. And it did not come from God, so it was all the better. Roygun teleported away, leaving Serafal, Latia, and Venelana. Venelana decided to leave as well. I will be stopping by the Gremory mansion to break the news myself to Rias. I just wanted to tell you to be careful, as the Gremory and Bale clans are as different as the day and night. You will need to be powerful, proud, and enduring. So, keep being yourself. I will. Venelana teleported in a flash, leaving just Serafal and Latia. Karn was here as well, but he was just happy to hiss at anyone from his shoulder. Romonus turned to Serafal, who he knew had work to do. Keep in touch, all right. He had to bend down a bit as he gave her a quick kiss. She returned the kiss before giving him a wink. Of course, we got a date in 2 days, so don't forget. I haven't. Once Serafal was gone, he turned back to Latia. So, ready to go back to Kruger? She smiled as she took his arm. Yes. The next few days were very hectic for Romonus' entire family as Rias out of nowhere was declared the next head of the clan. Venelana explained to her that Romonus was being promoted to be the heir of the Baal clan. This was going to be the best for the devil race with Serzex as Lucifer and Romonus as Lord Baal would create the most change. At first, Rias was not happy, but when Romonus himself explained it she calmed down and accepted it. Of course, Romonus also continued to mentor Itsuki and Aquino who were making great progress. Aquino now that she had him to push her unlike Rias who let her wallow in depression was improving rapidly. She was making good use of the bishop piece, but he was not allowing her to neglect her body. Fallen angels were blessed with powerful bodies and she needed to use hers. His plan for her was to become able to use fallen and devil powers perfectly together. He was still waiting until she got more control over her holy lightning before he started his resistance training. As for Itsuki, she was quite talented at magic and was making good use of the boosted gear. Drake woke up quite quickly because of the 4 powerful pawn pieces and her using his power. The boosted gear was going to be important for Romonus' armor which he was planning day by day. His father was still going to grant him the materials he promised, so that was still bored. As for Itsuki's use of the pawn piece, he wanted her to master the queen, knight, bishop, and rook. Besides training his 2 peerage members, he went on the date he promised Rahvdall at the Tokyo Anime Center. There she bought a bunch of magical girl Milky Spiral 7. As for Romonus, he ended up buying a few mechas for Latia and for him to build together. They might even build one in real life together, but he of course did not forget Miria. Even though their date was on Wednesday he took time to visit her as she decided to quit being a guard. Rahvdall didn't mind it as she didn't even need to work. She was just paying Rahvdall back for saving her life from Tsufame Leviathan. As for Roygun, they texted a bit back and forth getting to know each other, but it was all still new. Romonus always preferred to get to know them personally as they were not just characters in a novel anymore. This was his life and Romonus was still living his best while causing as much chaos as he promised. Even more than his boss expected which was progressing the gods' plans closer and closer. Rahvdall was currently seated at his desk as he twitched from time to time. All of the changes Romonus had made to the fate of the world so wide-reaching that he was having a feast. His body was surging with pure chaos energy caused by so many changes to fate. All part of his plan as he was powerful, but his position in the company he was at was low. He was new here and unlike other gods, he had only one reincarnator in Romonus. Reincarnating someone and granting them wishes was costly and could severe losses. Some gods had lost all their reincarnations and it cost them everything. That was why Rahvdall had chosen Romonus. He had more than made up the energy he used to reincarnate him 5 times over. Breaking the fate of a world was dangerous for a god, but not for a mortal. When Rahvdall opened his eyes they were glowing brighter gold than ever. He had enough energy to pick another reincarnator for another world. However, he had no such intentions as he was an all-or-nothing kind of god. He promised to give Romonus a gift which was against the rules, but he did not care. He was sick of being just one of many gods of insanity. Even at this company, there were over 100 from different worlds and realms. Picking Romonus specifically was part of his long-thought-out plan to consume all of them and to do so he needed more power. He needed to be stronger, but to do that he needed Romonus to be stronger as well. Part of this energy would grow his own, but another would be used to grant Romonus his gift. He had an idea of what Romonus would like. Just as he was deep in thought, his office door opened, and in walked an ethereal-looking woman. She had white hair and eyes of the same color. She had a lust-provoking body despite being fully dressed in a concealing business suit. Though, when Rahvdall saw her he felt only loathing. "What, do you want Drahia?" "I am busy." She scowled at the words he said. "Is that any way to speak to your sister Rahvdall? May I remind you that I have 10 reincarnators while you have just 1. I outrank you by far, so show some respect." He glanced up at her, not falling for her provocations. "You sent your reincarnators to easy safe worlds. All 10 of them barely match up to mine in personality or power. I will repeat, what do you want?" She frowned as despite his divinity as insanity, Rahvdall was not easy to make mad. He had been plotting to destroy this company and all other gods of insanity to own the divinity of insanity for himself. A truly insane plan, but one thought from insanity. "I can feel all the energy you are harvesting from the breaking of fate. Give me some." "No. Get your own, now get the fuck out of my office." She clenched her hands. "I'm telling mother." Rahvdall grinned as he loved to push this bitch's buttons. "Tell the bitch, she doesn't mean shit to me." "Fuck you." She turned around and stormed out of his office. While Rahvdall was the god of insanity, his sister was the goddess of jealousy. Ever since they were children, she wanted everything of his. He was always stronger, but their mother favored her because she was a girl. He wanted her dead here and now. No, not yet. He calmed the dark thoughts brewing in his mind and watched her leave. I should get Romonus to murder her reincarnators. They are all in soft weak worlds barely generating any changes to fate. Maybe in the future, for a price. I see too many gods plotting against their reincarnators, so instead, I am making a story where a reincarnator is the plot. I can't wait to write Rahvdall in action. It will be sweet to get the chains off the insane lad. Probably my second favorite character in this story. Chapter 34, Rahvdall's Gift and Price. Image here for cuteness. Also, Amaterasu is a virgin goddess. Her 5 sons were sired by Susanoo by chewing her necklace beads. This is probably just me, but 5 sons, and 5 principal clans. Connection. Also, a big gift from the big boss. While Rahvdall continued to plot the end of the company, Romonus continued to live. While he was living to enjoy himself, he still had a job to do. He did not know what happened to this world, as Valley and Issei did not exist really. It was such a weird thing that he could not understand, as he had been planning everything with those 2 in mind. He did not think his boss would do something like that for shits and giggles. That just left the fact that he was dropped into an alternative reality where this was normal. Unless there was another plot that he was not getting and it was irking him. What does that mean for their fate? What does my being here change? Would Itsuki have gone to Rias as normal or what? So many unanswered questions, and they all pull at my mind. Romonus did not consider himself paranoid, but it was hard not to be. While Ophis and Great Red were mostly chill, that left Trihexa, which was certainly not. Not to mention the Eevee with Regal Ziva the fierce god, Melvazoa the malevolent god, and Saraselbs the wicked god. All beings with the power to effectively one-shot Great Red and wipe out all organic life in their universe. However, he was not one to run from a fight, as he most certainly wanted to be the one to defeat the Eevee. As for the Atolled, they were spiritual gods, with one of them being the god of breast Chimyon Chapati. He shook his head. He was honestly more partial to the Eevee, in all honesty. Just as he was going to keep thinking, Itsuki walked up to him and pulled on his sleeve. Romonus, you have been staring off into space the whole time. He shook his head as he focused back on the whole reason he was here. My bad, just thinking of the future. Itsuki looked around at the open wilderness of the Gremory domain. So what are we going to do here? Romonus smiled as he looked from Akino to Itsuki. I will tell you, I am here to give you a test. I want to see how much you 2 have learned. As a noble, I will be expected to compete in the raiding games, and I want each of my peerage to be one-man armies. If you cannot fight through scores of people, you aren't training hard enough. If you have trouble getting stronger, give more effort. Talent is just part of the answer, as I would not be this strong if not for my sheer dedication to training. Understand? Akino and Itsuki looked at each other before nodding. If Romonus said it was possible, then it must be so. Though, for Akino, she raised a shaky hand. She was still getting used to using her fallen angel powers now. I thought you said the bishop is a mage. Can I still become a one-man army? He pointed at her face. Akino, you are the daughter of a powerful cadre, and your mother was a Haimjima. The god Akatsuhikon, the 4th-born son of Amaterasu, is your ancestor. Every single one of the principal clans was sired by one of Amaterasu's sons. Meaning you got some god blood in you. My goal for you is to draw out all the power you can from your bloodlines and build on it. I am doing the same, but I am of course searching for new ways to get stronger. It's all about getting creative, as our power runs on imagination. As for you Itsuki, you are a reincarnated devil, so use the most of your sacred gear, your devil powers. Make some techniques or spells you want. That even was going to apply to Karn the Badger, who was staying with Rias for now. She was trying to teach him to feel magic, which was going great. Because of his contract with Romonus, he was feeding off his demonic energy and excess soul energy. He would be one crazy creature with proper guidance. Now, today, your test. You will be fighting me. I will hold back, as I just want to see how good you are, but expect to get hurt, as I won't make it easy for you. Akino shivered a little. Hurt? How bad? Romonus smiled in her direction. I might break a bone or 2, but don't worry. I brewed some healing potions. They are not as fast as Phoenix Tears, but they are better than nothing. Akino was not looking forward to that, but Itsuki was itching to show off. She raised her left arm as she summoned the boosted gear. Do we get anything if we land a hit? Romonus chuckled as he thought about it. Tell you what, land 1 hit on me and I will take you to Disney World. Instantly that made Itsuki incredibly happy. Really? He nodded. Sure, if you land a hit on me, that is. Drake, what do you think? From the boosted gear, Drake spoke up. Go easy on her. I rather you not break her. Romonus frowned. What is with girls getting preferential treatment all the time? They are cuter. Itsuki smiled as she heard that. Thank you, Drake. You're welcome. Romonus shook his head as he backed away. Akino, be ready for your turn. Aiken shook her head and focused on things. She promised to be strong to save her mother, so she could not be weak. Yes, sir. Good girl. Aquino smiled at the praise as it meant she was doing well. She just wanted to know that her efforts meant something. Romonus with a thought opened a giant bounded field to keep destruction to a minimum. Aquino brought her wings out, which were still of a fallen and demon. Thanks to his own mutated bloodline and soul, all his peerage had this effect. She flew into the sky to get out of the way as Itsuki started to circulate her demonic energy through her body. Let's do this, Drag. Right, boost. When her power doubled, she felt the power circulate through her body, but Romonus was not playing nice. He rushed at her without using his Tuki or demonic energy. Just his body alone, and he was holding back. He clenched his fists and threw a punch at her face. In a panic, she raised the boosted gear and used it to block. While the boosted gear was indestructible, it was attached to her arm. Instantly all the power of his punch went through her left arm and sent her spinning through the air. It even removed her boosted state, which was part of his lesson. See. If you boosted just 5 times, you would be 32 times stronger, but that is if they let you. In a fight, at my level, a second is a very long time. 10 might as well be an eternity. You will be dead before you even get to the second boost. Itsuki picked herself up from the ground holding her arm. Tears were in her eyes, but she grit her teeth and wiped them away. That hurt, but I get it. What do I do instead? Romonus walked over to her and checked her arm out. It was not broken but sprained. He pulled on it a little, making her wince, but it didn't hurt anymore. He simply used his own Tuki to control her life force to reduce the pain. My bad, I thought I held back more. The answer is that you need to get a stronger body and magic. The boosted gear is an amplifier for what you are already. You got a good grasp on it, and the pawn pieces I used to turn you into a devil. However, they are just amplifiers, you need to use them to power you. A good analogy at the moment would be that you are a beetle. Even with the boosted gear, doubling or quadrupling your power won't mean shit. You need to be strong enough to fight until you can boost up. That will be how I will train you. I will not let you boost up to make it easy for you. You need to endure until then, got it? Itsuki nodded. Yes. Good. Now take 5 minutes. He then looked up at Aquino in the sky. I will fight you with lightning, so show me how well you do. Aquino nodded as both her hands were coated in white holy lightning. Romonus channeled his demonic energy toward his arms as red lightning began to thunder. While it was not Miria's demonic lightning, it was still something she taught him. Aquino pointed her finger down at Romonus and launched a bolt of holy lightning down. Romonus struck back with his own red lightning and saw them clash. His of course had more power behind it, as he was almost a Satan-class being. Aquino and Itsuki were low-class beings, so her lightning broke apart under the power. Increase the concentration, add more light magic, and if you can try to fuse demonic power into it. It lacked power or weight. She was confused about how to do it. How? I can't get them to mix at all. He shrugged. You're the Nephilim, Aquino, you have to find your way. I can't give all the answers. Use that brain. Aquino began to ponder on things. Romonus followed Azazel's instruction and had her circulate her holy lightning through her blood. It was increasing the concentration of fallen angel blood in her body, causing her to grow stronger quickly. Just then she realized something. Romonus had already given her the answer. She looked at the red lightning thundering on his arms with open eyes. Of course, demonic energy can take any form of magic, but it can still be controlled. I need to mix holy and demonic lightning and use that in my blood. I got it. Good. You have plenty of time and power will come. But you need to always be ready to improve. Both Itsuki and Aquino were glad that while he was firm, he also gave good advice. For the next 4 hours, he continued to train both of them as they needed it. By the end, they were tired and battered, as he was not gentle at all. When they returned to the mansion, they took warm baths before falling asleep in their rooms after a big meal. Romonus wanted to get them as strong as possible before they moved to Castle Bale. The servants of House Bale would not be as kind as the ones of the Gremory were, but they had him as a master. He would not tolerate them being disrespected by weaklings. He probably respected power more than any other being. He despised those who could become strong but chose to stay weak and respected the strong. They also would have his mother to rely on, so they were not going to be alone. He shook his head as once they were back, he went back to his training. Until they could match his level, they were going to have to rely on him for a time. While he was not dreading going to Castle Bale, he wasn't lying when he said he felt like he was going into a den full of lions. Though, following this analogy, he was the young male that would dethrone the old. The next month was a constant set of changes for all involved. One thing that annoyed Romonus was Itsuki's parents. She was 9, so she couldn't stay away from her parents for too long. Whenever her 2-week training camp ended and she returned home, he left her with a training method his old teacher taught him. He did not want her to slack off and always strive to be better. As for her parents, their old house had been converted into a luxury home of jealousy. Since their daughter had joined the peerage of Romus, Zeoticus had made it so they never needed to work again. Even though his son was leaving to rule House Bale, Zeoticus still treasured him. Romanus also was not abandoning his Gremory heritage. Once he became a Bale, he would give the Gremory clan good deals. He spoke of all his plans with his father, who was quickly finding the merit in Romanus' choice. Zeoticus was starting to not just see the value in this but found ways House Gremory could rise in standing more than it already was. If Rheus became a powerful head along with her older brother in the Bale, and his son firstborn as Lucifer, things would work out better than expected. Zeoticus swore to be one of his biggest political backers, as he still had the prestige of siring Cerzex and Romanus. However, everyone attributed their power and talent to Venilana, not him. But no one was going to be telling that to his face. To Romanus, the biggest victory he had was with Itsuki's parents. With a bit of mental manipulation, her parents were more open to listening and agreed to his request to drop her out of school. He did guarantee she would still receive an education, just not the waste of time that was human school. Meaning she would spend half her time with her parents and half in the underworld with him. That left him with more time to train her and himself until the day he had to move came. Knowing this, Surtur, Suji, and even McGregor added more days to his training to make sure he was as ready as he could to move to House Bale. By the end of the month, Romanus had made great progress under his 3 teachers. Ever since he had gotten his Cambion soul, his ability to learn had improved to insane levels. Everything they taught him he was learning in a manner of hours. Now, the final night he would stay at the Gremory mansion was here. Movers from the Bale clan would come to move his entire room. He had made it apparent that he wanted his room as he had it set up, so they were going to move the whole thing. Once he moved, he would have to make sure there was no surveillance in his room, as he did not want to be spied on. Regardless, he decided to sleep the night away, as he had not slept a wink over the last month. However, as soon as his head touched his pillow, he vanished once more. He was back in front of Rahvdall, who, but just as he was going to greet the god happily, he was left shocked. Rahvdall, someone he saw as unbeatable, was missing his right arm and an eye, and his suit was all torn and bloody. He was also leaning a bit off, as he had also lost his right leg and a whole heap of more damage. "Boss. What happened to you?" Rahvdall chuckled, as even for him getting this was not easy, as this was something tricky to get. He could have never gotten this through legal means through his company. He was too low level, but he got it anyway. "Aren't you going to say thank you? I had to descend into a higher level world to get this thing for you. Consider it a gift and a major investment. This is what happens when a god like me descends. And stop calling me boss, just call me Rahvdall. We are on the same side, I hope you know that." Romanus stood up and walked around the desk to look at the damage. He reached out and touched the now empty shoulder. He felt sorrow at the state of the god he respected. This was all for him. "Why did you do this? I could have gotten by without you needing to get hurt. What can I do to help you? Do you need more chaos? Am I not doing enough?" The god sighed, as no one respected him other than Romanus. Not a single person, god or mortal. Ever since he was a child born to the goddess of emotions. He and his several siblings were all born with different emotions as their divinity. His just happened to be insanity, so he was scorned by all his family. Even when he grew up, no one wanted to worship him. Those that did only saw him as a source of power and nothing more. His few worshippers were hunted by his siblings, leaving him a near-forgotten god. This company was his last line, and so was Romanus. But his reincarnator was different. From time to time he would Rahvdall a prayer. Each time he got one, it was a bit of hope to someone like him who had none. That was why he knew it was worth it. Now, he was going to watch them and this company of gods burns. He grinned as no one knew about his secret dealings. No one believed the insane little boy who never would amount to anything would be their end. "It was not easy to get this for you, but I am sure you will find use of it. It will help you and me on our path." Rahvdall held his hand out and showed off a glass vial containing a black and red glowing liquid. Romanus instantly felt his devil bloodline hunger for this. It was instinctive, knowing it would make him all that stronger. "I am sure you know this. You played the game before. It is the blood essence of Dante from Devil May Cry. Descending onto the world hurt more than he did, though I did lose an eye to him in the end." Romanus looked at the vial with shock. "You got that personally?" Rahvdall nodded as he handed the vial off. "Yes. I had to, as I have no one to trust, no one to work for me. You are my last hope. This damage will heal, just survive and grow stronger. Though I could do with a bit more chaos if you don't mind." Romanus took the vial before placing a hand over his chest. "Count on me." Rahvdall smiled proudly. "I am." "Oh, and thank you for the prayers. I almost forgot what that was like." With a smile, he sent Romanus back before he fell from his chair. He needed time to heal, as knowing his siblings, they would just be itching to get him while he was weak. "I know he won't fail. When Romanus opened his eyes he looked into his hand and saw he still held the vial. The feeling of hunger was worse now. This was the blood essence of Dante himself, son of Sparta. A demon-human hybrid, this would go well with his devil bloodline and Cambion soul. He opened the vial and drank down the entire thing. Things were going to speed up for him now as he had a debt to pay. Chapter 35, Devil plus Demon plus Human equals Power. Romanus did not know what to expect, but this reminded him just how powerful a god of Rahvdall's status was. From what he got out of that exchange, he managed to kill Dante of all people with only a wounded eye after being punished for his dissent. That brought out a whole nother can of worms he did not want to open, because if a weak god like Rahvdall managed to do that while wounded, what did that mean for the true powerhouses? I'd rather not think about it. When Romanus drank down the red and black glowing blood he was instantly overwhelmed. The children of Sparta, Dante in particular, were beyond powerful demon-human hybrids. Cambions, just like his soul. His own devil bloodline was honestly a joke in comparison to something like this, but it was the perfect catalyst. Romanus instantly sat down as he felt his demonic energy begin to bubble and writhe in his body. Dante, Virgil, and their father Sparta all controlled massive quantities of demonic power which was much stronger than his own. It was a good thing he was nearing the Satan rank, as this was ridiculous. His energy reserves began rising rapidly, but this also caused millions of his cells to die one by one. The power inside Sparta's bloodline was far too much, especially since he believed this was Sin Devil trigger Dante. He calmed his mind as he began circulating his Tuki through his body, circulating his life force. Doing so gave his cells the time to fuse with the demon bloodline. Thankfully he already had a Cambion soul. Thanks to having that, this blood essence did not find his body alien. He felt his cells stop dying rapidly, and instead by the millions they mutated and evolved by absorbing the perfect fusion of demon and human. While humans were considered weak beings, it was because Dante and Virgil were hybrids that they were so powerful. Romanus grit his teeth as the energy in his body started to become painful to contain. It was like an ever-growing flood, and it was only thanks to him being a devil with a body as strong as this. He would have exploded if he was any softer, but even his dense bones and muscles were starting to tear at the seams. Already the skin around his body was starting to rip as he fought to keep it all contained. If he had vented some of it this would have been easier, but he was unwilling to lose a drop. Instead of worrying or panicking, he just calmly circulated his Tuki, soul energy, or demonic energy at the same time. For a few tense moments, the rapidly growing and evolving demonic energy seemed to be about to explode, taking him and the entire Gremory domain with it. But at the last possible second, the blood essence settled down and began to fuse into his entire body. Cell by cell they combined with the blood essence, which granted him the needed healing factor of Dante. All over his body the damage he had been inflicting on him by containing this ocean of energy regenerated. Romanus stood up and felt his demonic energy, and Tuki began to flow through his entire body on their own. His soul, thanks to the human blood he had evolved while keeping its hybrid nature. Romanus took a deep breath as he felt all of the blood essence fully settle down and fuse into his body. Finally, and thank you for your unwilling sacrifice, Dante. He did feel a little bad, but since he had not been the one to kill the guy, it was not a hit on his conscience. However, now that everything had settled down, he was feeling limitless energy and strength flowing through his body. Before, as a regular devil, he was insanely strong, able to dodge lightning strikes, lift insane levels of weight, and more durable than any human could imagine. He had enough power to level cities with ease, but this was on another level. Can't call myself a devil now, can I? Sparta was a demon, and Dante was a true Cambion, a half-demon. Super devil sounds dumb, so I will just call myself a demon. A Satan-class demon. It was up to him now to draw out the full power of his new demon bloodline, as just consuming it won't give him the power overnight. However, this certainly made his plans easier because he was going to need this power. Mundus the Demon King and Argosax were the closest thing he could compare to the Eviatold. Both demons ruled the underworld, which in the Devil May Cry verse was infinite in scale. Mundus even created Nightmare, a being who could destroy that infinite underworld. He clenched his fist, feeling that this was going to be the last gift he received. It would take time for him to draw out power from the demon blood flowing through his body, but he had time. He held his hand out and pulled Blood Drinker into his hand. Vespera, you up? How could I not be? What did you do to get this instant jump in power? I will tell you in time. For now, we need to begin to plan to get you out of Blood Drainer. What will you need? Vespera thought about it before she came up with something. Not much, a devil or vampire body would be preferable for me to possess. As long as you give me enough of your blood, I should be able to begin to turn it into a vessel to recover my body. Because may I remind you, most of my body was rendered down to make Blood Drinker. Why? Because I want to use Blood Drinker as material to forge a new sword. As you know, I have always planned to invade the vampire realm to get a Longinus user and a future Longinus user. While we are there, let's find some noble to use. That be the best bet, right? It will, and since you are my distant relative, your blood will work even more. Especially after whatever the fuck you just did. Even the sheer power of your demonic energy is overwhelming. I might be able to use it to weaken these binds to make your work easier. How long will you need? Don't know, a couple months, maybe a year. Alright then. Once they cut the link, Romonus kept Blood Drinker by his side as he officially no longer needed sleep. His constant regeneration thanks to his demon blood had effectively made his stamina near infinite. Meaning, he could use all 24 hours in a day. Instead of wasting the night sleeping, it was time to train more. For the next couple of hours in the night, he merely focused on stabilizing his body, which he did so with Tukey training. His life force was overflowing right now thanks to his new demon bloodline. Though, he might as well call it a Cambion devil bloodline since that was what made it up. For the next 8 hours, he stayed still as a statue, only circulating his demonic energy and Tukey to stabilize his power. Now that he had reached beyond the level of the original Satans, he was in a much better spot politically. Normally he was not one to hide his power, but sometimes it was better to play it off. He would hide his new Satan class rank for a while before unleashing it when needed. The young lion had just gotten a new set of weapons. In the morning a small delegation sent from House Bale had arrived at the Gremory mansion. They had done so quickly as they wanted to get this done right away. At the time Zeoticus was in his office as he had not slept a wink that night. He kept Marcina by his side as he did not blame her for what happened. Just himself, because Venelana would not have cared as much if not for how he neglected her. Zeoticus was twirling Venelana's wedding ring in his hand, but he had another ring in the same one. It was a spatial ring which he had gotten for his son, a going-away gift. He had gone through the Gremory treasury and gotten what his son asked for. He even managed to get not just Minokawa feathers, but even a thunderbird claw, and a preserved heart from a steel dragon hunted long ago by the Gremory clan. Marcina with her bulging belly stood up and wrapped his arms around him. Do you hate me now? Zeoticus sighed. No, just myself. You won't replace her, nothing will. I don't want to replace her, I wronged both of you. Zeoticus did not find comfort in her words. Lies. I was the one who agreed to your request, the child growing in your womb is mine. A part of me and I am responsible for his existence. Just know that I will treasure him just as I have any of my other children. Maybe more now that both my sons have left the nest. Serzex, who was the heir, became Lucifer, and Romonus became the Baal heir, leaving Rias as the new heir. While she was training now because of her older brothers, she could not compare to either of his sons. They would have led the Gremory clan to greatness. While he did not think she couldn't do the same, the evidence spoke louder than words. Just then, a blonde maid with a similar body to Marcina entered. Sir, the Baal delegation is here. Ah, Axina, how many? Only 12. They were here to move Romonus and his room. This was a request that Romonus had made. He had made his room just how he liked it. He enchanted it himself and he wanted it to go with him. This was quite easy as they were going to cut out the room and plug it into the Baal formations, which was going to be quite easy. Marcina let go of Zeoticus, who stood up. Let's go see the delegation then. Romonus opened his eyes and exhaled strongly as he felt no damage in his body. Physical or spiritual, and he could feel the Baal servants arrive. He stood up, and since he was already dressed in his hunter suit, he was ready. He lowered the amount of power he outwardly released, making him seem like a peak ultimate class devil. He strapped Blood Drinker to his side and walked out of his room. He had to wake up Itsuki and Akino, who liked to sleep in a little more. When he reached their rooms, he banged on their doors loudly. Both girls woke up instantly, as he often did this. If they did not get up and dressed in 3 minutes, they would be forced to train double. He crossed his arms and waited for the two girls, who quickly got out of their rooms. Since he liked it so much, he had made both girls wear his bloodborne Victorian suits. They were light and comfy, while still offering ample protection. They also looked awesome, which was secondary, but important. Good, you both got ready quickly. How are the suits? Itsuki looked at herself a bit before jumping in place, a bit before going down into a push-up. It's comfy, and I can move easily in this. Though, why pants? He rolled his eyes as he pointed at Itsuki. Hold your leg out. Okay. She instantly did what he said with her leg extended. He reached up, grabbed her leg and lifted her off the ground. She did not panic and seemed to find this fun, being upside down. While holding her up with one arm, he looked down at her face. If you were wearing a skirt, your panties would be visible to everyone. Akino, imagine it. You are fighting and your skirt snags and it is ripped off. Akino blushed at the thought. He tossed Itsuki up in the air, which she loved. When she landed back down, he caught her on his shoulder before asking the question. So, would you rather I change you from wearing pants to skirts? Both girls shook their heads, making him smile. Good, we don't need any lucky pervert moments. Oh, and before I forget, how are the boots? Still sitting on his shoulder, Itsuki held her feet out to look at the black boots she was wearing. They are nice. Pretty too. Akino looked at her own feet where she also wore a pair of black boots like Romonus. They don't hurt or anything and I can run in them easy. Good. We can get some made later, for now these made of demonic energy will suffice. As he was walking he grabbed Akino by her coat and tossed her in the air as well to catch her on his shoulder. Up you go. Akino blushed a little, much less forward than Itsuki, who always was the outgoing type. Romonus. Can you put me down? It's high up here. Nah, you're going to stay up there while I talk to the Bale people. They will know you are important to me. When we move to the Bale castle, tell me if anyone throws a sly remark, insults you, or anything of the sort. I will sort them out and tell my mother as well. We are going to be surrounded by a den of lions, so we need to be lions as well. Clear. Itsuki nodded with a firm look on her face. Yes, sir. Akino closed her eyes and saluted. Yes, sir. I can't hear you. Both Itsuki and Akino yelled with all their hearts. Sir, yes, sir. Rias popped around the corner with a frown. Stop yelling. Romonus walked over to Rias with both girls still on his shoulders. Rias, I didn't expect you to wake up early. She yawned as she looked up at him. I have to, now that I am the heir, because you and Big Brother got higher positions. You better visit every day, got it? I will try. I don't plan to stay in the Bale mansion forever as I got things to do. She tilted her head. What things? Complete my peerage. I have a few people in mind, but I got to find them first. Rias looked up at him. And me. Romonus thought about it. I got one person in mind for you, but you better get stronger. How many pieces used to turn someone strong depends on how strong you are. Right, girls? Itsuki grinned. I took 4. Akino pointed at herself. I took a bishop. Rias got determined. I got it. Take care, brother, don't let them turn you, okay? I won't. Itsuki and Akino jumped off his shoulders as he and Rias shared a hug. They released the hug. Romonus saw his father Zeoticus leading the Bale servants down the hall. While they were servants, each one dressed in fancy robes and looked rather cold. When they spotted him they walked over to his side. Young Master Romonus, we are here to help you move. Which is the room in question? Romonus pointed at his room. This room, ensure everything attached to it including the bath, and extra rooms are added. I will probably ask for an extension once I get to the Bale castle. The one at the head of the other 12 nodded. This is acceptable. Castle Bale is spacious and adding more room to yours will be all right. Let us begin and not delay. With Zeoticus' permission, they accessed the wards of the mansion to begin to cut the sections Romonus pointed out. Once they had it cut, they would use magic to measure and transport it to Castle Bale. Once they had it measured they would open up an area of equal size in the castle before plugging it into the formations of the Bale clan. This would take a while, so Romonus turned to his father. I guess this is it. Zeoticus nodded. I had great hopes that you and your brother would lead us to greatness, son. However, you have a duty to the underworld and our people more than a single clan. Just don't forget your home. I won't, father. Zeoticus walked forward and hugged his son. Look after your mother. Once they separated he placed the 2 rings into his hand. Romonus looked at both rings. I got what you asked and more. It wasn't cheap, but the Gremory are rich. Be the best king you can, son. Father and son shook hands before Zeoticus left with Rias. Only now did he realize the error of his ways, the error of staying weak. As he and Rias walked he looked down at his daughter. Rias, would you mind if this old man joined you in your training? You, Dad? He nodded. Yes, as shameful as it is to admit, I am weak. Weak compared to other lords, and I get told I should be proud of my sons. No one tells them to be proud of me, they just attribute them to your mother's power. No more. Rias smiled and held his hand. Of course, Dad, brother said anyone can train to improve. Let's prove his words, shall we? Rias had so much more to prove if she wanted to measure up to her brothers and mother, but she was determined. She still remembered what Romonus told her, that he was waiting for her. She did not want to be weak and she would fight for him and their future. Chapter 36, Moving to Castle Bale. Romonus waited patiently as the servant severed his room, bathroom, and forge room which was connected to the room from the mansion. It was honestly a lot of work which took a team of 12 Bale devil mages over an hour to finish. Even though they were low-level servants because they were still trained mages. In the meantime, Romonus just chatted with Akino and Itsuki, who were fully interested in the work of the mages. Though, Romonus could tell that the mages wanted nothing to do with either girl. The Bale clan surely was the one with the most vanity and blood purity, which was partially true. However, without any training, even a noble would fall to a commoner. Suddenly, Romonus saw his pet Karn the honey badger walking down the hall with his little legs. He snarled and snorted as he walked until he saw Romonus. The badger walked up to him and walked up his leg to reach his shoulder. He hissed at Itsuki and Akino once he got up there, which was funny because they were stronger than him. Thankfully Rias had taught him how to use demonic energy thanks to him being in a contract with Romonus. Though, Romonus expected him to evolve thanks to his ascension, but seemed that had yet to happen. In the meantime, the 12 all-male team did not speak as they managed to fully remove his room from the Gremory formation. The head mage walked forward and activated a spell formation they had set up. Under the surprised eyes of Itsuki and Akino, Romonus's giant room, restroom, and forge room began to shrink down into a small Rubik's cube. The men walked over to Romonus and handed the cube to him. Here you are. Romonus reached out and took hold of his room, now the size of a cube. When he looked back at the now hollow spot in the mansion, it began to fill in once more. Most buildings in the underworld could be made from demonic energy, which made it cheaper and easier. Before it filled in, the head mage spoke up. Are you and your servants ready to go, young master? Yes. We are ready. The 12 mages surrounded Romonus, Itsuki, Akino, and Karn before activating a grand teleport circle to teleport. In a flash of light, everyone was transported from the Gremory domain to the Baal territory. When the teleport ended, Romonus looked up at the giant black stone castle of the Baal clan. It was the most heavily defended location in all the underworld. In the light novel, despite Sarord becoming the heir, Zekrom told him to become a Satan instead. Unless a Baal was born with the power of destruction, they would never be accepted. Magdarin did not have the personality to lead while Romonus did. The lead mage turned to Romonus. Young master, follow me. I shall show you where we will place your room. All right, Itsuki, Akino, let's go. Both girls began to walk next to him, but already he could see them getting the side eye. He reached down and patted both their heads. Here, you have to be made of thick skin. Thicker than Karn. Both of them stood straight and walked confidently next to him. As for Karn, since he was familiar, no one would disrespect him. Plus, he was fearless enough to try to pick a fight with Surzex without flinching, which was just crackhead energy. As Romonus walked through the main courtyard, he saw gorgeous purple flowers. Itsuki and Akino seemed enthralled by the flowers, and even Karn was smelling the air. Now that he thought about it, he turned to the servant leading him. I have a question, do you keep bees here? The man shook his head. No. Why? My pet here is a honey badger, and as his namesake he loves honey. He deserves only the best, and I think keeping a beehive of magical bees to make some honey for him or to sell would be a good idea. Just as the servant was going to speak, he heard a male voice. What an excellent idea. Would you speak to me more on this when you get a chance, cousin? Romonus stopped when he saw his half-cousin Magdarin. Itsuki looked back and forth from both young men and realized something. She pointed at Magdarin and made her observation. Hey, you look almost the same as the boss. Same black hair, purple eyes, short hair, only that you are scrawnier and shorter than Romonus. Even your faces look almost like you were brothers. Magdarin chuckled at her words. Yes, well, I am not a fighter. I much prefer botany, and these flowers here were extinct. I recreated them from dried-out preserved seeds from before the Great War. Now, your idea to have bees pollinate them to make honey seems like a good idea. And you want to do this just for your pet? He looked snappy. Karn sniffed the air before jumping off and walking over to a flower to smell it. He took a deep breath of the flower before his eyes opened with joy. He turned around while licking his lips as he wanted honey. Romonus nodded as he walked over to the badger to pick him up, who was drooling up a storm. Yes. While buying honey myself is cheap, I think he should get a fresh one from the best. I am glad to talk to you like this, cousin. We have only seen each other a few times throughout the years. Every single time your father kept us from talking about our hobbies. Not many know this, but I also have a hobby related to yours. I am an alchemist and I buy different herbs and materials in bulk, but some have long since extinct which I want to use. If I am to become Lord Baal rather than you, I will want to invest in your research. Bringing back long extinct herbs, trees, flowers, and grasses which I could use to make more potions. Magdarin's eyes went wide as his parents had never cared for his dreams. You would support my research. Romonus walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Your work matters more than you know, cousin. Let's talk later, all right? Magdarin smiled, genuinely smiled. That is a relief to hear. The servant who had been ignored cleared his voice. Young master, we should be off. Lord Baal will not want us to delay. Fine. Let's make this quick because I want to see my mother and get back to my training. The servant nodded. At once. Romonus placed Karn back on his shoulder and walked off following the servant. Once they entered Castle Baal, Romonus instantly felt the power humming through the structure. 50 different defensive formations were placed on the black magical stone with hundreds of trained guards patrolling at all times. Romanus turned to the servant before speaking. Lead me to my mother. I want to place my room near her, and I also want my 2 servants Akino and Itsuki placed near her as well. The servant nodded. If that is what you desire, young master. The servant led them down the castle's seemingly never-ending halls until they reached the location where Vanillana stayed. This was her room back when she was a child, only that now it had been renovated after being unused for centuries. When they arrived, the servant turned to Romanus. Lady Vanillana is not here at the moment, she has gone out to train. He said the last part with a bit of disbelief. In the mind of his servant, no noble should lower themselves to something like that. Romanus decided to impart some wisdom on this old fool. I can feel the disrespect in your words. Is there something wrong with training? If one does nothing for centuries at a time and stagnates, then they are worthless. How old are you? The servant answered. 1,300 years old. And you are not even an ultimate class devil, just a high-class servant. Sent out to do errands. Itsuki here, a reborn devil, could wipe the floor with you. You had over a millennia to train and you did not. There is nothing shameful in training, only shameful to not train. I will not tolerate slackers once I become Lord Baal. He released a portion of his aura which weighed down on this old devil. The men could feel pride in Romanus' gaze, pride in his training, pride in his power, pride in his superiority. He did not know what to say as he felt shame at the words. He only felt pride in the aura which was the sin Romanus embodied. Every devil had a sin they embodied, with pride being Romanus. You speak the truth, I feel it. Good. Accepting that is the first part of improving. The servant walked over to the room across from Vanillana and looked inside. The cube. Romanus handed the cube over and saw the men place it down in the middle of the room. Using some spells he had not seen before, he saw the cube sucked down into the floor. The men left the room, and under the surprised gaze of Romanus, he saw his room begin to cannibalize that section of the castle. If you want an extension to your room, you may do so. While this finishes setting up, I will speak now of what will happen. Tomorrow, you will be allowed to select up to 10 maids to look after your quarters and 5 servants to do menial tasks for you. After that, when Lord Baal has the time, you shall learn of ruling House Baal in the future. Romanus made it known straight off the bat. I won't be staying long at the mansion. I will begin to go out through the world as I have goals to accomplish. How long? Maybe months or longer at a time. The world is vast and I am not going to be stuck in the castle this whole time. I have enough power to start moving around. When will you leave? I will wait until the ball you will have for my 12th birthday. However, it cannot be on the same day as I have a previous appointment. Where I will go I do not know. For now, let us not delay. By this point, his room had finished being set up and was part of the Baal formations. He even expected that it would get bigger, so he looked down at Itsuki and Akino. Girls, wait in my room, okay? Itsuki nodded. Okay. Come on, Akino. She pulled Akino along with her, so now it was just Karn, the servant, and Romanus. Right. Take me to my uncle. At once, young master. Romanus hated restraining his power as he was always proud of his strength. However, he was playing the waiting game until he could pop off when needed. Though, despite just barely taking in the bloodline of Sparta, his power was itching to grow. He knew that he would need time to unlock his devil trigger or even the sin devil trigger, which would rise his strength. However, this was just potential, and if he was a waste he wouldn't ever master this power. Eventually, the old devil led him to his uncle Aslan's office. He knocked at the 2 enchanted wood doors 3 times. Lord Baal, your nephew has arrived. Enter. The servant opened the door and led to a massive office. Romanus' uncle Aslan sat at a large desk moving through different paperwork with insane efficiency. Now that Romanus saw it, he saw that his uncle was using a spell on his eyes to do this faster. Uncle. Romanus, it is good you are here. We won't speak long since I have work to do, but I need you to know this. The Satans are just figureheads, while the title of Lord Baal is the true ruler of devils. To do so, one requires power of destruction, strength, pride, and being able to gather the respect of the devils. My sons could not do either one of the wastes. Now I am hearing that my first plan was to challenge Magdarin for the title. What a joke. Romanus squinted his eyes. You are wrong. His uncle dropped his paper before looking up with a displeased expression. What? Uncle, with all due respect, you are wrong. Neither one of your sons are waste, you just can't find it in your heart to find the worth in them. Mind my words, but you have failed as a father to both your sons. Romanus had never disrespected his uncle, not once, but who was he to talk shit about his cousins? Aslan Baal grit his teeth as he glared at Romanus. Who are you to talk to me that way? After all I have done for you, this is how you repay me. The servant looked down as the pressure inside the room was starting to rise. Romanus walked forward and placed his hands on the desk. Karn was already snarling and baring his teeth as he was itching for murder. Romanus' uncle Aslan rose to his feet and glared at Romanus as this was the first time his nephew had ever spoken like this to him. Romanus did not hold his words back. Uncle, if there is something I learned from being a Gremory is that family is everything. Magdarin is an experienced botanist who has revived extinct flowers and can progress the medical research of the underworld. Serord, despite being born with low demonic power, is rising through the ranks from what I hear and is gathering a powerful peerage. How can you not see value in your sons? Aslan barely held back his anger. You Baal wannabe, you should just go back to your failed sea. Mind your tongue. Aslan grit his teeth when behind Romanus his father Demonidas spoke. As a devil, Demonidas was far from a loving man, but even he could see the value in Romanus. After all he had gone through to pull him over to their side, his son was about to ruin it. Father, but dash. With a hand, Demonidas shut him up. My grandson is right. I just never said anything before, but you are ashamed to House Baal. You have made no decisions on your own, always running to the ancestor. If he wanted to rule House Baal he would have done so, since no one could stop him. He passed the mantle down to his descendants while you ran to him for everything. Tell me, Romanus, what would you do? Grandfather, I would give more funding to Magdarin and bring Serord back to House Baal from his exile. Both of them can bring pride and honor to the clan. I also believe that devils are far too lazy. They spend centuries at a time without improving a bit, while I have shown that is the wrong path. If I am to become Lord Baal, I will do what needs to be done to make devils and House Baal prosper. There should be a more efficient way to get things done. May I remind everyone we are a species with terrible birth rates. Over 40 clans and their legions were wiped out, and the other 32 are operating at less than half of their original numbers. Every devil that dies is a net loss that can't be replenished as easily. Demonidas hummed and thought about it. I see the value in this. Do what you will, Romanus, and you Aslan. I choose wrong in appointing you the heir. You have done nothing since the start of your rule for the clan, always asking the ancestor for everything. What did I ever see in you? Failure. Aslan's mouth twitched as he wanted to speak, but nothing came out. Demonidas placed a hand on Romanus' shoulder, the one without Karn though. You won't learn anything under him. I will teach you how I ruled House Baal during my time. Aslan, I expect you to bring Serord back by next week. That is an order. Aslan clenched his hands into fists, but he did not dare refuse his father. His father was a true warrior with more the blood of hundreds of thousands during his time in the Great War and Civil War. Yes, father. Good. Romanus, come with me. We have much to talk about. Romanus turned around and followed his grandfather out of his uncle's office. The servant had long since left, afraid to get caught up in the middle of a fight. Demonidas turned to Romanus. I won't keep much of your time, but I meant every word. Aslan was a terrible Lord Baal, and I hope you won't go down the same path. I will not. I want to learn from you, grandfather. And you shall. If I know it, you shall know it. If you have the time, put the guards through their steps. They have been getting lazy without a war to fight. Of course. I just wanted to ask about the engagement you all want. Who shall be picked? Demonidas was having trouble finding a good match. That will take a while to find out because of your crazy high standards. However, they will work out in the long run. Even my daughter was not safe from your hands. She told you. Demonidas sighed. Yes, just keep it to yourself a bit. Even for me, that is a hard pill to swallow. Romanus chuckled. When can I meet my great-grandparents then? Demonidas sighed. Whenever you want. When they found out about you and Venelana, they laughed their ass off. They think everyone should try incest. Like you, uncle. My grandmother is your niece after all. Demonidas chuckled. That she is. Good luck, I will try to find the best match for you. Once his grandfather Demonidas was gone, Romanus clenched his fist. He was itching to train and become stronger. From here, he was done playing quite. He would break through the Satan rank in the months leading up to his 12th birthday. He would undergo the baptism, forge his equipment, and begin to explore the world. He had many people and treasures to find. He also had to train Itsuki and Akino, who were rapidly growing in power. Yes. I owe it to him and myself. He walked off to return to his room as his plans were set in stone. Once he underwent the baptism, forged his gear, and mastery his new powers, he would move against the vampires. Valerie Tempes must be at his side. The Holy Grail was of the biggest importance to him for what she could give him. Okay, we will have a time skip here. It's about time for one to not have too much filler. Chapter 37, 12th Birthday and Forging Preparations. Since Romanus' 12th birthday was 5 months away, he fully planned to use the time between. He had no real need to sleep any longer with his ever-constant regeneration, so his days became 24 hours long. He had a few ideas if he wanted to cause as much chaos as possible. The death of God to the faithful of the world was a very appealing idea. Just breaking the faith that went to heaven would surely cause the entire world to fall into chaos. Of course, he could not follow through with this plan willy-nilly. It was just one of his plans, as he did not plan to remain quiet to the humans. He was sure that a portion of humanity would jump ship to his worship. It might even be valuable to start up a cult in honor of Rahvdall in the human world. This plan fully cemented itself in his mind as he continued his day-to-day. He could do nothing until his 12th birthday, which was when he would drop his shackles. Leading up to that time, he spoke to his cousin Magdarin about his botany research, who was more than happy to share what he knew. Because of his grandfather's decree, Magdarin was given a much larger monetary investment, which he used to begin to research some of the extinct plants Romonus desired. Together they even acquired some magical bees to make honey from the purple bale flowers. Not just for Karn's sweet tooth, but also to sell, which they turned into a business. Romonus planned to start several to rake in income, as one could do plenty with money. The biggest change was that just as Demonidas ordered, Serorg was brought back from his exile, much to the young man's surprise. He thought he would only be allowed back once he proved his worth, but learning that it was Romonus who pushed for his return left him speechless. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart, but he had a goal in mind, so he challenged Romonus for his position as heir. Accepting the challenge with just his fists and Tuki, Romonus beat his cousin bloody because he refused to go down. However, when Serorg finally fell, Romonus did not make fun of him or look down on him. He helped him to his feet and encouraged him to train with him. Even asked him to be his right-hand man once he became Lord Baal. He promised to help him find a cure for his mother's disease, which his cousin instantly agreed to. Much to his uncle Aslan's displeasure, Romonus was already bringing great change to the Baal clan. Not in the way he expected, as he encouraged the weak to improve, the strong to learn from the weak, and vice versa. The guards of the Baal clan quickly took to him, as he took them when he trained/he spared with them, guided them, and inspired them to be imaginative. Quickly the guards began to respect him, because while he was a Baal, he did not treat them as just machines of war. A few even wished to join his banner, because Romonus was fully intending to have a personal fighting force at his beck and call. He still had not come up with a name, but it would be an investment in the future for when he started his wars of conquest. While he had no plans to rule the entire world, some places were better off conquered. Probably the biggest benefit to his alchemy was that he and Magdarin together used their alchemy and botany to try to find a cure for the devil's sleeping diseases. They were finding it tricky, but Romonus with his cousin's support began to brew elixirs for themselves and their peerages. Quickly enough, Magdarin, Serorg, and Romonus became quite close. Not just as two half-brothers and a cousin, but as three brothers. They shared their dreams, desires, and what they wanted to change in the underworld. While Romonus only had 2 peerage members at the beginning, they were little monsters who matured into their powers rapidly. Akino, thanks to being a Nephilim, got over initial nerves, while Itsuki became like a mini dragoness according to Drake. Serorg's and Magdarin's peerages joined in training with Romonus to simulate ratings games, making everyone involved ready for the eventual games. The biggest reveal was that leading up to his birthday, Romonus revealed his Satan-class strength, shocking the entire underworld. Even Zekrom Baal had not expected to be matched by Romonus this quickly. Though, instead of feeling threatened, he just saw the prosperity of House Baal. Despite his power, Romonus was unsatisfied, as he began to find better use of his gravity magic, as he had neglected it in favor of his power of destruction. It was hard not to, because of how overpowered it was, but he looked back on his powers and gave them a total overhaul. Even Vespera, using the overflowing demonic energies from him, began to weaken the many chains to weaken them. She managed to outright destroy over 2/5 of them, which was progress. Once she got rid of a bigger portion, they could remove her soul and place it in another vessel. She even gave him advice as he tested new ideas, created new spells, created new magic types, most notably unlocked his Devil Trigger. It seemed he still needed more insight to reach his Sin Devil Trigger, but just that made his future more streamlined. One thing that even dumbfounded him was that the Nikomata incident happened before he could intervene. He had no official timeline for when it would happen, so this was the expected outcome. Just as in Canon, Kuroka escaped after killing her master, and Chiron was left behind. The nobles pushed for her execution to prevent another incident like Kuroka from happening, but he jumped at the opportunity. Thanks to his overwhelming power and authority, he prevented her execution. Serafal, Surzex, Ajuka, and Falbium all even aided him with his decision, as they were some of his biggest backers. He had gotten over his nerves from his uncle-in-law and fully accepted Ajuka as family. He sometimes would get a lecture from the men, as Ajuka wanted to pass him his Kankara formula. He was starting to understand it, but it was a tricky thing to comprehend. As for Chiron, he took her under his wing and did not allow her to wallow in despair. In the beginning, she said she hated him because he prevented her from suppressing her Nakusha side. He never lost his patience with her, and thanks to Akino and Itsuki's care, she began to change. He turned her into his rook, and despite her self-loathing, he made her train her senjutsu every day. Thanks to that, she went from hating him to seeing that he was right. He also told her the full truth about what happened with her sister and family, breaking her heart. When she learned of why her sister had gone down her path, she was determined to save her. Romonus of course vowed to help her in this endeavor, which made her dive into her training. That was just what he did to train, but he of course did not neglect his lovers. This of course included his very beautiful mother, who often pulled him into her room to share some nights of passion. Though she respected his desire to wait a bit and she was looking forward to him pushing the boundary. Venelana even joined him when he trained, as she realized the importance of power. He also often visited his father and Rias and pulled his twin to train along with his peerage and his cousins. He also often was in constant communication with Rahvdall, Latia, Miria, and even Roigun. He would take time off for each one, but when everyone got too busy they at least texted to keep in touch. Romonus' biggest treasure was looking through the materials his father got for him. Just as he had asked, he had 4 giant Minokawa feathers to use, eggshells of a hatchling, a single thunderbird claw, mithril, shadow steel, adamantium from dwarves, a whole ingot of orichalcum, steel dragon scales, blood, and even the preserved heart of one. All in all, his father had gone all out in acquiring this material, which was going to be needed to forge all his profane gear. He even got the 100 devil and human souls from McGregor. Thanks to Rahvdall's status as the Satan in charge of foreign affairs, he bought some things from Hephaestus, the Greek god of blacksmithing. A whole new set of blacksmithing tools blessed by the god in the heart of a volcano at a great expense. The price was reduced because of his backing. His father and grandfather worked together to reduce the cost. He also worked alongside Latia and Ajuka to rework his entire forge room to prepare to make his gear. Working alongside her and Ajuka, they managed to build the baptism device. It would compress mana to such high degrees it would turn an almost ice water-like consistency. Ajuka edited the schematic to increase the concentration and potency of the healing formations. His regeneration should be enough, but it was good to have a second lifeline if that failed. Once the baptism was sorted out, Romonus spent the remaining time he had without a wink of sleep improving. In the end, because of sheer effort and the Sparta bloodline, he started to advance through the Satan rank quickly. He was nearing the next rank, which was the level of a super devil, but he just needed time. No one could explain it, but because of that, his name began to spread through the supernatural community. He and Azazel were in constant contact as Romonus was pushing for peace and alliance with Gregory. All in all, it was a very productive time for him. Training was over. For over 12 years he had spent most of that time training, but it was finally time to cut loose. The night before his 12th birthday, Romonus allowed himself a very rare sleep. Those 8 hours were the only sleep he had during the past 5 months. Currently, he was only wearing a pair of shorts and no shirt, showing his impressive muscles. As he slept, Karn the insane badger was sleeping belly up on his chest. The little animal had not gotten any larger, but he had evolved because of his bond with Romonus. His color did not change, but his claws and teeth all became red as blood. The anime even created a magic just as crazy as him, essentially the Berserker path. It allowed him to fight with even life-ending wounds to the brain, and he would just shrug them off and heal. His strength, speed, endurance, and sheer insanity made him a brutal combatant. However, he was not the only one sleeping in his bed, as a small white cat with 2 tails was curled up under the crook of his arm. Chiron had become quite fond of sleeping by his side. She said that she was able to grow stronger when near him because of his constant demonic aura that vented from him. As such, he allowed her to sleep in his bed, but as a cat. She was too young for him to be interested in her sexually, but he would need to be careful when she reached age. Anakusha could go into heat, which would make her desire him, but she had to get older first. Because of his first life, he knew the kind of damage sexual abuse would bring. It was probably the reason he was putting off sex with his mother. He wanted it, but he did not want to be reminded of Carla, who exploited him. The reason he had such a high body count was that she would sell his services to her friends and the daughters of his friends. All in all, he had come to accept he had issues, but he had accepted them as part of himself. As for Chiron, she honestly did not mind sleeping in his, and thanks to him not allowing her to suppress her bloodline or Sujutsu, she was growing at a faster rate. She was not going to be as small as her Canon self, as she even started to grow her hair out like her sister. As they slept, outside his door 10 maids were shivering. They wanted to go inside his room to wake him up, but Karn was in there. The crazy badger had often chased out anyone who entered, making the poor girls terrified of him. Even more so than Romonus, who was a monster in of himself. As they asked themselves if they should enter, one girl psyched herself up. "I am going in." Her fellow maids tried to discourage her. "Don't, Hirita, the badger is in there." Another girl agreed with her with a fearful face. "Yeah, I went in there to clean and the badger chased me out. He hates being annoyed." "Don't do it, the badger will spray you with his stink." The skunk weasel had done that before, and the poor girl had to be scrubbed down with magic to remove the now magical spray. Hersha though came prepared and reached into her dress pocket and pulled out a jar of purple honey. This was the honey produced by the bees kept by Magdarin and Romonus. It quickly became a luxury item because of how little the two sold. They called it Bale Purple, and the desire and mana in it drove up the price. Though, if anyone found out that a big chunk of it went to satiate Karn's sweet tooth, they would cry tears of blood at the injustice. While they paid sky-high prices for even a taste, a skunk weasel got most of it. The magic inside the honey was a big reason why he was slowly evolving, so it was a worthwhile expense. Hersha walked forward and opened the door slowly. When she entered, Karn opened his eyes instantly. He squinted his eyes and was about to hiss when the girl opened the jar of honey. Instantly the badger began to sniff the air and lick his lips, so she put the jar down and stepped away. Karn accepted the offering and jumped off Romonus' chest to devour his prize. As he lapped up the honey, Hersha walked over to Romonus. Since he was shirtless, she could see just how powerful his body was. Sarord was built very similarly to this, but even he said that his cousin had a better physique. Such a body. She shook her head and spoke to him. Young Master Romonus, it's time to wake up. When Romonus opened his eyes, they were glowing a bright purple. He sat up a bit and rubbed his face. What is the time? It is 8 a.m. young master. You said you wished to be woken up at this time. This is the first time you have slept in 5 months, shouldn't you sleep more? He sighed and sat up in bed, being careful to not wake up Chiron. No, this is plenty. When he stood up out of bed, she realized that he towered over her. She was a small girl, only 5 feet tall, while Romonus had grown again. In 5 months he had grown 2 inches, making him 5 feet 10 inches. He would probably be as tall as his grandfather or taller, he was not so sure anymore. I will get Y-. Before she could finish, he waved his hand and his blood-borne hunter suit was strapped back onto his body. He walked over to his bed and picked up Chiron into his arms. The small white cat flipped around to expose her belly to him. Chiron, time to get up. The Nakushu opened one golden eye to look up at him. Sleep more. No, no sleep. Come on, today is my birthday. Though the ball is scheduled in 10 days to get my work ready. You're going to be needed for this. Chiron yawned as he put her down on the bed. With magic, she returned to her human form, showing her young age. She was only 2 years younger than him, making her 10 at the moment. Thanks to her great diet of magical beast meat, magical vegetables, fruits, and even different potions he brewed, she was far from thin. Thanks to being a devil and Nakushu linked to his soul, her body followed her desire and began to grow up. Even with all that, she was still 10, so she needed time to enter puberty. If he was not wrong, she would look more like her sister. She was already looking much healthier than when he got her in his peerage. Image here. Come on, get dressed. Oh, and Hirita, you can go. The maid looked up at him and asked a question. Do you not need me to clean? No, the room cleans itself. Thank you, but no. All right. Almost sad, she left his room as he had no real need for the 10 maids given to him. He started to think that he should train them to be battle maids rather than cleaners. Magic made many jobs obsolete, which was going to have to wait. Chiron in front of him got dressed in her blood-borne suit. It was the official uniform of his peerage, only that once it was time he would buy some made from expensive leather from mythical creatures. Chiron got clothed fast enough and Karn was done with his honey by then. The magic inside it was absorbed by his body, growing his power. As Romonus and Chiron walked out, the badger ran up his leg to reach his shoulder. As he stepped out, Itsuki and Akino also came out of their rooms already dressed. Because they were a devil dragon and a Nephilim respectively, both girls had matured into powerful individuals. Just like Chiron, they got an expensive diet and potions, they were maturing rapidly. Akino had 3 pairs of Nephilim wings, while Itsuki wings were rapidly evolving into dragon wings. Once they finished maturing, he planned to place runic tattoos on them just like him. Did you girls sleep well? Itsuki most certainly did better than the human world. I did. I much prefer the beds of the underworld to the human world. Even my parents like the use of magic in their daily lives. I can see why. You look much better than when I found you. She grinned as 5 months of training, she had gotten a bit taller as well. Her birthday was also close to his, as it was on April 16th, 7 days after his birthday, so they were going to celebrate together then. As for Akino, her birthday was July 21st and Chiron's was on November 23rd. He had each one memorized, which reminded him that Rias would be having a birthday at their normal time on April 9th. That was why he pushed for 10 days after, so he could go see his sister on her birthday. Akino though frowned as he ignored her. And me? Aren't I also doing good? Yes, you are. Your Nephilim bloodline is making you a little nightmare. You can get in close and be away if needed. You are also quickly looking like your mother. That did make her smile, but what he said next was the hope she needed. Tell you what, on your birthday let's go see if the Shinto gods will let you see your mother. She instantly perked up. Really? I will. Chiron, we can try the same since she is a yokai. Though I still haven't found a trace of your sister. Chiron frowned as she thought of her mother. Romonus had not kept anything back and even spoke of her mother. It was because of her that her sister was forced to suffer and leave her. Can we not? If that is what you want. Today we have no training as all of you are going to be helping me in the forging of my profane gear. I will need Latia, McGregor, Ajuka, and all your help in it. Akino, your holy demonic lightning will temper the metal, and Itsuki, you will boost up and transfer your energy to me and the armor. While you Chiron will use your senjutsu to add nature energy to it. This will take a while to complete, which is why I had you all rest the night before. You all feel ready. One by one he got confirmations, which meant it was time to start the forging. He pulled out his phone and began to call up those he wanted to help. Ajuka and McGregor were going to do the enchanting, he would do the forging, and Latia would add the tech he wanted. He even managed to get Surtur to agree to fuel the forge along with the volcano core to make sure everything was perfect. This was going to be his gear for the rest of his eternal life, and while it would grow with him, he wanted it to be as powerful from the start. In the 5 months leading to this, he had been buying materials from several factions including Azazel. Now it was time to see just how good he was at his craft. Chapter 38, Metal Forging. Romonus had been preparing for this day for months now, and it was time to start. Once Itsuki and Akino were awake, they returned to his room where he used his phone to lower the hidden wall to reveal his forge room. Ajuka, the times he had learned from him, had taught him several space enchantments, which meant a small closet-sized space could house a forge room the size of a house. Here, he had a massive enchanted blast forge made from lava mithril that naturally vented an absurd amount of heat. It was also covered in several runes that would not just compress the liquid metal inside, but also remove the impurities from the metal. While they entered, he chose to leave Karn in his room as the Badger did not care about this. Romonus did not mind, as he would not be of any help here. As for why the forge needed to be made of lava mithril, it was because of its heat resistance. Some of the metals his father gave him, the ones he bought, needed such high melting points that no regular human would do. Even the fire that fueled this thing needed to be powerful, which was why he paid a visit to Tiamat in the familiar forest. In exchange for 5 chests of gold coins formed of gold ore that had sat in a mana vein for centuries, she sold him a Chaos Karma fire seed. He also informed her of Draig's return, but because of him paying her, she gave Itsuki and Draig some leeway. He even asked her if she would join his peerage as his queen, but she told him that the rule applied to everyone. Defeat her in single combat and she would belong to him in heart, body, and soul. He did not take her challenge then and made do with a fire seed from her. Interestingly enough, her title as the Chaos Karma Dragon seemed to call to him. He planned to challenge her once his profane gear was complete. In the meantime, he walked over to the giant blast forge where he planned to melt his metals in bulk. Alright, Latia, Surtur, McGregor, and Ajuka will be arriving in 12 hours. This will give me time to get the metals ready. Akino looked up at the giant blast forge, which was glowing with a heat that the room shimmered on its own. If not for the enchantments placed in the forge room and around the forge, would be beyond scorching here. So what metal are you going to start with? You have a lot. He smiled as he turned to her. Good of you to ask. I will start with the mithril, which will grant the gear great magical conductivity. I have crushed it down with gravity magic so it to take up less room in the forge, which will make the armor heavy. But I am more than strong enough that it won't be a bother. After the mithril has melted, the adamantium will be added to the mixture. The insane pressure of the enchantments on the forge, heat, and power in Tiamat's Karma Chaos Flame will make an alloy of mithril and adamantium. Itsuki sat down on the anvil that Hephaestus sold him with a question. Why those 2 first? He walked over and ruffled her hair. Glad you ask, Draig. Take it from here, buddy. You are just too lazy to explain it. First, adamantium is stupidly hard, one of the strongest metals around. However, it has one issue in that pure adamantium is very magic resistant. Making a bitch to enchant, which the dwarves can do, but they don't like to share their method. Mithril on the other hand is tough, tougher than magi steel, and more magically conductive. By mixing it in this process, he will effectively grant the metal the strength and resistance to external magic while allowing Romonus to flow through it. Understood. Itsuki nodded. Got it. Romonus also had another ingredient to add. I also have been refining my blood into blood metal. It was not easy, but I plan to add the 5 ingots I have. Once this initial mixture is ready, we will pour it out and form ingots from it. With Itsuki's boost and transfer, you will increase your energy and give it to me. From there, I will hammer them in the furnace here to remove any impurities. As I do this, Chiron will use your senjutsu to add ki and nature energy, while Akino will blast the metal with holy demonic lightning. Once the initial ingots are formed, we will melt them down again and add in the dark steel, which shall grant it darkness properties. This might throw off our original work, so we will repeat the process of forming ingots and then refining them again. Itsuki asked something. Can't we just add everything in at once? Draig instantly got onto her for even asking. No, you dumbass, if everything was added at once nothing would mix well. He is doing this in a process that makes it so everything will fuse into a perfect alloy. The Thunderbird Claw, Minokawa Feathers, Minokawa Egg Shells, Dragon Scales, and Dragon Blood are not cheap. Not to mention the orichalcum, so everything needs to go well. She pouted as she looked at her left hand. Why are you being so mean to me? I just asked an innocent question. So you learn. Romonus looked at the spatial ring on his left hand where he had stored many materials he was going to need. All right, let's get to work. Romonus walked over to the blast forge before he started to levitate. He much preferred to use his wings, but when indoors basic levitation was easier. Once he floated above the empty blast forge which could hold up to 35 tons of regular steel, he looked down. Aquino, fire her up. On it. She ran over to the console at the base of the forge and pushed a button activating the Chaos Karma fire seed. From the bottom of the forge, a massive stream of dark blue flames began to blast the forge from below. Romonus looked down at Aquino, who gave him a thumbs up. Everything is holding. Good. As he said, from his spatial ring he pulled out the mithril he had been compressing with gravity. He had also bought more, so instead of a ton of mithril he had 4 tons of the stuff. After compressing it down, instead of taking a massive area, it was the size of a small car. He dropped it into the blast forge and watched as the forge began to heat up to insane temperatures. The last time he checked the forge with all the enchantments and the special fire could reach up to 12,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature was hotter than the surface of the sun, but it was a necessity. These compressed magic metals had started to take on some crazy properties and would not melt otherwise. Thankfully all the enchantments to displace the heat were working as needed. Romonus though was being subjected to a big chunk of the heat as he was looking straight down into the forge. To lower his discomfort he used his Tuki, which kept him cool and shielded from a big portion of the heat. He activated his Eyes of the Soul to stare at the melting mithril, which slowly began to turn into molten metal. Though once all the mithril turned liquid, he dropped in a ton of adamantium. When that melted down he did not instantly add the blood metal. He waited a few minutes until the point where the adamantium and mithril fully mixed. He tossed in 5 ingots of his blood metal, which would bind the armor to him. This had the effect of turning the molten metal a dark shade of blackish red. Once he had his initial alloy he floated away from the forge. Aquino. She pulled a lever on the console which caused a shot of fire and wind magic to blast down into the forge. An explosion of impurities burst from the top, but the vents above the forge sucked them up and dealt with them instead of allowing the forge to fill up with poison. Once the forge settled down he floated over and looked down, seeing perfect bubbling molten metal. Okay, pour it. Aquino pushed a button on her console which caused the forge to begin to tilt over. The floor opened up to reveal several molds that would hold large sections of metal. Under the gaze of everyone, the many tons of metal poured out and began to fill the molds. Romonus landed on the ground and watched as the flames of Tiamat lowered in intensity as the forge emptied. Once all the metal was in its molds he sighed in relief. Okay, the first step is done. Now we wait for this to solidify, refine them, and repeat the process until all the metal is in. Chiron sighed. This will take a while. Romonus nodded as he petted her between her cat ears, making her smile. Yes, it will, but we will need to keep going. She smiled up at him as he walked over to the rapidly cooling blocks of metal. In total, there were 20, with each one weighing 500 pounds. He was not sure how much was lost in the impurity removable, but it had to be a bigger chunk. While those cooled down he walked over to his blacksmithing forge where he was going to be crafting his gear. He fired up the volcano core and vented some of Tiamat's fire seed which was under the forge room. This caused the fire inside the forge to turn blue. This is going to be a long drawn-out process, but it is kinda fun. Just as he planned, once the ingots became solid he drew them out of the molds to start refining them further. He picked up the hammer that Hephaestus made and blessed it with his divine energy. He had Itsuki boost up 7 times before transferring him the power. This was Itsuki's energy, making it over 128 times her base power. He surged this energy and his demonic energy into the hammer as he reforged the metal. At the same time, Chiron and Aquino did their part of the work. Chiron, using her senjutsu, added in the ki and nature energy through her aura blasts which were like fire. Aquino constantly used her holy demonic lightning while Romonus forged the ingots into themselves. When they finished one ingot, Romonus tossed it back into the blast forge one by one. When all 20 were refined, they melted them down again before adding the next material, the dark steel. The dark steel he had was 2 tons, increasing the amount of material up to 6 tons plus the net loss. As for dark steel, it was a metal harvested from the edge of Hades' domain, granting it dark properties. It reminded him of Stygian iron from Percy Jackson, but that did not exist here. It was used by the Grim Reapers in their death scythes and talismans. Hades hated anyone else having it, but some of it would form on the border of his domain and the devil territory. It was in very small quantities, so it was not cheap. However, once the dark steel melted down, they repeated the process over. They then added the new ingots back to the blast forge to add the next material. Romonus thought about it carefully, but he chose to add one of the Minokawa feathers. Minokawa are dragon-like birds as large as islands. They had scales and feathers as sharp as swords which became sharper and harder as the bird fed on magical metals. Though they were reported to be able to swallow the sun and moon, that was just a myth. Just like the sons of Fair Skull and Hattie were supposed to do the same thing. Regardless, the flight feathers alone were as large as his forge room, so he cut it up with Blood Drinker. Since the birds were on the level of dragons, the material measured up to this level. Each feather added a considerable amount of volume to the forge, but a decent chunk of impurity lowered the total during the blast forging and the secondary refinement. Already the metal was surging with conflicting energies, but the sheer amount of techniques used to bring it together brought up a sort of stability. Once the feathers were all added, the eggshells from the same bird and the thunderbird claw were added. Thunderbirds in question were giant birds as well. They inhabited North America, but they hid themselves as thunderclouds as they flew. Rarely they would fight in their claws, and feathers would be lost. Sometimes they would even lose their lives if they chose to fight. This was the case with the claw, as according to his father 2 young male thunderbirds had clashed over a female. The loser lost a claw in the fight, and it had been collected and auctioned off through the North American supernatural community. Zeoticus had jumped at the chance to buy it for over 200 million gold coins. The collector sold it to Zeoticus, who gifted it to Romonus. The claw in question was massive, over 8 feet, 2.5 meters, and hummed with pure thunder magic. This instantly reacted with Aquino's holy demonic lightning, which fully fused this into the metal. After another set of refining and forging, they added the second to last material, the steel dragon scales. The very last thing was the single ingot of orichalcum, which instantly forced every material to synchronize and all the energies in the molten metal to just work together in a chaotic mix. The dragon heart, blood, and other materials like the soul stones were going to be added with magic after the gear was forged. Once the ingot brought stability, they poured out the metal again, and after a final refinement, they set it aside quite tired. Romonus sighed as he looked at the time. This whole thing had taken almost 10 hours of non-stop work. The forge room, even with all the enchantments, was starting to get beyond hot. Luckily they could turn off the forge for now. Aquino, Chiron, and Itsuki were all drained, as this was just the initial forging. He was lucky to have his regeneration from his Sparta bloodline. However, when the ingots of metal cooled down, they surged with a chaotic aura. It seemed that buying the fire seed from Tiamat was the right choice. He grinned as he looked at the power venting from the dark metal. It was calling to him to forge it because of all the energies at work. This gear, his profane gear, would be his armor and equipment until the day he died or the day the infinite multiverse ceased to be. A set of equipment that defined him was within reach, and he could not wait to use it in his conquests. Especially when he moved to the Eevee Atoll planet. He wanted to give the technology of Eevee to Latia, as she was the one who was the machine genius. He was better at cold forging than something like machines, which was why she was coming along. Now he just had to wait until everyone else arrived to complete the entire forging. Once he recovered, he would be able to undergo the baptism, which should in theory make his demonic energy mix with true mana. What the result would be he was not sure. Chapter 39, The Profane Gear. Romonus allowed Aquino, Itsuki, and Chiron the remaining 2 hours to recover their energies while he pulled out his schematics. He had wanted to use Blood Drinker as material for his new sword, but Vespera had not managed to destroy enough chains to remove her soul. He placed a hand on Blood Drinker before sending his consciousness inside. When he saw Vespera, several of the spiked chains that stabbed into her soul were broken. Over 2/5 of them were shattered, especially the ones around her limbs. When she noticed him, she frowned. "This is taking longer than I expected." He looked up and knew he could break them. "I mean, should I shatter them?" "I can do it, but what will that mean for your soul? Blood Drinker is keeping you here, and I don't have a vessel to put it into." Vespera squinted her eyes as she thought about it. They did not have a spare vessel, but they had something else. "Wait, do you have any mithril left over?" "Yes, a bit." "Why?" She sighed that he didn't use it all. "Just make an amulet and keep my soul in there." "When will you move against the vampires?" "In 25 days. Once I have my gear ready, I will begin to make moves with intensity. They have the Holy Grail, and I will need it along with the essence of the evil god Baylor through their Dampars. In due time I will attack the Vatican, because they without question are keeping several magical tomes of lost magic. Along with the holy swords, which are going to be useful to me. While I am pushing for peace with Azazel, we can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs." Vespera nodded. "Okay, very quickly make a necklace from mithril and keep it on you at all times. Your demonic energy will allow my soul to have plenty of energy to heal a bit. I will be able to keep my soul in that state for an indefinite amount of time. Get a noble vampire female for me to possess, and I will be able to warp her body to look just like me. With your blood and my soul, I should be able to recover my power of destruction, as I am still a Baal descendant. I also just happen to have one in mind, my grandmother." Romonus could already feel her malice, so he nodded. "All right." He left the core of Blood Drinker and checked his spatial ring. He ended up not having much metal left at all because mithril was expensive. However, it was not bankrupting expensive. He still had about 100 pounds of the stuff, so he cut off a small chunk before walking over to his forge. He activated the Tiamat fire seed and volcano core before placing the mithril in the forge. He waited until it got soft and malleable before walking over to his anvil. He set it down before reaching down with his bare hands, and using his demonic energy he began to shape and warp a medallion. He chose something simple, so he just picked a bat to house her soul. Then he warped a chain to attach to the medallion before bringing it back to the forge. He placed it back in and waited a few moments until he felt the metal was saturated enough. He pulled it out as he powered down his forge before surging his Tuki and soul energy into the glowing metal. He only needed to do this for a few moments before the mithril warped and rapidly cooled down. He smiled as he blew on the bat medallion before he placed it around his neck. Once the medallion was ready, he sent his consciousness back to Vespera. She was gathering the blood magic and demic energy she had collected the past year. When she noticed the medallion around his neck, she rolled her eyes. Really, a bat? He shrugged his shoulders before walking toward her. It suited you. Now hold still. Once he was in front of her, he removed the medallion before placing it on her pretty neck. Once it was on, she nodded and braced herself. Romonus raised his hands and with his demonic energy and soul energy shattered every chain at the same time. Luckily, Vespera was ready as she had been absorbing plenty of energy from him. She used that to protect her soul from the backlash, and he also used his own soul energy to protect her soul from harm. It was a good thing she was still in Blood Drinker, as it was what was left of her body. She took a deep breath and pulled out the spike still lodged in her soul. When I met you, I never expected you to keep your word. We have known each other for 1 year and I thank you from the bottom of my heart, but why? Why did you bother? He pushed his hair back before smiling. You are beautiful and family. My favorite sin. Vespera barely stopped herself from laughing before she walked over to him. Now that she was standing, he could see that she was tall. Taller than him at that, as she was at least 6 feet 2 inches. When she looked down at him, she chuckled. Short boy. He did not take offense as he was going to be taller than her. I am only this tall because I am a devil, my desire propelled my growth. Give me another 2 or 3 years and I will be bigger. She knew that. True, so let me enjoy this while it lasts. Vespera instantly bound her soul to the necklace he made for her, causing her to begin to be drawn inside it. While she did that, she turned to him with a genuine smile. Don't ever take me off, okay? I won't. Once her soul was back in the necklace, he reached out and put it around his neck. Instantly he felt her presence through their contract. Unlike usual, she was not going to be very chatty for a while because she had to recover from her torment. She had been chained and tortured for over 9,000 years, so this was expected. Either way, he was kicked out of Blood Drinker as her soul was gone. Now, it was just a sword made from the body of Vespera, or a calcum, and mithril. He was going to be reforging it, and the sword Latia gifted him along with the new material he had made beforehand. He reached down and broke off the tip of the blade, as without Vespera as the core of the demonic sword, it was just a chunk of metal now. He planned to use this to make her a necklace to keep a part of herself forever. Regardless, now he just had to wait for everyone to arrive, so he returned to his room and checked and edited the plans a final bit. He had several pieces to make: the helmet, pauldrons, rebrace, gauntlets, greaves, sabatons, beaver, cuirass, placard, falds, cuisse, and Napoleon. A new sword, and a shield. It was a lot, but he had more than enough material. He probably had over 12 tons of metal, 20 ingots, which would be more than enough. If anything, he might have excess which he would have to plan what to make with. Regardless, just as he agreed, when the 12 hours passed, the time became 8 p.m. He had spent the entire day hard at work, and he and his peerage were ready to go again. Though by this time everyone he had called to help him in this endeavor had arrived. Ajuka and Latia arrived together as Satan was very interested in helping. McGregor and Surtur came here at the same time, as Romonus had informed them why he wanted Surtur to come along. While the clone was weaker than the original, he was still a clone of Surtur who was set to destroy Asgard if Ragnarok happened as intended. The owner of the sword Levitine forged to end the time of the Norse gods. Regardless, when Ajuka saw them, he walked over to shake their hands. Romonus called on you to help him forge his profane gear. He was very determined to name it as such. McGregor shook his head and agreed. He wants to prove that he can surpass the sacred gears that exist with his creation. We are just here to help him out. Surtur agreed as enveloped Ajuka's hand into his own. As for me, he wants my fire. I almost feel emotional that he appreciates my power. Now then, why is the lass here? No offense. Latia did not mind as she was 11, and her birthday was in 1 month. I am here because he wanted me to add some tech to his gear. I am much better at technology than he is, and he wanted a few things he could not do himself. Surtur hummed. Interesting. Well, then shall we? As they were talking, a guard of House Bale walked up to them before bowing. Ajuka was still a Satan and he was just a guard. Lord Beelzebub, young Master Romanus asked for us to lead you and your entourage to his room. This way. Ajuka turned to Latia before placing a hand on her shoulder. Let's go. Right. Together, the four of them were led to Romanus' room, which was just down the hall from his mother's room. Venelana knew what her son was doing, but since she had nothing to contribute, she went to the Gremory mansion for Ria's birthday. She knew it was his birthday too, but while she wanted to celebrate it with him, he wanted to forge his gear. She had offered to help, but he rejected her offer. Sadly, she was not going to be much help. She seemingly accepted that and left to see Rias. However, that did not mean she was not bitter about it, as she wanted to offer something. Regardless, the guard knocked on the door a few times. He waited before the door opened, and waiting for them was Karn. He was floating in the air and used his paws to open the door. He hissed at the guard, causing him to back away. However, when he saw Latia, he landed on the ground and snorted in her direction before shuffling away. Latia scowled while Ajuka looked down at the small weasel. Karn, I presume. Latia nodded. That angry little shit seems to have an issue with the world at large. Like existence is a sin and we sin against him with our presence. I don't like him at all, as he never lets me pet him. Ajuka chuckled as he saw the badger climb up a big badger tree rather than a cat tree. Honey badgers do act like they own the world. Though, is that what annoys you? That you can't pet him? Latia nodded. It does. Romanus, why won't you make him like me? Romanus was currently walking on the ceiling while scribbling in a journal. Because it would be fake and earning his care makes it worth it. Been a month since we saw each other, Latia. I missed you. She smiled as he dropped down and landed in front of her. She reached up and pulled him down to kiss him. I did too, but I had training to do. I was preparing to help you out in this endeavor. We all have. McGregor cleared his voice to get attention. I am glad you two are in love, but can we start forging? This is good research material. Romanus snorted as he looked at his British teacher. Come on, weren't you young once? I was, and I was popular among the witches of my time. Aquino shook her head as she reached up into the badger tree to pick up Karn. The badger accepted this offense as she had sweets in her hand to sate his bloodlust. I don't believe you. You're creepy. McGregor was almost speechless. Look at my dashing good looks, what part of this speaks lie? Aquino gave him a deadpan expression before speaking. You're British, and Romanus said the British always lie. Romanus cackled as if it was true. Yeah, just look at the way they took over India and their former empire. McGregor pointed at Romanus with an offended look. Hey, that was a sad time when we lost our empire. Regardless, is everyone here? Chiron raised her hand. Here, I am the Senjutsu user. Itsuki raised her left hand. And I am the booster, I guess. Aquino smiled and answered. I am the lightning expert. Surtur grinned. And I am the fire guy. Ajuka turned to McGregor with a look of understanding. Guess we are the magicians to enchant, and Latia is the tech expert. Did you bring your equipment, Latia? She smiled as this was why everyone who could afford it bought spatial rings. Of course, don't go home without it. Seeing how everyone was ready, Romanus led everyone into his forge. All right, this has taken me months of careful planning, so nothing can go wrong. Ajuka instantly asked the questions to get a good feel for what they were working with. What fire are you using as a start? I bought a Chaos Karma fire seed from Tiamat and a volcano core from Hephaestus. What organic materials were added? Minokawa flight feathers, eggshells, steel dragon scales, a thunderbird claw, and blood metal made from my blood. Ajuka pondered on this before he continued. Forging equipment. Made by Hephaestus and blessed by him. Metals. Mithril, adamantium, dark steel, and orichalcum. Ajuka walked over to the giant ingots that were resting in a pile in the corner. Each one was surging with power that seemed itching to move. McGregor walked over and kneeled to observe them. We have 200 soul stones to use here. Ajuka turned to the British mage with an inquisitive look. The source. 100 devil criminals sentenced to execution and 100 human criminals. Not a single one was a good person. Of course, I fully purified the souls, leaving not a trace of the original memories, desires, or grievances. Ajuka hummed before turning to Romanus. What other materials do you have? Romanus had a few. Steel dragon blood, the still preserved heart of the same dragon, the venom of the Hydra. And some world tree sap. McGregor started to think about it himself before he smiled to himself. Okay, I got an idea. Once every piece of gear is made, we will add an equal portion of soul stones to give it soul energy. You will have to do the heavy lifting while me and Ajuka ready the ritual to make use of the heart. Surtur, get ready to fire up that forge. You will need to make sure to not offset the balance with Tiamat's fire seed. That is money. The giant raised a thumb before nodding. On it. Ajuka rubbed his face as he thought about all the materials they had. What will we use to quench this? Romonus grinned as he pulled his phone out and pointed it at a wall. Instantly the baptism tank came out hidden by another wall, which made Ajuka smile. Liquid mana, clever. Latia though was wondering what she could add. What tech did you want in your armor? I think I am outclassed here. In the helmet, once it is forged, I want you to add different sensors in the eye sockets. As for the claws, I plan to add them to the gauntlets. They need to be monomolecularly edged. Plus a tech console on the gauntlet won't hurt. Latia smiled as she could do all that. Got it. Romonus turned to Itsuki, who was going to be important for this. Get ready to transfer me your energy again. She sighed as that was really tiring. Yeah. Got it. He flicked her on the nose. Without the attitude, you cheeky girl. She rubbed her nose before he turned to the other two. Chiron, Aquino, you will need to do much of what you were doing before. This time for keeps. Everyone got ready to work as Romonus picked up the first ingot. He activated Tiamat's fire seed and the volcano core before he turned to Surtur. Now. Got it. The fire giant aimed his big hand into the forge before he blasted his fire inside. His red flames mixed with the volcano core and Tiamat's, turning the flames inside a bright purple. Romonus waited a few moments before he felt that the unity of the flames was perfect. I am starting. He placed the first ingot of metal that weighed 544 pounds on its own. This single piece of metal would only make one part of the armor because of how compressed it was. He had 20 pieces in total for 12 pieces of armor, a shield, and a new sword. In theory, he would have 6 pieces left over, but he knew he might need more for the bigger parts of the armor. As the metal drew in the heat, Itsuki began to boost up with the boosted gear to the same level as before. When she gathered enough, and Romonus pulled the metal out to place on the anvil, she placed her hand on his back. She transferred her energy to him, and instantly Romonus raised his hammer. He surged his demonic energy, Tuki, soul energy, and the energy from the boosted gear as he got to work hammering down to create the first piece. He started with the helmet, and to do this he hammered it into the shape not just with his hammer, but with many other tools. One of the best enchantments was in the anvil that redirected the energy that hit it back into the metal being hammered. Ajuka and McGregor waited patiently as Romonus crafted the first piece of his armor. All the while Aquino and Chiron constantly surged holy demonic lightning and senjutsu ki and nature energy into it as he forged it. Slowly, but surely the helmet was completed using an ingot in of itself. Before it cooled down, McGregor and Ajuka together used 6 human and 6 devil soul stones to grant it the equilibrium Romonus desired. Once this was added, they activated the baptism device, which got to work compressing mana into an ice water concentration they wanted. Together they dunked the helmet into the liquid mana, which cooled and solidified the helmet. Latia was then given the helmet to add the sensors to the eyes that Romonus wanted. In the meantime, he worked on the gorget or the neck guard. He repeated this process from the head down. All the while Chiron, Itsuki, and Aquino never left his side, using their power to help him. Surtur kept supplying his flames without complaint, while McGregor and Ajuka continued to use the soul stones to add their power to the metal. Romonus during this time went numb and only saw his armor. Nothing else mattered, which caused him to enter a trance of blacksmithing. Hephaestus in Greece raised his head as he could feel his tools doing their duty. It brought a smile to his face that the young still followed the old art of blacksmithing. Meanwhile, Romonus no longer had any clue how long he was hammering. When he finished one piece, he passed it on to another before making the next part. When he finished the armor itself, he got to work on the shield he wanted. He wanted the shield to be able to turn into a cover for his gauntlet in case he just needed to punch someone rather than block. When that was finished, he passed it on for it to receive the enchantments he wanted. Days after he began, he added in the 2 ingots for the sword with blood drinker in the middle of them. He used 2 more than he would have needed, but this sword was going to be the sword that followed him through his immortal life. It had to be the strongest, so once the ingots and the former demon sword were hot enough, he pulled them out and got to hammering. By this point, Itsuki was running on fumes, Chiron was about to pass out, and Aquino was lightheaded. But for his sake, they used what they could, and for an entire day, Romonus meticulously forged his blade. When it was finished, he handed it over as Max Gregor, and Ajuka used the last of the soul stones. Romonus reached up and rubbed his eyes as he looked at the armor scattered across the floor. What day is it? Ajuka answered him. April 13th. Romonus sighed. 4 days, is everyone alive? Ajuka pointed at Surtur, who was sleeping while still blasting fire. He is almost dead. Romonus walked up to Surtur and woke up him. You can stop now. Surtur opened his eyes and cut the stream of fire. He instantly fell on his back, snoring once more. Romonus walked over to Ajuka, who was looking at the armor that was on the floor. It is almost done, it is practically waiting to wake up. The materials. Romonus handed him the dragon heart, blood, world tree sap, and the hydra venom. Over the past few days, both mages together had worked on a ritual to use all these materials. Once they had them in hand, Ajuka waved his hand and gathered every piece of gear that had been forged and assembled them over the magic circle they prepared beforehand. The large suit of armor, shield, and sword hummed with chaotic energies as the two mages got ready to activate the ritual. Once they placed the materials down, they did not delay, and together they activated the formation. Every material surged through the gear and fused into it. Under the gaze of everyone except Surtur, who was asleep, the profane gear warped, grew larger, spikes burst out of it, and a dark glow surged in the eyes. Shockingly, the armor began to move on its own as it seemed to observe itself. The armor locked onto Romonus before unsteadily walking toward him. You. Creator. Me, armor. You where? Romonus walked toward the armor and held his hand out to the armor. I am your creator. I am essentially your father. I gave you life. To be my sword, shield, and second skin. My partner through the rest of eternity. The armor held its hand out to him. You name me. You want a name? In that case, I name you Archaon the Profane. Archaon. I accept. Archaon held Romonus' hand, and under the gaze of everyone, the armor began to dismantle him before surging over Romonus' arm until his body was encased in the armor. Once this Romonus was wearing Archaon, he felt his senses fully meld with the living armor. He could feel as the profane armor began to bind itself to his soul, becoming a part of him. His other half, his partner, and hopefully friend. The moment the link was fully formed, a violent aura surged from him. Ajuka raised his hand to protect everyone from the force of it all, but Romonus quickly took control. Welcome to the fold, Archaon. I will serve until the day the stars go out, Father. Accept my pledge of fealty. And I do. You and I shall carve a bloody path through this world and the many worlds of this endless existence. I can hardly wait, Father. Romonus observed the new demon sword he had forged. Despite using over a ton of material in its forging, to him it was light as a feather. Runes ran up the sword as it burned with a constant purple glow from the flames. The shield on his left arm suddenly broke apart and encased his left arm, granting him a bigger gauntlet. Now this was a gear of legend, and he was the creator of that legend. Image here, Archaon the Profane. Chapter 40, Rias' Anger. You know, while I wanted Karn to stay small, the ever-chosen, Romonus, needs a mount. What is cooler than a cracked-up giant honey badger with rage issues and demonic armor? Romonus did not expect it, but just the sheer chaotic aura radiating from Archaon seemed to make him feel right at home. He was a bringer of chaos, and now that he had almost reached the level of a super devil and he was no longer a child, he was able to do as he pleased. One of his first goals would of course be to recover Valerie for her holy grail and Gasper, but not for his peerage. He was going to give him to Rias, as the Damfer was just weird. Cross-dressers weirded him out a bit. Thank Rahvdall, Carla never was into that. He shuddered at thinking of that. Suddenly he heard Archaon speak to him. Who is this Gasper? And why does this Carla disgust you? Gasper is a Damfer, a half-vampire, half-human. Carla is someone I loathe. Are we to kill them, Father? No, we are not. Gasper has power and we want that power. Carla is beyond our reach. Ah, so we shall eat this Gasper's soul for the power. Romonus was almost laughing as Archaon seemed to just be a child. Well, he had just been formed, so he could not fault him. No, we will turn him into a devil. Well, my sister will. Archaon went silent for a time before speaking. I understand. Regardless, once Archaon settled down, Romonus looked at the giant purple and red glowing sword in his hand. This sword needs a name. How does Ruin Maker sound? He turned to Latia, who walked over to his side and placed a hand on Archaon. She pulled her hand back instantly as it was hot. It's hot, does it not hurt? Archaon answered. The master shall not be harmed by a meager flame such as this. Latia pulled her hand away, almost confused. So why is the armor alive? If he could, Archaon would frown. My name is Archaon, son and true armor for the master. She rolled her eyes. In that case, why is Archaon alive? Romonus was the one to answer that question. Simply put, it was a result of many factors. Senjutsu granted him a spark of life, my blood metal bound him to me, and the many organic materials used in his forging all worked together to grant him this life. Archaon as a living armor could move on his own, but would only function at his peak when his armored wore him. In this case, Romonus. Archaon, if you will. Under the gaze of everyone, the armor, sword, and shield burst apart into streams of darkness, leaving Romonus behind. Once Archaon reached Romonus' soul, he felt at home. I like it here. Welcome home then. Romonus noticed how McGregor seemed disappointed. Damn, I thought I was going to get some study materials. By the way, you have some leftover ingots, quite a bit at that, so dash. Romonus thought about it before walking over to one of the 5 remaining ingots. He picked one of them up and looked at it. Everyone who helped can get an equal share of this one. Surt would not want it, which meant McGregor, Ajuka, and Latia. Romanus opened his hand and summoned Ruin Maker to cut the ingot into 3 equal pieces. Each one with a weight of 400 pounds, 181 kg. He caught each piece and walked over to his 3 helpers. Here you are. The least I could do. When Ajuka grabbed his piece, he found it ungodly heavy. How are you even walking? I am insanely strong. Oh, before I forget, uncle, is it at all possible to have a second peerage? Ajuka thought about it. It has never been done before because each evil piece is linked to the soul. Even your brother never thought to do something like that. I will say no, that it cannot be done with my evil piece system. However, if you make your own, who is to say it won't work? Romanus nodded as he started to think about it. He could in theory make evil pieces from this metal that would probably never be made again. He would then need to bind them to his soul and demonic energy. It could be done, but it would have to be a plan for the future. Regardless, I am grateful you all came to help me. Ajuka simply patted his shoulder. Of course, that is what family does. We help each other. Good luck on your new engagement. Romanus had almost forgotten about that. Are they going through with it? I haven't heard a thing from anyone. Ajuka did not know. All I heard is that they ended up picking a girl from the Birith clan. Clan Birith is a clan very similar to House Bael and the former House Amdusius because they focused on raw destructive power. Their black flames of anarchy were legendary in the Great War. McGregor took his piece of metal and stored it away. He pondered on this as he had a spy network through the underworld. I didn't get a name or anything, weirdly enough. All I know is that she is not from your generation. Romanus was now confused. Is she from the generation before mine? McGregor nodded. From what I got to gather, because House Birith keeps to itself, I don't know much. The girl is 37 or something. That is all I know. Romanus nodded. Got it. We spent 4 days forging Archaon and the ball is in 6 days. Guess I will be meeting her then. I just hope she does not end up being a dash. Latia finished for him. A spoiled pretentious sow. That. McGregor walked over to Surtur and picked him up. Come on, big guy. Be seeing you, Romanus. Oh, and you still up to learn under my mentor. Tell him I am ready anytime. With that out of the way, McGregor teleported away with Surtur. Ajuka smiled as he turned to Latia. I will leave you here, you must have wanted to see each other more. Latia nodded as she held onto Romanus' arm. That is true, thank you, uncle. Of course. Once Ajuka left as well, that just left Romanus, Latia, Aquino, Chiron, and Itsuki, who were all dead tired. Even Latia seemed about to pass out, which Romanus noticed. Oh, I guess it's time to sleep. Aquino yawned and without skipping a beat fell onto his bed. Since this was a devil's bed, it was a giant bed. Can I sleep here? Romanus rubbed the back of his head as he nodded. Sure, I don't mind, but you would be in bed with me. Isn't that weird? Aquino looked over to him and looked him up and down before grinning. Nah, I don't mind. Itsuki shrugged and removed her boots before instantly falling on the bed. I deserve to be spoiled like a princess after all that boosting and transferring you had me do. Chiron walked up to him and picked him up. He looked down at the cat girl as she placed him on the bed. No talking, sleep time. He sighed as he looked at Latia. You heard them, I guess. She smiled as she lay down next to him. They like you. Romanus looked at Aquino, Chiron, and Itsuki before resting his head on his pillow. I will neither deny nor refuse. Aquino clenched her fingers around his nose with a frown. Come on, don't you know already that we care for you? You might be a training maniac, with no gentleness for fair maidens, but you do have your good traits. I thought those were my good traits. Aquino snorted before looking away from him. Fine then, when I get older, pretty and busted like my mom, you can kiss me goodbye. He lunged out with his hand and grabbed her arm before pulling her into his arms. Aquino smiled as she wrapped her arms around him. So big and muscular. I love it. Itsuki looked Romanus up and down but did not get it. Drake, what is up with her? Give it a few years and you will be the same. Strong males draw the attention of women. It's a right of the strong. Same with strong females. Oh, I get it. Regardless, Aquino, while being close to him in age, was too little. All of these girls were, so he let go of her and let her roll away. Just go to sleep, tomorrow I will need to use the baptism. Once she was free, Aquino rested her head on his chest as she looked at his face. Romanus, why do you always pull back at the end? I noticed it before. You get close and then pull away. He just smiled at her as he tried to keep his crap from affecting anyone around him. It was his troubles to deal with and no one needed to know about them. Guess I am just trying to be respectful of boundaries. I wouldn't like to be forced to do things against my will, so I don't force anything on you girls. Plus, your brains need a bit more time to settle down from the effects of growing up. Aquino smiled. I guess I can accept that, and we are all pretty small. Where it matters. She winked in his direction, which made him chuckle. True. Give it another 3 years and you will miss being small. Chiron turned into a small white cat before jumping on his face. Don't think so. She curled up, covering his eyes. He yawned and closed his eyes as he allowed himself to sleep, as he had spent 5 months awake. He could allow himself time to sleep, and Archaon was currently trying to stabilize their soul bond. His energies were still chaotic after his forging, and he just needed some time to get everything in order. Quickly the girls all noticed that Romonus was already asleep, which made them all smile. While he was out cold, they all went to his bathroom to shower before returning to bed. Since when he slept he was a heavy sleeper, they knew he wasn't spying, but even if he was they would not mind. Romonus had proven himself to not be a creepy guy, as despite having a harem he was quite the romantic rather than a degenerate. If his incest fetish was to be ignored though, they didn't bring it up. Once they all got into bed it was clear that there was plenty of free room in the bed, as it was that big. Even Karn took his favorite place on Romonus' chest. All in all, they were all tired, so they slept like logs. Though Chiron was constantly using her senjutsu to give Romonus good dreams, which made him sleep calmer than ever. She was a perfect therapist, and Romonus hadn't even told her anything. While Romonus was living his best life, Rias was not. For days ago, when it was their shared birthday, she had expected him to be there. However, while the celebration was ongoing, she waited for hours and didn't see him. Her father spent his time with Marcina and his new baby boy, who was born 2 months ago. Marcina had tried to be a good adult female role model, but Rias only cared about what her mother told her. When her mother arrived she was happy and thought she had brought Romonus, but she came alone. Venelana had been forced to tell her that he was stuck in his forge room creating his armor. Now 4 days later she was in her room angry that he missed their birthday. However, she did not blame him at all and put all the blame on her father. He caused the divorce that pulled him away to Castle Bale. He was the one who stopped training with her in favor of spending time with Asterion. Ever since Marcina got pregnant, everything had gone to shit in her family. This was the first year they did not share a birthday. Zeoticus knocked on the door, as she had not come out since her birthday. Rias, open the door. She clenched her fists before yelling at him. Go away. I know that he missed your birthday together, but I am mad at you. Not my brother. You broke our family apart. You choose Marcina over Mom. I hate you, I hate her. And I hate Asterion. Zeoticus felt his heart break when he heard that. He was trying to make the best of his situation and thought she had accepted the divorce. When the divorce was new, she was more accepting of it. However, as time went on, when she saw her mother and brother less and less, she understood her family was broken. She came to accept that Zeoticus drove her mother away and that also pulled her brother away. Now she couldn't even see her twin on their birthday. Hearing those words bit at his soul, but he could not deny how true they were. Zeoticus lowered his head before he walked away. When he was gone, Rias rushed to her closet before she started to store her clothes away. She placed everything of hers into her spatial ring before walking towards the window. She placed a hand on her hair and used magic to dye it from crimson to black. She even used magic to turn her eyes purple, but this was just temporary. She created a teleport circle under her feet as she was going to leave. Being the air sucked, and she was alone here. After the birth of his son Asterion, Zeoticus stopped spending time with her, only training her to take over House Gremory. He started to treat Rias like he treated Venelana by ignoring her. Rias now had enough and she teleported away. She'd rather live with her mom and brother rather than here any longer. She wondered how her brother was the heir for 11 years because it was ass. Mil ICAs or Asterion could do it because she quit. Though I will still upload daily, just not multiple chapters anymore. Chapter 41, The Baptism. When Rias arrived at the Bale Castle, she did so in front of the guards standing at their posts. Instantly all of them were looking at her with their spears ready. However, one guard raised a hand to stop them. Cease. Everyone obeyed as the older woman walked over to Rias with her spear on her shoulder. She was part of the Bale branch family, but to not be married off she became a guard. She reached up with a hand to remove her helmet, showing off her eye patch and severe scars. Lady Rias, we were not expecting you at this time. And with a new style to match. She meant by Rias black hair and purple eyes. Rias crossed her arms as she looked up at the older devil. I want to see my mom and brother. Stertinia pushed her hand through her short black hair before motioning for Rias to follow her. Come on then. As Stertinia led Rias into the castle, she turned to her apprentice and second in command. Artemo, you're in charge until I get back. Yes, mother. Stertinia scowled as she had told him to not call her that when they were on the job. I will have to tell young Master Romonus to use this boy to test his potions. Her son shivered as his mother led Rias into the mansion. As they walked she turned to look at Rias. So why the dye and contact magic? As the heir of House Gremory you should know your brother was dash. Because I quit being the heir. I am running away to live with my mom and brother. Stertinia looked back at Rias almost confused. She placed her spear on her shoulder as she asked about it. Okay, is House Gremory cursed or something? The Devil King Serzex gave up his right to be the next Lord Gremory when he became Lucifer. Your brother gave it up in favor of being the next Lord Baal and now you want to renounce it too. What gives? Rias was not so sure what she should say so she said what she was okay with saying. My father is not the best when it comes to emotions and he starts neglecting the people around him in favor of his harem. It's hard to not be forgotten. Ah, got you. Well, I am sure Lord Demonidas will readily accept you. Though I would keep your hair black for your stay. It is synonymous with the Devil King and the Baal clan does not like him. Rias frowned but said nothing else as Stertinia arrived at the corridor where Romonus, his peerage, and Venelana lived. Once they were here Rias looked at the many doors curious. Which is brother's room and which one is mom's? Your brother's is the one on the left, the ones out in front belong to his 3 peerage members, and your mother's is the last one down the hall. I would not bother your brother now because from what I hear, he was in there with his mentors crafting something for the past 4 days. Your mother should be more free now. Rias smiled as she walked down the hall before knocking on her mother's door. Now that she thought about it, it was such a weird thing that the doors were enchanted to not allow noise in or out except for knocking. Magic was such a weird thing, but what Rias saw when her mother opened the door was not what she expected. Venelana was dressed in a black sweatshirt and a comfy pair of sweatpants. What Rias was looking at was the fact her mother was a bit more muscular than before. Mom. Venelana kneeled to look at Rias confused. She grabbed a chunk of her hair before sighing in relief. It's just magic, but what are you doing here, Rias? What about your dad? Rias lunged into her mother's arms with and started to cry without stopping. Stertinia bowed to Venelana before putting her helmet back on and walking off. Venelana let Rias into her room and sat her down on the bed. What's wrong, sweetie? Rias wiped her tears as she looked at her mom. Mom. Dad ruined the family. He doesn't talk to me anymore, all he talks about is Asterion. He is always running around with Marcina and he doesn't even spend the mornings with me like we agreed to. Venelana frowned. How long ago? 2 months ago. All he talks about is his new baby and family. He doesn't even ask about my day, all he wants to talk about is being the next Gremory. Don't do this, dress like this. I hate it. I quit, Mom, I want to live with you. Can't I? Venelana sighed. If that is what you want. You can stay. I will have to tell my father though. Rias recoiled as she remembered Demonidas. Her grandfather had never been nice to her because he considered it embarrassing for a noble. Seeing her look, Venelana calmed her down. Relax, Rias. Unlike Romonus, you don't have the insane training drive, but your talent alone has brought you to the brink of the ultimate class. You are not weak anymore and I am sure my father will not treat you badly. I will stand up for you, but you have to stand up for yourself, Rias. That is how the Baal clan works. Rias gripped her dress before looking up at her mom. I will. Don't send me back. Venelana ruffled her hair before she sat down and hugged her. I won't. Your brother will want to see you in the morning, but he is tired now. Let him rest. Okay, Mom. Can I sleep here? Venelana smiled as she hugged Rias and cuddled up on the bed. Of course, you're still my baby, Rias. Happily, for the first time in almost 6 months, Rias slept easy. Even Venelana felt the comfort of having her sole daughter by her side now. When Romonus opened his eyes he was met with the white fur of Chiron who was constantly using her senjutsu on him. He appreciated her efforts as for some reason he always slept better when she did this. At the same time, she was training because of his overflowing demonic energy radiating from his body. She was processing that through contact with his body. He wondered when she would grow her 3rd tail because his goal for her was to become a 9-tailed Nakushu. If at all possible he wanted to take the white tiger Baihu from the Shinra clan of the principal clans. If she could become a tiger yokai rather than a cat she would even rival the strongest. He reached up for his face and removed her as it was time to get up. Chiron curled up in his hand and opened her eyes as she looked down at his face. Sleep well. I did thanks to you. She gave him a cat-like smile as she started to groom herself. Good. He set her down on the bed and watched as she returned to her Nikomata form. Her 2 tails swayed and wagged from side to side as she liked to help. When he sat up he saw Latia resting at his side along with Akino and Itsuki. Though Itsuki was on the opposite end of the bed while Akino was right up with him. He smiled as they were all adorable, but he had no intention of laying a hand on them. They were too young so he carefully got out of bed to not wake them up. That seemed to be impossible as they all woke up instantly. When they were up, they all started to stretch and circulate their demonic energy to wake themselves up. Morning. Aquino smiled in his direction as she felt closer to him as if a boundary was undone. Good morning, Romonus. Did you sleep well? I did. I was dead tired from the forging of our Canon, and today I will have to undergo the baptism. Latia recoiled as she knew what the process would do. The power it would grant him would be more than worth it, but being destroyed inside out for it did not sit right with her. Romonus, let's say you undergo this procedure, what do you hope to gain? He began to list them off. Hopefully I can get my entire body to be hypersaturated with liquid mana to use my entire body as a focus. Maybe even grant me a unique body type that is more in tune to mana than demonic energy, or even a perfect mixture of the two. Increased strength, durability, and speed as a result. My regeneration and the healing arrays will keep me alive. You need to relax. Latia covered her face. I am not nervous, I am worried for you. Itsuki got out of bed and asked about it. Why? He can take it. Romonus smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You know it. She returned the gesture while he walked toward his open forge room. The baptism had been drained of mana already, so they would have to turn it back on. Latia ran after him as she at least wanted to see it in action. Fine, if you want to undergo this procedure, at least let me be around to help. Aquino, Itsuki, and Chiron followed after them, as it was interesting how often he spoke about it. Once they crowded around the giant pod where he would be subjected to the destructive effects of liquid mana, he turned to them. I might have to ask all of you to leave though. I will have to be naked for this. Itsuki instantly ran out of the forge room. Call me when it's done. Aquino covered her eyes while Chiron did the same. Though they had left a gap between their fingers, he was unrelenting. Go. I am not going to be flashing the lot of you. I am not a creep. Aquino sighed as she pulled Chiron with her, leaving just Latia and him. She looked up at him with squinted eyes. Come on, strip already. Do you just want to see me naked? Latia clenched her fists. No, I want you to get this out of your way so I don't have to keep worrying. He snorted as he looked at his fiancée. Just know that you will be undergoing it too. Latia froze in horror as he began to remove his clothes. He took off his shirt and his shorts and left his underwear on. He glanced at Latia, who snapped out of it. If you don't want to see it, turn around. Latia just cursed him. Shut up already. We will be doing more stuff than just looking when I finish maturing, so take it off. He shrugged as he removed them, leaving him fully exposed to her. Latia, for all her bravado, blushed as she had never seen one in person. She looked between his legs because it was big. Is that? He nodded as he opened the door to the pod and stepped inside. Once he closed it, he heard the air lock before turning around. Latia, stop gawking and close your mouth. That can be taken the wrong way in this situation. She turned bright as fire as she ran to the console for the baptism machine. She looked at Romonus, who got ready to feel the worst pain he had ever imagined. Do it. She pushed the activation button and watched as the machine got to work. Like a shower head, the liquid mana began to fall on Romonus, burning his body when it touched his flesh. It felt like he was just dosed with liquid nitrogen from how cold it was, but it was also hot. The flesh that had been exposed instantly began to regenerate because of his demon bloodline. That was just the beginning, as from a small trickle it quickly became a flood. The mana continued to pour down onto his body, burning his flesh away only to have it healed the next second. The pain was excruciating and seemed to bite at his sanity, but Ajuka's enchantments protected not just his sanity, but also healed him. Latia saw that he was not screaming, even though chunks of his muscles were starting to be reduced to nothing by the sheer potency of liquid mana. Already he was up to his waist in the stuff, and to speed it up he sat down cross-legged. Once he went under, she couldn't even see him anymore past the sheer purity of the mana, making it glow a bright blue. She didn't even know if he was still him and not just a small puddle of goo. She sat down and waited for this gruesome procedure to end. Romonus was experiencing hell at the moment once the pod filled up with liquid mana. It got so concentrated as he wanted that it was almost like he was in ice water. He had hidden it well, but this pain was without question the worst he had felt in his life. He could feel as if his very cells were being oversaturated by mana and being destroyed. Only his regeneration and the healing arrays kept him from going crazy. He was forced to breathe it in and even drink it. This was a bad idea as he felt his lungs boil, but through this process, he was feeling even his blood use mana rather than oxygen to run its functions. This mana's rich blood flowered through his circulatory system. When it reached his brain, he felt the neurons start to fire off faster than before. His eyes had melted away, before regenerating better than before. As for what he ended up drinking, it was used by his digestive system to feed his body, which began to cause mutation by the hour. His muscles absorbed the mana into his tissues, mixing it with demonic energy. All over his body his demonic energy was mixing with the mana. Both were the same energy, only that the former had been changed for devils. Now though, it was going to be something unique to Romonus. Latia, who was still waiting for a sign that he was in there, began to notice a purple glow originating from the center of the pod. She checked the time and saw that it had been a little over 6 hours. Romonus. You better not be a puddle or I will clone you just to kill you. She suddenly felt a telepathic message. I am fine. 18 more hours. She sighed in relief. Good. I thought you would be a puddle. I am not that weak, Latia, I am fine. Latia turned around once she realized that he would live. I am leaving. Since you are okay, I will leave you to it. Romonus was fine with that, but that did not mean that this did not hurt. All over his body, he could constantly feel it being destroyed only to heal back instantly. He couldn't even close his eyes because they needed to be affected as well. How are we doing, Archaon? The living armor Archaon had been quite this whole time as he rested in Romonus' soul. Armored, I have been stabilizing our soul bond and bringing order to my chaotic energies. By the end of this process, I should be able to find stability to be used in true glorious combat. Good to know. Archaon went quiet again as he was still freshly forged with many conflicting materials and energies. He needed to stabilize it a bit, and nowhere was better than in Romonus' soul. As for Romonus himself, he continued to breathe and drink in the mana and even absorb it through his skin. By the end of this process, there would not be a single piece of his body that had not been touched by the mana. From what he could feel of his demonic energy, it was beginning to fill every single one of his cells along with mana. He did not know if he should name it something like demon mana or something, but for now, demonic energy was fine. He let his mind relax as he tried to find a happy place in this torturous hell. He was talking nonchalantly, but having his bones melted down before being regenerated with mana in them hurt like hell. He would for sure put his peerage through this in a while when their wills became stronger. I will not be the only one to feel this hell. I managed to fix the plot hole of the baptism. I also won't be adding more OCs despite how much I enjoy doing it. I will at least confirm some girls from DxD, Lavinia Rennie, Tiamat, Yasaka, Rossweiss, Kuroka, Ingvild, Aquino, Chiron. Add in Latia, Miria, Seraphal, Venelana, Roygun, Rias, and the new girl that brings the number up to 15. Itsuki, Vespera, and Viviana is 18. Damn, I might have to cut some if that is the case, as I wanted an even or bring up an even 20. Still, that is less than some novels and fanfics, but it would be tricky to get it right. Nothing a bit of effort can't do. Chapter 42, Demonic Mana Body. Okay, the plot hole has been fixed and I think I found 2 good images of what an adult Romonus would look like. Also, for the harem I still stop having a number goal, as that is a slippery slope. If they work, they work. If they don't, oh well. With every hour that passed, the amount of mana merging into his body grew. Every part of his skin and muscles were so saturated that something weird was happening. His demonic energy was mixing with the mana in his body to form something new. This new energy began to flow through his tissues, especially his skin and muscles. His entire muscular system had begun to glow with veins of dark purple energy, and so was his skin. Because for the past hours, all he had been breathing in was liquid mana rather than oxygen, his heart was using mana. Already, the blood in his body had been so energized with mana that it was positively glowing. If someone took a blood sample from him right now rather than red healthy blood, they would just see a neon purple liquid. As a result of getting his oxygenation process replaced with mananation, it had reached every part of his body. Every hour, more and more purple glowing veins were appearing all over Romonus' organs, bones, muscles, nerves, and even his cells. This was the perfect fusion of mana and demonic energy, and this energy was about to turn him into something new. This was the benefit of having some human in his DNA. Humans as a species were made to use mana, while demons and devils used demonic power. It was called the same thing in DxD and Devil May Cry. His Cambion soul and his hybrid body suddenly pulsed as a purple glow enveloped him. Romonus grit his teeth, which are also glowing, as the pulsing veins in his heart suddenly envelop it. The energy merged into the tissues of his vital organ, and when it started to beat much like a dragon heart, it began to pulse with power. All over his body, this change started as the pulsing purple veins fused into his tissues one after the other. His eyes glowed a dark purple as the baptism pod shut down. Now that it was no longer actively gathering mana, over hours, he drank, absorbed, and breathed in the remainder to finish his full transformation. Once all the mana was absorbed into his body and fused with his pure demonic energy before being used by his body. Finally, air. Now that he didn't have to keep breathing in liquid energy, he took a deep breath and opened the pod. He stepped out of it and began to get used to breathing air again after a day and a few hours. When he did so, he never felt better, as his lungs seemed to break down the mana in the air before fusing it with demonic energy. He raised his arms and felt that his entire body seemed to have become far tougher than before. The tempering and mana saturated had the desired outcome. Just my bones alone would be a treasure from the energy flowing through them. This will need to be tested and refined. For starters, construct formation. He placed a hand on his chest and began forming a brand new suit from his new energy. When he did so, he could just feel the qualitative difference compared to his old suit. That works better than before. My energy is purple now, damn. Am I Shadow Sovereign or something? He had so much energy right now that he did not even know if he could sleep anymore. His thoughts ran faster and he could think in multiples now. The mana had reached all his organs including his brain, causing his neurons to be able to run multiple thought threads. He could see mana in the air, he could even hear and feel the tiniest sounds or atmospheric changes. His sense of smell was evolved and he didn't even want to know what it did to his flesh. With every heartbeat he felt his blood be energized just like a dragon heart. Archaon, what do you think? Reporting armored, this new energy of yours, the fusion of mana and demonic energy, has the potency of double what it was before. It is more compatible with our souls than raw demonic energy. As long as I have this energy, I should finish our synchronization to be ready for the battle against the vampires. However, I would like to ask, what of the necklace woman? Did she not partake in the baptism like you did? He had forgotten to take off the necklace, but Vespera had told him to not take her off. He reached down and placed a hand on it. Vespera, you alive? She instantly talked back for the first time since she had entered this necklace. Better than ever. This mithril necklace mana conductivity allowed me to not just heal my soul, but even start gathering some power. I am feeling better than ever. Suddenly the bat medallion's eyes started to glow a blood red. He removed his hand and saw how she began to warp the metal, making it look more alive. I wanted to ask, why your grandmother? Vespera answered without hesitation. She tormented me growing up and always abused me. Now, I plan to use her uselessly pretty body to get mine back. You don't mind, do you? No, this is your revenge, I am just benefiting from it. Now then, I wonder where the girls went off to. They will all need to share in this gift. Archaon was not so sure. I believe a lower concentration of liquid mana would be safer. The only reason you were better prepared was because of your natural regeneration. Without that, you would have melted into liquid. Fine, to the drawing board. If Archaon said it was too dangerous, he was going to listen. He was still intending for his entire peerage at least to undergo the baptism. The kind of power it offered was far too good to pass up even if they did not get his benefits. Regardless, the baptism had been one of his long-term goals to acquire a body in tune with mana. He had that now, but he decided to name this transformation the demonic mana body. He still had to find them, so he went to look for them to get used to his new senses. While he did that, Demonitas was currently in his mistress's room. Despite being a noble, he had no harem as he was a hard man to please. However, his niece Palestra Bale was unique. Not only was she the mother of Venelana and the grandmother of Romonus, but she was beyond powerful. She was a tall woman because of her Bale heritage, standing 6 foot. Just like her daughter's sinful body, full of sensual curves, large hips, and radiating smooth skin. However, the amount of foes she had to beat to death was uncountable. She had lived through the war with her uncle and her deceased father. She wrapped her arms around Demonitas, pressing her breasts onto his back. Uncle, what troubles you? Shall I make it better? She licked his neck, making him jerk. You damn succubus, I oughta stuff that mouth of yours. She winked at him with a grin. Kinky. He chuckled as, despite not being born with the power of destruction, she had compensated for it with incredible magic ability. All the talent of his deceased brother was found in her. It was why she was not married off, as despite him being a Bale, he had a heart somewhere. It just chooses to pop up every few centuries. Though remembering how this girl had pushed him down and taken him for a ride. I am finally relaxed because it was hard to find a match for our grandson. The issue is that the rest of the family will disapprove greatly. If I am being honest, I disapprove just as much. She tilted her head as she sat in his lap. Why will they disapprove, and what made it so hard to find a match for him? Demonitas looked at her face with a sigh. He has sky-high standards. The ball is in 5 days and I barely found a suitable girl 20 days ago. However, she is not free of issues because of who her father is, what her mother is, and what she is. The ancestor wanted a political card in Romonus' harem of pure blood. I wanted the same, for the sake of our kind as devils, but I know him better. With his strength, he would openly call out the Great King faction for our ploys. If he says something like the status of things will change, which is what is needed. With his power, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a super devil, so I found the best match I could. Palestra smiled as she grabbed Demonitas by the beard. Good, or I would have told Venelana and she would have told him. You can guess what he would have done, yes? Demonitas scoffed. True. Regardless, not only did the suitor need to pass Romonus screening, but his harem as well. I had to take into consideration Seraphal Leviathan, Miria Amducius, Latia Astaroth, and even our daughter Venelana. Palestra began to laugh as she thought about it. It runs in the family, uncle. What do you call what we have? Demonitas answered as he kissed her lips. Hot. I at least wanted to pick from a clan from the Great King faction, but that left 16 clans to pick from. I spoke at length to any lords who had daughters, granddaughters, nieces, and even younger sisters. Of course, I did a background check on the girls to not have them rejected when they met him. That would be embarrassing and break some old alliances that we can't have. Surzex, the Satans, and Romonus all constantly work together. More will flock to the Satan faction from the Great King and I can't have that. So I did the best that I could for the faction. Palestra nodded. So what is wrong with the girl? Demonitis rubbed his chin as he answered. A weird clan, Clan Birith. They rank Duke, but what makes them weird is their lord. Lord Avivaton Birith. He is an old friend from the war. By old, I mean old. He is 2,345 years old and we fought together for many centuries. The issue with Clan Birith is that they are neither Satan nor Great King faction. Palestra remembered Avivaton a bit from stories of him. Clan Birith and their black flames. Flames so cold that they burn everything to nothing. Demonitis nodded as he remembered those battlefields when Avivaton took to the battlefield. He went in with no guards, just him and he would fill the sky with black fire reducing his foes to atoms. I haven't seen Avivaton for over 400 years as he became a recluse after the war. He still ruled as lord because he was unmarried. He has no harem, and no partner for his entire life. His 2 brothers died in the war leaving him without heirs. Palestra pointed at Demonitis' face. Until. Demonitis smirked. Until 100 years ago. For whatever reason he took a vacation to Ireland where he ended up meeting someone. Someone who even made his cold heart skip a beat. A Dullahan noble. Palestra was confused. Aren't they undead? How did an undead bear a child? From what I know the only undead that can bear offspring are vampires. That is the thing, my love. Dullahan as a species is weird. The weak ones are mindless zombies, but the stronger ones, effectively nobles, are more like vampires. But you are right that they are technically sterile for the most part. Palestra was waiting for the answer. However, once in a blue moon, a particularly powerful Dullahan couple can use magic to bear a child of their souls, which is how their current king came to be. There is a noble line of them that has connections to Erawan, the Celtic god of the dead. He grants them his blessings, and while Avivaton was in Ireland he ran into one of these noble Dullahans and they pretty much fell hard for each other. His daughter was born almost by mistake. The girl was born as a half-devil and half-noble Dullahan noble. That made Palestra realize something. Does she have part of Avivaton's soul? I don't know. Dullahans can heal from this ritual, but for a devil, I am not sure. Her name is Sylvana. At the Birith mansion, Avivaton entered his hybrid daughter's forge room and saw her hard at work. Because of her noble Dullahan heritage, she wanted to forge the perfect armor and weapon, but nothing was good enough. He honestly thought that her current scythe was plenty good, but she disagreed. She looked up from the forge which burned with their black flames. His daughter was tall, 6 feet 3 inches, quite well endowed from her mother, but her skin was a pale blue. Image here. She had black scara and golden eyes, which was quite similar to Rahvdall. She could detach her head, but she kept it on her body with a magic collar. He had never expected for his wife to be one of the few Dullahans who could bear offspring. When his wife got pregnant he almost did not believe it. His wife though told him that Erawan her god had blessed them. Despite being a god of the dead, Erawan was a noble god and Avivaton was old with a mighty soul, so he let it pass. He was also rich, so any damage to his soul to form his daughter had mostly healed by now. Dad, good morning. Avivaton returned the greeting. Morning. Are you making another scythe? Armor. Sylvana paused as she pulled out the chunk of mithril from the forge. It was glowing with a dark glow, but she put it back. She turned around to gaze up at her father. Is the engagement still ongoing? I am a half-blood of a different mythology blessed by a foreign god at that, so the Great King faction won't even consider me. They will fight it with all their might. So who in their right mind picked me? Avivaton nodded. You are right about that. My old friend Demonitis told me that even he didn't agree. But he said that you were the best candidate for his grandson who would fight against any other girl. You are effectively being chosen to keep the status quo. Romonus, as he is called, has the support of the 4 Satans, so his word carries weight. Sylvana remembered Romonus. Ah, the 12-year-old guy who is already in the Satan rank, right? Heard he had a thing for older women. She pulled out her phone from between her breasts and began to search through the devil media. She ended up finding a recent picture of Romonus posted by Canon a month ago. It was of him shirtless while he was squatting a 100-ton weight. That was without taking the gravity magic he was using, making it so he was essentially lifting 1,000 tons. Sylvana paused before she looked up at her father. He is tough, won't he care about the age difference? Or the fact that this is a scheme? Avivaton scoffed. Rahvdall is almost 600, Miria is nearing 900, you might as well be his age in devil's terms. He also is very well aware of any plots his family may have. As for you, you are so sheltered making you almost childish. Just not as much as Rahvdall, so don't mind it. You will meet him in 5 days, there you can accept or deny him. Nothing is set in stone. He turned around and walked out of her forge room. Good luck. Once he was out, Sylvana began to scroll through Akino's social media account. Most of the posts were of Romonus, Chiron, and Itsuki working out. It did not show any of their techniques, just physical workouts. She also saw another post where he was doing handstand push-ups with his fingers while lifting the same weight as before. It showed the muscles in his back making her blush and turning her face nearly purple. Okay, I might be interested. The next 5 days for Romonus' delayed ball began to go by quickly enough. When Romonus was looking for his peerage and Latia, he saw Rias here, who told him everything. He was forced to comfort her and chastise her at the same time. He made her turn her hair back to crimson because it did not suit her. He also had to get on her for her words against their brother. She could hate Marcina and their father all she wanted, but why a baby? He told her that Asterion knew nothing as he was just 2 months old and taking her anger on him was foolish. Rias knew he was right and she apologized for saying stuff like that. Romonus didn't mind it as long as she knew it was wrong. Regardless if she was staying with them, he decided to pull her along with him and his peerage during his training. Now that she was 12 and more used to it, he pulled away the training wheels. He and Venelana together put her through the ringer and she began to get his potion treatment. While he often made his potions taste good, just as a joke he purposely made the ones he gave taste terrible. Rias started to feel it was unfair when she saw Chiron, Akino, and Itsuki drinking their ex-liars and saying all the good flavors they got. Venelana wanted to chastise Romonus, but she could admit that it was funny. The biggest thing was that Romonus got a DM from the girl who was supposed to be his new fiancée. He did a FaceTime call and saw the girl talking with just her head, making him realize that she was part Dullahan. That was surprising, but he noticed that in the back of the call she was forging something. Finding out that she was also into forging weapons was the most interesting thing. Before their official meeting, Romonus and Sylvana discussed different forging techniques and even some other likes and dislikes. One thing he learned about her was that she was a bit reserved because for her almost 40-year life, she had been a recluse. Some would call that a neat, but when he asked why they even considered them a half-devil, not that he had anything against her race. She said that her father told her that Diamanitas was using her to keep the peace status quo between the two factions. Either way, Romonus was happy that she was special and enjoyed the time they talked over the phone, but he also had things to do. He left her to her forging while he started to try to synchronize his senses to Archaon. While they would fight as one, the senses of Archaon would be placed on top of Romonus' own. Thanks to the elemental soup that went into forging him, he had many abilities. Passive Tuki and Senjutsu enhancement that stacked on Romonus, elemental chaos as a result of the forge, flame, and materials. With the dragon heart that was fused into him, he passively generated mana which was then converted into demonic power for his armored. That was then converted by Romonus' own demon heart, so they worked like a perpetual motion device. There were plenty of more abilities to discover, and in the 5 days leading up to the ball, he worked on increasing his bond with his Archaon the Profane. He did not forget about Itsuki's birthday and let her return to her parents to celebrate. He stopped by to wish her happy birthday and leave her a gift, a necklace he made from the metal he had left over. She loved it, but it was heavy despite how little he used. She still wore it anyway as it had a few enchantments on it. As for Vespera, she was passively feeding off his demonic energy, gathering her strength to take over her grandmother's body. All in all, Romonus was prepared for anything, and now it was time to meet Sylvan in person. On the day of the ball, Romonus woke up with Chiron as always sleeping on his face. She was glowing a light blue as she constantly used her senjutsu to give him good dreams and to train. She might even grow her third tail any day now because of how much of his demonic energy she was feeding on. He gently removed her from his face and saw that Akino and Itsuki were here as well. He sighed as these girls seemed to take a one-time thing as an invitation to take over his bed. Grow up, little girls, before I have any interest in you. When he got out of bed, he saw that Karn the Badger was up in his little pet tree. He was snoozing away in a honey-induced coma. He could call Sylvana as they had exchanged numbers, but he did not want to be surprised. Her mother was going to be dressing her up to dazzle a crowd, but he wondered how the stuck-up nobles would react to not just a half-devil, but of a different mythology. The Irish mythology, as Dullahan were from Ireland. Learning that Dullahan could create a child from their souls was weird. He asked how her father was recovering, and she said that the ritual was made to cause as little damage as possible. Otherwise, no one would do it, and through his connections and old age, his soul was mighty. Her mother had lost more rather than her father, but both were fine now. 40 years was a long time to heal something like that. He smiled as she was a pretty girl and she liked to forge as well. How could he not like that? She would fit right in with him and Latia after all. I would like to get this out of the way because of how often it is brought up. Karn will not become Yuzaki Hitomi from killing bites. He isn't a secret female or will become a girl ever. Mr. Karn is a straight male honey badger that hates the world. Chapter 43, Aslan loses it. Now that Romonus was awake, he got out of bed before walking over to his mirror. Today was going to be one of the last peaceful days he would have. He had 1 year until the start of the Evil Fiends incident, meaning he was free until then. After that, he would spend the next 4 years sowing chaos wherever he went. However, his plans could only flourish if he had Valerie Teeps and the Holy Grail. Taking her would stop the evil dragon war and the return of Trihexa. More importantly, it would delay the invasion of the Eevee into Dragon Deus, giving him more time to prepare against their overwhelming power. With the Holy Grail itself, he could learn the secrets of life and souls. That was the ability of Sephiroth Graal, as Valerie could grant vampires truly immortal bodies as long as they kept the shape of their souls. It was exactly like Mahito, but unlike Rias, who could not affect the soul with the power of destruction, he could. He cleared his head as he could get lost in his plots from time to time. Instead, he focused on something else and telepathically communicated with his maids. Ladies, I will be requiring your help. The 10 maids who had never been called by him all dropped what they were doing to rush to his side. It was their job as maids, and ever since they had given to him he hadn't even made a move on them. Each one was expected to please their master, but thus far he hadn't even called them at all. As they moved to his side, he turned to the 3 sleeping girls in his bed. They had been sleeping in his room all this time since he allowed it. Akino, Chiron, Itsuki, wake up. Today is a wonderful day. Akino sat up and rubbed her eyes. You're meeting the blue headless girl, right? Romonus corrected her. Yes, and she isn't headless. She can just detach her head. Nothing wrong with that. I could do the same, I think. Now that I think about it. What would happen if I cut off my head? Itsuki shot up out of bed as she did not like the sound of that. Don't cut off your head. Chiron nodded a few times as she jumped off the bed and turned back into her Nikomata form. She rushed to his side and grabbed his arm with her tails sticking straight up. Keep it on. Romonus shook his head as he did not want to test it out. The thing was that he could keep the shape of his soul as his memories were all in his soul. As long as his mighty Cambion soul kept its shape, he might as well be immortal. Mostly though, he learned this not from Mahito, but from Vandali from Death Mage doesn't want a 4th time. The kid made Mahito look like a baby when it came to souls. He could learn a lot from him, which cemented that world as a future destination. I am not going to cut it off, girls. He saw all of them sigh in relief. As they calmed down, he turned to the door as the 10 maids one by one entered his room. They lined up in a row and lowered their heads before speaking in unison. They had time to practice this. How can we be of assistance, master? Romonus started to give them their assignment. Today is going to be my last social event for a few years, so I want to shock the crowd. I will be showing up in my soul armor, but it lacks a cape. I want you to prepare a suitable cape to show my heraldry as the heir of House Bale. I also want you to help my peerage members to look their best. Give them some makeup and new hairstyles, and this includes my familiar Karn. Romonus pointed to Karn in his tree. One of you will find my cousin Magdarin and ask him if he can produce a tree I can take with me. I want to give Karn a real tree to climb. Preferably with fruits or flowers for him to snack on. He will need to have his claws and teeth cleaned. His fur combed to look his best. Every one of his requests had been fine, but once he mentioned Karn, the maids all looked up at Karn in his tree. The badger grinned, showing off his shiny red teeth to the poor women. The maids instantly moved away to get to their positions. Most of the maids went to help his peerage, which was only 3 girls at the moment. The others all rushed out of the room to gather the materials to prepare his cape, as even these maids could use magic to speed up the process. However, this left the youngest, who was a mere 29, with Karn. She looked ready to cry as she gazed up at the badger. He was still lying down, but from the look of it, he was enjoying her torment. His head was held high as he made her stare up at his glorious form. As Karn had his fun, Romonus summoned Archaon over his body, the helmet, before the helmet began to disassemble to expose his face. Archaon himself instantly began to ponder on things. We shall show these inferior nobles the superiority of our power. Romonus grinned as the face of Archaon appeared on the chest plate. The demonic armor was simply the greatest thing he could have made. That we shall. Just as Romonus was looking himself in the mirror, he heard the pleading voice of his maid. Master. Please don't make me do this. Your familiar will tear me apart. Look at him. Romonus looked over to Karn, who was still up in his tree teasing the girl. Give her some slack, won't you? Karn snorted before jumping down into the maid's arms. He chittered and made a few noises, making Romonus laugh. He said he will allow you the honor of helping him look more magnificent. Go on, make him dazzle. The maid walked off with Karn, who from the look of it considered this maid nothing more than a servant for his amusement. Karn was by no means a good-natured honey badger, as even compared to his kind he was especially nasty and prideful. He took after his master Romonus well, which might have been destiny that they met. Regardless, as Romonus waited for his cape to be made, the maids got to work on Itsuki, Akino, and Chiron. While the girls themselves did not enjoy the attention, they knew it was for his sake. Their Victorian blood-borne suits, which were made for efficiency, were removed in favor of dresses. They received light makeup and their hair was restyled. They received jewelry which Romonus conjured up on the spot from his demonic mana, as he would call it. He purposely made the jewelry dark purple, as it was his favorite color. As he waited for the maids to finish getting the girls ready, in an hour the ones who had run off to get his cape ready returned. With them, they brought a pitch-black demon silk moth cape with the Baal clan symbol etched in magic gold on the back. Romonus felt it was missing one thing, so he surged power into the cape, causing the fabric to glow with energy. He etched into it a honey badger and wolverine roaring at each other from conjured purple gold. Once it was ready, Archaon drew it to himself and perfectly bonded it to his shoulders. Thanks to this, the cape could sway in the wind if Romonus wanted to be edgy or just show off. Once everything was ready, Romonus took in the three girls, who looked amazing. Each one was sparkled with purple jewelry. Despite their ages, each girl made the dresses dazzle. "Let's go." Itsuki, Akino, and Chiron smiled as they walked next to him. Before they left for the ballroom, the maid with Karn returned in one piece. His claws had been waxed, his teeth flossed, his fur combed, and he was even wearing a little Victorian hat. "Here he is." "Thank you." "He looks great, don't you, buddy?" Karn grinned as he leapt out of her arms onto his shoulder. He reached up with a paw and tipped his hat. Akino giggled. "He is precious." Romonus agreed, as Karn was his pride. "I know." They were ready to go, so Romonus and the three girls left his room to show up. At the same time, Venelana came out of her room. She had dressed up in a flashy gold and black dress with Rias at her side with her beautiful crimson hair undyed. Venelin walked up to him as she looked him up and down. "So this is your profane gear?" Archaon's demonic visage on the chest began to glow. "That I am." "A pleasure." Venelana and Rias jumped back a little as Romonus chuckled at their reaction. "Mother, Rias, I would like you to meet Archaon. My living soul armor." Archaon, being influenced by Romonus, politely introduced himself. "I greet the family of my armored and wish to offer my salutations." Venelana smiled a little. "How charming. Nice to meet you, Archaon. Look after Romonus, please." "Of course, for that is my purpose in life." Rias started to walk around Romonus as they all walked through the halls. While he was walking with ease, Archaon weighed over 8 tons. "Brother, will I get my own armor?" Romonus shook his head. "No. You need to prove to me you will master something like this, because you do not fight with a weapon or armor. Chiron here would benefit from some gauntlets, while Akino could make do with a blade whip. You just don't use gear like this at all, so no." Venelana could already see how Rias was getting down, so she placed her hand on her shoulder. "He is right, Rias. Having a weapon or armor you can't make use of won't do you any good. Just burden you." Akino looked up at Romonus as they walked, now curious of something. "A blade whip." He nodded. "An Urumi would be good because you can fight at a distance or use your racial strength to get in close. Being a mid-ranger with a blade whip like the Urumi would be a good use. As for you, Chiron, I got an idea for a pair of gauntlets and boots for you." The small white-haired Nakusha was curious about what he would make for her. "What?" He smiled down at her and patted her shoulder to not mess up her new hair. "I won't ruin the surprise. Itsuki, you got your necklace already and you got the boosted gear." She shrugged with a smirk. "That is fair." Regardless, altogether they arrived at the main ballroom of the Baal clan. Romonus remembered the one in the Gremory clan, and it was tiny compared to the Baal. As the highest-ranked clan, the Baal clan would splurge on wealth when it needed to show off. Already, the Great King faction nobles were starting to arrive. When Romonus walked in glowing armor, all eyes shot to him. He had chosen to not wear his helmet, which caused all the attention to be placed on him. Here he could already see his two cousins Magdarin and Serorg with their peerages. The two half-brothers seemed to be having a good time together. When he showed up, both of them walked over to his side. Romonus grinned as Serorg extended a clenched fist. Romonus did the same, and with a simple thought, Archaon exposed his bare arm. Both men placed their fists against each other before clashing with their tuki. White and purple life force aura clashed, but Romonus prevailed with ease. Serorg was pushed back a bit, which did not remove his grin. "You are still as powerful as always, Romonus. You are not too shabby yourself, Serorg. Remind me to show you a way to train your tuki later, okay? As for you, Magdarin, my alchemy could not have progressed this far without your botany. How is our honey business?" Magdarin smiled as he looked at Karn. Magdarin was one of the very few people Karn liked because he was the reason behind the existence of his honey. Without Magdarin, no purple bale flowers, and no magic honey. The tragedy that was life before him consuming magic honey. The business is going excellent. Karn here is our taste tester, and if it does not pass his stamp of approval, it won't be sold. Still, great idea for the bees. Thank Karn, his species as honey badger made me think about it. On a bitter note, how is my uncle? Venelana and Rias both recoiled as he had gotten worse since Romonus came to the Bale clan. The care he had shown Romonus had died when he proved to be against what he believed in. His father, Demonidas, was once again taking control since Aslan had proven to be incompetent. Magdarin raised a hand and covered his face in shame. He gets more resentful by the day. Seeing me work on our crops pisses him off despite me making more than I spend. Chiron, who had no filter, said something she shouldn't have. He is stupid then. This was a mistake because it was in earshot of Aslan himself. Lord Bale, despite his arrogance, was still a powerful devil, so his head shot in her direction with barely concealed wrath. What did you say? The few guests that had arrived already went quiet as Aslan pointed at Chiron. The young Nakushu looked at him with a confused expression. She looked around before pointing at herself. Me. That seemed to set him off. Yes, you. What did you say to me? You are stupid. Aslan's second wife, the mother of Magdarin, grabbed his arm. Relax for a dash. He pulled his arm out of her hold and began to walk over. How dare you insult me, you cat? You and the rest of your breed are the same. You should have had your head cut off. Chiron's two tails began to twitch as she started to get mad. Before Aslan came closer, Magdarin got in the way. Father, calm yourself down. You are embarrassing yourself by letting the words of a child get you this worked up. Seeing that one of his sons who he considered waste was standing up to him, he got pissed. Months of resentment boiled over and he pulled his fist back and punched Magdarin across the face. Who are you to talk to me, you failure? Due to not being too strong, Magdarin was thrown across the room. He crashed straight into a table holding wine, which caused it to spill everywhere. The room went silent as Demonidas grit his teeth almost to powder. Sarorg rushed to his brother's side while Demonidas' wife and Palestra let him go. They did not bother to stop him, as when he got mad it was best to get out of his way. Aslan. If the room was quiet before, it got deadly silent now. Aslan froze and turned to gaze at his father, who began to move toward him. His fist was still extended and bloody, which made him realize what he had done. He saw how Sarord picked up Magdarin, who seemed to be healing already. Thanks to all the herbs and potions he had eaten and drank, 8 body healed from damage faster than normal. Father, I dash. Before he could finish, Demonidas punched his only son across the face. He held back and didn't send him flying, but that was the first time his father had laid a hand on him. Much less now that he was Lord Bale. You are a fucking joke, Aslan. You have disgraced House Bale with your actions. You have disgraced me by making me strike you. I want to spit at the sight of you. More than anything, I regret ever making you the heir. Before he could say more, Zekrom Bale, who was in the room, stood up from his throne. Once the ancestor of House Bale stood, everyone could see his displeased expression. Romonus crossed his arms as he was not going to make Chiron apologize. When Zekrom spoke, everyone listened. Aslan, you have shamed yourself. Magdarin's botany has made House Bale a massive fortune, much less the potions made by Romonus. They have contributed more than you have in your time as Lord Bale. May I remind everyone that I stepped down as Lord Bale willingly. If I wanted to keep ruling the clan, I would have done so. Not only have you not made a single choice without asking me, but you can't even appreciate your son and you struck him. You have proven to not be worthy of your status. I, Zekrom Bale, progenitor of House Bale, remove your status as Lord Bale. Demonidas, you shall take up the mantle until Romonus is of age. Demonidas placed a hand over his chest and bowed ever so slightly. Of course. Zekrom turned to Aslan, who seemed in shock. You are to be confined to house arrest until you can learn to behave as a proper noble. Take him away. Aslan gnashed his teeth almost to powder. No. I won't be dash. Before he could finish, Demonidas clenched his fist and punched him in the chest, dropping him on the spot. When his son fell, the mother of Aslan looked away in embarrassment. Palestra consoled her as they were close. As for Venelana, she seemed almost happy that her shit brother got his just deserves. The guards moved over and picked up the limp Aslan off the ground. They would be locking him up since he proved to not know how to act at an event. Now House Bale looked weak and that could not be allowed. This day was already going terribly and it was going to get worse from here for Zekrom and the Great King faction in general. Thank you for all of you who have signed up. My dad could barely believe it. When he found out I was writing fanfics, he called it a waste of time. Now he wants me to write my own book one day. Thank you for that. Chapter 44, Romonus Power Play. Once the incident with the former Lord Bale losing his composure out of the way, Zekrom began to attempt to get the peace back. The few guests from the Great King faction allied clans were already starting to whisper negative words about House Bale. If the standing Lord Bale had to be removed, what did that mean for the rest of the clan? Since Aslan had to be picked, it would mean that Demonidas himself didn't know how to choose his heirs. Now that he was once again Lord Bale, he began to aid his ancestor in his efforts. This was a very shameful event for all the guests who had been here to witness it. He began to pull his political expertise to promise compensation for the shame. Devil Society was just like this, as your closest allies and family would jump ship the instant there was even a bit of trouble. As Zekrom and Demonidas tried to appease the guests, Romonus walked over to check up on Magdarin. His cousin was not the toughest guy around, and Romonus could respect that. He made up for his weakness with his botany, which he most certainly respected. It was how he made his elixirs, so Magdarin was crucial for that. When he got to his side, his cousin was already on his feet and healed. The constant consumption of herbs, magical fruits, and potions made him quite durable. His spirit, though, was crushed from the look of his downcast face. Romonus and Serorg started to check in with him. They were quite pissed that their brother and cousin had been punched in front of everyone. "You okay?" Magdarin wiped his face off with his handkerchief and nodded. "I am all right." Honesty, what was he thinking? He knows that will just ruin his reputation. Serorg scoffed at the man they called father. He wasn't thinking. He let his emotions take control, and it cost him everything. His status is gone and his reputation is tainted. "Romonus, I'm sorry this had to happen on the day your engagement is set to be revealed." Romonus did not mind it. "Don't worry about it. Sylvana won't care, and neither will I. Until then, let's get you cleaned up." He placed a hand on Magdarin's shoulder and with a simple spell cleaned and dried him off. Magdarin sighed, as his father had been neglectful, not abusive until now. He would much have preferred some attention growing up, as he had been neglected. "Thank you. I will have to deal with that stigma for the rest of my life." Former heir of Bale clan punched by his own father on the day of his cousin's engagement and birthday ball. "My reputation is sullied." Romonus patted him on the shoulder. "Don't take it to heart, it will blow over." "Right, Karn." With a snap of his teeth, the honey badger agreed. Magdarin was the reason he got his magic honey fix, as without it he would become violent. More than he already was. Magdarin shook his head as he walked off, as staying would just expose him to the gossip. Romonus could not blame him, so he let his cousin go. Serorg sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. "That just happened. I could never have believed it before." Romonus also could not believe his arrogant uncle had struck his son. "Honestly, if you told me that would have happened a few months ago, I would not have believed you. My uncle was always a man who kept himself in check, but guess me not being what he expected messed with him more than I thought." Serorg felt that as part of the issue. That, or he was madder that his sons who he thought were failures being praised. Me, the Bale born with weak demonic power and no power of destruction. And Magdarin the Bale who likes plants. Then there is you who is changing the status quo with your opinions. I can see why he went mad. Romonus shook his head as he turned around. Whatever happened, he chose wrong. Children are supposed to be cherished and nurtured, not scorned. Serorg crossed his arms as he wished that had been so. Too bad he was born to a devil with an ego so fragile that just having a child without a clan trait was seen as a shame. Romonus returned to his peerage's side along with his mother and Rias. When he returned, Venelana held his hand. He smiled as he telepathically spoke with her. "You look stunning, mother. I think I am dying to get a taste of you." She would love to take him up on that. She smiled his way. "Oh, you flirt. I am open for you any time." He turned to gaze at her with an expression of longing. "I will say I will make it worth your while for making you wait this long." Venelana loved that gaze, something her ex-husband had not shown her in centuries. "I can hardly wait, Romonus. Go have fun. Your new fiancé will be here any moment." He left her side and decided to enjoy the fancy food and drinks. Devils could drink from a young age, so no one batted an eye to him and his young peerage drinking. However, they were not getting drunk because of how powerful their bodies were. As the ball progressed, more and more of the 32 pillars arrived. First, all of the Great King faction allied lords, their wives, and heirs showed up. They began to mingle among themselves, but this changed when the Satan faction allied lords and their entourages began to arrive, starting a standoff. This tension was made even worse when Surzex, Ajuka, Rahvdall, and Falbium showed up. As usual, Graphia was right with Surzex, meaning that 2 super devils and 3 Satan-class devils on the Satan faction's side had arrived. For if Romonus was to be counted, which he was because he instantly went to be with his brother, sister-in-law, uncle-in-law, girlfriend, and a close family friend in Falbium. When he arrived, he instantly hugged Surzex, who returned the powerful hug. "Surzex, my brother. How are you doing these days?" Surzex patted his back firmly before they released their hug. "I have been great. You have no idea how easy my life is now that I have a full team of assistants working with me to get my duties done. That computer was the best investment I ever made. I got more time for ICAs and graphia. That's great, brother. Take time to enjoy the festivities. Uncle, good to see you in good health. Ajuka gave a polite smile. Of course, I would be. I see your armor is stable now. Archaon would normally be fully open to speaking with anyone, but at the moment that was being kept secret. That is. Rare that Latia isn't with you. She is coming with her parents. Though, it seems that someone else is waiting for a greeting. He meant Rahvdall because Graphia was in maid mode and Falbium was snoring while walking. He turned over to his short-stacked girlfriend. Rahvdall, you look amazing. Rahvdall grinned as she pulled him away from her friends. Well, I need to scope out the competition. You are getting a new fiancé and this is to be celebrated. Even if I am getting a little jealous. He chuckled. Why? It's not like I am after every woman in the underworld. Look across this room, the amount of women who can pass for 10 out of 10 models in the human world are a dime a dozen. I only go for the extraordinary ones who I think will make the best wives for an immortal. Rahvdall knew that, which was why she didn't mind it. Oh, before I forget. I invited Miria, so greet her when she gets here, and my parents will be showing up with my baby sister. You haven't ever talked to her, have you? He had yet to meet the nerd Sona. I have not had the pleasure, but she is Ria's friend, right? That she is. Good luck. Until Sylvana arrived, Romonus got to moving around socializing with the nobles. He hated doing so, but it was a skill he had. Regardless, all of them complimented him on the engagement and his fancy armor. Each one was like an ego boost to Romonus and Archaon, who were similar. Even Karn the Badger got his fair share of compliments, making the weasel feel deserving of his fancy bloodborne hat. When Miria arrived, he saw her in a dazzling dress covered in purple diamonds, drawing his eyes to her. He instantly moved to her side to shower her with praise, making the purple-haired woman feel like a queen. Latia also showed up, as did Lord Citri, his wife, and Sona. Even Roygun invited herself, which meant that the entirety of Romonus' girlfriends were here. He thanked his lucky stars that they were all devils or things would not go well for him. Thanks to his efforts, the airs began to stabilize until Vivitan, his wife and daughter, finally did show up. They were the very last clan to show up, and when they walked through the door, the ballroom was met with silence. Zekrom openly recoiled when he saw Sylvana and her mother because of their blue skin. She was certainly not a pure-blooded devil, so he turned to his side at Demonitas, who had been the one to set this up. Demonitas. What did you do? I was adamant about a pure-blooded noble. What is the shame you bring? Demonitas frowned, as while he shared in the sentiment his grandson mattered more than some petty scheme. I did the best that I could. I could not find a match for him among the clans of the Great King faction. House Berith is neutral, so the status quo can remain as it has been. Zekrom was not pleased at all. This was supposed to expand the unity of House Bale with its allies. This will drive them away, you damn fool. He might as well be a Satan rather than one of us. This example will just ruin the purity of the clans. Demonitas, unlike his son, was not going to take insults lying down. Then you should have searched for a suitable woman yourself. This is happening, and look. Romonus is already interested. I did the best I could for his sake. When Zekrom looked over, he could see it in Romonus' eyes that he did. This was not good, but if he stepped in, Romonus would not be pleased. For Romonus, despite already talking to her over FaceTime a couple of times, she was prettier in person. He instantly walked over to greet her and her parents. When he got there, he had to look up to look at Vivitan because he was gigantic. The devil had a thick black beard and long black hair that was barely graying and braided into Viking-style braids. His noble attire was also mixed in with armor, making him look more like a barbarian than a noble. He looked awesome in Romonus' opinion, so he extended a hand to his future father-in-law. Sir, how tall are you, if you don't mind me asking? Vivitan grinned and shook his hand back. 6 feet 10 inches, I am impressive, am I not? When they shook hands, Romonus, through his eyes of the soul, noticed something. This guy is a secret Satan-class devil. Despite the way his soul was split to form Sylvana, it's almost fully recovered. The mother has it worse than him, she is still healing. This was why Vivitan became a recluse, to train his powers in secret in case of a second Great War. He had been training daily because he hated sitting still, and after fighting in 2 wars, retirement wasn't for him. I am glad to meet you, sir. As for you, my lady, you must be Sylvana's mother. She has seldom spoken of you during our few days of chatting on the phone. Sylvana's mother smiled, as she was also tall. 6 feet 5 inches and with a very voluptuous frame. Despite her being an undead, she was a captivating woman. When she spoke, it was in Irish with a very heavy accent. She had 1 pink eye and 1 golden one to show her blessed status by Erewhon. I am glad to finally be putting a name to the face. I have heard so much in recent times about you, Romonus. Though, since you didn't deny the proposal to our daughter, we can only be grateful. My name is Kiva from Clan Sethan. He shook her hand as well, but he noticed something. Kiva and her daughter Sylvana were not looking up at his face. They were stuck gawking at the Archaon because it was a racial thing. All Dullahans wanted to forge the perfect armor and weapon to serve them for their lives. Up to now, Kiva felt that her armor and sword were just that, but not any longer. Still, she controlled herself over geeking out before turning to her daughter. Go on already, no need to stick around us. Romonus smiled as he extended a hand to Sylvana. She reached out in a gloved hand as she was wearing a fancy black dress showing the heavily jeweled necklace she wore. It was what kept her head and body attached, but he thought it was pretty. Once they both walked off to talk alone, he complimented her. Glad to see you in person now. You look great. She smiled back as she placed a strand of her white hair behind her ear. You too. I think it was a good idea for us to talk before meeting in person. I got to know you a little better and now I am sure we have plenty to talk about. If you don't mind me asking, how did you forge your armor? Archaon himself could tell Romonus wanted to keep him a surprise, so he bided his time. He wanted to talk to her though. Complimenting him was complimenting his master. It's my masterpiece, though I wanted to ask why the scythe. I won't lie that in the right hands a scythe can be deadly, but they take careful skill to use. Sylvana panicked inside as she spoke to herself. She had a bit of trouble speaking clearly because of her reclusive nature. Calm down, smart thoughts. When she opened her mouth, what she wanted to say did not come out. The scythe is just what I need to be a better death dealer. She instantly felt ashamed as her little quirk came out when she was nervous. She started to talk nonsense. Damn it. Romonus chuckled as he found an interesting fact. Ah, you can use death magic. Charming. Sylvana nodded. I can. I am not an expert on it since I never leave my home, but even then I am still a Dullahan devil hybrid blessed by Erewhon, the Celtic god of the dead. That got his attention because Balor, the evil god of the baleful eye, was sealed away in Gaspar's eyes. He was a Celtic god and also the equivalent of Cronus of the Greek pantheon. He was the grandfather of Lugh, who was the father of Cuchulainn. From what I remember, I hear Erewhon was a noble god who rules the Celtic underworld in the wild. Sylvana smiled that he knew that. He does. People think that because him being a death god he is evil, but he is a noble god who only sees that the dead pass on. I sometimes get visions of him because he is the patron god of the Dullahan race. He is the only reason our race can bear offspring. Otherwise, we would just be smart sentient undead. Either way, Romonus was interested in meeting Erewhon or even the Dullahan noble clan. I wanted to get this out of the way, but I will be beginning my world exploration soon. I can see you have a lot of untapped power that you aren't using. Do you want to start to make use of it in the expedition? It might get dangerous. Sylvana looked at Archaon before finding it a good way to gather experience. I would, but for my entire life I have wanted to forge my armor and weapon, but nothing is good enough. Can you help me? She looked super hopeful and he loved blacksmithing, so he agreed. Of course, I am always ready to forge a new weapon or armor. I bet we have a lot to learn from each other in the coming years. And how can we forget? She tilted her head a little. Forget what? Romonus placed a hand over his left eye and as exaggerated as he could spoke. Show how the great me, become the personification of death. Her face turned bright purple as steam left her ears. She cooped her face in embarrassment. Is that how I look? He chuckled as he did not mind it. When one had power and was nearly ageless, being a little wacky was fine. It's fine. If that makes you happy, don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. I do have my question. You can hear them, right? He meant the offhand remarks the Great King faction clans were making about her. Even some of the Satan faction were speaking badly of her, Avivaton, and her mother. Saying how he had dirted their race by breeding with an undead. Sylvana could hear it. She had very good senses, not just because of her blessed status, but because her father and mother mentoring her all this time. Especially because of her Avivaton, she was innately powerful from birth, just sheltered. I am used to it. Romonus grinned as he asked her a question. What do you want to do about it? Sylvana thought about it before she turned around with an irate expression. Shut them up. He walked forward and wrapped an arm around her back. Then, let's shut them up. From Romonus, a vast dark purple aura filled the entire ballroom, leaving all the devils frozen in place. Only those who were in the Satan class, above or he spared, could still move. Romonus did not plan to make a bigger scene, so he spoke plainly. I can hear you all. You are all talking very rudely about my fiancé. I will not allow this. If you have a problem with my decision or with Sylvana herself, you can go through me. Rahvdall smirked as she looked up at Surzex. Isn't he a charmer? Surzex smiled. That he is. At least he can stand up for his woman as any man with balls should. Zekrom Bale at this point stood up as he was not going to stay quiet. That is quite enough. I have stayed silent, but this is not what I had in mind by this engagement. Sylvana wrapped her arm around Romonus as he responded for her sake. Why? She is perfect. She blushed at the praise, but that seemed to grind Zekrom nuts. Perfect. She is a half-breed. She is more zombie than she is a devil. Her damn head can come off. Romonus frowned. So what? Her father is still a pure-blooded devil, making her a noble. Her mother is from the noble line of Dullahans, making her still of noble blood. Hybrids are always stronger than pure breeds anyways. Surzex at this point spoke up. Zekrom, if my brother is happy with who his fiancée is to be, who are we to stop him? His happiness is what matters most. Zekrom was unrelenting in his ideology. If he is to be the next Lord Bale, he must marry a pure-blooded noble of our choosing. That is the only way to guarantee the right of succession. This half-breed will not work. Vivitan grit his teeth as black flames begin to appear in his open palms. His wife grabbed his arm. Keep a cool head, we are not on the battlefield here. Fine. Rahvdall crossed her arms as she stepped out to confront Zekrom. Why not? Noble, pure blood, commoner, all that matters is that the two of them accept. Politics be damned. Ajuka simply nodded. I agree. Every day more reincarnated devils are introduced and more are marrying. We are already on the path to a new union. Falbium raised a thumb while still sleeping. Zekrom grit his teeth, but he calmed himself. He was still 10,000 years old with more experience than most. I see. May I remind everyone that this is how it has been since 10,000 years ago when our race was created by Lucifer. We have always believed in blood purity, and since the creation of the evil peace system, more of our old traditions have died. If Romonus, the heir of the Bale clan, won't respect them, what hope that does show? Romonus, without skipping a beat, answered. That they are obsolete and worthless. Traditions only matter when they offer something positive. While there is merit in blood purity, that purity will only carry you so far. I will only wed those I accept, and I accept Sylvana Birith Sethan as my second fiancée. I will not give up my title as heir of the Bale clan either. If anyone thinks they will be better, they are more than free to challenge me to an honor duel. I will put them in their place. Birith grinned as he reached up for his necklace and ripped it off. Instantly his true power level was released from his body, causing everyone to turn to him. I, Vivitan Birith of House Birith, support my son-in-law, Romonus. Blood purity has no meaning when there is more to life than just our pantheon. We are limited in numbers and each devil matters. Mixed blood or not. My daughter is better than any of your spoiled bastard children. I will kill the next one who insults her. Sarord crossed his arms as he also had something to say. Look at my peerage. Most of them are from extinct devil households with mixed heritages. Despite their strength, they are still shamed. My cousin's 3 members are all young, but their power keeps growing. What does that show for blood purity? Zekrom squinted his eyes as he could feel more and more allies on Romonus' side. Not only was Romonus almost a super devil, but he also had 4 Satan-class devils at his side, not including himself. The political weight alone from that going to be crushing, much less the weight of his power. Even worse was when Demonitas himself spoke in favor of his grandson. Things had gone in such a way that House Bale would be seen as a pariah in the Great King faction. Zekrom kept his noble appearance, but he was livid. Seems I can't do anything about it now. The choice is yours to make. Once he quieted down, Romonus glanced at Sylvana. So? How was that? She was not expecting him to make such an open political move like that, but it cemented his power and mentality. Speak poorly of his chosen lovers at your own risk. Thank you. You didn't have to pull a move like that to ruin your reputation. Karn scoffed from his shoulder. What he said. Ruin my reputation. All the reputation I need is to show that I will not be afraid to stand up for what I want or believe in. Tradition, rules, and politics be damned. Don't you agree? Sylvana thought of his mentality and could stand by it. I do. He smiled happily in her direction. In that case, welcome to the family. That brought up a question she had. How many women are in your harem? 4, my first fiancée Latia is over there by her parents. Rahvdall, of course, Miria, who is over there drinking wine. That is going to be dangerous for everyone around her in a few minutes. Roygun Belfager, who is over there smiling at us. Counting you is 5. Sylvana was almost relieved. Good. I am still one of the first. He nodded. That you are gorgeous. How about once this boring ball ends we talk more at length about the forge? Her face beamed into a smile upon hearing that. Sure. Romonus loved power because having it made life so much easier. Sadly, politics slowed his goals, so he was going to be leaving it for the next 5 years. He just had to get his final preparations, which involved his harem. He needed to see who would come with him and who would stay. Miria was now free from her duties and she knew he loved her. It was time to invite her as his second rook. Chapter 45, The Reveal and Travels. Before Romonus said anything to Miria, he decided to at the minimum begin to move around the room to speak to every clan lord. Funny enough, despite there being female clan lords, they were not called ladies, just lords. There were 32 pairs of them and there was nothing wrong with building a connection to a few. This was irritating to him, as this day these same people had been bad-mouthing Sylvana. If they had a problem with what he accepted, they could tell him to his face. If they had to whisper it in secret, then they did not have the stones to say it to his face, then they shouldn't even bother. When Romonus finished with his actions, he decided to spend the rest of his time with Sylvana and his lovers. He had to stop because Miria ended up drinking some alcoholic fruit drink. She had only drunk a few glasses, but that was enough for her to start entering an alcoholic rage. Her getting violent when she drank alcohol was true. The instant her body metabolized alcohol, she started to go berserk. Romonus had to intervene and catch her before she lunged at Zekrom because he was the first thing she saw. She was about to start blasting demonic lightning in her drunken rage, so he put her to sleep with a simple spell. Once Miria was asleep, he was curious if she could become a drunken brawler. It might be a good path for her because her strength rose when she was under the influence. Though, since she was out for the count, he let her sleep in his room until she worked the alcohol out of her system. With that out of the way, he spent the rest of the time with Latia, Rahvdall, and Sylvana to get to know his in-laws better. All three of his lovers had great loving parents, and he even got to speak to Sona a little for the first time. He knew her from the anime and light novel, but she was quite clever for her young age. She started to ask him questions about his peerage members and why he chose them. He kept it on the down low as he didn't want all his information out there with a strategist like Sona. She let slip her dream to create a school for low-class devils to play in the raiding game. He felt it would be a good idea, so he told her if she wanted he wouldn't mind supporting this goal. Sona was over the moon that she got someone of high ranking to support her dream aside from Rahvdall. Romonus was someone who was not bound by tradition, so she was grateful. That was not the only event that happened as Zeoticus and Marcina arrived with Asterion. Romonus could tell his father was not looking good because now 3 of his heirs had jumped ship. Rias openly quit, Romonus left for House Baal, and Surzex became Lucifer. That just left Milicias and Asterion, who had issues. Asterion was born without House Gremory clan trait, and Milicias was the son of Surzex, not him. He tried to beg Rias to come back, but she refused, stating that she was not going to go back. Zeoticus was already becoming the butt of the joke because of his heirs running away. He was nicknamed the worst clan lord of Gremory in history because he couldn't get one heir to want to be Lord Gremory. It was so shameful that Zeoticus did not stay for long and left. Romonus, Surzex, and Rias, despite being former heirs, had no intention of resuming their former titles. This was all a result of Zeoticus being a terrible husband. After his divorce, looking at Rias became hard for him because she reminded him of Venelana. He pulled away to spare himself, but he had pushed her away so far that she ran to her mother. Overall, House Gremory was in a downward spiral as long as Zeoticus allowed his mind to keep deteriorating. This was sad because before his divorce he had been an okay father. Romonus, though, just knew that if Zeoticus didn't do something, House Gremory would lose its standing. Though before the ball ended, Romonus clapped his hands together to get attention to himself and Sylvana, as she was his fiancée now. Sometimes, Romonus questioned the ethics of noble engagements as they were fast-paced. A few phone calls, a meeting, and now they were engaged. On another note, he would not give it or his power up. Once everyone was looking in his direction, he began to speak in a disappointed tone. Today could have gone better. My uncle showed he was never fit to be a father or a lord. My fiancée Sylvana was disrespected, and my legitimacy of being the heir was called into question. Nothing I wanted on the day I celebrated 2 important milestones. This opened my eyes. Things need to change for devils to have a shot at prospering without the failures that were the original Satans and their offspring. Instantly, all eyes were on Romonus. He was openly questioning their society, but he had the power to back it up. I will say this will be the last social event I will be present at for the next 6 years. I will be in travel, so I will be unreachable. That is all. Everyone was interested in where he would go first, but they didn't ask. The guests began to leave one after the other. Before she left, Sylvana looked over to Romonus. Where will you go first? He already had his first locations until he turned 13. Romania, I have some business with the vampires. After I get what I need, I plan to spend time at the Golden Dawn Mages Association for a few months. There is a necromancer I plan to apprentice under. After that, I will spend it in China. Sylvana looked down as she thought they were going to be able to spend time together. When will you leave? He already had done everything he needed so very soon. In 1 week. I won't be gone forever, so call me when you want. Or if you want to go with me, that is fine as well. Just know I won't be always doing peaceful things. I will get into fights, make enemies, and push myself. What about you? Sylvana had rarely left her mansion because her parents were overprotective. A Vivitan though made her master her powers for her own sake. Despite almost being 40, she looked like a teenage girl as she had never been made to mature. Much like Rahvdall, they looked how they saw themselves. She turned to her parents who were waiting for her. I can go with you. Romonus nodded. We all need to leap from the nest at some point. I did so early, but is the time right for you? Sylvana brought her hand up and removed her collar. It and some passive magic kept her head and body attached. She reached up and took her head off, revealing a dark blazing fire where her neck would be. Instead of a purple fire like normal Dullahans, she ended up having black Birith flames instead. Romonus was instantly curious about how that worked, but not expecting what she said next. Can you hold this? He reached out and held her head with his hands. He turned her head around as her body walked to her parents. Now he had questions as her body was walking on its own. Can your body see on its own? How does that work? He brought her head up to see her eye to eye. Yes. Our bodies and heads are part of the same entity, but we can function with just one part at a time. Our souls are split in two with the larger portion being in the body. A small part stays in the head, still linking us together. We also can use the soul flame of where our neck would go to see like a radar. When Sylvana's body got to her parents' side, she started to use sign language to her dad about what she had Romonus talked about. It was so weird that her body could see, hear, and move around without her head. As he was wondering this, Latia, Rahvdall, and Roygun came over. Rahvdall glanced at Sylvana's head in Romonus' hands and her body communicating with her dad. You can think in multiple thoughts. Sylvana would nod if she could. I can. I have a large soul spit into my head and body. It gives us the ability to think against ourselves, so it is like we have two minds working as one. Roygun bent down to get a look at Sylvana. So, how does you being a half-devil work? Since devils are living beings and Dullahans are undead. We Dullahans are a unique race of undead that the stronger we get the more lifelike we get. Through contracts with our patron god Erawan, we were given a ritual to bear offspring through the union of two souls. That is just how it happened to me, just that half my soul was part of my father's soul rather than another Dullahan. I now am the perfect hybrid of both races. By this point her body had returned, so he returned her head to her. She flipped it around and placed her head over her neck flame. Everyone saw how the flames vanished as her head and body joined back together. She even placed on her necklace to hide where her head and body were attached. That was so interesting to see, and Latia said as such. You will fit right in. Now, Romonus tells me you are a blacksmith. Sylvana cleared her voice as she wasn't used to socializing. I would like to think of myself as one, but I am self-taught. I just learned by watching human videos on the internet and seeing it in person. I still got more to learn. Latia was now curious about one thing. What do you think of our Canon? Romonus armor. Sylvana gazed at the glowing dark armor constantly releasing a slight purple aura. It is magnificent. Suddenly Archaon responded. Why thank you. From the chest plate, the face of Archaon glowed brighter. Her mouth went agape as she realized she was looking at a set of living armor. Rahvdall and Roygun, who knew nothing about this, also were unexpecting it. Romonus grinned as Archaon concealed his face once more. Meet Archaon the Profane, my soul armor. The armor himself introduced himself. My armored named me as such, a pleasure. Now both women were interested in talking more about Archaon, but Archaon returned to Romonus' soul. Karn was forced to float to not fall, so he landed on Romonus' shoulder. The ball was over and he didn't have long to prepare for his departure. Well then, I leave in a week. I might as well begin to prepare now. Chiron, Akino, Itsuki, come on. The three girls all ran over as he began to leave the ballroom. As they all started to walk, Rahvdall asked a question. How long will you be gone? Not the full 6 years, right? No. I will still stop by to visit, but it will be much rarer as there will be times I won't be able to drop everything. Roygun reached down and ruffled Rahvdall's hair. We will have so much time to get to know each other, Rahvdall, more girl time. Rahvdall pushed her hands away as she hated her head getting touched. Watch the hair, it's not easy to get it to look this good. While they started to bicker between themselves, Romonus returned to his room. Miria was all cuddled up on his bed, smiling to herself about it smelling like him. He walked over before pulling the covers over her to let her sleep off the alcohol. Chiron, mind giving her a hand? Got it. Shiva Nakusha used some senjutsu to let her recover faster. Meanwhile, Romonus walked into his forge room. Once he got here, Rahvdall, Roygun, and Sylvana all were left staring in wonder. Latia smirked at the Dullahan as she knew what it was like to appreciate someone else's forge room. Get used to it, this is what Romonus is like. Only the best for him is acceptable. Romonus walked over to his pile of metal that went to forge his gear and stored all of it in his ring except one ingot. As he picked it up he fired up the volcano core and Tiamat's fire seed. They all looked at him as he cut a chunk of the ingot before placing that in the forge. As waited for it to heat up, Sylvana walked behind him. Do you need some fire? While Birith flames are cold rather than hot, they may have an interesting effect. Romonus thought about it as he wasn't making a weapon. He was making a set of 13 playing cards. He was going to try to make his version of the Brave Saints, but demonic. Not for now, I will need to see how your Birith flames can work with flames of unique properties. For now though, just watch. Under the gaze of everyone, Romonus waited until the metal was scorching hot before bringing it over to his anvil. Using his many tools and skills he cut away exactly 13 card-shaped slabs of metal. He then went on to shape them into the proper shape before quickly forming his 13 royal fiends. Of course, these were just metal in the shape of cards, meaning they would have more use as throwing weapons than a way to turn people into his second peerage. Roygun was curious about the cards as he started to carve shapes into them. Metal playing cards? He nodded. Yup. I know this is asking a lot, but give me your king piece. She recoiled as everyone turned to gaze at her. Seeing she was caught, her face turned bitter as pulled it out, causing her power to drop back to its true level. When everyone felt the change, Rahvdall frowned. Hey, what's the big deal? What is that thing? Romonus reached out and grabbed the king piece in front of Roygun's chest. This is the king piece, a creation of a Juka. He made 9 in total, but 6 were stolen by the Great King faction beforehand. These little things can grant any devil who uses 110 to 100 times their power. Rahvdall suddenly realized something. Wait. Those fuckers are fixing the games. Roygun recoiled as she could no longer play it strong. Yes. Romonus chuckled as he used several analytical spells on the king piece. He wanted to know what made it work aside from the Agar's crystals. Rahvdall was about to pull her hair out in anger, but Romonus calmed her down. For now, just relax. Roygun, I have known about your use of a king piece since we met and I never cared. However, if you are to be anything more than just a girlfriend, you need to stop using it. You will never improve if you continue to use this crutch. As Roygun was left to her thinking now that her power was not to what it used to be, Romonus continued to test it. He wanted to learn more about the evil piece system, so he studied the purest source of it, the king piece. As he did that, Latia sat down next to him. What do you plan to do with these cards? Are these the second peerage you wanted? Possibly. Since I plan to gather a strong group, I may meet more powerful people I want at my side. One peerage might not cut it, so I am making a second set. Though, this is a work in progress and I only got a week to work on it. Latia sighed. Wish I could go with you. Why can't you? Haven't you learned everything you could learn under him? Latia pondered on it. While yes, I still have more to learn and I don't think I am ready. I think you are, but if you don't then I won't force the issue. By this point, Chiron came into his forge room. Miria is sleeping okay. He smiled in her direction as she was honestly a better healer than Asia. Not afraid to get into a fight, cute, and not annoying if he was being honest. Thank you, Chiron. Tell Itsuki and Akino they can relax now. The cat girl gave him a thumbs up before walking back into his room from the forge. He was not going to spend much time on this as he had other things to do. His evil pieces were still empty, so he didn't need this yet. As he did that, Latia stood up. Romonus, I will be back. Give me a week and I will get you a gift. He was curious about what she was going to make. A gift? You don't have to, but okay. Latia grabbed his face and gave him a quick kiss before she let him go. She teleported away back to her workshop as she had been inspired. By this point, Rahvdall was out of her anger with questions for Roygun. Come on, spill it. Who is using it? Who isn't? Roygun felt like crying as she was no longer special. Romonus felt bad for her, but it was better to take away the training wheels now than later. For now, he turned to Sylvana with a smile. Your flames. She perked up as she opened her hands, revealing a pitch-black burning fire. He was curious what would happen. Chapter 46, Power vs Schemes, Rewrite. Using Sylvana's black flames, he gave his cards a second fire treatment as he carved the designs he wanted on them. As she helped him in this, they continued to talk about their blacksmithing experience. She talked about how every time she forged an armor it would be what she wanted at the time, but not something to carry through her life. The same went for her scythe, so he suggested she try to imitate the death scythes of Grim Reapers. She would try, but since she was going to be coming with him on his travels she had time to improve. He quickly managed to finish his 13 playing cards, which were of the diamond suit. Once he finished carving them, he stored them in his spatial ring as they were useless right now. As he got finished, he noticed that Rahvdall managed to get all of the names of the devils who used the king piece, much to Roygun's shame. She was looking embarrassed as Rahvdall pulled out her phone. She had so many phone calls to make now which irritated her. While she did that, Roygun could barely look Romonus in the eye. She looked at the ground and placed her hands on her legs. I am so sorry, Romonus. I lied to you, all of you. I am nothing but a cheating fraud. Romonus sighed as he could tell she felt horrible. Cheer up, Roygun, you were essentially using a removable sacred gear. You just used it for a little too long. Roygun raised her hand as she looked at it. Now I am just a dime a dozen high-class devil, not even an ultimate class. I no longer pass your criteria, do I? Once Rahvdall gets done, I will lose my place as champion of the raiding games and lord. Sylvana gently nudged him as she felt bad for her. Romonus stood up and walked over to Roygun before he picked her up off her chair. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he sat down with her on his lap. Before she looked away, he lowered his head and kissed her cheek before kissing her lips. It was a quick kiss, but still one she enjoyed. She looked quite adorable as she looked up at his face. Relax already. The king piece shows what you can achieve on your own. Just take what you learned from using the king piece and apply it without it. Roygun could see the logic. You're right. I get that, but it's still an annoying nerf. He didn't see it that was as a few years of weakness were nothing. You got time. More than enough, you aren't getting any older physically. Roygun sighed. That is true. On another note, you are leaving for adventure, right? I am. I am leaving in a week, but the first thing I am going to do will be something I need to do myself with just my peerage. After that though, you can all come with me if you feel like it. Be warned that in some cases my travels will begin to take me to some treacherous places. You will need to be your best to come along. Roygun smiled as she looked up at his face. In that case, when you think it's time, can I go with you? Without my king piece, I am rather wimpy. I feel I could recover my old power if I test myself. He was happy she wanted to come along as he'd rather be around his lovers than away from them. Why would I refuse? I would be over the moon to have my lovers with me. He set her down on the ground and looked at Rahvdall, who was making her phone calls as she told everything to Surzex, Ajuka, and Falbium. Things were going to get rough for the old devils as the fixing of the raiding game was going to be revealed early. Though, the more chaos and change he caused the better. It reminded him of Rahvdall, who got really messed up to grant him the Sparta bloodline. I hope you are doing all right, boss. Romonus walked back into his room as he had to talk to Miria when she woke up. For now, though he planned to just spend the night with his loved ones. He didn't know when to break it to them about him and his mother, but Venelana was okay with waiting. If she was fine with it, he would give her the time because they were trying to keep it down low. For the entire night, he just spent it taking it easy with the girls. When morning came around, the first one up was Miria. When she rose out of bed in the morning, she had worked the alcohol out of her system fully. She yawned and stretched out a bit, causing one of her breasts to pop out from her dress. Love the view, babe. Miria opened her eyes and looked next to her where Romonus was sitting. She grinned as she pulled out the other one for him. Like what you see. He nodded a few times as he took in her huge breasts. They are amazing. She pulled him toward her with a hand pushing his face between them. In that case, here they are. All for you. He smiled as he wrapped his arms around her as she was lying. You are so sexy, Miria. She felt fulfilled that he enjoyed them. Why don't you do something to them? He would if they didn't have young kids here. Come on, love, there are children here. Miria turned around and saw the still sleeping Chiron, Aquino, and Itsuki. She snarled as she let him go. True. Want to take this to another room? He raised an eyebrow. You want to do it now? Miria opened her mouth, but it could be better. True, let's hold off for now. I do have one thing to say, your body is tough. He chuckled as everyone always said that his body was made of steel. It had to be because of all the training that Surtur had put him through. Surtur had built him to be indomitable, Suji had made him blindingly fast, and McGregor made him an adept mage. The baptism and the Sparta bloodline had come together and perfected it all. He had been crafted into the perfect killing machine, and the best part of it all was that he was finally free to use it. Now that Miria was awake, he asked her the question. Miria, will you join my peerage as my second rook? I want to keep you at my side forever. Miria thought about it as she was already a physical juggernaut. Adding a rook piece to her was the best choice. Plus she was quite rusty and his travels would be the best time to use it. Alright, but if I do, we can't stay apart. Take me everywhere with you. I mean it. Her eyes were starting to glow a bright purple, which made him grin. Why do you think I want you in my peerage? I have been wanting to have you live with me for a while now. She grinned back because she was kinda crazy. Want me to move here? He did not want to stay at the castle for long. No, I think I'd rather move into your house instead once I return from my travels. Or build my own home in the Bale domain or maybe in the unexplored regions of the underworld. Miria smiled as that felt nice. One day we will be able to settle down, have kids, raise a family. I can hardly wait. He desired the same thing once his mission was complete. Once he repaid Rahvdall for giving him this life. I want the same thing, Miria. She could barely stop smiling as she thought of bringing back her clan. True, I got to get in shape again. Come on, get it over with. Romonus pulled one of his rooks and sent it toward her. When the purple and red glowing crystal rook entered her body and soul, she felt its strange effects. Instantly her demonic power began to rise as his evil pieces were getting stronger as he did. When her wings emerged from her back, they were slowly warping as they grew larger, more muscular, and demonic. They crackled with demonic lightning as her clan trait seemed to get a boost. The transformation was quite quick as Miria began to stretch her arms after retracting her wings. Incredible, why didn't I join earlier? You wanted me to prove I cared for you, which I do with all my heart. I love all of you. Miria smiled as she liked to hear those words. However, when she looked to the other girls on the bed, the first thing she saw that Sylvanas' head on a pillow next to her. That would not have been an issue on its own, but it became an issue because her body was gone. Her eyes were already open and she had been listening the whole time as she didn't need to sleep. Miria squinted her eyes as she leaned over. How long were you listening? Sylvana cleared her voice but said it anyways. Since you showed him your boobs. Miria shrugged. Oh well, it's true. Though, where is your body? Sylvana without skipping a beat answered. Taking a bath. With a bit of demonic power, her head began floating for everyone to see. Sometimes I take a bath while I leave my head behind or vice versa. Romonus chuckled as he saw her head floating. That is hilarious. You and Karn should get along. The badger jumped off his tree and also started floating as well. He flew over and landed on Romonus' head, but he was careful not to stick Romonus with his crimson claws. Sylvana looked at the badger who grinned in her direction. He tipped his new favorite hat to her, making her blush with joy. He is adorable and strong for a regular animal. That was the truth, as it had not been easy to get Karn this strong. A killer training regiment, expensive elixirs, and constant contact with Romonus' soul through their contract. True. He is my pride and joy, as honey badgers are my favorite animals. Which reminds me, I should get a wolverine to go along with him like my new fancy cape. Aquino shuddered as one Karn was enough. Maybe hold off on that. All mustelids are evil little critters. Wolverines are the worst of the bunch. Karn snorted at the notion, as no animal was better than the honey badger. Just as Romonus was going to speak, they all heard a firm knock on Romonus' door. Rahvdall, who was still here, squinted her eyes. Buckle up, I bet Zekrom has an issue with Sylvana. Romonus snarled. They better not. I will rip his soul out and torture it for 10,000 years. Romonus got up and walked to the door with Karn on his shoulder. When he opened it, he saw an old devil with ash-white hair. He wore black sunglasses and he had a walking cane in his hand. Romonus squinted his eyes, as this devil was Zekrom's butler and knight. The old man spoke plainly at the sight of Romonus. The ancestor wishes to see you. This better not be what I think it is. When? The old devil turned around while tapping with his sword cane. Now, if possible. Don't keep him waiting long. Romonus snorted as he turned to his lovers and peerage. I will be right back. Rahvdall, I think you are right. Rahvdall seemed quite bitter. Zekrom is a blood purist, he won't let this lying down. By this point, Sylvana's body walked out of the shower in a towel. Should I come? Romonus could almost see her nipples through the towel, making him look. He already saw Miria's, and now Sylvana too. Was he in heaven now or something? No. Stay here, as I don't want him to say something to you. I might get pissed off. She accepted it as she dried herself off and put her clothes back on with magic. Damn, I love her skin tone. He stepped out with Karn and teleported into the depths of the Bale castle. Zekrom kept his study and office down in the deepest section of the castle. When Romonus appeared here, he saw two devils standing by the door. Each one radiated a Satan-class aura. They both wore black and golden enchanted demonic armor. Not on the level of Archaon, but still mighty. When Romonus appeared here, they stepped aside. Enter. He expects you. Romonus and Karn squinted their eyes as they walked into the office. There, Zekrom was sitting behind a magical wooden desk reading through a few papers. He didn't look up when Romonus entered as he kept reading. Romonus created a large throne of purple diamonds to sit in. Zekrom, heard you wanted to see me. I think it's about Sylvana. Zekrom Bale grabbed a feather from the enchanted ink and began to write on a piece of paper. He didn't even look at Romonus as he continued to write. It is about her, Romonus. If you wish to remain as heir, you will break off your engagement with the half-breed. You must accept a pure blood of my choosing. Otherwise, I will be forced to disown you from House Bale. If that happens, you won't even be able to return to House Gremory. When he finished writing, the ink dried and started to glow. He pushed the paper forward to Romonus, who picked it up and saw it was a decree to break his engagement. It just needed to be signed. Romonus expected this, but it did not mean he was pleased. This motherfucker. Zekrom handed the feather over to Romonus. Sign it. With that, your engagement will be broken and I will find a suitable replacement. One without that ghastly blue skin. I can get one from House Bale if you like. I know you and Venelana are involved sexually. Take a girl from House Bale or even from Ajira's. If that is what you're into, I can get you 10 of the purest Bale girls just for you. Just sign that and this shame will be forgotten. Romonus wanted to laugh at the sheer audacity. He looked up at Zekrom with an unamused expression. First of all, her blue skin is sexy as hell. Second of all, you should know already that I don't like being told what to do. Zekrom didn't care. In that case, keep her if you want as your mistress or sex slave. She just can't ever be your official fiancé. If you are to become the king of devils, you must abide by the rules. Half-breeds are disgusting, the blood of House Bale must be pure. Otherwise, we are no better than the commoners. Much less an undead of a foreign mythology. Romonus leaned back on his throne before he started laughing. Ha 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 ha, you think so, don't you? Vespera was right about you. Zekrom's face went red at that name. How do you know that name? Romonus burned the paper in his hands with a burst of his demonic mana. She told me herself and I don't like what you did to her. Much less this attitude you are giving me. Romonus had kept it secret, but because of Archaon and the baptism he had reached the limit of the Satan class. He just needed a push to enter the super devil or transcendental devil rank and he released it. A vast purple aura burst from his body, pushing down on Zekrom's soul and bloodline. For the first time in his 10,000 years, Zekrom didn't feel in control. Romonus stood up with Karn already snarling. I had some respect for you, Zekrom, had. You made one mistake though. I am not a devil. I am not a transcendent devil or a super devil. I am a demon, a higher tier of creature than a mere devil. I might as well be a god to you devils. Romonus grabbed the desk before pushing it out of the way. Zekrom was stuck in place and so were his guards. The bloodline suppression of being in front of his natural ruler made them feel like they were in front of a god. They may as well be, as Sparta was worshipped as a god and Romonus had his bloodline. You may have political power, Zekrom. You may have the power to rival the original Satans. You may even have the support of most of the pillars as the first devil made. But all of that ceases to matter when you consider me. I am not, my brother, afraid to use my power. I am above that. Hearing all that, what does that make you? Just then Zekrom's Lord Ring activated and snapped him out of it. The enchantments lining his coat activated, letting him control himself. Once he had control, Zekrom smiled. That unsettled Romonus, as Zekrom, once he got over the bloodline suppression, relaxed himself. I seem to have made a mistake. How did you even become a demon? Romonus frowned as he sat back down. Natural evolution. I will guarantee you this. I won't kill you. Let's agree on one thing, Zekrom. You matter to our species, me killing you would cause a civil war and I don't need the trouble. Let us compromise for the sake of the clan and devils. You let me keep my engagement and I will accept your request. Zekrom fixed his tie, as knowing Romonus was another outlier like Surzex and Ajuka changed things. Romonus was right and his power was a powerful card. Zekrom would need to find a middle ground for his sake and his clan. In all honesty, he did not want to disown Romonus. He would lead House Bale to glory with his might so he could compromise. Fine. Keep your engagement to the half-breed. My point still stands, you need a pure-blood wife if you want to be Lord Bale. I will disown you if you do not. I will die before I let you rule House Bale without that. And in case of my death, I already have this conversation recorded. It will reach every lord and clan instantly. Can you possibly risk that? A second devil civil war will start once more and it will be your fault. Romonus squinted his eyes with his mouth starting to be split in a grin. He stood up from the throne he had formed and in a quick moment he was in front of Zekrom. He lunged out with one hand and grabbed the Bale ancestor by the throat. Zekrom gasped as Romonus had seemed calm before this. He had just said he would not kill him, but he never said anything about not hurting him. Listen to me, will you senile fuck, no one tells me what to do. Not the Devil Council, not the gods, and not you. I said I would listen to your request, not that I would honor it. Now, tell me one reason I should not choke the life out of you. In that same movement, Romonus reached out with his other hand and gripped tight around Zekrom's neck. Romonus smashed Zekrom against the wall, causing the first-generation Bale to grab Romonus' face. Let me go. In Zekrom's palm, a concentrated orb of power of destruction enveloped Romonus' head. Even a normal Bale would have probably died, but Romonus was not normal. His Sparta bloodline had enhanced his clan's abilities and it made him nearly immune to them. With his head still enveloped in the power of destruction, he pulled his head back and headbutted Zekrom, breaking his nose. This broke his focus on the orb on his head, showing Romonus was unharmed. For a second, Zekrom was full of horror, but that horror turned to pain when Romonus headbutted him again. Then again, and again, and again, and again. Each time Romonus hit him with more force and speed. Each time Romonus hit Zekrom, more and more blood spilled, covering him in it. Only Zekrom's Satan-class strength and his blood purity kept him not only alive but conscious. After the 30th headbutt, Romonus' face and clothes were soaked with blood. Zekrom was wheezing as blood spilled from his broken nose, split lips, and busted face. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Romonus set the still-living Zekrom in his chair. He pulled his desk back, allowing Zekrom to fall onto it. He then sat back down in the chair he conjured while still soaked in Zekrom's blood. Taking another deep breath, Romonus licked his lips, cleaning them off blood. "I feel a lot better. I hope you learned something about this, Zekrom. You can't intimidate me, you can't manipulate me. Show all the clan lords this, I don't care. A second civil war. Let it start, I will win it." Zekrom pushed himself off his desk, spitting out a few of his broken teeth. He reached up and touched his broken nose. No, he could feel several of the bones in his skull were broken. Romonus' bones were extremely strong thanks to the baptism and the Sparta bloodline. Zekrom grit his teeth that he still had before sitting up. "You are crazy." Romonus snorted as Karn started to lick the blood off his face. "Better crazy than arrogant. Now, what were you saying about Sylvana?" Zekrom stood up and poured himself a drink before chugging it down for the pain. He knew Romonus would not let him heal. "Keep your engagement, keep your status as lord, keep all of it." Romonus chuckled. "That wasn't so hard. Now then, let me hear it. Who did you have in mind?" Zekrom fell into his chair, knowing several more of his teeth would fall out unless he did something. He was not in the mood, but he wanted to preserve even a modicum of pride. "Sikvera Agiras. She is the heir, but her father owes me more favors than he can count. One word from me and he will be forced to engage her to you. She is more than good enough and I am sure she is up to your tastes. She is your age, but she is becoming quite an attractive girl. Just like the women you are involved with." Romonus tapped his fingers against his throne as he thought of Sikvera. She was up to his standards and he did not think Latia would mind. "You know, Zekrom, you could have just suggested her from the start. No need to start the stick measuring contest with me. Look how that turned out." Romonus reached out and picked up one of the broken teeth on the table. Zekrom snarled as he saw that. He was about to instinctively say that Romonus would regret this, but the truth was he would regret it more. "Do you agree to Sikvera?" Romonus shrugged. "Seems fair." He said so with a totally serious face as he saw nothing wrong with this. That just made Zekrom grit his broken teeth. "Get out of my sight." Romonus stood back up and leaned over Zekrom. "Watch yourself, Zekrom. You should know who is in charge now. One more outburst and I won't end with a few broken teeth." Zekrom nodded as he wiped his face with his sleeve. "Let us just agree to this so I can stop looking at you. I'd rather not have this conversation again if I can help it. That bloodline suppression is awful to experience." Romonus chuckled. "And the headbutts too, right?" Romonus was happy, as it worked out in the end for him. Romonus held his hand out and shook Zekrom's hand. The contract was now binding for both of them. Zekrom could not move against his engagement to Sylvana or his position as heir. The price was that Romonus would have to accept the engagement to Sikvera. In the end, only Romonus won while Zekrom just lost. The only thing he would gain was having Romonus marry a pure blood. At the cost, his pride had been shattered. Vespera, who was watching the whole thing, was more than pleased. Seeing Romonus headbutt Zekrom a bunch of times was more than pleasing. If only Romonus had killed him, but there was always next time. Chapter 47, CH-47 Departure. The most unpopular chapters are finally fixed. I like them better this way too. Once Romanu left the office, Zekrom fell limp on his chair as he wiped the blood from his face. His gambit had succeeded in a way, but at the cost of his pride. He looked at the table where several broken teeth were on. His brain was rattled and he felt like the bones in his skull were held together by luck. Fucking bastard. He smashed his fists on the table, breaking it. If he showed that recording to the clan lords is revenge, it would just make him look weak while making Romonus strong. He had lost entirely and even Romonus had just used his skull. Was this all worth it? He did not think it was, but it was too late for regret. First, he used a bottle of Phoenix tears to heal his damage before taking care to erase that this shameful event ever happened. He may be willing to die, but not at the cost of his pride. He had lived too long to die now, but he would need to stay out of Romonus' way from here on. Though, he might as well enjoy the air he was breathing because he had just been marked for death. He was on borrowed time as Vespera wanted to get to him and now Romonus did too. To Romonus, Zekrom was just an old fossil of the past. As for Romonus himself, he teleported back to his room and when he did so, his face was barely concealed amusement. Karn jumped off his shoulder as Romonus started to cackle like a madman. Though, as he was laughing, Miria rushed to his side as she grabbed his face. "Why the fuck is your face all red?" Romonus focused on the blood that was still on his face as he absorbed it into his body. "It's not mine, it's Zekrom's." Miria sighed as she let go of his hands. "Good, now explain. Did you kill him?" Romonus just smiled. "No, but he wishes he was." Rahvdall got off the couch with a face that looked like she was worried. "What did he do? What did you do? Don't tell me made you break off your engagement to Sylvana." Sylvana herself looked scared at that, so she looked at him with worry. Since her head was currently in her hands, her soul fire was surging in fear. "Did he?" Romonus sat down on his bed next to her. He reached down and patted her head. "No, we are still set to marry. He wanted to force me to end our engagement, but it pissed me off. So I may have grabbed him by the throat and headbutt him a bunch of times. All the blood on my face was because of the headbutts. He threatened to disown me from the Bale clan too, so I showed him who is boss. Though, I am now engaged again. He wanted to force it, I accepted because I didn't have anything against the girl." Roygun frowned as Romonus truly lost out in this exchange. "To whom?" Romonus turned to her with a smirk expression. "Seek Vera Agars. While this is sudden, if she rejects me that is fine with me. If she doesn't that would be fine too. From what Latia tells me, she is a great person." Rahvdall walked over to him and held his shoulders. "But she is the heir. Any groom she takes will join House Agars, not the other way around." Romonus knew that, but Zekrom was a conniving weasel. No offense to weasels. I said that myself. However, Zekrom was going to call up every favor he could to force her father to accept. Now, I think he is going to be more careful. At first, he thought he was winning, but when I revealed just how powerful I was, he wasn't so tough. Miria began to ruffle his hair as while he didn't try to expand his harem actively, others added to it. "Call her. You got Seekvera's number from Latia, right? Tell her ahead of time and tell Latia too. I am sure they won't mind." Chiron nodded and wrapped her arms around his neck. She could tell he was still amped up on bloodlust, so she used her senjutsu to calm him down. "Feel better." He smiled as her senjutsu always made him feel like everything was better. "Thank you all of you, now to let them know." Romonus pulled out his phone and called Latia first and foremost. When Latia said she would make Romonus a gift, she meant it. Her uncle was helping her craft something she knew Romonus would love. A living metal wolverine, as Romonus loved all members of the mustelid family. Ajuka was enchanting the metal while she programmed the AI. All the while he used his Kankra formula to grant it an artificial soul with soul stones made of criminals. Ajuka was more than happy to help as Latia explained what she wanted to gift Romonus. The creation of Archaon had inspired Ajuka and now he wanted to test out his theories. As they worked on the sentient robot, Latia's phone began to ring with Romonus' ringtone. "Romonus." Latia pulled her phone out and answered the call with a smile. "Romonus, your gift is coming along nicely. I can't wait to see it, but I need to tell you something. Zekrom kinda pulled his political bullshit and engaged me to Seekvera. I was calling you to let you know since she is your cousin and that would be a bit weird." Instantly Latia's face fell to pure shock before turning to her uncle. "Are you hearing this?" Ajuka nodded with a serious expression. He was already going to be busy because of the fixing of the rating games Rahvdall revealed, but not this. "I am." "Romonus, explain how this happened." "Simply put, he wanted me to break my engagement with Sylvana. When I refused, he tried to coerce me into my position as heir, so I kinda nearly beat him to death with many headbutts. The engagement will proceed since I made the deal. It can be broken if Seekvera herself rejects it though." Ajuka had known Zekrom since he was young, and this was his specialty. It was why Surzex and Ajuka himself still had to play nice. Though, hearing that Romonus nearly killed him with headbutts did nearly make him chuckle. "Yes. Zekrom will now coerce Lord Agars to engage her with me. We can cancel it now if that is better." Latia hearing that looked pissed. "That asshole. Don't worry, I will let her know. If she decides to go through with it, I don't have an issue with it, but if she doesn't, don't get mad." "Why would I get mad? It is her choice in the end." Latia nodded. "I will tell her myself." "Uncle, what do you think?" Ajuka sat down as he thought about it. "Depends if you think Seekvera and Romonus would make a good match. If not, you can just tell her to reject it, but maybe this is not so bad." Latia nodded as she spoke to Romonus. "You hear that? I did, whatever she says goes. She smiled. True. Ajuka suddenly asked something. What if she accepts? Latia thought about it with a slight frown. She was determined to find her husband, but since she was the one who got me into my artificer hobby, that is a possibility. However, I don't want to force this on her. You understand, don't you, Romonus? I understand perfectly. If something was to happen, I wanted it to be natural, not forced. Latia sighed as she looked at the half-built Wolverine robot. This can wait. I am hanging up, I got to visit her. Got it. She hung up the call, which made Romonus feel better. Now though, Latia was pissed that not only her fiancé got pulled along into a scheme, her best friend too. Uncle, I will be back. Ajuka placed a hand on her shoulder. Go on. Latia made a teleport circle and teleported to the Agar's castle. The Agar's clan was the second ranked of the 32 pillars ranked at Archduke. Since she and Sikvera were very close, she had been granted a ring that she wore around her neck as a necklace. It let her teleport directly into the castle despite the wards. She did so inside Sikvera's room, which surprised the Agar's heiress. She had been building a Gundam her father bought for her from Japan. When she saw Latia's teleport circle, she was wondering what happened. As soon as Latia teleported inside, Sikvera got up to give her a big hug. Both girls were the same age at the moment, so neither looked older than the other. Latia, you rarely visit these days. Latia hugged her cousin and best friend back first. I am glad to see you, I just wish it was in better circumstances. That sounded serious, so Sikvera pulled away with a serious look on her face. What happened? Latia took a deep breath as she told her. Be ready, because you will soon be engaged to Romonus. Sikvera was confused. Why? He is your fiancé and he never seemed to be interested in me. Latia shook her head. Romonus isn't the one behind it. It is a political scheme by Zekrom. Romonus accepted it, but he did leave a chance for you to reject it. What do you think? Sikvera thought about it, as this could be ended with a simple no on her part. Latia hugged her from behind and told her something. If you do accept it, just know I wouldn't mind being your harem sister. You were looking for a boyfriend, so why not Romonus? Isn't he like the best young men of our generation? Think about it. Sikvera truly did think about it, as it was a serious decision. She started to remember some things about Romonus. She had treated him as just her friend's fiancé, but wasn't he what she was looking for? He wasn't arrogant about blood purity, he was a huge nerd when it came to blacksmithing and alchemy. He always helped Latia in her artificer work, which was a bitter pill to swallow. She was the Gundam nerd, while Latia had just picked up on it from her. Now, Latia was making some serious tech that Sikvera was trying to outdo with limited success. The few times she had met him, he had been nothing but polite and handsome. His dark purple eyes seemed to draw you in, while his muscular body showed he was not a bookworm. Latia, don't get mad, okay? Would you care if I got to know him more? Latia wrapped her arms around Sikvera's neck hard. The Agar's heiress held her friend's deceptively strong arms. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Latia let go of her and let Sikvera catch her breath. With a smile, Latia patted her head. Not at all, why would I get mad? Isn't it the first wife's job to help her husband find good matches? Latia pulled her phone out and called Romonus, who picked up. Latia, how did it go? Latia was a little annoyed, but not too bothered. Better than I expected, you talked to her. Latia passed her phone to Sikvera, who answered. Romonus, we saw each other yesterday at your engagement. You just greeted my father and me. That I did, I wish I could have spoken to you on better terms. Though, I am sure you know about Zekrom wanting to engage us. If you say no, that is that, but if you decide to consider it, I am willing to try to make it work. Sikvera shook her head. I was thinking about it, but will I still be the next Lord of Agars? Romonus was confused. Yes. I don't think Zekrom wants to take that from you. Sikvera took a deep breath as she answered. I think I want to give it a try. Latia here is vouching for you and I am looking for a groom. You are the best of our generation by far, and I am sure by being with you I will be better for it. Does that sound too materialistic? Romonus hummed as he heard her. No, not really. You are a devil and I am a demon, we both strive for our desires. That is all that the supernatural community is. If you are too materialistic, I am even worse. Sikvera cleared her voice again as Latia was looking at her with squinted eyes. She leaned in to stare right at her face. With a whisper she warned her. Don't mess this up, Sikvera. Sikvera returned to the phone call and had an idea. If I talk to my father before Zekrom can pull his schemes, his control will be weakened, right? Romonus thought about it. If her father Lord Agars moves before Zekrom, he will still be bound by our contract without being the one to move first. That is true. Sikvera stood up. In that case, I will get my father on this. We don't have to get married as soon as we turn 18, do we? No, all that matters is that we wed before I am set to be Lord Bale at the turn of the century. That works for me. We got time. Romanus did warn her about his plans. As I said, I won't be sticking around for long. I leave in 6 days and I won't be back for a year at least. Sikvera understood that. That is fine. As long as Zekrom isn't the one to initiate things. Romanus did not question things as he did have the Sparta bloodline. If dragons could draw in ladies with their aura, why wouldn't demons do the same? He shook the thought from his head and spoke to Sikvera. Well, here is for us to get to know each other better in the future. We can thank my lovely Latia for that. Latia smirked hearing that. You can always count on me. In the end, I think I am a good matchmaker. Just don't go having a harem like your father or my father. Hell no, I can't look after each woman like that. Sikvera here is for the future. Welcome to the family. Sikvera pushed her glasses up and nodded. I am honored. When they cut the call, Sikvera handed Latia her phone back. She smiled at her friend, which made Latia frown. Why are you smiling? We are already cousins and best friends, now we will be sisters. How can I not be happy when your fiancé is such a hottie? He is also super smart, so I think this will be for the best. Latia bonked her on the head. Ow. Sikvera held her head as Latia shook her head. What was that for? Latia just bonked her again. Not only did you make me and Romanus feel like crap for you, you just accept it. Where are the tears? The crying that this is not fair? That you will marry the men you find? You made it too easy. Sikvera just rubbed her sore head as she was more of a tactician and mage than anything. Latia, despite having a thin frame, was very strong because of the constant forging of her creations. I mean, what was the point? He was the best candidate. Wait. Not again. She covered her head as she saw Latia pulling her hand back for another one. Latia snorted as she turned around. I am leaving. Bye, Latia. Latia held her head high as she left. Sikvera looked at her Gundam before standing up to go see her father and inform him of things. When Lord Agars heard of Zekrom's scheme, he was enraged, as he had always been a supporter of Zekrom. He tried to keep the peace between the factions, but this action was starting to push him in the direction of the Satan faction. However, when Sikvera told him that she did not mind and would like him to push for it first, he was confused. She explained the conversation she had with Latia and Romanus, which made her realize a way out of Zekrom's scheme was to get a drop on it. Lord Agars was not so sure, but since his daughter herself was asking for it, he went ahead with things. However, he did not push for it first, and he waited for Zekrom to cash in his favors to get them out of the way. Zekrom did not expect Lord Agars to not just accept, but push for the engagement himself. That made Zekrom realize that Romanus already told Sikvera and had come to terms with something. Lord Agars waited for Zekrom to cash in his favors to get that leash off of him. Zekrom was pissed, but he could do nothing about it. Those favors he had been hoarding were gone, leaving Lord Agars free of him. However, he would not mess with Romanus, as he had made it clear that he would kill Zekrom if he bothered him again. As for Romanus, the next 6 days came by quickly as he made a few final preparations for his travels. Itsuki, Chiron, Aquino, and Miria were going to leave with him for the vampire attack. Seraphal, as standing Leviathan, could not go, and she was going to be busy dismantling the raiding game fixing along with her fellow Satans. Sylvana and Roygun would be coming with him on his travels after his apprenticeship under Dormiteth, the Abyss King. A lich who had lived since the time of the Persian Empire when he had been a death mage. Regardless, the day he would depart on his 5-year journey through the world was set to begin. His first action would be to invade Romania for Valerie and Gasper. Then use the Grail to make himself and his peers stronger. The chaos he promised was here, and he would enjoy every second of it. Chapter 48, CH-48 Vampire Assault 1/. Over the next 5 days, Romanus was hard at work as he wanted everything to go smoothly. He spent it planning out the attack in secret as he had a few goals to achieve. When the day that Romanus was set to retrieve Valerie came, he was fully prepared. He wanted to save Gasper to give him to Rias, as he had no desire to have him in his peerage. He was important to Valerie, who was the most important Longinus user to his plans. With just one of the 3 grails of her subspecies Longinus, Rizve managed to turn vampires into evil dragons and even make Trihexa mass-produce scale male armors. He wanted to use her power to grant him an immortal body along with his soul control. He could in theory make himself nearly unkillable to regular attacks that could not reach his soul along with his demon physiology. She was the child of King Teeps, who descended from the male vampire ancestor. That meant she had the potential to become beyond mighty with proper guidance. Gasper and Elmenhilda Karnstein both gained power by drinking Issei's blood, and his strength had come from Drake. Since Romanus' demon bloodline came from Sparta and it was passively getting stronger by his demon heart, she could become a demon vampire. With the Seraphoth Grail, she had the potential to join his peerage. If not as a bishop, he still had his mutation pawn piece. He didn't care if he had to start a war with the vampires as Zekrom had done the same 8,000 years ago. He would not be revealing who he was acting as a free agent. He was already wearing Archaon as he did not plan to delay for long. Rahvdall had left already as she was going to be busy in the coming days. Roigun also got called back to the Belphegor clan because of her absence. This left just Aquino, Itsuki, Chiron, Miria, and Sylvana. Latia was supposed to come later today so he was going to wait for her, but he could start the debrief. Romonus waved his hand and created over 1,000 spells and wards that glowed a dark purple to prevent his plans from leaving his room. The girls all watched in awe at the ease he could cast magic now. This was a result of the mutation his brain had undergone by the mana in his blood during the baptism. His demon heart constantly repurposed the mana Archaon produced through the dragon heart fused into him. That was then fed to Archaon, making the two stronger as long as they were linked. I will be frank. My first destination in my travels is Romania, and it is not going to be a peaceful trip. We are going to war. Miria crossed her arms as she could think of what he was going to do. You plan to attack the vampires, right? For what reason? Romonus started to explain it. Yes. I have kept it on the down low, but you all see the medallion on my neck. Inside is the soul of my distant relative Vespera Carmilla Bale. She is the great-granddaughter of Zekrom Bale. Her father was his grandson and her mother was a pure-blooded noble vampire of the Carmilla physician. She was told that her father forced himself on her mother, but that does not seem to be the case. When she killed him in revenge, Zekrom hunted her down and captured her. He turned her into Blood Drinker, the demon sword I used to carry around. I managed to get her free, and in this attack, I have 3 goals. The first and most important is to take the damper daughter of King Teeps, Valerie Teeps. She is the possessor of the Longinus Sephiroth Graal. Second, is another damper Gaspar Vladi, who is the holder of the forbidden Baelor view. He is just as important as the evil god Baelor is sealed inside his eyes. Baelor is the grandfather of Lugh, the sun god of the Celtic pantheon. Same pantheon the patron god of Sylvana, Arwen, is from. The third is to capture the grandmother of Vespera, as she is going to possess her body to reform her own. Any questions? There were many because he was starting a war. Most of the members of his peerage were young, but he had done his best to get them ready. Itsuki, as a former human, was concerned. Will we have to kill people? Romonus nodded. You will, but if you don't, more people will die. We do this and we prevent what is to come in the future. This is something none of you know, but I can gaze into the future. If we do not do this, Rise of him, Levon Lucifer will extract her Longinus and kill her. He will use Sephiroth Graal to bring back a creature that God had to seal away, Trihexa. It is on the level of the dragon gods and it will devastate the supernatural world. Worse of all, Trihexa is just the beginning, because why do you think Great Red stays in the dimensional gap? Beyond the gap, there are 2 races of powerful gods. The Eevee, sentient machines with transcendent power, and the Atold, the spiritual gods. The Eevee are conquerors who only revel in war. They have wiped out all life in their universe and several other realms. Our realm, Dragon Deus, is up next if they find it. That raised so many questions, but if what he said was true, this would be necessary. Sylvana pondered on things, as this was a very good reason to start something like that. Trihexa is on the level of the dragon gods. Why did God seal it? Because he could not kill it. In the future, I saw that once it was released, even Shiva could not destroy it. It devastated several mythologies, killing many gods. To just stop it, the leaders of many pantheons sealed themselves to fight it. To name a few off the bat: Thor, Odin, Cersex, Seraphal, Falbium, Zeus, Brahma, Azazel, Barakiel, and Vishnu. Not to mention the peerages of the Satans, including my 3 mentors. As such, I will not allow that to happen. I will not lose my brother, my girlfriend, and my mentors all in one go. Itsuki clenched her left hand. She had known Odin as a funny old man who, despite being a pervert, always gave the kids good advice in life. If kinda misguided, she had to admit. Got it. In that case, I can stomach this attack. Chiron stood up as she was also on board. Got it. We saved the world. Aquino felt horrified as she had come to terms that her father was not responsible for her mother's death. She could not talk to him in person, but she texted him updates on her life. Thinking that he would seal himself away terrified her. We can't let that happen. If that is the case, I will go along with you. Miria chuckled at the young blood. Man, I just joined your peerage, you got me a war already. I knew you loved me. Sylvana stood up and held her hand out. Her scythe, which was propped on the wall, flew into her hand, which she started to twirl with ease. In that case, count me in as well. I have never been in a real fight before other than training matches with my father and mother. I am still a death magic user and I can get in close. Romonus pondered on something as she was already in the ultimate class middle stage. She was blessed by a god of death and war. Due to the nature of her birth, she had the lineages of two noble lines of supernatural creatures. Her soul had been formed by the union of a noble Dullahan and a Vivitan, so she was scarily talented. If I can't find a second knight after the first one I got in mind, remind me to ask you. She smiled at the invitation. I am glad you appreciate my talents. Romonus gave her a thumbs before he told them his goals. Of course. It won't matter if we are discovered, as the vampires are not all that strong a faction or liked. We teleport near the castle of King Teeps first, as Valerie takes precedence over anything else. I will create a massive bounded field to trap the castle and town before we move in with full force. Once we have her, we assault the Carmela faction for Vespera's grandmother. As for Gaspar Vladi, we can try to extract him without a battle. He is a damper and vampires do not care for their half-breed children. Any more questions? Shryon, Aquino, Itsuki, Miria, and Silvana all seemed perfectly ready. Even Karn with his fancy Victorian hat was jumping ready for battle. They would leave if Latia had not asked him to wait because she wanted to give him his gift. Before she arrived, he continued to plan with the girls, as each one was going to be in their first official battle except for Miria. She began to tell stories of the Great War and how many angels, fallen angels, and devils she had slain. She even spoke of the Civil War briefly, which captivated Karn. The stories of her killing a devil by bashing his head in with the head of his friend called to him. However, her story stopped when Latia teleported into his room, as the wards did not stop her from entering. When she did so, she was carrying with her a concealed pet carrier. Seeing everyone was still here, she sighed in relief. Good, you didn't leave yet. Romonus chuckled, as he wouldn't do that. Of course, we didn't. You said you were making me a gift, so I would not leave without it. Is that it? Latia set down the carrier before she looked up at Romonus. It was not easy to give him life, but in the end, it worked. I would like to introduce your new pet. She opened the door and out came a quite large four-legged animal. At first glance, it looked to be a regular wolverine, as it was sniffing around like one would. Romonus walked over and picked him up. He could see a powerful purple soul showing it had been made from devil and human souls. Demonic power flowed through the living machine. He felt alive, he was breathing and smelling. You made him. Latia nodded with a smile. He is made of living metal, which I needed my uncle to help me make. He might as well be a mix of a golem, robot, and a homunculus with a soul. He can eat, drink, and do anything a real one can do. He will also regenerate from damage done to him. If I am not mistaken, he might even be able to grow stronger on his own. I made him so you can sign a contract with him. Romonus was already grinning as he looked at the fuzzy living machine. He began to pet his fluffy head, which he seemed to enjoy. How you made him doesn't matter, all that matters is that he is alive now. You need a name, big fella. If Karn was named as such because he was insane, I will name you Grimaldus. In honor of one of the most cracked-up Black Templars around. Latia began to geek out as he referenced Warhammer again. Hey, now you got the Karn the Honey Badger, and Grimaldus the Psycho Robot Wolverine. How is that not awesome? Romonus activated the pact with Grimaldus, who had quite a powerful soul. When he did so, he understood what kind of miracle they had created. They had made life from a machine, meaning that science and magic could compete with the work of God. Romonus set him down on the floor and watched as Karn and Grimaldus began to sniff each other. Both looked at each other with strange respect. Karn tipped his little hat and Grimaldus gave a nod of the head. Romonus chuckled as he walked over to Latia. He cooked her pretty face and kissed her. She had to stand on her tippy toes, but she enjoyed the kiss. She smiled as she looked up at him. Call off an okay. Of course. I will make sure he has a good life. Latia smiled at the promise. Please do, he is like my baby. She walked over to Grimaldus and ran her hand down his head. Have fun in your warpath. The Wolverine licked her hand before walking over to Romonus. His peerage and Silvana all stood next to him as he created a mass teleportation array. If you ever want me to visit, just call. Or come with me when I return. With that, he teleported away to Romania as he was not going to delay any longer. It was time for him to unleash his power on the world. When he was gone, Latia sighed as she wanted to go with him. However, she knew that he had his own goals and she had hers. She teleported back to her workshop where she was currently working on her next project. It was to take her Aridificer work to the next level. Grimaldus was just the first step. As for Romonus and his peerage, when they appeared in Romania, they did so a distance away from the castle of the Teeps royal family. The castle was in the middle of a large medieval town of enslaved humans. While the castle and town were warded and protected for a being nearly in the superclass, it might as well not have been. Romonus turned to his peerage and his two pets. You all ready for this? Miria pulled her giant Odachi from her spatial ring before equipping her armor from the wars she had been in. Let me it's been centuries since I had a good fight. Romonus chuckled as Archaon encased his head, instantly their senses synchronized perfectly. Armored, let us reap bone and skulls. Of course. Romonus opened his hand as his sword Ruin Maker appeared in a burst of purple energy. The sword seemed to constantly burn with purple flames, and since his natural path was that of the spell sword, it was also his magic focus. Romonus raised the massive sword into the air before he began to channel a tidal wave of demonic mana into it. As he prepared to cast a massive multi-layered bounded field, Itsuki summoned the boosted gear on her left hand. She took a deep breath and with glowing green eyes spoke as one with Drag. Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. In a burst of dragon fire, the scale mail Balance Breaker appeared over her body, encasing her in red armor. It was no different than the original, which was good because he would have been pissed if it had been a bikini armor or something retrade like that. When Romonus was finished, he slashed Ruin Maker, which burst with a deep purple glow, encasing the town and castle with a titanic bounded field. As soon as the field was created, hundreds of magic circles appeared on every section of the field, increasing the power in it. Vampires could not enter or leave it, while his allies would be enhanced by it. Everyone felt the power of the field increase their strength, speed, and endurance. There we are, nothing will get in or out. You know the plan, now get going. From his back, 3 pairs of demonic wings all covered in runic tattoos emerged. Before he flew off, Karn and Grimaldus leapt onto his back and held on. The 2 mustelids were already excited for the carnage that would begin. Romonus took to the sky, flapped his wings, and charged toward the castle. He already felt the high of using his power as he moved through the air at mind-shattering speeds. Miria grinned as the sky began to fill with purple demonic lightning. She charged forward on the ground as a bolt of purple lightning. It had been way too damn long since she had been allowed to let loose. Come on. Show me a challenge, bloodsuckers. Once the 2 battle maniacs were gone, Itsuki flew into the sky after Romonus as backup. Chiron and Aquino both chose to fly after Miria, as she was going to be holding off the massive army of slaves of the vampires. They would be better as mob clearers, while Itsuki and Romonus would face the elites. That just left Sylvana, who spun her scythe a few times as from her back a pair of wings formed of black fire and death magic. She held her hand out, and from her shadow, a black skull helmet was spat out. She pasted on her head, which would not be coming off because of her necklace. She flew into the sky after Romonus and Itsuki. Miria, Aquino, and Chiron would need to hold off the servants, thralls, undead, and human slaves while they assaulted the castle. Already the vampires inside the castle were moving because of the sudden bounded field. King Teeps had never expected to be attacked, and he did not know who was attacking. As he was getting his thralls and soldiers ready, Romonus reached the castle. He raised Ruin Maker and with ease created 15 large orbs of destruction and 15 small-scale black holes. He smashed one of each orb, creating rapid-fire end orbs. With a thought, each orb hit its mark and burst open. Entire sections of the castle were reduced to nothing, while the rest started to crumble from the gravity. Just as he launched the first attack, Itsuki and Sylvana reached his side. Both girls looked at the devastation, but they did not stop. Itsuki raised her left hand and started. Boost, 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 boost. 64 times her original strength, she activated a magic circle from demonic and draconic aura together. A flame formed of both burst forward as a tidal wave. When it struck the castle, the wards and stone all caught flame. Sylvana took a deep breath as she held her scythe with both hands and swung her blade down. Death magic and Birith flames fused, and when they struck the castle with interesting effects. Birith flames were cold black flames that destroyed the energy in what they touched. Death magic was necrotic, toxic, and destroyed what it touched by rotting it. Put the 2 together and it became a truly deadly siege weapon. Just as Romonus took in the devastation, they released a vampire leapt from a hole in the castle toward him. Romonus just held his shield arm in front of him and caught a sword strike from the vampire in full plate armor. The vampire's glowing red eyes were visible behind the helmet, but Romonus was unimpressed. Foolish. Before he could respond, the vampire felt a sickening feeling deep in his chest. He imploded into the gravity orb Romonus created inside his chest. In his place was just a small orb of flesh and armor. Itsuki and Sylvana shuddered at the sight, as that was just gross. Romonus, though, was glad his technique had worked. We better be quick. Aquino, Chiron, and Miria will hold off the town. We better be in and out before casualties get too bad. They will be more mad then. On it. The 3 of them and his 2 pets entered the castle through one of the giant holes in it. When they landed, Karn and Grimaldus jumped off his back. Romonus looked down at the 2 psychos. Go on, you 2, search and destroy. Stay together and fight as one. Both animals started running through the halls of the castle together. Once they were gone, Romonus began to move through the castle. He extended his senses through the castle, and he had already found Valerie in the servants' quarters deep in the castle. Found you. Move fast and efficiently. Right. Standing on either side of him, Sylvana and Itsuki walked like escorts. It was not even a minute before over 50 vampires in full armor were running toward them. Vampires were famed for their breakneck speeds, and it was no joke. They were more armored blurs than anything, but Romonus and Archaon were hungry for battle. Romonus moved forward and is moved with god speed. He was faster than these vampires, stronger than them, better equipped, and better trained. With a single hand, he swung the Ruin Maker through the vampire's armor with ease. He was not using any abilities held by Ruin Maker, just using it as a sword. When he cleaved through a vampire, nothing seemed to happen for a moment. However, a purple burning slash split the vampire in half. He weaved through the vampire's speedy and flashy sword slashes with ease. He tilted his head to avoid a rapier before he stabbed his blade straight through the chest of 3 vampires. They exploded into purple dust and slag in moments. In the meanwhile, Sylvana moved faster than these vampires and began to slice and cleave with her scythe to deal death. She took a deep breath as her undead heritage calmed her nerves. Her eyes glowed a deep yellow as she moved alongside Romonus. Scythes were terrible, unyielding weapons, but she made it look like it was a sword. She held the scythe in both hands and began to cleave a bloody path through the vampires alongside Romonus. Both of them moved so quickly that the 50 vampires were dealt with in moments. Itsuki did not even get to kill one, which made her sigh. Leave some for the rest of us. The art of the kill is about who is first. Yeah, I hear you. Romonus roared to the sky, causing it to echo through the castle and town. He felt alive more than ever. If only these vampires could make him use his devil trigger. Armored, the souls. Ah, yes. He held his sword out and dragged the vampire souls into it. It was a good place to store them for when he needed them. Once the first skirmish was finished, he felt his soul sing with joy. This was it. This was what he had been desiring his whole life of training. 12 years of non-stop studying the magic arts, the path of the sword, and the brawler. All worth it. Let's move. Both Sylvana and Itsuki began to run with him as they moved deeper. They were not devils right now, just killers. Chapter 49, CH-49 Vampire Assault 2/. While Romonus, Itsuki, and Sylvana moved toward their goal, Karn and Grimaldus moved together. Karn was using his enhanced senses to search for opponents, while Grimaldus did something similar. As a living automaton, he had the normal senses and technological ones. Thermal, X-ray, spatial disturbance sensing, and thanks to Ajuka his reaction speed was all based on different mathematical algorithms. He was a unique creature that blended the living and the inanimate machine. The issue was that his mind and soul only were a few hours old. As such, he followed Karn around as he had been alive longer and was currently than him. He followed right behind despite being double the size of the badger, as if he was a young cub. Karn did not mind and allowed Grimaldus to follow him as he could teach him a thing or two. They both now were the familiars of Romonus, and that came with a certain amount of weight. While they were running through the castle halls, they ran into a force of 100 vampires in full armor. Karn instantly rushed forward and stood in between the army. He started chittering and snarling as he released his conditioned controls over his berserk rage. Grimaldus, not doubting him for a second, stood next to him and did as his senior showed. The vampires though seemed unimpressed, and one of them swung his sword, launching a blade of blood at Karn. The attack hit the small badger directly on the head and sent him flying into a wall. Grimaldus turned around to look at Karn, but his calculative mind seemed to think he was fine. Before Grimaldus even moved to retaliate, Karn got back up with a massive wound, exposing bone from his nose to his neck. Blood leaked from the wound, but the badger was not focused on his wound. He was looking at the ground at his Victorian hat because it had been cut in half. When he looked at the two halves, he went berserk. A violent red and purple aura burst from his body as his claws and fangs began to glow a magenta hue. His wound closed and his fur stood up as he started to grow larger, already double the size he had been before. His muscles bulged as his demonic energy and wrath flowed through him. The hat he had grown to like had been damaged. It belonged to him, and these vampires took it from him. Mouth frothing mad, he launched himself back at the vampires with a roar that echoed through the castle. The leading vampire raised his shield and roared his orders, almost freaking out. He had no idea what creature Karn was, but to him, it must have been an undiscovered species of the underworld. Kill the rat. His vampires ran at Karn, who swept out with his crimson claws. They were specifically made to channel his wrath and hate through them. When he swiped with bulging arms, massive magenta blades struck the shields of the shield bearers. These were tower shields that held strikes from other vampires, but they felt the bones in their arms fracture from the power. The vampires never expected a small animal like Karn to pack such a heavy blow. Their shields, which had been forged from blood metal, dented and cracked from the first wave. Each shield-bearing vampire surged blood into their shields to heal the damage, but Karn was already past the point of no return. In his mind, the only thing that existed was blood and rage. With a snarl, he leaped straight over the shield bearers and into the thick of the vampires. Once he was here, he released his emotions, causing his eyes to look like orbs of blood. He pounced forward and bit down on the helmet of a vampire who screamed and stabbed him with his claws. It did not save him, as his claws, which could cleave through metal, were stopped by the fur and thick armor-like skin. The insane badger ripped his head off while the other vampires began to slash, stab, and kick Karn, cutting open his flesh. Grimaldus, who was watching, snapped out of it and went to Karn's aid. He opened his mouth, and in moments a magic circle appeared in the back of his throat. He blasted a twin stream of dark crimson flames which spiraled into a tornado of fire. The vampires did not see it coming, and those hit were rendered down to slag. Not leaving his senior behind, he surged demonic energy into his back, which shifted into a twin-linked laser cannon of sorts. Essentially, Latia had explained the concept of Adrathic weapons to her uncle, and the Satan had done his best to imitate them. These imitations did effectively the same thing and undid the molecular bonds of the atoms of what they fired. These were just one set of the terrible weapons Grimaldus could warp his body into. He started to run around and fired twin-linked beams of unstable energy, destroying vampires into atoms. Karn bellowed and slashed over and over, launching more and more blades of rage to fly. The vampires did not stop attacking, and one charged at full speed and stabbed Karn with a spear through the left eye. He put all his strength behind it and even stabbed his brain, which would be a lethal blow to any creature other than Karn. Almost grinning, Karn pulled his head back and swung the spear still stuck in his eye to smash the vampire's head off. The berserk badger ripped the spear out of his eye, and under the fearful gaze of the vampires all the wounds they inflicted burst open. A bloody mist, which for a vampire would be an advantage, but Karn's blood was not normal. Under his frenzy, it had boiled into liquid fire. He was losing blood by the second, but deep in his chest his heart continued to beat away. If dragons had a dragon heart and Romonus had a demon heart, he had a rage heart, which is rage into energy, which was used to keep him alive. As a honey badger, rage was never lacking. Discharges of boiling rage blood spilled from his wounds and mouth-melting vampires. Grimaldus, unsatisfied with being at a distance, undid his cannons. His front arms seemed to turn into metal, and a matter disruption field shimmered over them. He leapt into the fray and helped Karn wipe out the rest of the vampires. Once all were dead, Grimaldus did not collect the souls for Romonus. That would make the master happy. Outside in the town, Miria, Chiron, and Aquino were currently faced with an entire army of undead zombies, thralls, and charmed human slaves. Some came from the town, but the rest came from the castle itself. It was a massive army of slave soldiers led by a few nobles in fancier armor than their guards. The pale-faced vampires seemed to be content to watch as the three were going to be supposedly overwhelmed. Only they were not, as Aquino flew into the sky with her 4 sets of Nephilim wings. Thanks to her natural talent, Romonus' use of elixirs, and his unique evil pieces, she was continuously growing stronger. When she saw the crawling army, she felt bad. She did not smile and merely wished for these poor souls to pass on at last. She raised her hands into the air and formed 2 multilayered giant magic circles. One of holy lightning and the other demonic lightning, which she had imitated from Miria. It was not the bloodline ability of demonic lightning, so it was nowhere near as strong, but it was part of the recipe. Rest in peace. When she pressed her hands together from the sky, a twin-streamed railgun of holy and demonic energy cleaved a path through the thralls and zombies. The railgun moved through the army, slaughtering a path through them several times as she made it move like a living creature. The vampire nobles leading them froze in absolute horror at the sight. Miria could not stop smiling at the display, as she loved a good violent siege spell. Good work. Now let me show you how we did things in my day. She gripped her trusty odachi her father had gifted her when she was 8 years old. She had always been strong enough to rip the arm off a high-class devil at 10 years old. Strong enough to fight through scores of enemies with just her strength alone. Now with one of Romonus' rook pieces, she was even tougher than before. She charged forward on foot as the sky began to rumble and rage with demonic purple clouds. Aquino watched with awe as the opposite of her holy lightning showed its might. When Miria leapt into the air, a massive strike of purple lightning struck and empowered her strength. She essentially turned into a massive orb of demonic lightning, and she used that power to cut through the remaining army of thralls. One of the nobles freaked and turned to his guards. Stop her. Without hesitation, the vampires ran forward to intercept Miria, but she treated them as if they were not even there. She took a deep breath before she swung her sword with both hands. A massive blade of demonic lightning cleaved through them with ease. Each vampire exploded in purple lightning bursts as she looked at the leading noble. He began to back up before she punched his head clean off with an uppercut. For the remaining nobles, she sliced off their heads before they even realized they were dead. At his death, the army of undead and thralls crumbled as their turner died. She placed her sword on her shoulder before turning around to gaze at the younger girls who joined her. She grinned as they seemed impressed. How was that? Chiron gave her a double thumbs up. Strong. Aquino had to say something similar. You are beyond mighty, Miria. Your demonic lightning makes mine look weak. Miria, unlike most women, loved to be called strong. Her father always praised that aspect of her before his death. Don't worry about it, Aquino, your holy lightning can match it. You are the Nephilim, not me. Let's get moving to House Vladi to get the damper. The three of them began to move to the mansion of House Vladi for Gasper. Romonus, Sylvana, and Itsuki continued to move through the castle facing resistance from time to time. Already he had collected over 867 vampire souls, all screaming and simmering in Ruin Maker. By now, they had reached the servant quarters where Valerie lived. Her sacred gear had yet to be fully understood by the vampires. Risvane was still not in the know about her, and the prideful vampires were yet to use her to enhance their soldiers. Romonus pushed the door open to her room and saw Valerie not hiding as he expected. She was sitting peacefully on her bed with a calm look on her face. She was around 16 years old, so a few years older than him. Though he honestly thought she looked younger because of how thin she was. Valerie Teeps. This may seem weird, but I am here to save your life. She nodded as she looked directly at him. No, through him. I know. Nice to meet you in the flesh, Romonus Gremory. Ah, Archaon too. What a unique creature. Archaon did not expect to be noticed. You know I live. Archaon retracted his helmet to expose Romonus' face, which was also. Did the Grawl tell you that? She nodded. Your souls did. It is one of the most beautiful souls I have seen. Purple, the perfect fusion of a human soul and a devil. Though can you still be called a devil? As for Archaon, your soul looks like elemental chaos, but it is stabilizing. Romonus shook his head. No. I am a demon after all. While I would like to ask more questions, we don't have the time. I will ask that you get ready to leave immediately. She understood the time crunch. Right. Valerie stood up from the bed and walked over to him. He held his hand out, which she took. Let's go. You do not want what will happen to you if you stay here. Though, while I am here, how much can you see from my soul? Valerie looked at his soul a little but shook her head. Not much, just the surface thoughts. Your soul is hard to miss with its power. The same with you girls, but more in your case, Drag. I am a heavenly dragon after all. Romonus dispelled Ruin Maker and picked up Valerie in his arms. I see. She smiled as she held on to him. My heroes. Archaon accepted the praise even though he did not like the title of hero. A heroic act is okay in moderation. Sylvana turned to gaze at Valerie, who seemed to be observing her. Are you looking at my soul? I am. Your soul is unique as well. The soul of a devil and a Dullahan went to make it, and you were blessed by a god. It looks like a reddish-black orb ever burning. You should be happy. Itsuki pointed at herself. And mine. Valerie opened her mouth but paused. It is normal with more power because of you turning into a devil and the boosted gear. She sighed as it meant her soul was just boring. Archaon covered Romonus' head again as it was time to go. We will regroup with Aquino, Chiron, and Miria. If they have Gasper, we will move to the final goal. Before he left, Romonus called back Karn and Grimaldus, who were having a rampage against the vampires. Both were wounded, but because of their unique abilities, they regenerated faster than their wounds piled on. When both appeared in his familiar pack, they were annoyed that their prey was gone. However, they knew that it was time to go, so they took the chance to heal. With them back, Romonus teleported them out of the castle, appearing next to Miria, Aquino, and Chiron, who were running out of the Vladi mansion. Chiron was running with a small cardboard box that Romonus could tell contained Gasper. Valerie smiled at the sight of the soul inside. Gasper. I am glad you're all right. Hearing her voice, he called out to her. Valerie. She smiled as she looked in the hole cut into the box. That is me. We are saved. Romonus did not want to delay any longer and opened a teleport circle to get out. They did not leave Romania though before they appeared in the territory of the Carmilla faction. When they arrived, Romonus placed a hand on his bat medallion. Vespera, who is your grandmother? Elena Carmilla. She is a descendant of the female vampire ancestor. Romonus set Valerie down as this did not need to be as rough as with the Teeps. I will do this alone. Miria frowned at what he said. Seriously, after all this? Don't keep it all to yourself. Romonus knew she liked to fight, so he tried to explain it. Trust me, I am going in and out. I only need one vampire, no need to attack at full power. Sylvana rested her scythe on her shoulder. I was having fun with this, but if you feel you can get it done faster on your own, then go on. We will wait here. Aquino felt that was for the best. True, if you want to sneak in, you going alone might be the best choice. Archaon corrected her. Not alone, he has me. With that out of the way, Romonus and Archaon turned invisible before they both began to move toward the Carmilla faction castle. He had Vespera, who was the granddaughter of this vampire, to act as a beacon. He also already had her location and he moved quickly and efficiently.